Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In a world where endless bloodthirsty monsters poured out of dimensional rifts, and hunters sat at the very top of society, this guy just runs a tiny little shop. His name is Yujiya, and he's just a regular merchant. No crazy skills, no broken abilities. He doesn't even have the lowest combat rank. Every single day he sells supplies to people who literally put their lives on the line in dungeons. But there was one massive problem. He was constantly running out of crafting materials. All he ever got was straight up trash that hunters dumped after every dungeon run. That was his life until one fateful day. Because before long, he unlocked a dungeon of his own, where top-tier materials were basically unlimited. Then he gained an entire army of loyal creatures, who kept bringing him whatever he needed, and would throw away their lives without hesitation. Not long ago, that would have sounded completely insane, but one ancient book changed everything. The second Yujiya cracked it open and started reading, he was completely out cold within minutes. And the next thing he knew, he got pulled inside. When Yujiya finally opened his eyes, a massive fog-covered forest stretched out before him. Then he spotted some seriously weird-looking plants, and without thinking twice, he walked straight toward them. The absurdly powerful description leaves him stunned and suspicious, but intrigued. Even if it seems unbelievable, he immediately grasps how valuable such an effect would be. He recalls that ether is the fuel every hunter must spend to use skills. That makes the herb's effect feel almost too good to be true, and he regrets not bringing containers to collect it. As he hesitates, something else catches his eye nearby. He notices a healthy leaf clinging to a tree that otherwise looks ruined and thinks the contrast is unnatural. Rather than ignore it, he decides to help the struggling tree a little. He gives the sapling water by hand, acting on instinct rather than any expectation of reward. Satisfied that he has done what he can, he hopes the small kindness will keep it alive. Instead, the system rewards him with a new skill called plant amiability. A second reward follows, granting him an unknown blessing as both a skill and a trait, and he can barely believe that helping a plant changed his status. The tree responds dramatically, its roots blazing with life. Jiha watches in disbelief as the dying old tree begins to vanish or transform before his eyes. The forest itself seems to shift around that change. Then he suddenly snaps back to his shop in the waking world. He realizes he has returned to his desk as if nothing happened. At first he tries to dismiss it as a dream, though it felt far too real. A closer look makes that explanation harder to accept. The dirt still covering his hands proves he brought something back with him. That evidence forces him to accept that the forest was real. The book glows again, confirming it can return him to that same forest. Back inside, he notices the once damaged tree now looks broader and healthier than before. Jiha realizes he has somehow gained access to a dungeon-like place he can enter through sleep, something he has never heard of before. As he studies the tree, another change catches his attention. A new fruit has appeared, and the system identifies it as a solar apple that boosts the healing power of a health potion by 20% while shortening its duration. He immediately recognizes it as a rare enhancement material that is difficult to obtain even in high-ranked dungeons. Because health potions are common but limited in effect, he understands how valuable improving them would be. What excites him even more is that the tree has produced many of these apples, not just one. The scale of the harvest makes him realize this place could change his entire life. He starts planning to combine the apples with the herb liquid to create a potion with extraordinary effects, deciding it should be safe to take only a small amount. Before he can act, a pouch suddenly drops onto his head as if the forest answered his need. The item turns out to be a dimensional pouch. When he finds bottles inside it, he understands he now has a way to carry materials from the forest back to his shop. The convenience is so perfect that it feels almost frightening, as though the place is responding to his thoughts. Even so, he decides to stop hesitating and gather what he needs. The next day, events elsewhere in Seoul create the perfect demand for what Jiha has made. At a major hunter supply chain, customers are furious because paralysis-resistance potions have sold out. The shortage is severe enough that hunters scramble to contact every other store before a dungeon raid begins. One man suddenly recognizes a woman in the crowd. The person drawing attention is Seo Haijun, the famous sword witch and one of the top-ranked hunters. She demands to see the manager immediately. Her presence alone stuns the crowd, who whisper about her rank and rare equipment. The manager rushes to her at once. Haijun explains that she came in person because her calls were ignored, and she needs the potion she arranged the day before. When told it is still being prepared, she refuses to wait because she must enter a dungeon within 30 minutes. With time running out, she starts checking nearby stores herself. At the same time, Jiha has already finished brewing a glowing new potion in his own shop. He carefully reviews the ingredients, making sure nothing was omitted from the mixture. Then he adds solar apple concentrate to the base and begins the final blend. The potion reacts with a burst of golden energy. A system message declares that his unknown blessing has applied a great success result to the process. Jiha gains the alchemy skill, and the finished special potion exceeds his expectations by nullifying all skill ether consumption for 14 seconds, while also restoring health. He is astonished that an unknown blessing could improve the results so dramatically. Still unsure how anyone would believe such an effect, he debates whether he can even sell it. Before he can decide, Hyojin arrives at his small store. Jiha instinctively slips into polite shopkeeper mode and greets her. She cuts him off and urgently asks whether he has any potion available at all. Her attention immediately locks onto the bottle on his counter. She identifies it as a health potion, and Jiha awkwardly confirms that it is, though not an ordinary one. When she asks about its effects, he hesitates and tries to explain that it is not ready for sale. With no time left, Hyojin simply takes the potion for herself. She leaves payment behind, tells him to contact her guild if it is insufficient, and departs before he can stop her. Jiha can only stare after her, unsettled by how quickly she vanished and hoping the potion will not cause trouble. Soon after, the scene shifts to the dungeon raid itself. Hyojin cuts through lesser monsters with overwhelming speed and control. Her power makes it obvious why she stands among the top hunters. She clears the path so completely that the support workers behind her are left with nothing to do but collect resources. Those workers admire her strength, even while feeling their own weakness more sharply in comparison. They are told not to interfere and to quietly gather what she leaves behind. One of them explains that Hyojin used to work with others more openly, but after some past incident she became a strict solo fighter. The newer worker realizes there is history behind her coldness that he does not know. Without warning, Hyojin suddenly orders everyone to run. The workers freeze in confusion until they sense the terror she has already recognized. A far more dangerous monster appears, a manstalker, an aversion-level creature normally found in Grade 4 dungeons and notorious for extreme poison. The workers immediately understand they are trapped in a fight far beyond their level. Hyojin angrily repeats her order to flee and throws herself at the monster to cover their escape. She commits fully to the charge, knowing she has to hold the line alone. Her summoned blades strike first as she closes the distance. She follows with a direct sword attack, but the monster withstands the blow. Even a clean hit fails to finish it, proving the gap in power is not in her favor. The manstalker counters violently and sends her crashing back. Hyojin realizes the enemy is too strong and that her own ether is nearly depleted. Even so, she resolves to spend what remains buying enough time for the others to escape. In that desperate moment, her thoughts turn to someone she once relied on. She imagines Sunghyuk, the person who would once have stood beside her, but she rejects that hope, reminding herself that he is gone. Facing death in isolation, she hardens her resolve and decides she can trust only herself now. A black-haired knight hastily drinks the last potion she was given, hoping it will help her survive the fight. She immediately senses something is different and stops in surprise as the potion takes hold. Instead of behaving like an ordinary potion, it floods her body with power and restores her ether rather than draining it. Realizing she can finally fight at full strength, she steels herself and turns the battle around. She charges the horned monster head-on, meeting its overwhelming presence with sudden confidence. Drawing on her renewed power, she unleashes a sword technique called Powerful Sword Rampage. Her attack traps the monster in a storm of intersecting slashes that tears through its defense. The creature can barely endure the barrage before the final strike lands cleanly across it. The monster collapses, stunned that the hunter it had cornered has defeated it so decisively. As the danger passes, she realizes the potion erased both her injuries and the usual ether cost of her skill, letting her sustain a technique far longer than ever before. Seeing the empty bottle, she concludes that impossible result must have come from the potion itself. Far away, the potion's maker casually works in his shop, unaware that his product has just overturned a deadly battle. The story shifts back to the quiet storefront hidden among ordinary city buildings. A customer enters the shop, setting the next encounter in motion. The shopkeeper and his assistant look up to find the armored woman from the battle standing before them. She immediately confronts the shopkeeper, making clear she came for answers, not courtesy. Grabbing him by the collar, she demands to know what exactly he sold her. When bystanders recognize her as Seo Hyojin, the hunter who just wiped out a swarm and killed an aversion monster alone, the shopkeeper realizes who is standing in front of him. Hyojin reins in her temper, apologizes for the outburst, and asks directly whether there was something unusual about the potion. The shopkeeper confirms it was extraordinary, noting that no normal potion should heal that much health without consuming any ether. He also reveals he already heard that she defeated the aversion monster by herself, making the potion's effect even more astonishing. Hyojin insists the victory was due to his potion and presses him to explain where he got it or whether he brewed it himself. Caught off guard, he tries to deflect by claiming he used a glowing fruit as the ingredient. He identifies it as a solar apple and says he happened to find it in a Tier 0 dungeon. Hyojin immediately doubts that explanation, since such an item should not be common enough to account for what he made. He avoids the deeper question and simply says he is glad the potion helped her. Her attention shifts to another bottle in the shop, and he explains it is an ice resistance potion. She picks it up and asks what kind of effect it has. When he estimates it gives 32% ice resistance for 40 minutes, she is shocked by how absurdly strong that sounds. Compared to the market standard of 10% for 15 minutes, his potion is in a completely different class. Now alarmed by how valuable it is, she demands to know where he found something like this. His mind flashes back to gathering strange blueberries in a forest, hinting that his ingredients come from somewhere unusual. He had harvested winter strawberries there, materials that naturally carry ice resistance properties. Using those ingredients, he refined them through alchemy into the potion now in her hand. That work even advanced his alchemy skill, confirming he is developing real crafting ability rather than relying on luck alone. Back in the shop, he repeats the Tier 0 dungeon story, and Hyojin silently concludes he is lying. Rather than push further, she decides to exploit the opportunity, and orders him to sell her every bottle he has. To make sure the deal happens immediately, she throws down cash and says she does not need a receipt. When he protests that she is overpaying, she brushes it off as still too little for potions of this quality. With the purchase settled, she casually asks his name. When he introduces himself as Ujiha, she repeats it with clear approval. She leaves on warm terms, promising that she will see Jiha again. Later, Jiha returns to the mysterious forest that has been supplying his impossible ingredients. Reviewing his stock, he notes he has enough glowstone and kindlegem but may need more winter strawberries. As he looks over the abundant resources around him, he marvels that such a rich forest exists without any monsters guarding it. The place feels increasingly unnatural to him, and he starts wondering where he really is. A sudden rustle in the grass breaks the stillness, and warns him that something nearby has moved. He turns toward the sound, immediately alert to the possibility that he is no longer alone. Uneasy, he tells himself he must have heard something and moves toward where the noise came from to check. Then he spots something unexpected and freezes, just beginning to understand what he is seeing. He identifies the small beetle-like creature as a pterodrone, a mythic monster that seems far less imposing than its title suggests. That mismatch immediately unsettles him, because mythic monsters are supposed to be far more formidable. As he studies them from behind a hexagonal barrier, he realizes the tiny pterodrones are trapped on one side while he remains unable to cross over. When the barrier rejects his touch, he understands he cannot pass through and starts wondering what the creatures are rushing toward. The answer appears in the form of devil ants, hazardous monsters whose poison makes them dangerous even beyond their physical threat. He sees the pterodrones and devil ants already locked in battle, with the smaller mythic monsters trying to hold their ground. Watching the fight worsen, he recalls what he has read about devil ants and recognizes the pterodrones are at a serious disadvantage. The ants' venom confirms his fear, because even a weaker attack becomes lethal when poison is involved. He checks the monster information again and realizes something is wrong. Both species are appearing far smaller than their official descriptions. Before he can make sense of that inconsistency, a devil ant clamps down on a pterodrone and drives the fight further against them. The ants press the attack from multiple sides, leaving the pterodrones overwhelmed and close to collapse. Seeing the pterodrones clearly losing, he starts asking what they are even fighting so desperately to protect. His concern shifts into responsibility, and he begins searching for some way to help them. A system prompt reveals that this war involves his own pterodrones and asks whether he wants to support his legion against the devil ants, stunning him with the fact that he can intervene. The wording confirms the pterodrones belong to him, which he finds strange but enough to make his choice. He decides to help and accepts the system's offer. The system explains that while he cannot fight directly, he can spend essence to cast support buffs on the area. He quickly understands that his role here is not combat but reinforcement, and he starts considering what resource he can use. Remembering the glowing crystal he carries, he realizes it must be the essence the system is asking for. Since he has 2 pieces and wants the strongest effect available, he commits to using Laborer's Blessing. The buff takes hold over the pterodrones, surrounding them with a strengthening glow. Empowered by the blessing, one pterodrone launches forward with far more force than before. The boosted strike turns the battle around, letting the pterodrones smash through the devil ants instead of being cornered by them. In a sudden reversal, the ants are wiped out and the pterodrones stand victorious. He is amazed that his support alone was enough to change the outcome so completely. As the battlefield settles, the surviving pterodrones gather among the remains, and he struggles to believe he really just did that. Grateful for their survival and for the forest's safety, he praises the pterodrones for their work. His approval is interrupted when something new catches his attention. The pterodrones present him with piles of essence and essence stones, apparently offering him the spoils of their victory. He accepts the gesture with quiet satisfaction. One pterodrone seems puzzled by his thanks, as if the exchange is simply natural from its side. The system confirms he has received 5 essences and 5 essence stones, and he decides that the creatures have already repaid him enough. As the reward is collected, the strange barrier around the area begins to dissolve. He realizes the wall that trapped him here has disappeared. With the barrier gone, he also notices the surrounding fog has lifted. Holding one of the crystals, he admits he had only meant to stay briefly, but the situation has changed. Now that he has gained something valuable and mysterious, he decides he will be coming back for a while. Elsewhere, an online argument flares up over a woman still searching for her missing partner after years. The criticism angers the red-haired woman being discussed, especially when others dismiss her grief by saying 3 years have already passed. The comments continue by mocking her long search through the dungeon, reducing her persistence to something unreasonable. The discussion crosses a line when someone says people should stop talking unless they are Co Hyojin herself. Furious at that disrespect, the woman snaps and prepares to respond. Before she can continue, she notices someone entering. A suited man switches on the lights, lightly chiding her for working in the dark and revealing himself as Choi Gyuhyun, the guild's chief of staff. She brushes it off by saying darkness helps her focus, then asks whether he investigated the matter she assigned him. He confirms he looked into it personally and begins reporting his findings. His investigation led him to a low-rank hunter named Uchiha, and by ordinary standards the man seemed completely unremarkable. That means Uchiha has no obvious connection to Hyejin's growing strength, though he was selling something unusual enough to stand out. Choi Gyu-hyun considers the implication carefully before deciding what matters most. He asks whether she knows about Solar Apple, signaling that this mysterious item may be the real lead. The red-haired guild master identifies the Solar Apple as a rare item that drastically reduces ether consumption, and her aide admits he has only heard of it, never seen one in person. She explains that the seller had been brewing potions from it and offering them absurdly cheaply, which makes the situation suspicious if the apple is genuine. Her aide reasons that either the man does not understand the true value of a solar apple, or something else is going on. He hesitates over the second possibility, unsure what to make of it. She concludes the simplest answer is that the seller is unusually free of greed. Interested enough to verify it herself, she decides to go meet him in person. When her aide worries that this resembles the kind of impulsive behavior she usually condemns, she brushes off the comparison. Cha Waiyun, the Eternal Flame Guild Master, leaves with quiet confidence to investigate. Elsewhere, the potion seller rests alone in the forest beside a small campfire. He notes that the deeper forest is colder, and is relieved he at least came prepared to make fire. He recalls that the barrier of wall and fog blocking the inner forest has vanished. Even so, his first look around had not revealed much of a change. He admits to himself that he never fully explored the area. Sensing something dangerous deeper inside, he decides not to push his luck. Choosing caution over curiosity, he prepares to leave the forest for now. Before he can go, a group of small creatures approaches and calls out to him. He recognizes them as the pterodrones he encountered before. When they offer him mist-chasing flower seeds, he realizes they are trying to communicate, and wonders if the gift is for him. He notices one larger pterodrone among them and suspects it may be their leader. Then he connects their arrival to the ominous place nearby and realizes they must have come from there. A system prompt suddenly appears in front of him, confirming the creatures are making a request. The message states that the pterodrones want him to rescue their queen, and asks whether he will accept. He infers that their colony must be organized like ants or bees, and that the seeds are part of their plea for help. Moved by the fact that they protect the forest, he agrees to do what he can despite his fear. He sets a condition that he needs time to prepare first, promising to help them the next day. He begins gathering supplies, starting with a healing potion. He adds a poison resistance potion to prepare for whatever waits ahead. He also packs combat rations so he will not be caught unready. While the pterodrones eagerly consume the provisions, he finishes his basic preparations and hopes his buff items will make this fight easier than the last one. With the pterodrones rally behind him, he sets out to rescue their queen. As he advances, the oppressive feeling he sensed before grows stronger, confirming he has reached its source. That source is a sinister structure identified as the Devil Ant Hive. He realizes this is the nest where the devil ants live. Standing before it, he is struck by the hive's enormous scale. Inside, the pterodrones face a mass of devil ants with glowing eyes, making clear that this is an all-out confrontation. The devil ants surge forward under a dark, corrupt aura, pressing the attack. The pterodrones answer in force, and the war between the two insect races begins. The battle erupts chaotically as pterodrones and devil ants crash into each other from all sides. Watching the clash, he is impressed that the pterodrones are performing better than before. But their injuries quickly show that even with that improvement, they are still at serious risk. Another system message tells him he may assist them once by using his power, specifically to knock winged devil ants to the ground with a strong slap at the cost of essence. He stares at the prompt in confusion, trying to understand how such a strange ability is supposed to help. The absurdity of the instruction leaves him momentarily stunned. He fixates on the bizarre requirement, still struggling to believe that a slap is the intended solution. He awkwardly wonders how he is supposed to make practical use of a one-time slap in the middle of a battle. Then he notices movement above and realizes something important is happening away from the main melee. He spots a winged devil ant and recognizes it as the exact target named by the system. The next prompt explains that this winged devil ant is a messenger trying to summon the main devil ant army. He finally understands that his strange power is meant to stop the message from being sent. Accepting the ridiculous method because the stakes are real, he readies himself to use the slap anyway. A dark ant-like monster flies through the forest, already carrying a threatening aura. It bares its jaws as if preparing to strike or defend itself. A young man suddenly slams his hand down, intervening before the creature can act. He lands in control of the situation, pinning the moment with practiced confidence. Realizing he has successfully caught it, he grins in triumph. Elsewhere, the story shifts back toward the city. A red-haired woman arrives at a small shop, checking whether this is the ordinary-looking general store rumored to sell the solar apple. She notes that the place appears mundane from the outside, which only makes its hidden secret more suspicious. Remembering that Seo Hyejin solved a stalker case after visiting this place, she becomes convinced the store conceals something important. She decides she will uncover whatever the shop is hiding. With that resolve, she tries to enter. The locked door immediately stops her and throws off her plan. Seeing the sign still says open, she starts wondering whether the owner simply stepped away. Unable to get in, she calls out to a nearby worker to ask whether the shop is open today. The man tells her he does not think the store has really been open lately, and that the young woman running it rarely opens at all these days. That answer clashes with what she had heard, since she was sure the place was supposed to be closed only on weekends. She concludes that the shop called Yeljaiwa General Store is, as expected, no normal store at all. As she studies the sign, she senses that something unusual is stirring. Back in the forest, the young man judges that the power he used should have been enough. The subdued ant lies still, seemingly handled for the moment. But more hostile ants emerge, showing the danger is far from over. In response, a squad of pterodrone insects rushes in to confront them. The pterodrones overwhelm the ants and drive them back in a sudden counterattack. The young man exhales, relieved that the immediate crisis has passed. As he recovers, he notices the pterodrones are still worried about their queen trapped inside the ant nest. That concern catches his attention at once. The pterodrones reveal that they already rescued their queen and are bringing her out. The queen appears badly injured and exhausted from what she endured. Her followers carefully carry her on a stretcher, treating her with clear urgency and respect. One pterodrone reassures the queen that she does not need to push herself any further. The young man kneels beside them and is simply glad to see that she survived. A system message appears. The pterodrone queen wants to pledge allegiance, offering a formal contract that would make him their sponsor in exchange for answering their needs. Seeing mutual benefit, he accepts without much hesitation and decides they can help each other. The contract is completed, and the pterodrone queen and her core officially become his allied force. Soon after, one of the pterodrones begins to glow and rise before him. The insect transforms under the new bond and power. He realizes with delight that it has evolved. The evolved pterodrone warrior appears, looking far stronger and more refined than before. The newly evolved warrior hovers close, as if awaiting orders or recognition. More pterodrones arrive carrying a large haul, and he worries they brought far more than he asked for. He clarifies that a small amount of essence and a little ether stone would have been enough for him. Then he remembers there was something else among the rewards. Checking his hand, he finds several seeds from the pterodrone general's reward set, including wild grape and tree fruit seeds, and wonders what use the tree fruit seed has. He decides to plant them first, and trust the forest to handle the rest. Thinking ahead, he starts considering whether building a cabin should be his next step. The next day, in a dungeon, a sinister purple portal opens with dark energy pouring from it. A group arrives at the entrance, one man confirming with Youngnim that the queen ant should be inside. Confident they can profit by looting the ant nest, they move in, only to be baffled by what they find. When one of them points out that the quest was supposedly already cleared, another rejects it because the dungeon has only just opened. As the truth sinks in that someone beat them to it, the group is left stunned and furious. A hunting party reaches a cleared dungeon site and is alarmed to find the nest completely empty. Their leader first assumes the ants may have moved elsewhere, but he is frustrated that a supposedly cleared dungeon has reopened at all. As they inspect the area, one scout realizes there are no living ants left and suspects something else attacked the nest first. While the leader dismisses the speculation and orders everyone to search for traces, another man urgently points out something strange in the ground. The leader turns, confused, only beginning to grasp what they have found. Embedded in the earth is the outline of a gigantic hand, with the tiny bodies of ants scattered across its palm. The group is shaken by the implication that something enormous and humanoid may have wiped the nest out. The leader concludes that even if this was a monster, it must be at least a disaster-class threat, far beyond what they can handle. He immediately orders a full retreat before anyone gets killed. As he runs, he warns that if a creature strong enough to destroy a dungeon appears in a city, ordinary hunters would be helpless against it. The team pulls back while he decides their first priority is to contact the association and report the giant handprint. News of the handprint is quickly passed along and reviewed on a laptop screen. At Goryeo Group, a subordinate reports that the strange palm mark was discovered at the Devil Ant Nest, even though the dungeon had supposedly already been cleared. Kim Hyung-suk, the group's successor, orders continued reporting while he studies the situation in silence. He recognizes at once that the palm mark cannot belong to any ordinary monster. His thoughts return to a past catastrophe involving overwhelming destructive power, and a monstrous being that had to be stopped at great cost. That memory leaves him unsettled, and he admits that too many disturbing anomalies have been appearing lately. Looking out over the city, he fixates on the fear that the same kind of horror may be returning. He resolves that whatever happened before must never be allowed to happen again. Elsewhere, Jiha finishes helping a customer, and is thanked warmly. The story shifts to Seoul, area number 5. Outside a building, Jiha waits with a bag in hand, apparently expecting someone. He hears his name and turns in surprise. A cheerful young woman rushes over waving, happy to see him and asking if she kept him waiting. She apologizes for making him stand outside and says he should have gone in. Jiha tells her he is fine and gently warns her not to run because she might trip. She immediately proves him right by stumbling and crashing to the ground. Jiha helps her up, but while he worries about her, she is only concerned that the book she was carrying survived the fall. She introduces herself as Hwang Sunyoung, South Korea's only origami hunter, and casually explains she forgot their meeting because she had been training. Remembering her errand, she hands Jiha food from his sister and asks if he has eaten, while he thanks her for the meal. She also remembers the real gift she brought for him and offers him an ornate book. She explains that a bookstore manager had been upset because customers kept returning this book after buying it, so she picked one up. Thinking its appearance would suit Jiha's shop, she presents it as a decorative item, though he finds the repeated refunds a little ominous. As he looks at it more closely, something about the book catches his attention. The moment he takes hold of it, the book reacts to him. A system message identifies it as an infinite spell book and explains that spells can be written in it using Thunderbird feathers and special ink. When Jiha asks whether it is really just decoration, Sunhyung says she could never get anything to appear in it despite trying to write on it. Jiha realizes that is exactly why the manager thought it was useless, because only he received a message revealing its purpose. He understands that Sunhyung never saw what he just saw, while she starts to apologize in case he dislikes the gift. He reassures her immediately that he genuinely likes it, which delights her. Holding the spell book with a smile, Jiha promises to make good use of it. Once alone with it, he confirms that he still cannot write in the book by ordinary means. Reviewing the requirement, he notes that Thunderbird feathers and special ink are needed, and while the ink seems manageable, the feather is another matter. The system provides information on the Thunderbird, revealing it to be a colossal and extremely rare avian monster. Jiha is stunned that using the book would require hunting such a creature just to obtain a feather. Unable to imagine killing a giant rare monster, he resigns himself to the idea that the spell book may end up as nothing more than decoration. But when he places his hand on the book in frustration, it activates again. This time the system grants him a new trait, Nice Handwriting LV.1, along with the skill Ancient Magic LV.1. Jiha stares at his hand, puzzled by the sudden rewards and especially baffled that one of them is simply better handwriting. Even after gaining the new trait and skill, he cannot feel any immediate change in himself. He realizes that gaining this trait now is too timely to be accidental. Determined to test it fully, he starts writing with his new ability. The trait immediately improves his script, confirming that it can neatly record information he already knows. After experimenting further, he carefully reviews what the trait can and cannot do. He finds that even with improved handwriting, the infinite spellbook still refuses to accept ordinary writing. What the trait truly changes is not the book itself, but the quality of his penmanship. He briefly enjoys the upgrade, seeing it as unexpectedly useful despite his usual poor writing. That satisfaction vanishes when he suddenly senses something unnatural nearby. Alarmed, he tries to identify the disturbance. He rushes to the source, suspecting it may be connected to his situation. At the doorway, he finds a violent purple gate opening in front of him. A system notice identifies it as a route to the Thunderbird's Valley, and he is stunned that it leads directly to his target. Though the gate radiates danger, he decides that a Rank 0 mission should still be manageable and resolves to enter quickly. Crossing through, he arrives inside the new area. The place looks more like a peaceful waterfall forest than the home of a giant predator, which immediately feels wrong to him. Before he can settle, something above catches his attention. The Thunderbird appears overhead, and he instantly understands he is facing the monster itself. Seeing its enormous size, he is overwhelmed by how impossible this hunt should be for someone like him. Panic takes over as he wonders how he is supposed to bring down a creature that massive. Instead of attacking, the Thunderbird drops a feather as it passes. He realizes the bird is simply leaving, almost dismissively handing him the objective. He picks up the Thunderbird's feather, and is shocked that the mission target was this easy to obtain. With the feather secured, his attention shifts to the next requirement, finding ink. He quickly forms a plan. A small helper creature brings him green herb extract, solving the ink problem at once. Grateful for the help, he accepts the extract and finishes gathering what he needs. Now fully prepared, he turns to the real purpose behind all of this. He lays out the feather, the extract, and the infinite spell book, ready to force an answer from the book. Wondering what spell the book has been hiding, he prepares to uncover it himself. He uses the Thunderbird feather as a pen and commits to discovering the spell directly. The moment the feather touches the page, the book reacts with light and power. Golden symbols erupt around him, and the spellbook's hidden magic activates violently. The released power surges outward and strikes the surrounding forest. He stares in shock as he begins to understand what has appeared. Glowing runewords materialize on a tree, matching something he remembers from an old text. He recalls having once read about this forgotten form of magic. That old account said a great world tree taught an ancient tribe 4 foundational spells. Those 4 spells were identified as creation, harmony, and change, with the 4th being destruction, and because those primal magics were hard to control, people developed runewords as a practical way to wield them. The memory ends with the explanation that runewords were an expedient substitute for directly using those ancient spells. Back in the present, he pieces together that the world tree taught the original magic while runewords were created later to make it usable. Since runewords are supposed to be ancient and obscure, he becomes suspicious that someone may now be trying to use them again. The sight before him confirms that this is exactly what he is dealing with. He studies the glowing symbols on the tree more carefully. He concludes that the runewords are being filled into the infinite spellbook, but that raises a new question about why they are appearing on the tree instead of inside the book. A possibility occurs to him. This branch may belong to the world tree itself, the same one from the dream forest. Unable to prove that theory, he decides not to waste time and starts copying the runewords down before they vanish. As he writes, he realizes he has seen these symbols before and finally understands what they mean. The runeword reveals the spell destruction, a command that unleashes flame to burn everything. He hurriedly records every symbol and phrase into the book while the ink and feather still work. A young magician discovers that writing rune words in his infinite spell book can turn them into scrolls, and his first result is a destruction scroll that boosts rune magic. He wonders if a scroll can simply be torn off the page, testing how this new creation is supposed to work. When the page comes away as a neatly bound scroll, he is delighted by how real and usable it looks. Realizing the method works, he immediately thinks of mass-producing them by writing many more. The spellbook restores the missing page on its own, confirming that it truly has no limit. He concludes that with enough ink, he can keep turning the book into an endless source of scrolls. Still, before relying on the new destruction scroll, he decides he needs to learn exactly what effect it has. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman arrives at a shop and confirms she has found Hunter Uchiha. She greets him with intense familiarity, making it clear she has been trying to meet him for some time. Her abrupt approach puts him on edge before he can even understand what she wants. She presses the point, revealing that repeated failed visits have left her openly frustrated. Uchiha apologizes and explains that the shop has often been closed because of personal complications. He quickly realizes she is nothing like the ordinary customer he expected and starts to feel intimidated. She lets the missed meetings go, because her real interest is not him personally but the rare goods sold here. That clarification only shifts the pressure onto the mysterious merchandise he has been offering. Catching herself, she reins in her irritation and decides to handle the conversation more formally. She introduces herself as Cha Weian, leader of the Eternal Flame Guild. She states plainly that she has heard this general store deals in unusual items, and Uchiha nervously confirms it. To test him, she names examples, trying to see whether the rumors about his inventory are true. Uchiha recognizes the items she means, including the solar apple and winter strawberry potions, and admits those are the store's best-known products. Since she has wasted several trips already, he offers to give her a discount while searching for what she actually wants. As he checks the shelves, he finally remembers to treat her as a customer instead of just a threatening stranger. But his search ends in embarrassment when he has to admit the store is currently out of stock. He realizes he has neglected the business itself while distracted by other crises, including the Terror Drones and the Infinite Spellbook. With dull resignation, he promises that if she returns the next day, he will prepare everything she wants in advance. Weian can see his regret is genuine, leaving her unsure whether to be annoyed or simply accept his incompetence. Having no better option, she decides to come back tomorrow. As she heads for the door, Uchiha suddenly remembers something that might still be useful to her. He asks whether, as the leader of Eternal Flame, she is a flame magician, and she confirms it without patience. Taking that as the answer he needed, he offers her the destruction scroll he made as a sample. He explains that it is a flame attribute scroll created the previous day and wants her to take it so she does not leave empty-handed. Weian accepts the gift and activates it at once, curious rather than cautious. The scroll's effect declares itself by amplifying flame to the point of setting everything ablaze, and she immediately likes what it promises. Satisfied, she parts on good terms, while Uchiha politely sees her off. After she leaves, Uchiha notices that her staff is shining in a way that seems unusual. The glow around the staff suggests the scroll may have done more than create a temporary burst of fire. Later, in the spider dungeon, news spreads that the sentinel spider has been defeated and the expedition can push deeper while keeping camp secure. Weian leads the advance by blasting through another spider with overwhelming firepower. Encouraged by the momentum, she orders her team to press toward the center of the dungeon. In the middle of the assault, she notices her magic feels stronger than usual. The enhancement is not limited to her alone, because even the runestone in her staff is surging out of control. A warning comes too late as danger erupts around her. She barely avoids a violent burst of poisonous energy that explodes from the ground beneath her. After landing safely, she reassures her subordinates, but her focus is already on what just changed in the dungeon. She observes signs that far more monsters are gathering ahead than the report had indicated. Her subordinate urges a retreat to reorganize, blaming the mismatch on the dungeon's unpredictability, but Weian refuses to stop. Even when warned not to overextend herself, she remains confident because the power flooding through her feels limitless. Trusting that heightened state, she unleashes a far greater blaze than usual and believes she can handle anything. She orders everyone else to stay back unless they want to be caught in the attack. Then she releases a massive inferno into the dungeon, turning her empowered magic into a devastating wave of destruction. A series of monsters or targets are rapidly wiped out, hinting that someone's power is rising at an abnormal pace. The guild members realize Uchiha is leveling so fast he could clear an entire dungeon by himself, and their leader is stunned by how much power he has gained. The red-haired guild leader starts connecting his sudden growth to something she recently gave him. She suspects the mysterious scroll is the reason his abilities exploded. Meanwhile, Uchiha calmly prepares a large shipment of potions in his shop. He checks his stock and hopes he has made enough before his expected visitor arrives. He confirms he has prepared both solar apple and winter strawberry potions in quantity. Watching the time, he decides to keep packing until Wei SSI arrives so he can finish the delivery quickly. The shop bell rings, announcing her arrival. Yujiha welcomes Wei-in and mentions he already packed the potions she ordered. Instead of coming alone, Wei-in arrives with Hunter Yujiha's guild superior, signaling this visit is about more than business. She immediately sets the potions aside and asks for a private conversation, catching Yujiha off guard. To make her point, she opens a briefcase full of cash and puts a huge reward in front of him. Yujiha is baffled by the sudden display and can barely process why so much money is on the table. He awkwardly guesses it is payment for the cheap potions, but the amount is so excessive that he knows something else is going on. Wei-in explains that the scroll he received from her had extraordinary effects far beyond what she expected. Because giving away such a cheat-level item for free feels wrong to her, she has come to compensate him properly. Yujiha understands her reasoning and notes that the infinite spellbook really was an exceptional item. Wei-in offers to pay however he prefers, even by direct transfer, and leaves the choice to him. But instead of accepting, Yujiha says he has no right to take the money, surprising her. He insists the scroll itself was already apology enough for keeping her waiting, and whatever happened after that came from the improved scroll, not from any merit of his own. Her companion warns that refusing compensation out of excessive humility is just another kind of foolishness. He imagines the absurd consequences if people could simply receive endless wealth for free, turning the issue into a broader social danger. Yujiha dismisses that extreme scenario, but his joke only sets up the real concern. The true problem, they explain, is that once word spreads, his gift could make him a target for countless greedy people. Wei-in forcefully reminds him that in a world where Hunter's abilities are monetized, his power is both valuable and dangerous, and he nervously admits she is right. With that established, she shifts from compensation to a proposal. Wei-in formally invites Yujiha to join Eternal Flame, presenting her guild as his new home. When he hesitates at the sudden offer, she admits she criticized his current guild because she genuinely worries about him and wants to pull him into a safer organization. She explains that bringing the cash herself was meant to prove Eternal Flame rewards talent properly. Yujiha recognizes Eternal Flame as a major guild and is surprised they would go this far for him. Wei-in says she wanted him to see that such a famous and respected guild values him highly. Her companion enthusiastically adds that Eternal Flame has many magicians and alchemists, including a chief alchemist, making it an ideal place for someone like Yujiha. He continues selling the guild as a place where Yujiha would have many chances to research and grow alongside skilled peers. Wei-in sweetens the offer further with generous support, freedom for his wishes, and even authority high enough to act like a chief. Yujiha thanks her sincerely for the invitation but says she should simply accept his gratitude rather than expect him to join. Taking that as agreement, Wei-in excitedly orders the contract to be prepared at once. When Yujiha clarifies that he only meant he appreciated the gesture, her confidence falters. He explains that agreeing immediately to such generous terms would feel as excessive as her offer itself. He concludes that someone better than him should join Eternal Flame instead. That self-dismissal infuriates Wei-in, who snaps at him for undervaluing himself while her companion tries to calm her down. Yujiha finally reveals that he began as the lowest-ranked hunter with no attributes at all. He says his ability to create special items was never something he earned through innate talent. In his eyes, it came from luck and the help of an important friend. Because that power might disappear someday, he cannot trust it enough to build his future around it. He adds that he is too attached to his current place to leave it behind, leaving Wei-in struggling to argue back. Seeing his resolve, her companion advises Wei-in to respect Yujiha's decision and stop pressing him. Yujiha brightens the mood by promising to raise the reserved potion supply and charge her a bit more, joking that anyone would be tempted to misbehave if he kept underpricing them. Wei-in reluctantly accepts, admitting the whole situation feels unfairly one-sided, and asks only that he not regret refusing if danger comes later. Yujiha reassures her that if a dangerous situation does arise, he will handle it without worry. He relies on a humming bell, a plant that will warn him whenever one of his workers is in danger. He reflects that ever since Gates appeared, ordinary life alongside nature has nearly vanished. Monsters have overrun the sea, beaches, mountains, and valleys alike, leaving almost nowhere untouched. Yet in the Dream Forest, he finds a rare place that still feels safe enough to walk through peacefully. The sight of an untouched shore immediately calms him. He relaxes, thinking the sea is exactly what he needs to ease his headache. He marvels that the Dream Forest even contains a beach, making it feel more like paradise than a dungeon. Though he had planned to focus on running the general store, he decides his exhaustion matters more for now. He commits to spending the evening recovering there, eating well and reading in peace. Worn out from dealing with people all day, he lets himself enjoy the quiet. He settles into some solitary time in the Dream Forest with a fire and his books. But he realizes too late that this peaceful place can still bring unexpected encounters. The first sign of that comes in the form of a strange sleeping feline-like creature. 2 hours earlier, he had been reading contentedly by the shore. At first, the calm and isolation had felt perfect. He thinks how impossible it has become for humans to simply sit by the sea in the real world. That makes this moment feel precious enough that he wishes he could share it with people close to him. Then a faint sound breaks his concentration. Hearing what sounds like a cat in such a place immediately unsettles him. As he listens more carefully, he decides it sounds like a kitten, but with something wild hidden underneath. When the humming bell stays silent, he assumes whatever made the sound cannot be dangerous. A terror drone appears overhead, confirming something nearby has drawn its attention too. He follows the sound, realizing it is getting closer. He finds the source collapsed in the grass. The creature identifies as Actus, though it is far too large and unusual to pass for an ordinary cat. Seeing its injuries and poor condition, he immediately worries more about helping it than about what it is. The terror drone lands on him insistently, reminding him it is still there. He apologizes for forgetting it while his attention stays fixed on the injured beast. Then he notices the terror drones have been gathering fish for the creature. He realizes they have been quietly taking care of Actus and feeding it. Moved by their effort, he praises them and promises to bring better food next time. Back in the present, he remembers that the potion and food had helped stabilize the creature. Now that it sleeps soundly instead of shivering, he convinces himself it will recover. Still, he cannot stop wondering why this is the first animal he has ever found in the dream forest. As he pets it, he wonders where it came from. The creature wakes and answers him with a soft meow. He immediately worries that he disturbed it. Its gentle response reassures him instead. The moment it starts purring under his hand, he is completely overwhelmed by how adorable it is. He becomes convinced he has somehow been specially chosen by this impossibly cute creature. Unsatisfied with calling it Actus, he starts searching for a name that suits it better. Because it resembles a tiny tiger, he decides to call it Biam. He invites Biam to come with him if it has nowhere else to go. The idea of the creature instantly wins over another onlooker as well. Once he brings Biam to the store, everyone is captivated and starts demanding to know where he found such a rare snow leopard-like beast. He explains that he met it in a dungeon and took it in because it seemed to have nowhere to belong. He formally introduces the creature by its new name, Biam. A woman nervously asks permission to pet it. Biam snaps at her the moment she reaches out. Her hand is only lightly hurt, but she is more heartbroken than injured, and he apologizes for Biam's shyness. He realizes Biam is affectionate only with him and prickly toward everyone else. That makes keeping Biam in the store awkward, but he still cannot bear to leave it home alone. Part of him also wants everyone to witness how cute Biam is. While he is still fussing over the pet, Hyojin arrives at the store. She says she was nearby on business and stopped in, even bringing coffee. Biam immediately notices her. Hyojin is startled by the unfamiliar creature, and he hurriedly introduces it as Biam. When he casually calls it a tiger, she is alarmed enough to freeze in place. Trying to smooth things over, he offers her the coffee she brought instead. But Hyojin remains tense as Biam approaches, seeing it as a wild beast rather than a pet. He apologizes and explains that Biam lives with him now, never realizing she would be this frightened. Then he notices something odd in Biam's behavior. Hyojin points out that despite her fear, Biam seems to be asking her for affection. She hesitantly reaches out. The instant she touches Biam, she is surprised by how soft and harmless it feels. That touch convinces her the creature is gentle despite its name. With the tension easing, she changes the subject and tells him people are in an uproar because he gave away expensive buff scrolls for free. She privately judges him as someone so unambitious that he handed over a fortune without caring. But that same lack of greed is exactly what makes him hard to read and easy to trust. As she watches him dote on Biam, she quietly wonders if that is why she keeps coming back to his store. Their calm is broken when the humming bell suddenly rings. He realizes the warning plant is reacting to immediate danger. A Type 4 catastrophe alert blares out, ordering nearby residents to evacuate at once. Hyojin instantly shifts from customer to protector and starts driving everyone out. He is left stunned for a moment. Everyone else can see it clearly. A wave of liches pours out of the gate. The military opens fire immediately. Gunfire and heavy weapons tear into the first wave. Missiles are launched to escalate the assault. The bombardment obliterates many of the undead spilling from the gate. Observers conclude the undead attack must have failed and that the liches are only the remnants. The commander starts to believe the overwhelming firepower will end the crisis quickly. He orders the military to keep suppressing the gate while hunters clean up anything that escaped, especially the liches. That confidence collapses when a far more dangerous presence begins to emerge. A monstrous being forces its way out of the gate. The commander instantly recognizes it as a disaster-class threat far beyond the earlier undead. He urgently redirects all available firepower onto the new target. The troops obey and pour everything they have into it. The city shakes under the scale of the bombardment. Even direct hits fail to stop the creature's advance. Explosions engulf it, but the attack changes nothing. The commander realizes too late that even this level of military force is meaningless against a disaster-rank monster. The monstrous being emerges without a scratch. Inside its mind, it identifies the humans as dangerous enemies. It decides they must be killed. Power surges through it as it commits to the slaughter. The commander sees it charging straight toward them and warns everyone to dodge. Instead of attacking the soldiers, the creature rushes past them, revealing a different target. The commander realizes its true goal too late. The monster is heading for the civilian shelter. Hyojin throws herself into its path, refusing to let it reach the people inside. She intercepts it mid-charge and orders the civilians to keep moving towards safety. Using powerful sword rampage, She pins the monster under a storm of summoned blades. The fiery guild leader arrives to support her, and orders everyone else to stay back. She follows with a blazing strike meant to drive the monster away from the shelter. The combined assault finally forces the creature to react. Even so, both hunters are alarmed that it still refuses to turn back. The monster counters with brute force and keeps pushing through their attacks. It slams into the shelter's exterior despite their efforts. Hyojin protests that they cannot simply hold back while civilians remain inside. The monster breaks through and reaches the people it was hunting. Inside the shelter, it identifies the civilians as its enemies. Frozen by terror, he understands the shelter has been breached but cannot force his body to run. He desperately begs his legs to move. At last, he manages a step. But the monster's hand is already upon him, and he realizes he is still too late. BM suddenly changes, no longer looking like a helpless pet at all. A burst of icy power hurls the monster back before it can seize him. He stares in shock as BM stands between him and the monster as his protector. The monster recoils, recognizing BM as a demonic being far beneath it in status. BM answers with overwhelming killing intent and drives it back anyway. Hyojin senses the huge release of ether and realizes something unexpected has intervened. She immediately treats the opening as their best chance and calls for a follow-up attack while the monster is frozen. The fiery hunter commits to the strike without hesitation, trusting Hyojin's judgment completely. She pours all her power into one decisive finishing blow. Her fire sword rampant tears through the immobilized monster. The creature finally screams in real pain. Hyojin lands hard, exhausted but still ready in case it survives. She senses that the battle is not fully settled yet because immense ether still remains inside the monster. Then she notices that he is still alive in the wreckage, clutching BM. He can only stare at BM, still trying to process what just happened. Later, instead of dwelling on the terror, he reduces the event to a new topic of curiosity about monstrous beings. He decides the safest response is to record and study what he has learned. He begins researching monstrous beings, starting with their basic traits and classifications. Elsewhere, the commander remains shaken, still trying to understand the impossible turn the battle just took. A mere wiki entry suddenly updates to identify the monstrous being as a 15-meter creature with hideous appearance and overwhelming strength. A man monitoring the site realizes the impossible has happened, because mere wiki information is being edited in real time. Elsewhere, the one responsible calmly finishes the edit, convinced no one should have been able to tamper with that page. At an emergency meeting, the hunters review the shelter disaster and conclude the ether wave alone should not have caused such devastation. One analyst argues the event cannot be dismissed as a simple human-made phenomenon, since the shelter was full of civilians and under their control when the explosion occurred. A black-haired hunter points out that mere wiki has never updated before, so this change means a larger development is already underway. The red-haired woman concludes that someone has begun tracking the monstrous being, and new information is being added as that pursuit progresses. The silver-haired man narrows the issue to two key possibilities and prepares to identify who might be involved. The hunter suggests the one who drove the monster away was either someone present at the shelter or an outsider with abilities unlike a hunter's. The red-haired woman suddenly remembers that many people were near the cat cafe when the ether explosion happened, opening a new lead. Though the silver-haired man doubts the detail matters, he admits the pet shop owner was also at the shelter that day. The red-haired woman seizes on that clue and identifies the owner's snow leopard-like cat as worth investigating. At the shop, the owner greets them pleasantly, unaware he is about to become the focus of their suspicion. The trio enters without hesitation, and the red-haired woman takes charge of the encounter. They head straight for the counter, leaving the owner confused by their sudden intensity. Ignoring his discomfort, the red-haired woman bluntly demands to see the cat. The owner confirms they mean BM and warns that the cat is skittish around strangers. He explains how to coax the cat out, trying to keep the situation calm while the visitors press him. When BM appears on the counter, all three investigators immediately focus on him. The cat stretches lazily, looking more like an ordinary pet than the source of a catastrophe. Even so, the group reacts as if they have found their target and closes in on him. BM sits with an innocent expression that makes the accusation seem almost absurd. The red-haired woman lifts him up and questions whether this ordinary-looking cat could really have caused the ether wave. The owner protests at how she is handling BM, while she notes that she cannot sense any ether from him at all. She reasons that if such a small animal had triggered an explosion of that scale, some trace of power should be obvious. BM abruptly bites her arm, proving at least that he is not as harmless as he looks. She drops the act of calm inspection and recoils, while the owner dryly confirms that the cat bites. The black-haired hunter returns to the shelter incident and presses the owner about reports tied to that day. He reluctantly admits there was a report that someone heard a cat just before the monstrous being fled. The silver-haired man recognizes the implication at once, even if he does not say it outright. Before the suspicion can settle, BM attacks the owner too, making the report sound less like evidence and more like bad luck. The silver-haired man decides against probing further for now, not wanting to provoke a conflict before he understands what they are dealing with. The red-haired woman tries to recruit the cat on the spot, but BM rejects her immediately. Satisfied enough for the moment, the silver-haired man leaves, while the owner politely tells them to try again another time. As they go, the red-haired woman complains that she wants the black-haired hunter to suffer the same rejection she did. The black-haired hunter hesitates, caught off guard by the suggestion. Then she quietly decides she will return on her own, clearly not ready to give up on Byum. The owner welcomes that possibility, holding the cat as if nothing unusual has happened. Later, in a forest setting, the owner's attention turns to a place called the Gehenna continent. He consults an old book, following a lead he picked up somewhere and searching for an explanation. The book describes Gehenna as a land where many races once lived together beneath a great tree. It further claims that the tree created nature gods to protect Gehenna, each linked to an animal form. Reading this, the owner begins to wonder whether such gods still exist and whether they are tied to the mysteries around him. An image of a white, black-spotted feline associated with a power called nature's raging fangs makes him think immediately of Byum. The resemblance shocks him into considering a possibility he had not dared entertain. With Byum sleeping against him, he finally voices the thought that the cat might actually be a nature god. The idea unsettles him, because too many impossible events have started clustering around his life. He tries to steady himself by insisting it could still be coincidence, even as the evidence keeps piling up. A fierce vision of the cat's true power rises in his mind, overwhelming any attempt to dismiss the danger as imagination. Staring at Byum, he is left wondering whether he can still honestly call this creature just a cat instead of a god. As he sits with the white cat, the man realizes the impossible possibility that his recurring dream may have been real. With everything suddenly fitting together, he understands that the strange events in his life had a hidden cause. He traces it back to the day he entered the laborer class, seeing that moment as the true beginning. Helping the Pterodrones and saving Byum now seem connected parts of something larger. He concludes that these incidents were guiding him within a greater plan, until the book beside him abruptly reacts. The book flares open on its own, jolting him out of his thoughts. A status window appears and confirms his class as a worker, along with his abilities and a blessing tied to the mysterious X. Seeing the title XXX's worker, he is left trying to understand what role he has been given. The sudden light overwhelms him, forcing him to shield his eyes. Looking upward, he accepts the burden anyway and resolves to trust that there was a reason he was chosen for it. He promises that whatever is guiding him, he will do what he can to help. That vow is immediately interrupted when a violent purple vortex forms nearby. He turns toward the disturbance, sensing a new threat. A dark portal tears open, and he recognizes it as the same kind of phenomenon he encountered before. From within it comes a murderous curse aimed at all living things, leaving him stunned. An elder lich emerges and commands death to the living while demanding submission to its master. Behind it, a full undead force pours out, turning the threat from a single monster into an invading army. He identifies the creature as a dread-grade monster, far beyond an ordinary enemy. Even while alarmed by the lich's orders, he fixates on the absurdity of how small it looks from his vantage point. A system window appears again, drawing his attention away from the lich's ranting. The message warns that the elder lich is corrupting nearby land and offers guidance on how to limit its spread. He agrees immediately, knowing he cannot ignore what is coming. He steels himself with the simple conclusion that he has no choice but to act. The lich continues proclaiming death and obedience, unaware it is no longer controlling the situation. Its army echoes the same threats, preparing to overwhelm the living by sheer numbers. Holding the cat, he reassesses the enemy and notes with dry disbelief that such a tiny thing can still be dread-grade. The undead host advances in formation under the lich's command. He considers crushing them directly with ether, but realizes brute force is not the right answer here. He remembers why. A lich cannot be ended by simply destroying its body. The enemy's nature becomes clear. Unless its life source is destroyed, the lich will keep returning no matter how hard it is hit. The system lays out the solution plainly: destroy the elder lich's life source and cleanse the corrupted land. Accepting that both tasks are necessary, he looks past the army and notices a castle in the distance. The sight triggers a sudden recognition. He realizes he has seen that castle before, as if from memory or dream. Its banner confirms the place as Estram Kingdom. That recognition leads to a grim possibility about the identity of the undead before him. He wonders if the lich's soldiers were once the people of Estram Kingdom. He pushes the thought aside, deciding their origin matters less than stopping the corruption now. What matters is that the kingdom and its lands are already being consumed. Since he cannot intervene directly, he decides to fight through the forces he can command instead. He summons the Pterodrones as his army and sends them forward. Their advance is halted by a massive boulder, and the system notes that only he can clear it quickly. He judges that waiting on the Pterodrones would waste too much time, so he spends essence to move the rock himself and keep the assault on schedule. With the path open, he orders the Pterodrones toward the elder lich's life source. The two armies collide, and the Pterodrones meet the undead head-on. To his surprise, the Pterodrones tear through skeletons with disciplined force, fighting like hardened soldiers rather than simple creatures. Watching them, he realizes they have grown far stronger and have become a true army under his command. The elder lich, enraged by the losses, orders its remaining troops to protect the tribute box that holds its lord's offering. The Pterodrones surge through the battlefield, smashing aside skeletons as they drive straight toward that protected objective. The Crown Lich unleashes a surge of dark power and orders the slaughter of the living. His curse spreads through the forest and drives his insect-like minions into a frenzy. Confident in his advantage, the Lich commands them to attack. As he moves to carry out his threat, something suddenly pierces his body and interrupts him. A worker creature empowered by a protective blessing blocks the Lich's advance and forces him back. Watching from nearby, the young man realizes his support skill activated at exactly the right moment. The worker follows through with a brutal strike that knocks the Lich off balance. A larger beetle-like ally crashes into the Lich and sends him flying. The Lich struggles as the swarm closes in on him, and he rages that mere tree-cursed creatures dare resist him. The minions tear his body apart despite his screams. Even reduced to a floating skull, he mocks them and reveals that destroying his vessel accomplishes nothing. His confidence breaks when he senses the true danger hidden elsewhere. The worker discovers a chest inside the ruined sanctuary, and the system identifies it as the Elder Lich's source. The man learns the source can only be destroyed by evolving his Terradrone warrior, even though the cost is steep. He accepts the price and upgrades the unit into a stronger knight form. The newly evolved warrior launches itself straight toward the source. It smashes through the structure and closes in on the chest while the worker watches. The Lich desperately begs them to stop as his body continues to fall apart. The knight destroys the source, and the Lich vows revenge even as his end becomes unavoidable. With the source gone, the Lich's form dissolves into blue spiritual residue. The surrounding undead are dragged into the same collapse, vanishing with him in a mass death cry. The man watches the last of the corruption disperse into the air. Realizing the battle is over, he declares victory. His surviving creatures gather around him carrying the spoils they recovered from the fight. He thanks them as they pile up treasure and resources at his feet. One worker steps forward with a chest, drawing his attention. To his surprise, the chest enlarges before opening. He eagerly lifts the lid and finds a radiant item inside. The treasure turns out to be the Estram Kingdom's royal seal, confirming this ruin once belonged to that kingdom. He decides there is no point searching for the long-dead owner and treats the relic as something to store for later. So he packs the royal seal away for safekeeping. With the Lich gone, he turns to the next task, purifying the land still tainted by the Elder Lich's influence. He starts gathering corrupted soil, while his small helpers assist with the cleanup. By moving the tainted earth into the forest container, he confirms the corruption breaks down there. A worker brings him ink, offering the means to write a scroll. That timing gives him an idea, especially with the rune-marked tree nearby. Using a book and quill, he settles on a purification phrase meant to restore the land to its original state, though he is still figuring out how to apply it. Before he can continue, his cat Biam leaps onto him and disrupts his work. He warns the cat away from the corruption, while a worker completes a harmony scroll, cleanse that can restore tainted land. Biam ignores the warning and keeps demanding attention. At the same moment, the worker activates the completed scroll. When the man looks back up, he finds himself clutching the cat and realizes the worker has vanished. Seeing the empty container, he wonders where his helpers went. A vision answers him, showing a bleak land claimed by voices insisting it belongs to them. The memory grows harsher, revealing a place of death where intruders are condemned for disturbing its peace. The scene shifts to a temple, where the man dismisses the message as the usual murderous rhetoric of the dead. But a sudden glint draws attention upward, hinting that something more is about to emerge. The vision reveals the Lich in life, leading armed followers who believed the land had been granted to them for peace. That peace was shattered by a massive purple force, as the invaders were accused of disturbing it. The memory culminates in a colossal armored insect descending into the conflict, suggesting the true origin of the land's tragedy. A Lich King unleashes a cursed tree race and drives his monsters forward despite someone trying to stop him. A massive armored beetle crashes down into the battlefield with enough force to shatter the ground. The Lich immediately turns his staff on the newcomer and tries to kill it with a surge of dark magic. The attack engulfs the beetle, but the creature pushes through the blast instead of being destroyed. The beetle dismisses the Lich's power as insignificant, showing it is far stronger than expected. Seeing his spell fail, the Lich is shaken and cannot understand how the monster resisted him. The beetle answers by ordering its swarm to crush the Lich and overwhelm the battlefield. Elsewhere, Jiho is at home with his white cat when he notices something unusual beginning to happen. His sister rushes in urgently, clearly alarmed by breaking news. She pulls up a live report from Yuri-san and tells him to watch closely. The report shows beams of light rising from the mountain as officials announce that combat has broken out where the Liches appeared. They add that the purple corruption is being cleansed and suggest the Liches may all have been eliminated, leaving Jiho confused. News coverage then reveals a mysterious monster never seen before at the scene. Commentators speculate that the creature may be disaster or even destruction grade, and Jiho is stunned that a Tetradrone would be there. Someone more informed rejects that assessment and says the creatures are not destruction grade. The correction is even more alarming. The monsters at Yuri-san are mythic grade. As others struggle to grasp the situation, the scale of what appeared at the mountain becomes clear. Back at Yuri-san, Jiho confronts the small beetle-like monsters directly and calls them out. He calms the situation by proposing a conversation instead of a fight. He reassures the nervous creatures that they are not in trouble and that he only wants answers. Using his notebook, he asks if they were the ones who ripped the scroll and appeared at Yuri-san. The little monster suddenly bolts, making Jiho think it is trying to escape. Instead, it returns with a glittering pile of crystals and presents them to him. The offering turns out to be a heap of valuable essence and ether stones. Jiho refuses to treat the gift as a bribe and presses for confirmation about their identity. The creature nods beside the treasure, confirming that they were indeed the ones at Yuri-san. Satisfied, Jiho softens and explains that he only wanted to verify the truth, not scold them. He even praises them for cleansing Yuri-san, openly approving of what they did. Looking over the reward, he realizes the amount is excessive and wonders how to handle it. When he inspects one gem, he recognizes it as an elder lich's ether stone worth millions. His cat immediately becomes interested in the stone and demands it from his hand. Jiho gives in and lets the cat take the gem. To his shock, the cat starts eating the ether stone outright. That makes Jiho realize ether stones may be a power source, which could explain why the tetradrones took them. The cat looks perfectly pleased afterward, and Jiho concludes the creature's tastes are far beyond normal sense. With 15 essences now in hand, Jiho decides it is finally time to raise his stats. He spends some of them on strength, and energy surges through his body as his attributes increase. Testing himself, he wonders whether he has truly become stronger and decides physical power suits his worker role. Still, he reminds himself not to become obsessed with pure strength alone. Content with his progress, he settles down happily with his cat. Soon after, Jiho heads to the Hunter Management Center because he has finally been invited to a real dungeon latecomer party. At the venue, he sees a huge crowd and a team of recovery specialists, making him realize this dungeon is unusually important. An acquaintance, Mr. Wang Ho, spots him and greets him warmly. Wang Ho confirms the rumors that a dungeon of this size opening for the first time has drawn an unprecedented number of latecomers. He jokes that maybe ordinary people like them might still get something worthwhile, though Jiho doubts they will even get close. Wang Ho insists there are always leftovers that hunters are too lazy to pick up, giving Jiho a reason to pay attention. Their conversation is interrupted when someone important approaches across the plaza. The newcomer is Seo Hyojin, a striking hunter in full armor. People around them immediately recognize her and admire both her beauty and her reputation. The talk around her reveals why she stands out. She recently cleared another quest alone, while higher-ranked companions could do nothing but watch. Jiha is startled when the hunter Hyojin unexpectedly calls out to him first. When she learns he was summoned as a late addition to the dungeon team, the people around them are shocked that she is treating an ordinary-looking newcomer so warmly. Hyojin warns him that the dungeon can be dangerous. Even so, she awkwardly offers to help him. She explains that if he enters with her, he will be able to move around the dungeon freely under her protection. Jiha hesitates because the offer sounds too generous and draws attention. Other hunters crowd in at once, recognizing Hyojin and trying to insert themselves into the situation. They urge her to go separately, and even offer her full authority over the dungeon if she will choose them instead. Hyojin dismisses their bargaining and makes it clear she does not care about their authority. She decisively chooses Jiha and tells him they are leaving immediately, and he can only agree. Inside the forest-like dungeon, Jiha brings up the rare plants rumored to grow in places like this, and Hyojin confirms that most people overlook them. When she suggests going deeper, Jiha stops her for a moment. He reveals that he brought Biam along as well, presenting the cat as if that should settle things. Hyojin is instantly charmed by the sight of the cat. Her attempt to fuss over Biam goes badly when she grabs at a paw he does not want touched. Jiha explains Biam's boundaries while Hyojin is left embarrassed by the rejection. Even after being snubbed, Hyojin can only grumble that the cat is annoyingly cute. Biam suddenly demands attention and forces Jiha to stop walking. The cat jumps down and stretches out, no longer content to stay hidden in the bag. Hyojin notices that Biam has grown larger and assumes Jiha must be feeding him something valuable. Jiha casually confirms it, saying Biam's meals are expensive. As an example, he mentions feeding Biam an ether stone worth 1,000,000,000. Hyojin accepts that Biam is ready to continue with them, while the cat stares back with attitude. As they walk on, Hyojin asks whether Jiha saw the latest news. She tells him it concerns a mythical-level monster known as Pterodrone. She adds that traces of giants were also discovered in the Busan Devil Ant Dungeon, and Jiha is caught off guard by that detail. When she explains that the giant's handprint was said to be as large as a building, Jiha is shaken because it points directly to the dungeon tied to his secret. He internally panics at the thought of being identified as that giant. Hyojin continues that the raid plan for that dungeon was cancelled because of the giant's appearance, while Jiha quietly realizes the real world and his miniature world are connected more than ever. He concludes that the evidence confirms the dungeon in reality is linked to the world he has been entering in secret. Before he can dwell on it, Biam suddenly drops into a tense crouch. Jiha notices the change and asks what is wrong. Hyojin immediately senses danger too and orders Jiha to get back. She steps in front of him with her sword drawn, ready to defend both him and Biam. A strange disturbance sweeps through the forest ahead of them. Hyojin realizes the atmosphere of the area itself is wrong and begins to recognize the place. The source of the dread becomes clear as grotesque tree monsters emerge from the corrupted woods. Carnivorous plant monsters join them, confirming that the whole zone is infested with high-level threats. Jiha calls to Hyojin, but she is already overwhelmed by recognition. She realizes this is the exact place where Sung Hyuk disappeared. The memory hits harder when she recalls that even the top-ranked Han Sung-hyuk vanished here, proving the area is at least category rank 5. The monsters close in, making the danger immediate rather than theoretical. Jiha quietly prepares one of his potions while assessing the situation. Hyejin steadies herself and turns to Jiha with a grim resolve. She orders him to run for the dungeon entrance the moment the monsters attack. Hyejin insists she will stay behind and handle the place alone. Jiha protests that there are too many high-class monsters for even her to face safely, but she is too focused to listen. Before either of them can act, Byum releases a surge of power. The cat launches forward in a burst of blue energy, stunning both Jiha and Hyejin. Jiha can hardly believe what he is seeing. Instead of attacking, the monsters recoil and begin fleeing from Byum in terror. Byum pounces on one of the fleeing Venus human traps and pins it down effortlessly. He tears through the monster with brutal ease, proving he is the predator here. The plants remain scattered across the ground. The surviving monsters scramble to escape rather than fight. Jiha and Hyejin can only stare at the reversal in disbelief. Once the threat breaks, Byum calmly walks back as if nothing unusual happened. Jiha kneels to greet him, while Hyejin watches in stunned silence. Byum proudly presents a strange seed-like object taken from the defeated monster. Jiha accepts the offering, recognizing that Byum deliberately brought him loot. He jokes that maybe Byum wants him to plant it, trying to make sense of the gift. Hyejin is still processing the impossible sight of a Venus human trap fleeing from a cat. Jiha points out that the monsters running away is not even their only problem now. Ahead of them, a cave entrance comes into view deeper in the forest. Hyejin immediately tells Jiha to take Byum and go back. She refuses to retreat herself, saying she has finally found a trace of Sung-hyuk and cannot turn back now. Jiha sees how determined she is and stops trying to talk her out of it. Instead, he offers to go with her and quietly prepares a support item of his own. Hyejin is caught off guard by his willingness to stay. Jiha admits it will be dangerous, but he trusts that Byum can protect them. Hyejin accepts his answer with visible relief, and the three move forward together. Jiha follows her into the deeper danger with Byum draped over his shoulders. Just before they press on, Hyejin stops Jiha again. She points his attention towards something unusual near the cave. A mysterious light is shining from inside the cave entrance. Jiha hopes whatever truth they need is waiting in there, while Byum growls in warning. They approach the cave together, drawn by equal parts hope and dread. Inside, Jiha notices that the strange erosion marks are outside the cave rather than within it. Hyejin urges him to look more closely at the evidence around them. They find blood smeared along the stone, confirming that someone wounded passed through here. Realizing the trail matters, they decide to move quickly. They advance deeper into the cave with Jiha carrying the torch and Hyejin guarding the path. Then Hyejin spots something that stops her cold. A shattered set of armor and an ornate sword lie abandoned on the ground. Hyejin recognizes them as Sung-hyuk's and is devastated by the sight. She collapses around the broken armor, unable to hold back her grief. Jiha kneels beside her and tries to calm her before despair overwhelms her. He reasons that because the blood trail only led inward, Sung-hyuk may have treated his wounds here and then left alive. Clinging to that possibility, Hyejin asks if that really could be true, and Jiha firmly tells her yes. Byum nudges against her as if trying to comfort her too. Jiha suddenly notices the cat reacting to something else. Byum pulls a glowing green orb from inside the broken armor. A system message identifies the object as a symbiote egg, leaving Jiha trying to place the term. He knows he has heard of symbiotes before and decides he will research it later if they get out safely. When Jiha reaches for the egg, Byum bites his sleeve to stop him from handling it carelessly. The cat acts smugly, as if proud of catching his mistake. Jiha praises Byum for doing well and accepts the lesson. Trying to steady Hyejin, Jiha says finding Sung-hyuk's traces is actually a relief because it means he is almost certainly still alive. That hope revives Hyejin, and she vows that she will find him no matter what. With her resolve restored, she decides they should head back for now. Outside the cave, Hyejin sincerely thanks Jiha for everything he did that day, though he insists he did very little. She credits him with helping her find proof that Sung-hyuk survived. Hyejin admits that good fortune always seems to follow when she is with Jiha. Jiha is flustered by the unexpected compliment. Before leaving, Hyejin tells him to call her anytime he needs help. She makes him promise it, and he quickly agrees while Byum glares possessively from his arms. The cat's hostility makes it clear he is not thrilled by their growing closeness. Hyejin thanks Byum warmly as well, and he tolerates the praise this time. Jiha says they should part ways there because he still needs to feed Byum and investigate the strange egg. Once alone, he stores the symbiote egg carefully and turns his attention to solving its mystery. Back in his study, Jiha searches through stacks of books while Byum watches from above. Even after digging through references, he still feels the term symbiote is familiar without finding the answer. Byum keeps watch from the book pile as Jiha continues thinking. The search turns chaotic as books start flying everywhere. Jiha laughs at the mess, realizing Byum is not exactly helping him study. At last he gives up on the books and decides the answer must be found back in that other place instead. He lies down with that decision, telling Byum he will see him in the dream world. Jiha falls asleep and slips back into the miniature world connected to the dungeon. He awakens once more in the bright forest of that hidden realm. Stretching in relief, he enjoys the fresh return while Byum appears beside him again. His calm breaks when he notices something has changed dramatically. The world tree has grown to an enormous size while he was away. A branch now bears glowing fruit, and a system notice identifies them as fruit of the world tree. Jiha realizes his suspicion was right all along, and that this giant tree truly is the world tree. Before he can celebrate, something moving nearby catches his attention. A tiny armored beetle knight and a squad of smaller beetles approach him cheerfully instead of as enemies. Jiha sits down to hear them out while BM keeps a wary eye on the newcomers. He shows them the symbiote egg and asks if they know what it is. The beetle knight immediately reacts as though the egg is precious and familiar. Jiha realizes he has found the right source after all. A system prompt appears, explaining that the Terradrone Knight is offering to hatch the symbiote egg for him. Jiha accepts without hesitation and entrusts the egg to the knight. The knight orders his beetle troops to the front, and they begin carrying the egg with ceremonial urgency. Watching their discipline, Jiha remarks on how dependable they are. The beetles bring the egg into their glittering underground colony as if preparing a royal rite. The knight personally carries the egg toward a raised seat of honor. They begin the hatching process by placing the egg carefully into position. The entire colony gathers and raises shining crystal offerings around it. The egg absorbs the energy and starts glowing more intensely. The knight embraces the egg as the ritual reaches its climax. While waiting outside, Jiha relaxes and plays with BM, pleased that things seem to be going well. Their rest ends when BM suddenly senses the change first. A brilliant light erupts from the world tree area, and Jiha is startled by the scale of it. He looks up to see a living chain of beetles climbing skyward along the trunk. The procession keeps rising higher and higher until Jiha can only stare in amazement. At the top, the ritual culminates as a radiant butterfly-like being emerges above the assembled beetles. Jiha realizes the hatched creature itself must be the symbiote. The newborn being spreads its wings and rises into the sky in a blaze of golden light. Its radiance pours down over the world tree and the forest, turning the hatching into a sacred spectacle. The forest settles under the lingering glow, leaving Jiha with a new mystery and a new ally born before his eyes. A sleeping symbiote group awakens, the world tree begins restoring itself, and the young shopkeeper realizes a major change has started. He and his white cat stare up as the world tree radiates renewed life through the forest. Relieved to find the tree healthy again, he checks it closely and takes comfort in its recovery. That relief turns to confusion when he senses another sudden shift coming from the tree. A system-like revelation declares that the world is being restored, his dormant destiny has awakened, and he is now recognized as the world tree's worker. Still processing the announcement, he walks deeper into the transformed forest with the cat at his side. He quickly notices the fruit hanging around him and realizes the forest has changed in more than one way. The cat splashes ahead while he takes in the impossible scale of the renewed woodland. He confirms that the forest itself has expanded dramatically, making the restoration feel even more real. He discovers the solar apples have advanced to level 2, meaning the tree's resources have improved along with the forest. That immediately makes him think of business, since stronger fruit should let him produce far more potions. Even as he imagines the demand that could create, he reminds himself he never sought wealth and starts wondering why fate has chosen him for this role. Facing the world tree, he begins to accept that restoring the world alongside it may be the purpose now placed on him. His cat interrupts the solemn moment by demanding attention with an insistent cry. He realizes the cat is probably hungry and turns his focus back to immediate needs. He rummages through his bag for supplies while the cat waits expectantly beside him. Instead of food, he pulls out a fishing rod and decides to catch lunch, promising the cat red trout. He concentrates on the cast while the cat watches with equal intensity. The plan pays off when he hooks a huge red trout, proving the restored forest is rich with valuable resources. Delighted, he celebrates the catch while the cat jumps up in excitement. His celebration is interrupted when the fish triggers another system response, revealing that even ordinary items now carry useful information. The trout's description explains that consuming it grants extrasensory perception LV1 for 30 minutes, and he realizes item effects can now be identified directly. Wanting to test how broad this new feature is, he starts checking other belongings while the cat claims the fish. A pouch in his bag is identified as a dimensional pouch, confirming that item descriptions now explain functions that used to require repeated verbal explanation. He immediately sees the practical value. This will save him from constantly explaining potion effects to customers. With a new idea forming, he scoops up BM and prepares to leave at once. Excited by the opportunity, he rushes back to the store, convinced he can turn this discovery into something useful. By the time he returns, a huge crowd has gathered outside his shop. Other hunters are baffled by the turnout and assume something extraordinary must have happened. BM moves through the packed line carrying a numbered ticket, showing the crowd is there for organized purchases rather than a crisis. One customer gratefully accepts a ticket from the cat, treating the strange system as perfectly natural in the rush. People in line begin asking each other what is going on as the scale of the crowd becomes impossible to ignore. The answer spreads quickly. Everyone is waiting to buy potions, even though many doubt they will get served today. He posts a limit of 3 bottles per potion per customer, and confirms that numbered tickets are being distributed by BM. The posted notices now clearly list exact potion effects, including paralysis resistance and health recovery values. Hunters explain that his potions are both effective and affordable, which is why customers have come from far beyond the city. BM basks in the attention outside, becoming an attraction of his own as the crowd reacts to the famous ticket-distributing cat. Inside, he praises BM for helping, treating the cat like a trusted partner in the business. As the store fills with customers, he reflects that if he can keep making high-quality potions, he can use this ability for the good of the world. That thought hardens into resolve as he commits himself to helping everyone through the work he has been given. He settles into serving the line efficiently, sending customers off with care while BM watches from the counter. In the middle of the rush, an older woman named Jiha arrives at the shop looking for him. He recognizes her warmly, and she is immediately struck by the overwhelming number of customers. She calls him over and asks him to look at something she found. Using HunterNet, she explains that she saw people talking online about a strange store and discovered it was his. Caught off guard, he can only laugh awkwardly at how quickly his shop's reputation has spread. She jokes about needing a number ticket just to meet him, but he reassures her that members of Happy Hunters are always welcome. Examining one of his potions, she asks whether the precisely written effect label is actually accurate. He confirms that he verified the listed effects through people who use the potions, so the information can be trusted. Hearing that, she realizes his products are on an entirely different level from ordinary potion shops, making his store truly exceptional. A customer begs the shopkeeper to let her buy one more item, but he refuses outright. He relents only enough to offer a trade, making clear she will have to provide something in return. The price turns out to be a service, and he hands her a mysterious scroll as the task's reward. She studies the old-looking scroll, notices the writing is extraordinary, and immediately asks what it actually does. The shopkeeper explains that it is a charm meant to bring good luck. The scroll identifies itself as a wish-granting creation with 2 uses, promising that a small wish will come true. Though she worries because this is her first time using it, she decides to test it with a harmless wish for a rare old book. The wish abruptly throws her into a dangerous fantasy-like battle, where a white-haired swordsman is already fighting off a monster. The swordsman drives the creature back with a powerful strike, buying the group a moment. But the monster is only knocked away and quickly circles back through the air. Instead of retreating, it dives straight toward the newcomer. It crashes onto her head and drops her face first to the floor, leaving her convinced the wish has gotten her killed. The swordsman realizes she is an accidental bystander, and apologizes as he turns back to the fight. The others are baffled that someone so unsuited for combat has appeared in the middle of a sword-carrying expedition, and they question who she is. Dazed but conscious, she insists she is still alive and tries to recover. At that moment, the scroll on her person begins to glow, reacting to the danger around her. Its hidden condition activates. If she suffers a small misfortune, her chance of obtaining special items rises dramatically for 30 minutes, consuming 1 use. Before she can process that, the ground starts shaking beneath everyone. The tremor becomes a collapse, and the whole party is suddenly dragged downward into a hidden chamber. As they fall, she clutches her large book and desperately begs the others to save her. Once they land, the group realizes this underground room does not look like a deliberate trap but like something buried and exposed by chance. The mage lights the chamber with a spell so they can see what they have stumbled into. Under the new light, the room reveals itself as a treasure-filled cache. Weapons, armor, and valuables glitter all around them, turning the accident into an unexpected windfall. The swordsman immediately recognizes a valuable longsword from the knight troop and claims it. The shield-bearing knight is just as excited, treating the place like a secret armory. Meanwhile, she spots a black-covered book marked with a pattern she recognizes as belonging to the Black Lion Knight troop of the Gemark Empire. Thrilled that her wish seems to have worked, she seizes the rare book and celebrates her luck. The knight cuts her excitement short, warning that the chamber could collapse again and ordering everyone to grab what they need and leave. He moves first, helping the others climb out so they can escape quickly. Another quake interrupts them, and he urges the group not to get greedy now that they already have useful loot. They agree that retreating immediately is the safest choice. Just as they prepare to leave, the mage spots a new threat and points it out in alarm. A massive swarm of the same purple creatures surges toward them, turning the chamber into a death trap. The party breaks into a panicked retreat, with her struggling to keep up while clutching her prize. Looking back, she is horrified by the scale of what is chasing them. The swarm is being driven by an even larger red-eyed monster looming behind it, making clear they are being hunted, not merely pursued by vermin. The knight throws himself between the monsters and the others, shielding the group as debris and attacks crash around them. Under his protection, they huddle together and push forward through the collapsing passage. Terrified, she begs the god Ark to save her because she has no intention of dying in this place. Her plea becomes a desperate final appeal as fear overwhelms her. Then the chaos abruptly changes, and the others notice something impossible happening around her. The two fighters stare as a bright protective force forms over the cowering girl. A blinding burst of light erupts from her book, driving back the darkness and the threat. The whole group is left stunned as she stands at the center of the miracle, still shielding herself with the book. In the next instant, they are expelled from the ruin and deposited outside in the desert before the damaged structure. Disoriented by the sudden relocation, they can barely make sense of what just happened. The story then returns to the shopkeeper, who is relaxing peacefully in a forest with a white cat draped over his shoulders and strange creatures nearby. He cheerfully explains that the recent earthworms have made the land especially fertile. While he casually wonders what to plant there, the cat starts rummaging through his bag, ending the episode on his unbothered calm. A white spotted cat proudly brings the shopkeeper a strange seed and demands his attention. When he imagines what could grow from it, he immediately worries the thing might be dangerously monstrous. Even while voicing that concern, he realizes the cat has already decided to plant it anyway. The cat happily reveals it has dug a hole, making clear this was never a suggestion. He gives in and lets the cat do as it pleases with the seed. After getting the cat's approval, he settles the matter and moves on. Inside, a potted flower stirs while he and the cat rest outside, hinting that something at the store is changing. He senses a visitor approaching the closed shop and goes to check despite the odd timing. Taking the cat with him, he heads over to see who has arrived. At the store, he starts cleaning dirt off the cat as if expecting an ordinary interruption. That calm breaks when he feels an ominous shift and braces for trouble. A filthy, exhausted adventuring party appears at the door, greeting him while radiating anger and desperation. He opens up, confused by how wrecked and intense they all look. The smallest member lunges in first and accuses him of selling them a fake lucky charm. What she means becomes clear when the item's description appears again, confirming it was a scroll of creation, wish with one use remaining. Caught off guard, he awkwardly invites them inside to clean up before things get worse. Once they settle in, the party starts recovering, distracted for a moment by how cute the cat is. With everyone inside, he finally demands an explanation for the chaos. They explain that they entered a viper dungeon, but the moment they used the scroll, a hidden area appeared and the entire dungeon was destroyed. To them, the result was a relief because the scroll exposed a secret hideout and spared them a wasted expedition. The mention of a night troop's secret hideout shocks him far more than the dungeon's destruction. He presses for details and learns the hideout belonged to the Black Lion Night Troop, specifically the Gemarch Empire branch. Realizing the importance of that revelation, the battered woman rummages through her bag and promises something even more unbelievable. She dramatically produces an ornate book as proof. He recognizes it at once as the Night Troop commander's logbook and is stunned they brought back something so valuable. Although much of it is written in an ancient language, they manage to glean that it records monsters from the Estram kingdom crossing the border. That fragment of information is enough to make both of them realize the book may contain major secrets. When she notices he understands the text, she is startled that he can read what she could not. He confirms it without hesitation, making himself suddenly much more useful to the group. He then tests another relic from the hall, asking whether he can identify a torn old sheet as well. The moment he touches it, a system label reveals it is a damaged Gehenna continental map. That identification shocks him because it means the scrap is far more significant than it looked. He assures the others he is certain, even as they struggle to believe a torn fragment could be genuine. His mind races as he realizes what this map could mean if properly understood. Acting on impulse, he grabs the woman's hands and urgently asks for the map. He pleads to borrow it for just a few days, his excitement impossible to hide. To secure it, he immediately offers an extravagant trade from his own stock. The woman is overwhelmed when she sees he means an entire crate of potions. Her companions instantly urge her to accept, dazzled by the value of the offer. The negotiation turns cheerful as he sweetens the deal with even more potions, and the party happily agrees. They leave in high spirits with their reward, while he sends them off and keeps the precious map. Now alone with the cat, he admits he has a lot to study if he wants to prepare for business and decipher the night troop's records. Seeing the cat grow sleepy, he decides they should head back and continue later. Back at the counter, he plans to make potions after checking the map the woman handed over first. Examining it closely, he realizes this map differs from the one he used in the game because it records terrain, place names, and monster habitats in detail. By comparing the map to what he knows, he starts linking recent monster incidents to specific regions of the Estram kingdom. He concludes that if he could restore the missing portions, he might be able to identify where monster dungeons are forming. That possibility jolts him, and even the cat notices his sudden realization. He decides the next step is to ask the pterodons, believing they may know something that can fill in the gaps. But before he can act on that plan, exhaustion catches up to him and he falls asleep at the counter. A young man starts another quiet day in the forest with his white cat companion, Biam. Biam stretches and wakes up while staying close to him. As he looks around, he realizes the pterodons are nowhere to be seen. A warning suddenly announces that a powerful monster has appeared. He and Biam turn toward the disturbance near the cabin, trying to locate it. They find a towering one-eyed giant surrounded by swarming pterodons. He immediately identifies the threat as a cyclops. He recalls that a cyclops is a disaster-grade monster so dangerous that many hunters were once needed just to subdue one. The sight is even more alarming because cyclopses have never appeared in his country before. He asks Biam whether the pterodons should intervene against something that dangerous. Seeing no mission window, he guesses the pterodons may already be handling the situation on their own. Rather than panic, he decides to record the monster's traits in his book just in case. The pterodons rush the cyclops together instead of retreating. The cyclops answers with a brutal swing that cuts through their charge. The pterodons focus their attack directly on the cyclops' eye. Their concentrated assault visibly damages the eye and disrupts the monster. He warns them to be careful as the Cyclops prepares a counterattack. The wounded Cyclops roars and unleashes a beam from its eye. The beam tears across the forest with overwhelming force. Watching the gap in power, he fears the Pterodrones may be wiped out. But the Pterodrones suddenly regroup in a tight formation, suggesting they have a plan. They bring out large chunks of ether stone as if preparing specialized equipment. To his shock, they carve the ether stones apart with their pincers. He realizes they are shaping the stones into shields. Meanwhile, the Cyclops' eye continues to crack and strain from overuse. The monster fires another beam in desperation. This time the Pterodrones meet the beam head-on with their ether shields. He suddenly understands what they are doing. The shields absorb and redirect the beam instead of breaking. The reflected force slams back into the Cyclops and makes it howl in pain. He is thrilled to see the tactic work exactly as intended. He recalls that the proper way to fight a Cyclops is to deflect its eye beam with etherstone shields. The Pterodrones press the advantage and move into position for the finishing blow. Blinded and enraged, the Cyclops charges wildly. The Pterodrones slice into its legs to stop its advance. They keep cutting while staying behind their shields. The giant finally loses balance and crashes down. He celebrates as the Pterodrones successfully bring down a Cyclops. The surviving Pterodrones fly back toward him in orderly formation. Their armored leader approaches him like a commander reporting victory. He praises them sincerely, impressed by how capable they were. Wanting to reward their effort, he offers them a large pile of ether stones. He even tells them to take all the ether stones they want. Before the moment can settle, another system alert appears. A stream of notifications shows essence being added to his total, leaving him stunned. He learns he now possesses 325 essence, far more than he expected. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman browsing near Wiki notices that something unprecedented is appearing in the records. She quickly opens the new entry. The entry costs 10 essence to read, which catches her attention. She is startled that MireWiki now has a paid system for revealing strategy information. Still, she decides the price is small enough to pay without hesitation. As she reads, she learns the Cyclops fights with a club and fires beams from its eye. That only makes her impatient for the actual solution. She clicks through immediately. A second fee appears for the final strategy, and she realizes the answer is split into paid stages. Her excitement turns into dread. She discovers she has already spent her last essence, and cannot unlock the final step. Furious, she curses the anonymous person who posted the strategy. She vows to get even with whoever tricked her into paying for incomplete information. Back in the forest, the young man suddenly feels an ominous shift in the air. At the same time, a high-ranking official arrives at a government facility. He senses something unusual the moment he steps out of the car. When he asks if any special event is happening, his aide says there is none. But inside, a huge crowd of hunters has already gathered. The aide explains that a post from the previous day drew them all there. The official is caught off guard when he hears it concerns a Cyclops core strategy. He learns the strategy costs 10 essence to view and another 10 for the final method. That means the hunters gathered here are people willing and able to spend a meaningful amount of essence for a chance at the buff. The aide explains they have been lining up since dawn because the writing is so convincing despite the author being unknown. The official reasons that if a Cyclops dungeon truly appears, it will be too dangerous to clear unofficially. His aide adds that rumors say reading the final strategy also grants a dungeon buff, and then confirms a Cyclops dungeon has actually opened. Seeing the emergency become real, the official orders the intelligence and emergency operations teams to mobilize at once. In the briefing room, they conclude the MireWiki server itself cannot be accessed, making foreign interference unlikely. They also confirm that essence paid to MireWiki cannot be traced because it is absorbed directly by the hunter system. Test results further prove that hunters who read the final strategy really do receive a buff, deepening the mystery. The official responds by ordering real-time monitoring of all hunters entering the mission, putting their safety first. At the dungeon, a party prepares nervously and wonders whether this lineup can really pull it off. The same red-haired hunter from before joins the team, eager to fight despite another hunter complaining about being dragged along. She directs the tankers to wait for the exact moment to use the reflective shield, while she and Hunter Kyungbeek will move in once the opening is made. She reassures the swordswoman that Hunter Cha can finish the monster after the setup succeeds. The paid strategy's promise reward activates, boosting her attack power and critical chance against Cyclopses. Inside the dungeon, the Cyclops fires its eye beam just as expected. The tankers brace behind the reflective shield and endure the blast. The swordswoman launches a decisive strike as the beam is turned aside. The red-haired hunter follows through by burning into the Cyclops at close range. News soon reports that the Cyclops dungeon was cleared without catastrophe, and the young man happily credits Hyojin and Wei-in for it. Authorities announce that, under Bureau guidelines, the MireWiki strategy will now be shared freely with other countries. Hearing that, the young man confirms his theory that anything he records in the Infinite Spellbook is automatically uploaded to MireWiki. He realizes this means future strategies can keep supplying him with essence and ether stones. Just as he starts thinking ahead, another alarm shakes the room. He grabs BM and rushes out immediately. A sudden teleport leaves him too stunned to finish his thought. When he regains his bearings, he realizes he has been taken to the sea. A Pterodrone waits nearby while a larger group stands on a distant shore, clearly having summoned him for a reason. He reaches toward the messenger, trying to understand what it wants. A new message explains that a wounded being called World Eater needs his help. He asks where this World Eater is. The terror drone points downward, and he wonders if it is underground. Following the gesture, he looks into a hole in the strange platform beneath him. He and BM tense as something rises from below. A column of water erupts upward and lifts them with it. The sudden surge leaves him gasping and disoriented. BM shakes off the water while the terror drone hovers nearby, unfazed. Looking down again, he starts to guess what World Eater might be. A gigantic whale emerges beneath them, confirming his suspicion. Face to face with the enormous creature, he realizes this whale is World Eater. Sensing its fading strength, he understands it is badly weakened. The large amount of essence and ether stones he received suddenly makes sense to him. He offers the ether stones to heal the whale, hoping they will be enough. The stones are absorbed into the creature's body. For a moment he worries when the whale reacts strangely. Then the whale's body begins to recover and brighten. A massive burst of water and light spreads from it, forcing him and BM to shield themselves. The healing wave continues until the transformation is complete. When it ends, both he and BM are left dizzy from the overwhelming surge. A system notice confirms that, thanks to his help, World Eater has returned to its original form. He tries to steady himself, still reeling from the experience. The restored whale now looks small, healthy, and unexpectedly adorable. He immediately melts and hugs the little whale, charmed by how cute it is. He keeps cuddling it while BM watches with visible jealousy. As the whale swims happily, he decides the essence was absolutely worth spending. He asks BM to agree, but BM only acts offended. Then he notices the whale coming back toward him again. Instead of leaving, the little whale leaps from the water in excitement. It splashes him playfully, and he realizes it is just teasing him. He then spots something else approaching from the sea. A pile of seafood appears at his feet as if delivered as tribute. He is astonished that the whale is offering him all of it. He gratefully accepts while BM immediately claims a fish for himself. Afterward he waves goodbye as the whale swims away. He parts from it warmly, hoping they will meet again in better circumstances. That calm farewell is interrupted by breaking news. A huge sea monster has appeared off the southern coast of the Korean peninsula. Helicopters and emergency forces converge on the shoreline at night. The monster reveals itself as a giant octopus-like creature rampaging through the water. It surges toward the coast and nearby buildings. Civilians and responders flee in panic as the creature advances. Rescue workers desperately ask why hunters still have not arrived. Then someone spots a new presence entering the scene. The restored whale appears directly in front of the sea monster. The onlookers are horrified by its sheer size and fear it may be a destruction-grade threat as well. The octopus hesitates, suddenly looking far less confident. The whale opens its mouth and unleashes a crushing torrent straight at the invader. The sea monster is blasted backward by the overwhelming force. More whales gather behind the first, revealing that it is not alone. From a control room, officials watch the impossible scene unfold on live screens. They conclude the giant whale matches ancient records of a demigod that once made a contract with the first awakened person. Further reports say sea monsters around Korea have already been driven all the way towards southern Japan. Faced with events that defy everything they know, the official can only wonder what is really happening. Back home, the young man quietly returns to ordinary life, sitting at the table with another person while BM sleeps nearby, as if none of the chaos outside could touch his small world. A woman brings Han Sung-hyuk an old Estram Kingdom book and says copies are easy to find lately, which is exactly what he needs. As they compare materials, he confirms the surviving map only covers the area from near the kingdom to the Tails River. She explains the map was reconstructed from a knight commander's logbook, and Han realizes her description is so precise because she seems to know the place firsthand. She reveals the terror drones were the ones who actually traveled there, making their records unusually reliable. With that clue, Han concludes that adding the southern Tails River region should finally complete Estram's map, and she celebrates the breakthrough. Her excitement turns to curiosity, and she presses Han on why he is restoring the map with such unusual devotion. Han avoids the deeper truth and says he only hoped the work might someday help someone. Privately, his thoughts return to Han Sung-hyuk himself and the person he is truly trying to find. He convinces himself that the missing man must still be alive somewhere in Gehenna. Remembering a shattered sword and armor, he ties that hope to a past battlefield and refuses to give up. He resolves that if he can make proper use of the abilities this world has given him, he will eventually track the man down. When the woman teasingly guesses the person he wants to help might be a woman, Han flusters and denies it at once. The meeting ends as she heads home to rest before leaving early the next morning, and Han lets her go. Before she leaves, he reminds her to stop by his potion shop and take resistance potions for the dangerous rank S dungeon she mentioned. She thanks him, jokes that he should get a girlfriend too, and leaves him smiling awkwardly. Once alone, Han reflects that thanks to Sun Young Nuna they gathered data faster than expected, and he has even uncovered another runeword. He turns his attention to a heavy book, sensing it may hold the next useful lead. The book reveals a runeword called Scroll of Change, Pursuit, an ability that can trace a living being and confirm their location. Han activates it, focusing on the target he has been searching for. The spell takes hold immediately, and his eyes flare as the connection forms. A burst of power opens the trail. The trace resolves into the image of a silver-haired woman moving through a cosmic path, giving the pursuit a clear subject. Han realizes the technique reveals not just location but the target's energy signature as well, making it far more valuable than expected. His cat interrupts the moment by hopping onto the table and demanding attention. Han scoops the cat up, apologizing for the noise and calming it with affection. He decides to take the cat to the garden for dinner, shifting from research to routine. At the garden stream, he notices the water has become much clearer than before. Seeing a fish in his hands, he suspects the improvement is the result of World Eater's influence. He also confirms that the fruit has leveled up, producing a better solar apple than before. When he arrives deeper in the garden, a crowd of pterodrones greets him as if reporting for duty. Han apologizes for being late because he got absorbed in reading, while the cat stays close beside him. The pterodrones proudly show that they harvested far more fruit from the world tree than before. Pleased, Han praises their work and rewards their effort with warm approval. One pterodrone urgently signals upward, trying to draw Han's attention to something above. Han understands that it wants him to climb the giant tree and see for himself. Though he admits physical labor is not his strength, he starts climbing anyway while the cat watches. He struggles upward, pushing himself a little farther despite the effort. Mid-climb, something catches him off guard. From high in the branches, Han realizes he is looking out toward what appears to be Mount Apito beyond the garden. That view confirms a major truth for him. The Gehenna continent really does exist outside the garden. Before he can dwell on the discovery, the cat growls from the branch, warning that something nearby is wrong. Han tries to reassure the hungry cat that he will climb down and feed it soon. He immediately admits the real problem is that getting back down is much harder than climbing up. As he loses his footing, the situation turns dangerous. A vine catches his leg before he can fall. Instead of saving him, the vine coils around his body and binds him tight, revealing itself as a hostile plant. Han turns to find a carnivorous flower looming beside him with predatory intent. The absurdity vanishes when the monster opens its jaws, and Han panics completely. Dangling helplessly from the tree, he desperately calls for Night Bium to save him. The plant answers with a feral roar, making the immediate threat unmistakable. In the forest, Jihe gets himself down from a carnivorous plant by stepping on its head. A moment later, another vine coils around him, but the attack loses its menace when the plant hesitates. Instead of fighting, the creature meekly offers cooperation, and Jihe realizes it means no harm. Relieved, he thanks it for helping him down, quickly accepting the misunderstanding as resolved. He is charmed by how clingy and oddly affectionate the plant is, even thinking it is cute enough to record in his notes. Refocusing on the journey, Jihe states that they still need to cross the plain to reach Mount Apito. The name stirs his memory, and he recalls that the people from Estram Kingdom were heading there. He connects that clue to earlier information placing Han Sung-hyuk's trace near a dungeon by the Tails River in southern Estram. Checking the map, he confirms that the Tails River runs beside Mount Apito. From his current position south of the mountain, he concludes the river should lie beyond it. He marks a route, and decides that searching Mount Apito first may lead him to Sung-hyuk faster, but his summoned pterodrones can only scout so far, forcing him to stop their advance there. Jihe assigns the search around Mount Apito to his creatures, and they eagerly accept the order. With that settled, he turns to find Bium so they can eat before moving on. When Bium does not answer, Jihe immediately senses something is off. He calls out while searching the forest, but there is still no sign of him. Jihe grows uneasy because Bium usually wanders, yet never leaves without eating first. A rustle behind him interrupts the search and makes him turn. He braces for danger, startled by the sudden movement. Instead, the plant points out the direction Bium went, using its vines to show the path. Jihe pauses, surprised that the strange plant has now become a helpful companion. Later, back at home, he sits alone in thought, still preoccupied. He drops his head onto the desk and complains to the absent Bium for disappearing without him. His frustration gives way to longing as he remembers how much he wanted to do together with the little creature. That mood is broken when Hyejin arrives with a silver-haired man, prompting Jihe to look up. Caught off guard, he greets them and asks who the man beside her is. The visitor introduces himself as Kim Hyung-suk from Hunter Management, and formally meets Jihe. He explains that he asked Hyejin to arrange the meeting because he wanted to see Jihe again. Hyung-suk praises the potions Jihe made, calling them exceptional. Embarrassed but pleased, Jihe thanks him and hurries to play host by bringing tea. Once they sit down, Jihe admits he was surprised to be contacted first, and says he has something important to share. Hyejin is taken aback when she realizes that what he wants to say is meant for her. Jihe hands her a scroll he translated from an ancient book because he believes it will help her. As she reads, she recognizes it as a trace connected to change, and Hyung-suk is visibly startled. Jihe explains that the scroll should help them find Mr. Sung-hyuk. Hyung-suk, shocked by the quality of it, asks if Jihe created the scroll himself through translation. Jihe lightly asks them to keep that fact secret, and they agree. Then Hyung-suk carefully probes deeper, asking whether Jihe has made a contract with a part divine being. The question lands heavily because it means Hyung-suk knows about the demigod tied to Jihe. Jihe repeats the term in confusion, and Hyung-suk clarifies that part divine means demigod. Hyung-suk makes clear that Jihe does not need to reveal his abilities, leaving that choice entirely to him. Instead, He emphasizes that Jiha has already become an important figure in South Korea's hunter world. He explains that Jiha's potions alone raised Hunter's survival rate by 20%, putting Hunter management in his debt. To prove that support, Hyung-suk presents him with something tangible and promises the organization will back him whenever he needs it. Jiha, holding the offered item, hesitates and wonders if he truly deserves that level of trust. Hyejin interrupts when Hyung-suk's earlier excuse about wanting to know Jiha better starts sounding suspiciously personal. She apologizes for him by explaining that Hyung-suk is a notorious workaholic and awkward in situations like this, which eases the tension. Jiha accepts the gesture warmly, says he appreciates everything, and promises to treat them to a proper meal next time. That simple kindness flusters Hyung-suk, who can only offer a sincere thanks in return. The meeting ends on friendly terms, with the promise that they will see each other again. Outside Hunter management, Sung-hyuk awkwardly receives gratitude while his companions laugh at how unexpectedly dependable he is. The man with glasses openly praises Sung-hyuk as capable and even endearing, while the dark-haired woman remains more reserved. He invites her inside to continue their discussion, and she agrees without hesitation. Once inside, he leans over her work and asks what she is drawing, and she tells him she is nearly finished. Her sketch turns out to be a memory of the Estram Kingdom, a place marked by mountains, a river, and a castle. He explains that the drawing may help locate Sung-hyuk, because if she focuses on him while using the scroll, it should react if he is nearby. As he channels the scroll's power, he entrusts it with finding Sung-hyuk's presence if he still lives. The method seems promising, but he regrets that he cannot test it because this was made with the last of the ink. The woman is overwhelmed with relief and gratitude and grabs his hands, thanking him fervently for giving her hope. He reassures her that he believes Sung-hyuk is still alive and promises to keep helping until they find him. Moved by his kindness, she tells him plainly that he is a good person. He brushes off the praise and frames his support as nothing more than what friends should do for each other. She steps even closer and asks him to let her know if he ever needs anything, leaving him flustered by the sudden intimacy. The moment breaks when he realizes Byum is missing, and he sheepishly admits the cat has run off. Byum races alone through the forest as if driven by a purpose beyond simple wandering. That purpose awakens something ancient, and the small cat transforms into a glowing white beast charged with cold power. The transformation completes as icy energy surges through his body. Now in his true form, he stands beneath the moon like a divine predator answering a summons. He surveys a rocky height where a hidden presence seems to be waiting for him. A voice addresses a faithful guardian who has endured endless torment, and declares that the fawn of the god Arctus has come to find him. Byum descends toward the source of that suffering. He finds a giant wolf bound in chains and surrounded by goblins who have reduced the once proud creature to a captive beast. The voice identifies the prisoner as Growler, the one who carries out the god's will. Growler strains against his restraints, reacting to the arrival with a mix of fury and disbelief. Even battered and humiliated, the chained wolf still radiates enough menace to unsettle his captors. One goblin notices something approaching and hesitates too late. Byum appears before them at full size, his presence alone sending the goblin line into panic. He steps into their midst with calm authority, making the goblins look suddenly small and exposed. With cold contempt, he orders the enslaved creatures to leave. Instead of obeying, the goblins rush him together in a desperate attack. Growler can only stare as Byum moves to intervene, unable to understand why anyone would help him. Byum tears into the chains binding Growler, beginning his rescue by force. The restraints snap apart under his jaws and strength. He declares that Growler's meaningless servitude is over, while the freed wolf can barely process the claim. Byum reveals the larger reason for his arrival. The restoration of the world tree has begun. Growler tries to dismiss him with wounded pride, insisting only the gods can command him. Byum answers by attacking anyway, refusing to indulge the wolf's defiance. He overwhelms Growler in a brutal clash and sends the larger beast crashing down. Holding him in his jaws, Byum makes it clear that he is not asking for permission and reminds Growler that he stands as a god's proxy. As Growler protests, Byum drags him off and orders him to stop resisting and surrender. Elsewhere, the group arrives at a ruined castle dungeon, grateful for the chance to explore a high-rank site despite its danger. When asked why they came, the answer is practical. Even a run-tight dungeon with only an item box might still hide something valuable. The man with glasses explains his theory that the refuge may connect to a secret tunnel once used by the Black Lion Knight Commander to help survivors escape Astram during the war. A companion questions the certainty of that idea, and he admits he may not have examined the place closely before, only noticed that the architecture matched. The white-haired fighter has no interest in history and only hopes the ruin contains a useful artifact. His wish is rewarded when a sword is identified as a rare artifact that boosts sword skill and increases party attack for a short time. He pulls the weapon free and checks whether this is the item they were looking for. The artifact's effect is confirmed in detail, proving it is a genuinely valuable find. The others immediately ask how the man with glasses knew the sword's exact properties on sight, catching him off guard. Trying to cover his slip, he awkwardly claims he recently gained an appraisal skill, which shocks the group. The blonde woman realizes Jiha can identify potion effects with precision, proving he has finally awakened a useful appraisal skill. Encouraged, the armored man offers his own gear for inspection, hoping Jiha can read more than just the sword they found. Jiha examines the armor and confirms its exact bonuses, showing that his ability works on equipment as well. The group celebrates that Jiha has at last gained a real talent, and he accepts the praise with relief. His companions immediately turn that breakthrough into a joke about getting rich, piling onto him in excitement. Their teasing goes too far until the blonde woman smacks them back into line with her books. She scolds them for already treating Jiha like a tool, forcing the others to back off amid the chaos. Once things settle, she warns Jiha that many people would exploit an ability like his, and he agrees to be careful. As they move deeper through the ruins, Jiha keeps that warning in mind while the party follows a narrow path. He decides the best way to use his new skill is to learn from Mr. Hyunsik, the knowledgeable mentor he trusts. Their armored companion suddenly spots something ahead and calls the group's attention to it. They find a breach in the wall and conclude monsters must have smashed through from the other side. Stepping through, the whole party is stunned by what opens up before them. Beyond the wall lies a broad, clear river running through the area, far larger and cleaner than they expected. Jiha studies the water and wonders how such a deep river could have carved a tunnel through the mountain. Checking his map, he realizes this river may connect to the area behind Mount Apito, making the discovery strategically important. When the others see how accurately Jiha records the landscape, they compare his sketching to taking a photograph and ask if he notices any danger. While the others focus on Jiha's mapmaking, the blonde woman crouches by the river and senses something unusual in the water. A hidden effect activates from her scroll, boosting the party's chances of obtaining a special item after a setback. At the same moment, the group erupts in alarm as they realize she is in trouble at the riverbank. She looks up in confusion, not yet understanding the danger closing in on her. Before she can react, something from the water catches her and drags her off balance toward the river. Jiha lunges after her as she is pulled into the water, shouting for his sister while the others panic behind him. She plunges under and bitterly realizes she has somehow become the one in danger again. From the shore, the party watches in horror as both siblings are now at risk in the river. Struggling in the current, the blonde woman can only cry out for help. Jiha dives in after her without hesitation, throwing himself into the water to reach her. Underwater, he pushes forward and urges her to hold on while he closes the distance. A massive creature rises beneath him, lifting him instead of attacking outright. Jiha suddenly recognizes what he is riding and freezes in shock. He identifies the giant being as World Eater, a creature he somehow knows by name. The enormous creature carries both of them safely back to the surface and toward the shore while the others rush over. Once they are out of immediate danger, Jiha checks frantically that his sister is unharmed. The rest of the party gathers around the shaken siblings, trying to calm them and assess the damage. Realizing the creature saved them, Jiha gratefully thanks World Eater instead of fearing it. Then his companions call him over, having found something else nearby that demands his attention. They show Jiha a strange mark on the ground, and the group studies it with concern. It turns out to be a glowing magic circle, and no one understands why it is hidden here. Jiha stares at it, and begins to suspect he has found something far more significant than a random ruin. Behind them, World Eater bobs in the water, as if cheerfully acknowledging the rescue before drifting off. Still rattled, Jiha's sister jokes darkly that she must be cursed, since she keeps ending up in danger. Their white-haired companion tries to cheer her up by reminding her that she at least gained an expensive-looking brooch. The brooch is identified as the last brooch of the artisan, making it a rare production artifact rather than simple jewelry. Jiha appraises it, and explains that it boosts handcraft techniques by 10%, confirming it has practical value. Wanting to test that effect immediately, she opens her book and starts working with new confidence. The brooch responds perfectly to her talent, letting her create a paper bird so cleanly that even the others are impressed. Seeing how naturally she handles it, Jiha concludes the artifact suits her especially well. With the dungeon nearing its closing time, the armored man orders the group to head back, and Jiha agrees. Outside the ruins, they part ways for the day after being told they did well and should return tomorrow. Back with his book, Jiha studies the newly revealed spell dimension portal and learns it can open a path to another dimension, but only to a place sharing the same magic circle. Biam leaves determined to find his missing companions and recover the black card, convinced he can solve the territory's problems once he understands the card's true nature. When he returns home, he realizes the one who usually greets him is gone and remembers that the runaway beast is no longer there. Inside, the emptiness feels unfamiliar to him, making the absence harder to ignore. He pushes the feeling aside, hoping the missing one will return soon, and tries to focus on work. Before long, he heads into the forest and calls out for the others, expecting to find them nearby. When no one answers, he grows uneasy and starts searching more urgently. A sudden sound draws his attention deeper into the trees. There he finds the white leopard Biam, now enormous, carrying a small gray dog in its mouth. Instead of panicking, he warmly recognizes Biam and fusses over how much it has grown. As he takes the weak little dog into his arms, a system message identifies it as Growler. The message reveals that Growler is a messenger of God and asks whether Biam will help treat it. Biam accepts immediately without hesitation. Power begins flowing into the injured dog as the treatment starts. The World Tree's energy restores Growler, returning some of its lost strength. Once healed, the dog looks up at Biam in startled disbelief. Its shock quickly turns into a fierce, defensive posture, as if its true nature is far less harmless than its size suggests. Biam ignores the threat completely and smothers the little creature with affection instead. With the giant leopard calmly beside them, he decides the recovered dog is adorable and healthy enough to stay. He immediately tries to rename Growler with an embarrassingly childish new name, leaving the dog horrified. Even the animals judge his naming sense, but he cheerfully insists the dog belongs here now. He presents the forest as the dog's new home, fully welcoming it into his territory. Time passes, and with Doggo's arrival the number of increased acorns rises dramatically. Reviewing his status, Biam realizes his master's will trait is likely causing the territory's creatures to grow stronger as they gather around him. Doggo proves that strength in battle, relentlessly hunting monsters and helping keep the area safe. Pleased with the results, Biam rewards Doggo for its work with a pile of red pine acorns. He explains that the acorns are the source of the scent both animals have been fighting over. The moment he offers one, the white leopard lunges in to claim it first. Doggo attacks back, and the two animals erupt into another petty fight over the treat. Biam breaks them apart, and warns that neither will get anything if they keep brawling. A glowing flower catches his attention, making him realize the sought-after items may have appeared. Back inside, he notices both animals have become noticeably heavier from all the feeding and growth. Doggo suddenly senses someone approaching the house and turns alert. Visitors arrive, and Biam opens the door to two men, one of whom notices the new animal immediately. Biam greets the silver-haired guest, who admits he did not expect to be invited so soon. The visitor quickly brings up Biam's earlier claim and asks if it is true that he can appraise artifacts. Biam confirms that he can. The men are impressed that the possibility was real after all. Biam also recognizes the other guest, Hunter Choi Jiha, and they exchange a friendly reunion. He then asks what has brought Hunter Choi here today. Choi makes clear he is not here about the guild leader's previous offer but for a different purpose entirely. He praises Biam's potions and scrolls as exceptional, speaking with open professional envy. The silver-haired man suggests they sit down because both he and Choi have many questions. Once seated, they ask the key question: how far does Biam's appraisal ability actually go? Biam explains that he can accurately identify an artifact's name, description, stats, and skill ratios, and that he confirmed this by comparing results across multiple items. That answer convinces them his class is effectively functioning as an appraiser. Biam admits that although he now has the skill, he still does not know how to use it properly. The silver-haired man offers guidance, saying that helping him with this is exactly why Hunter Choi came. Biam eagerly says he wants to use his ability to help hunters as much as possible and asks what he should do. They warn him that true appraisers are extremely rare worldwide, which makes his ability far more dangerous than he realizes. If his appraisal talent becomes public, hunters from all over the world will flood to him, turning his ordinary life into chaos. He reassures her that they already prepared for the possibility they discussed. She immediately notices a newly posted notice about artifact appraisal. At her computer, she realizes a new appraiser service has opened and wonders if a hunter with that class has appeared. She hurriedly clicks in to check the details. The announcement explains that appraisals are offered by reservation only, with limited daily slots at Eternal Flame's basement. She is stunned to discover the service is being run out of her own guild building. By the time she reacts, all reservations are already gone, leaving her furious that no one warned her. Outside, the demand is obvious from the long line of people waiting for appraisals. Inside, Jiha, disguised behind a cat mask, efficiently appraises artifacts and explains one item's paired effect. The customers leave satisfied, and he keeps the operation moving with casual confidence. He finds the appraisal work enjoyable, though the mask is becoming a nuisance. Still, he is relieved Hyung-sik helped him set this up. Left alone, he debates whether to greet Cha Wei-in, surprised to be working in her guild building after turning down her offer. Elsewhere, Cha Wei-in erupts in anger over the situation. Hyung-sik tries to calm her, knowing things will get worse if she learns the appraiser is Jiha. He admits the reservations are completely booked for the next 3 months, which only deepens her frustration. She grabs him and demands to know why he kept this from her. Hyung-sik explains the appraiser is under his authority. The location was decided yesterday, and she herself had said he could use the basement freely. She protests that her own stockpile of artifacts will take years to process at this rate, and demands special treatment as the building owner. Hyung-sik refuses to indulge her, tells her to wait her turn, and escapes before she can press further. Left fuming, she swears she will uncover the appraiser's identity. Her anger hardens into a vow to make that mysterious appraiser work for her personally. Meanwhile, Jiha senses that someone is probably talking about him. Later, he teaches potion making, explaining that proper shaking is crucial because the ingredients are highly sensitive. The result is 2 strong potions, but his version comes out noticeably superior, with longer zero-cost skill use and greater healing. When asked why the same process produced different results, he first points to ingredient quality. Privately, he admits the real reason is his level 3 alchemy, and feels a little guilty for hiding it. After producing enough stock for the next day, Hyung-sik thanks him and notes the store is thriving. Hyung-sik reveals he and Mr. Kim are planning to recruit more alchemists and expand, because these potions are too valuable for an ordinary shop alone. Overwhelmed by Jiha's skill, Hyunsik bows and begs to be taught more, while Jiha insists he is still learning too. Once the work is done, Jiha leans back, exhausted, and decides to head to the garden. As he settles down, he suddenly senses something calling for his attention. He focuses on the strange pull instead of ignoring it. In the garden, he finds his companions gathered among the crops and announces his arrival. The wolf and the white cat rush him at once, making it clear they missed him. He apologizes for being late and explains he was busy teaching potion making. The tiny knight urgently signals that something is wrong. The wolf jumps down, alert and ready to act. When the knight indicates a direction, Jiha realizes they want him to follow. He goes with them, carrying the cat while the wolf leads and the insect-like army swarms behind. A system alert appears as they arrive at the source of the disturbance. The message announces monsters in the Great Plains, and Growler immediately activates his command skill. Under that command, the Pterodrone army surges forward and begins crushing the invading monsters. As the battle turns, the system declares that the Pterodrones evolve under the demigod's blessing and that a new species has appeared. Jiha watches in surprise as the transformation unfolds around him. The new unit reveals itself as a Pterodrone scout, and Jiha greets it with cautious approval. The system credits his contribution with helping cleanse the Great Plains and unlocks a new area, Mount Apito. Pleased with the outcome, Jiha praises the whole group for their work. He gives special credit to Growler, rewarding the wolf with affection. Growler proudly basks in the praise and boasts to the cat about showing off his skill. A haughty white leopard cat refuses to dirty itself and orders the gray wolf to keep doing the work. Their bickering escalates until the young man intervenes and forces both beasts to stop fighting. Still carrying the two resentful companions, he decides to head for Mount Apito to look for answers there. He presses on through the forest with both animals in his arms despite their continued hostility. Reaching the mountain area, he searches the barren ground and hopes to find some clue hidden nearby. Something catches his attention and interrupts his uncertain search. He spots what looks like an old shelter and suspects it may have been used by the Black Lion Knights. A map-like memory or clue points him toward the southern side of Mount Apito. He realizes that if the Knights' shelter was on the south side, there may be a tunnel hidden inside the mountain. He tries to use his power to probe the area directly. Instead, the system informs him that the World Tree's restoration is complete, physical interference in Gehenna is now forbidden, and his role has changed to one that allows communication with Gehenna's bound beings. He quickly understands that he can no longer command events there as before and wonders what alternative method remains. The answer arrives immediately when he gains a new ability called God's Vision. The skill is explained as a way to observe the area from a divine perspective rather than act on it physically. Excited by the possibility, he activates the new skill at once. The sudden shift in perception throws him off balance. He is yanked into the new viewpoint so abruptly that he panics as his awareness seems to plunge through space. Once the shock passes, he marvels at the sweeping overhead view now spread beneath him. While adjusting to the strange perspective, he notices movement below that seems important. He sees a group of armed survivors surrounded by orcs and recognizes that this may be the remnant of Estram. At their center stands a blonde swordsman whose bearing marks him as the likely leader of the survivors. The blonde knight leads a fierce counterattack, cutting through the orcs and protecting his people. Watching from above, the observer concludes that the blonde fighter must be the captain of the group. Someone calls the captain by name, revealing him to be Eddie. That name shocks the observer, confirming he has found someone important. He then recognizes another fighter nearby as Han Sung-hyuk, alive and battling alongside the survivors. Below, Eddie and Han Sung-hyuk discuss the worsening situation, noting that the orcs keep coming from the Great Plains and wondering what is driving the attacks. Even while fighting, Han Sung-hyuk jokes grimly that if this continues they may end up eating monsters just to survive. Eddie reassures him that he will not let the group starve. Han Sung-hyuk answers that the real problem is Baron Gram, who is working with Parajak to steal their supplies. He offers to track down the hidden food within 3 days if Eddie gives the order, but Eddie declines the offer with appreciation. From above, the observer confirms that the blonde man really is Eddie, the prince of the fallen Estram kingdom. After the battle, Han Sung-hyuk casually gathers the others and starts leading them back. At that moment, a new quest suddenly appears before the observer. The mission lays out a full objective chain: rebuild the survivors' village, deliver Estram's sacred sword to the prince, and restore the kingdom's true ruler, Edinskal. A second mission identifies the enemies behind the survivors' suffering as Baron Gram and Parajak, and orders their removal. He is startled by how detailed these instructions are and compares the situation to a story mode with scripted goals. Even so, he is encouraged because finding Han Sung-hyuk is already a major breakthrough. He reflects on Han Sung-hyuk's place among the survivors and sees that he has become part of their circle. His first impulse is to tell Hyacinth what he has discovered. He immediately stops himself, deciding that bringing Han Sung-hyuk back matters more, though he still needs a way to help without direct interference. Back in the forest, he gathers the wolf, the leopard cat, and a beetle-like bound creature to discuss a magic circle. He opens a book to the circle's design and asks the assembled bound beings if any of them understand how it works. The insect-like creature steps forward as if it recognizes the problem and is ready to help. It arranges a ring of similar creatures around the glowing circle, and the man asks what exactly it is doing. The creature explains that essence is used to activate the magic circle, prompting him to ask what comes next. The lead creature channels power into the setup and begins the activation in earnest. The circle responds, spreading bright green energy as the man realizes the process is actually working. Observing the completed formation, he deduces that the green circle serves as the entrance while the yellow one marks the exit. With the pathway established, the insect creatures start moving through the active circle, putting the transport plan into motion. A man suddenly drops into a forest through a glowing magic circle while insect-like beings swarm around him. Realizing what happened, he identifies the sigil below as a teleportation circle rather than a normal passage. He reasons that the survivors must have been using this magic to travel instead of a hidden tunnel. From that, he concludes the exit should be somewhere around Mount Apito, and resolves to find it so he can bring someone back. He asks the local bug-like creatures whether they also use this circle to move around, noting the symbol resembles a tetradrone. When they deny it, he presses further, trying to understand how they travel freely between Earth and Gehenna. One of them offers a simple answer that catches him off guard. Following that clue, he looks up at the enormous forest and realizes the answer may lie in the World Tree. He pieces it together and suspects the World Tree itself serves as a bridge between Earth and Gehenna. Satisfied that he finally has a lead, he excitedly thanks the creatures and asks for their help. He sends them to scout Mount Apito for another magic circle, and they readily agree. Elsewhere, the people of Estram gather around a wagon of supplies as their leaders assess the village's worsening shortage. The amount brought in is so meager that the villagers fear it may only keep them alive for about a week. A knight points out that Baron Grum and the merchant Perajak failed to deliver the minerals they had taken in exchange. The elder merchant deflects blame by saying those men are struggling too because monsters destroyed their farm. Han casually agrees to help, but his tone makes clear he is not taking the crisis seriously. The prince cuts him off before he can push things further and keeps the discussion focused. Trying to salvage the situation, the prince asks what the village can offer to obtain more food. A new voice answers with a dangerous possibility, mithril. Baron Grum steps forward as the one proposing it. When the prince confirms what he heard, Grum calmly insists that mithril is exactly what they need. The prince objects that even reaching the village is already difficult because of monsters, so obtaining mithril sounds impossible. Grum reveals he recently received information from a wild elf. According to that report, there is a valley deep in Mount Apito where mithril can be found easily. He frames the discovery as a chance to strike a proper trade arrangement with the wild elves. The elder merchant immediately supports the idea, tempted by the promise of securing more food through mithril. The prince's companions recognize the scheme for what it is and react with open anger. Ignoring their outrage, the prince demands the exact route to the valley. Grum gives only vague directions from the top of Mount Apito, while the crowd whispers that the path is likely full of ogres and griffins. The prince silently grips his sword, making his decision. To everyone's shock, he agrees to go himself despite his knight's immediate protest. Grum is amused that the prince is actually willing to risk it. The prince explains that even if Estram has fallen, the starving people who followed him are still his responsibility. Grum and the merchant eagerly accept his choice, already planning to resume trade once mithril is brought back. Before they can settle the matter, another voice forcefully interrupts. The prince declares that he will not let his men face the mission alone and will accompany them until the mithril is secured, though Grum warns the wild elves reject outsiders. The prince answers that even Grum was once an outsider, exposing the weakness in that excuse. Grum yields with a mocking smile, treating the prince's resolve as little more than posturing. Han joins the expedition too, admitting bluntly that he wants to survive and return to the lover waiting for him. The prince reassures him that he intends to keep him alive. Elsewhere, a white-haired woman kneels before an altar and prays to the deity Ark. Hidden nearby, Grum watches her in secret and quietly notes that the moment he has been waiting for is close. He decides to hold back just a little longer, clearly preparing some private scheme. A storybook-like account begins, explaining that long ago the kingdom of Estram stood in the Gehenna continent. At first, life in that kingdom was peaceful and happy. That peace ended when war against the monsters began, and the survivors rallied behind Prince Edinskal. To escape the undead, those survivors fled and settled at Mount Apito. Even there they continued to suffer from monsters and hunger, while Baron Grum and the merchant Perajak held trading ties with the wild elves. Those connections were used to feed themselves first, enriching the two men while the wider settlement remained desperate. In the midst of that hardship, Prince Edinskal finally drew his sword to protect his people. After hearing the account so far, the man pauses to think through what it means. He quickly fixates on the real problem, why the ogres are attacking the elves at all. He recalls that dread-grade ogres are brutal but simple creatures, built to endure damage and smash whatever stands before them. The villagers had shown him a vision of terror drones in Mount Apito, but he realizes helping from this distance is frustratingly limited. He also remembers that Prince Edinskal and the Black Lion Knights have repeatedly defeated powerful enemies before, so the situation may still be salvageable. A prayer to the Ark suddenly reaches him, and he is startled by the unexpected connection. On the other end, a white-haired saintess is praying alone when she senses an unfamiliar presence. Her prayer is for those who showed courage in defending their people. A system message appears before him, confirming that Saintess Selena is seeking his aid. The request becomes a formal mission: support Selena and strengthen the village through her. He realizes this is essentially a bonus quest, with a special condition that lets him speak and trade items while Selena prays. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately decides to make use of it. Selena, hearing something in the middle of prayer, anxiously asks whether someone is there. He is shocked that she can actually hear him through the link. Not wanting to alarm her further, he pulls back and decides to sort things out from the garden instead. As he walks, he starts looking for a practical way to use this new channel. He turns to his insect-like followers, gathering the scouts, warriors, and a knight under his command. Once they assemble, he confirms that the necessary units are present. He announces that he has an urgent mission for them. He orders the warriors to head to Mount Apito and secure the same magic circle he had seen before. He sends the scouts to search for the surviving villagers there and report anything unusual directly to the knight. He keeps the knight with him, assigning it a separate critical task. That task is to deliver a sword to Prince Dinskal, because the weapons currently in use are not enough. His forces immediately split into organized groups and rush out to carry out the plan. Two animal companions watch the deployment and wonder why he is still leaving one target alone. The calmer one explains that their master is not yet strong enough to handle their full involvement, so they must wait. The impatient one protests until the other shuts the argument down. Elsewhere, two nobles quietly celebrate the prince's apparent disappearance, seeing it as a political advantage. One of them mocks Dinskal as an inexperienced child and insists that swordsmanship alone cannot rule the world. The other goes further, openly hoping both the prince and his close companion die together. They turn to a hidden weapon and ask whether it is potent enough for the job. The answer is that the substance came from the elves and was once used to hunt monsters, so he tested it on a captured ogre. That experiment proved devastating, driving the ogre into a violent frenzy. He explains that even a single sniff is enough to send ogres mad and make even skilled fighters easy prey. In his view, anyone caught against such enraged monsters will die almost instantly. His partner warns him to keep his voice down and save the celebration until the scheme is complete. The subordinate backs off and leaves to carry out his part. Outside, he bitterly resents being looked down on, even as he reveals he is driven by the same greed and spite as the man above him. He heads into the forest and scatters the lure, drawing the insect troop's attention as he passes. Back at the estate, the Baron looks ahead to the prince's death as the moment his own rise will begin. He imagines himself surpassing his current rank and taking the throne of Estram. He even expects Saintess Selena to submit to him once the prince is gone. Watching this, the man is disgusted by how vile the Baron truly is. Unable to intervene directly, he urgently calls for Selena to pray again, while the system warns that his influence has limits. Even so, he takes some comfort in the fact that his other plan appears to be working. At Mount Apito, Prince Dinskal and the Black Lion Knights are still fighting hard against the ogres. One knight unleashes a powerful strike, cutting through the enemy line. Dinskal follows with precise, forceful sword work of his own, holding the monsters back. Seeing their performance, the man starts to believe they may truly be able to defeat the ogres after all. That hope is interrupted when an ogre suddenly recoils in a panic scream, signaling that something has changed. A fleeing ogre panics as the battle turns against it. The blonde prince cuts the monster down at close range without hesitation. Han intercepts another escaping ogre and taunts it for trying to run. His strike sends the creature crashing face first into the ground. Han finishes it off with a casual farewell. With ogre corpses scattered across the field, Han notes that his sword has gone dull and asks Eddie for a replacement, while the prince offers his own. Han regrets that his weapon broke earlier, a thought that leaves him briefly exposed. A far larger berserk ogre suddenly appears behind him and snatches him up. The monster hurls Han away with overwhelming force. Seeing two berserk ogres closing in, the prince orders everyone else to run. The prince stands his ground alone as the enraged pair charge him. He steadies himself, ready to meet them head-on. Han shouts for Eddie, alarmed that the prince is about to be overwhelmed. He notices a strange new phenomenon, and realizes something unexpected is happening. Golden light suddenly erupts around the battlefield. The prince recognizes the power but cannot yet place it. Elsewhere, the Saintess Selena prays desperately for the prince and his people to be protected. Her prayer succeeds, and a system message declares that Ark's disciple has invoked the first prayer to summon a god's apostle for aid. In another world, a bewildered man named Eddie is presented with a prompt asking whether to send a god's apostle. He accepts, selecting the apostle called Terradrone Knight. A beetle-like armored being materializes in radiant gold as the summoned apostle. The apostle immediately slams into one berserk ogre and interrupts its attack on the prince. It follows with a heavy glowing strike that knocks the monster down. The second ogre retaliates at once, targeting the new arrival. A massive club crashes into the apostle's shell. The apostle absorbs the blow and holds its ground. The impact still drives the club into the earth with tremendous force. Han seizes the opening and shouts for Eddie to act now. The prince quickly understands that Han has a plan. Both Han and the prince rush the distracted ogre from opposite sides. Han leaps first, aiming a decisive overhead strike. The prince follows in perfect coordination. The prince unleashes a fast ether slash at the ogre's leg. Han drives his own empowered blow down at the same time. One berserk ogre roars in pain and fury as their combined assault lands. Han realizes his hit was not deep enough to finish it. The prince warns Han that the monster is still dangerous. The ogre whips around with a brutal counterattack before Han can retreat. Han is caught in the blast of force and pain. He is thrown violently across the field as the others watch in shock. His companions rush to help, but Han tells them to stay back despite his injury. Meanwhile, the apostle grapples with the other berserk ogre and keeps it occupied. The struggle turns bloody as both sides tear into each other. The apostle uses its glowing restraints to hurl one ogre into the other. The collision staggers both monsters and disrupts their coordination. They tumble apart, buying the humans precious time. The apostle returns to the prince's side like a loyal guardian. The prince is baffled that a monster-like being is protecting them. From afar, Eddie realizes the Terradrone Knight has become much stronger as a god's apostle. He also realizes maintaining it consumes a great deal of essence, but he accepts the cost because this is the only way he can help. When prompted to extend the apostle's time at a steep essence price, Eddie chooses yes. He orders the apostle to finish the ogres. The prince recognizes the apostle's golden aura as a sign connected to Ark. The wounded berserk ogres regroup, still snarling and ready to fight. Han, badly hurt but unbroken, admits their enemies are tougher than expected. The prince checks whether Han can still continue. Han answers with bravado, claiming he was only preparing for a second round. One ogre's regenerative toughness becomes clear, confirming that a drawn-out fight favors the monsters. Han counters that they only need a few minutes to end it. The prince laughs at Han's confidence and calls him a show-off. The apostle charges one ogre directly to pin it down again. It crashes into the monster chest to chest and forces it back. Han studies the ogre's resilience and decides the answer is to kill it before it can heal. He activates haste and commits to a finishing strike. Ether surges into his movement, accelerating him sharply. Han darts in with blinding speed. He slips beneath the ogre's guard even as it raises its club. His blade carves upward in a single committed arc. The strike slices deep through the ogre's neck. The berserk ogre is decapitated in one blow. Watching from afar, Eddie is stunned that Han killed such a monster instantly and realizes why he is considered the top hunter. Han then notices his own sword has cracked from the strain. The blade breaks apart in his hand. He curses and suspects he poured too much ether into it. Another fighter notices the strange golden aftermath around the apostle and the battlefield. The apostle uses the opening to drive its spear-like horn through the remaining ogre. The last monster panics as the apostle advances relentlessly instead of retreating. A crushing blow sends that ogre flying away. Han collapses from exhaustion beside the fallen enemy and bitterly jokes that nothing is going his way. The prince praises Han's performance, while Han complains that he could have done even better with a proper sword. Before they can say more, the apostle thanks them for the victory in its own way. They realize the summoned guardian is about to depart. The Terradrone Knight lifts off from the battlefield. Back in his own world, Eddie happily praises the knight for its work. At the chapel, a maid urges the saintess to eat, worried that her constant fasting will make her ill. Selena refuses, insisting the food should go to starving children instead. The maid can only watch her with concern. Selena resumes praying to Ark for even a little hope for their suffering people. She suddenly senses a response and freezes. A voice calls her by name and asks whether she can hear it. Overjoyed, Selena believes Ark has finally answered her and declares that she can hear him. Eddie immediately clarifies that he is not Ark, though he has no time to explain who he really is. Selena remains reverent and attentive despite the confusion. Eddie identifies himself only as Ark's apostle and urgently tells her to send Prince Edinskal east. He adds that the prince must find something there. Selena accepts the instruction at once and promises to relay it. A nearby nobleman, Baron Gram, watches her strange behavior and suspects she may be losing her mind. Eddie sees his remaining connection time dropping fast and realizes he must hurry. Before the link ends, he warns Selena to stay away from Baron Gram because the man is searching for something dangerous. Selena is startled and tries to understand what or whom the warning refers to. Eddie can only hope she understood before the connection breaks, while Gram decides to leave. Selena watches him go, now deeply suspicious. She resolves to remember every word she was given. Back in the forest, Eddie leaves the rest to Selena and prepares to do what he can from his side. Han, now bandaged, insists he is fine despite his condition. He downplays the wound and says his real problem is exhaustion from overusing ether. The prince asks what the strange beetle-like creatures are doing around the ogre corpses. The small beetles begin harvesting glowing crystals from the dead monsters, something none of the others recognize. The prince watches in uneasy confusion. A maid suddenly runs up to them in a panic. She reaches the prince and urgently asks why he left the saintess, because something important has happened. She explains that the saintess has sent a message. The prince is immediately alarmed by that news. The maid relays Selena's words. He must go east, where there is something he needs to find. The order makes little sense to the group, since their known objective lies elsewhere. When pressed for details, the maid admits she only knows that the saintess said it was an oracle. The prince is shaken by the idea that Selena received divine guidance. He asks Han for advice, but Han makes clear the decision belongs to the prince alone. Han also suggests the giant beetle's appearance may be connected to Ark, making the oracle harder to dismiss. That possibility pushes him toward action, and Han proposes they go east and learn for themselves whether Ark truly exists. The prince decides to split the group so the search can begin immediately, ordering his men to remain behind and protect the maid. Han casually borrows a knight's sword for the journey. He tests the weapon, jokes that it feels heavy, and is warned not to break it too. Han promises to replace it later with something far better, boasting about the weapons from his own home. In the modern world, Eddie arrives at Jihe's house carrying a pack and looking determined. Jihe opens the door in surprise at his sudden visit. Eddie greets her warmly after their time apart. He explains that he came because he needs a favor. Jihe invites him inside without hesitation. Once seated, Eddie asks to borrow Sung Hyuk's sword because he urgently needs it. Jihe asks why he would need that particular weapon. Eddie reveals that he has finally learned Sung Hyuk's whereabouts, and that he is currently in Gehenna. The news shocks Jihe and gives her sudden hope. Eddie admits he hid this before to spare her false hope, but now he needs her help because he is trying to bring Sung Hyuk back. Jihe immediately agrees to do anything necessary. She rushes off to retrieve what he needs. She returns carrying the massive weapon known as the Crying Warrior's Sword. Its appraisal identifies it as the symbol of a contract with Growler, usable only by the contractor, and Eddie is impressed by how extraordinary it is. Jihe is startled that Eddie already knows the sword's true name. Eddie awkwardly jokes that he is really the Master Cat, leaving Jihe baffled. The joke ends when he nearly drops the sword because of its absurd weight. Jihe explains that Sung Hyuk's sword has far denser ether than ordinary hunter's weapons, which is why it suits him. Eddie thanks her for the loan and offers to appraise anything for her in the future. As he prepares to leave, they exchange sincere thanks. Eddie vows that he will find a way to bring Sung Hyuk back. Jihe believes him and tells him he is an amazing person. He heads out encouraged by her faith in him. Back home, Eddie turns his attention to checking on the others again. He assumes they have probably reached their destination by now, only to notice two cats waiting for him inside. He stares at the unexpected pair and demands to know what they are doing there. The gray dog resists being ordered around even as the white cat urges it to go. When its owner gently invites it along instead, the dog's attitude softens and it looks up at him. Accepting that the dog has its own reasons, the man pets it and leaves while the cat stays behind. He heads out through the forest carrying the dog in his arms. Elsewhere, two knights discover a hidden doorway in old ruins and realize it may have always been there unnoticed. The blonde prince recognizes it as the escape route he used before and reveals the Black Lion Knights once used it as a shelter too. Convinced there must be something important inside, the two decide to investigate. They enter the concealed passage while onlookers watch from outside. Inside, they compare what they know and conclude the tunnel likely predates the current empire, though its true origin is uncertain. The prince reminds his companion that he once saved him in a place like this, hinting that the debt is still unsettled. He openly asks when that favor will be repaid, turning the old rescue into leverage. The dark-haired knight jokes that killing monsters should have covered the debt already, and mocks the idea of being sent to conquer the Northern Empire for more. The prince backs off with a smile and claims he was only teasing. The knight points out the prince acts warmly in public but differently when they are alone, then abruptly notices something off. The prince immediately senses the shift and braces for a discovery. Both men stop and look down, suspecting they have found something dangerous. A large X mark on the floor confirms their suspicion that the spot is likely a trap. The dark-haired knight crouches to inspect it, and calls out in case anyone is hiding nearby. The floor gives way under his touch, proving the mark was more than a warning. A section of the ground collapses into a deep shaft, forcing both men back as debris falls away. Remembering he had checked for hidden mechanisms beforehand, the knight smugly declares that his favor has now been repaid and suggests they climb down. As they descend, he uses his sword like a torch while the prince complains and he tells him to stop grumbling. The knight suddenly spots something below, and draws the prince's attention to it. The prince is stunned to find an object that should not be in a place like this. At the bottom stands a radiant sword wrapped in vine-like ornament, emanating sacred power. The knight realizes the prince recognizes it, and presses him for an explanation. The prince identifies the weapon as the seal of the Estram Kingdom, a relic tied to royal authority. Unable to understand how such a relic ended up here, he reaches for it anyway. The moment he grasps it, he raises the sword and accepts its power. A system message declares that Prince Edinskal has acquired the seal and cleared the mission to deliver it to him. Further rewards follow, granting blessings, stat increases, language interpretation, and an upgraded observation skill for placing an item in a dungeon for the first time. Back in the forest, the bespectacled man gratefully thanks Edinskal, pleased that the plan succeeded. He arrives at Griffin Valley and is surprised to find a huge gathering there. A prompt asks whether to use the Terrapone Knight for the next evolution, and he agrees while surveying the packed valley below. Seeing the evolution chance rise to 95.5%, he realizes the Terrapone Knight can still evolve further. He judges the creature already powerful and expects an awakening skill to make it even more formidable. His observation skill proves useful, letting him assess the assembled creatures efficiently. He focuses on the operation and begins distributing resources among the crowd. The gray dog suddenly barks urgently from behind him, interrupting his work. He turns to check on it, assuming something is wrong. When the dog leaps onto his pack, he thinks it may just be hungry and offers to get food. Instead, the dog pulls out a blue sword, alarming him because the weapon is dangerous. The sword's power erupts around the dog, and the man falls back as the energy surges. Bathed in divine light, the dog begins drawing that power into itself while howling. A warning explains that Growler is trying to reclaim lost power as a messenger of the gods, But without a costly infusion of essence, the absorption may fail and force it back into a primordial nature god form. Though the cost will consume most of his essence, the man decides immediately that saving the dog matters more because it is family. He throws himself into the ritual and pours his power into the blazing transformation despite the strain. The light intensifies around him as he shields himself and keeps feeding the process while the dog remains at the center. Golden energy engulfs both of them, suggesting the desperate rescue is reaching its critical point. Overwhelmed and nearly spent, he collapses into a void-like state, barely able to make a sound. A man stirs in a strange star-filled void, disoriented and trying to make sense of where he is. As he opens his eyes, he notices something before him and focuses on it with wary confusion. He finds himself facing an enormous wolf-like being that towers over him in the empty cosmic space. Trying to identify the creature, he reaches out and awkwardly addresses it by the nickname Doggo. The wolf immediately bristles at the familiar name, baring its teeth and asserting its authority over him. The man realizes this is the Apostle Brawler, the being who has been watching over the world in this place. Brawler makes clear that even as God's apostle, the man has no right to treat him casually or disrespectfully. Intimidated, the man quickly apologizes and backs down. Brawler relents slightly, deciding to overlook it only because this is their first real conversation. He accepts the apology and allows the exchange to continue on calmer terms. Relieved by the shift in tone, the man tries to smooth things over with a nervous bit of charm. Brawler reveals that his own time is ending and that from now on the duty of guiding the world and its creatures will fall to the man. As the transfer begins, Brawler announces that his role has run out. Before departing, he gives the man a final instruction to keep learning and grow stronger. When the man protests at being called a kid, Brawler pointedly insists that is exactly what he is. The void collapses around him, and he is abruptly thrown out of the vision. He jolts awake with a gasp, startled by the sudden return to reality. Back in a grassy clearing, he finds himself sprawled on the ground beside his pack and sword. He forces himself to refocus, recognizing that whatever happened, he cannot afford to lose concentration now. Remembering Brawler's warning, he resolves to treat the task ahead as his highest priority. He steels himself and promises to do what he can. His insect-like companion Knight appears, and he reassures it that he is unharmed. Without wasting time, he decides to resume the griffin hunt and pulls out his book to consult it. He studies the text carefully, searching for the right approach rather than rushing in blindly. The book shows griffins in flight, setting up the creatures he is trying to deal with. Elsewhere, two armored men arrive at a rocky area after recovering a lost seal, treating the discovery as a miracle. The blonde knight is pleased with the weapon he has gained, but his dark-haired companion reminds him it is a national treasure of Astram Kingdom. The dark-haired man quietly warns that the sword should sometimes be drawn for reasons other than glory or battle. He goes further, cautioning that if they do not strike Baron Grom first, Grom may eventually turn that same blade against them. When asked what he wants done, he bluntly offers to kill their enemies himself. The blonde knight rejects that ruthlessness, insisting their foes remain people despite their crimes. The dark-haired man is unsurprised by the answer, and dryly tells him to keep his distance from such people if he intends to stay soft-hearted. Their exchange is interrupted when the dark-haired man senses something unusual nearby. He looks up, alert to a disturbance he cannot yet identify. Both men spot a strange light ahead and move toward it to investigate. At the waterfall, the man with the book calmly observes griffins below while continuing his study. He notes that although pterodrones and griffins are both flying monsters, their combat abilities differ significantly. He concludes that pterodrones are built for direct, all-directional attacks, while griffins excel at agile maneuvering. Using that insight, he sends Knight into the fight, reasoning that only Knight can match a griffin's mobility well enough to engage it properly. Then he notices a large group of pterodrones gathering below, changing the scale of the situation. The pterodrones organize themselves into a coordinated formation and produce a net instead of attacking individually. He is impressed by their teamwork, realizing they are capable of more tactical behavior than expected. The net catches a griffin in midair and robs it of its freedom to maneuver. The pterodrones tighten their hold and drag the trapped griffin down, pressing the advantage as a group. Watching the swarm overwhelm multiple griffins, he realizes the battle will become one-sided if it continues like this. A sudden surge of light interrupts his thoughts, and he senses that something important is happening to Knight. Knight's potential reaches its limit, signaling a breakthrough in the middle of combat. That breakthrough becomes a new ability called Shockwave. The man watches in surprise as Knight immediately moves to use the newly gained power. Knight unleashes Shockwave in a blazing burst that slams through the battlefield and sends griffins crashing away. A radiant beetle-like spirit descends, answering the hidden strategist's intent to quietly aid the others. Watching his summoned helper, the strategist is pleased that the creature can carry out the task. Far away, two knights notice a sudden burst of light in the canyon and realize something has arrived before them. As they look up, they identify the source as the same beetle creature. They wonder if it came on its own to help them, and cautiously accept that it might have. Believing it may be guiding them, they rush forward to follow its lead. When they confront the beetle, it does not attack, leaving them confused about its purpose. Instead, the creature draws a simple house symbol, trying to communicate a destination. The two men realize it is pointing them toward a settlement. The beetle confirms their guess by indicating the hidden village in the distance. They conclude that something must have gone wrong back there, and that the beetle came as a warning. Thanking the creature, they entrust the place to it and turn back at once. From the forest, the strategist watches them go, convinced this is the only help he can offer for now. He decides to rely on them to protect the survivors while he pursues his own next move. As the pair race toward the village, the strategist worries about what they will find and resolves to meet John afterward. Their sprint halts when they suddenly discover a body lying ahead. They recognize the dead man as one of Baron Grom's soldiers and take it as proof that John has acted. The blonde knight confirms the identity, while his companion reads the scene in grim silence. The dark-haired knight theatrically vows revenge for John, prompting his friend to cut off the nonsense. Dropping the joke, they focus on the real danger and suspect Baron Grom has already seized the Saintess. Even while moving, the dark-haired knight keeps needling his companion about his dead fiancée and Grom's role in it. When asked where John and his men are, the blonde knight reasons that John is likely waiting near the village and staying cautious. At the village gate, armed men force the entrance open while frightened townspeople gather under occupation. Inside, soldiers herd captives through the streets as the villagers watch helplessly. A bound knight is dragged along under orders to move faster. At the center of the square, Baron Grom and the merchant Perejak stand in control while the Saintess is held behind them. Perejak reports that Prince Edinskal is absent, but Grom is unconcerned and expects the prince to come to them. Grom has the captured knight thrown down and mocks him for abandoning his own men. The prisoner answers with open hatred, saying Grom's greed should have been stopped long ago. Grom smugly agrees that he has shown his true nature and sneers that the knight lacked the courage to resist before. He orders the knight imprisoned with the others, tightening his grip on the village. The Saintess breaks her silence to condemn Grom and warn that divine judgment will fall on him. Grom kneels before her with false intimacy and tries to undermine her faith. He tells her to abandon Ark and serve him instead, revealing the full extent of his blasphemous ambition. That provocation becomes the final trigger for the hidden resistance to act. A concealed fighter strikes from behind and puts a blade to Grom's neck, interrupting the execution of his plan. The attacker reveals himself as Prince Edinskal and declares that he will no longer let Grom's greed consume his people. Grom recoils in fury as he realizes the prince has come in person. Perejak panics and tries to rally the soldiers by insisting the prince is alone and vulnerable. That bluff collapses when the dark-haired knight appears behind Perejak and takes him hostage. At his signal, John's hidden men surge into the square and surround Grom's forces, ready to kill any who resist. With the trap sprung, the dark-haired knight tells John to finish it while ordering the captured knight to get up and help. The villagers and surviving fighters witness Grom and Perejak brought to their knees, though the two still spit threats at the prince. Prince Edinskal answers by offering Grom one last chance to submit and serve the people instead of exploiting them. He then draws his sword and prepares to make his authority undeniable. Grom recognizes the royal seal on the blade and understands the prince is claiming legitimate rule. Raising the sword high, Edinskal publicly declares the restoration of the Estral kingdom on this land. From afar, the strategist watches the village erupt in celebration as the prince is hailed and the turning point becomes real. With Grom and Perejak banished, the campaign against the wicked is formally complete. A new mission begins as Prince Edinskal and the divine messenger Selena reclaim their place and set out to build the survivor village into the foundation of a new kingdom. Overwhelmed by too many objectives at once, he checks the next mission to understand what the kingdom needs. The system explains that Eastrom's heir, Prince Edinskal, and the divine messenger Selena have reclaimed their place and must now rebuild by expanding the survivor's village. One task is to bind a saintess to the people through a contract so faith can spread and prayers can be received. Another is for Prince Edinskal to prove himself worthy as king by earning the people's trust. The remaining goals are to cleanse Mount Apito, kill monsters there, and locate a target, with Sanctuary unlocking once these missions are completed. He realizes the immediate priority is village expansion, but the mention of Sanctuary leaves him confused. Looking over the land still hidden by fog, he guesses Sanctuary may lie somewhere in that unrevealed territory. Deciding to act through Oracle, he chooses to begin with the Saintess contract. His order reaches the village, where Selena is already warmly accepted among the people and the prince. Before focusing on the contract, he notices the Griffin raid has ended and the Terradrones are gathering dropped remains. He directs them to throw the Griffin corpses into the garden so nothing goes to waste. Instead of treating the remains as food, the Terradrones gather around glowing golden objects that appear among them. He discovers they are hatchable Griffin eggs and is startled that the creatures can be raised this way. The growing pile of missions and discoveries gives him a headache, but he resolves to sort everything out soon. Another alert interrupts him before he can recover. The Terradrones have found the rare mineral mithril, and a new Terradrone worker unit is added to his forces. The swarm's excitement makes clear that this new development is especially valuable. He inspects the tiny new worker and confirms it is a specialized Terradrone worker. The system explains that these workers focus on gathering, mining, and crafting, and can retrieve metal cubes from deployed areas. Almost immediately, one worker brings him a metal cube, proving how efficient the new unit is. That success triggers a reward, letting him choose between an artifact, doubling the number of workers, or gaining essence. Though all the options are tempting, his curiosity about the artifact wins out. The chosen reward materializes in a burst of purple energy. It forms into a defensive item that can absorb a limited amount of magic damage before breaking. Pleased, he recognizes it as a useful anti-magic tool and admires the find. He decides the item would be better as a gift for someone who can make practical use of it. His attention shifts to a griffin hatchling he calls Knight, greeting it like a long-awaited companion. He notices the young griffin's wings are coated with mithril, making the creature even more promising. Still, he reminds the hatchling that it cannot grow strong on its own. That thought turns his mind back to the survivor village and how things are progressing there. In the village, the mood has transformed into celebration as the survivors gather around a fire, finally able to relax. The prince shares drinks with the villagers, relieved that the day's troubles have eased and that everyone is beginning to feel human again. Han confronts the prince for arranging events without telling him, while John backs the prince and admits only a few people knew the plan. Their talk shifts from the deception to the unresolved problem of Baron Joan and Parajack. Elsewhere, one of those enemies vows to leave the village with his men the next day, showing the threat has not fully passed. Han argues they should keep the pair alive in case they return useful information, and the prince agrees that mercy and pragmatism both matter here. Han mocks the prince for being too soft, but the exchange has the ease of growing trust rather than real hostility. The prince answers with warm sincerity, making Han flustered enough to deflect with a joke. Once the teasing fades, John brings the discussion back to survival by pointing out that food remains their biggest problem. The prince proposes reopening the northern trade route near Mount Apito and trying to negotiate with the Wild Elves. Before they can go further, Selena runs in urgently and calls for the prince. When he asks what is wrong, she tells him he needs to see something immediately. She begins to pray, and divine power gathers around her. Glowing letters appear overhead, revealing that a message is being delivered through her prayer. The others recognize the script as sacred writing that points the royal heir toward the will of the Apostle of God. Selena explains that the Apostle of Arc spoke to her during prayer and entrusted this message to the prince. The prince reaches toward the divine text in stunned recognition of the Apostle's involvement. Watching from afar, he realizes the contract succeeded instantly because Selena's status as saintess let her prayer connect at once. Selena is moved to tears by the holy contact and what it means for her faith. The mission is cleared as Selena's belief reaches full devotion, and he gains the ability to communicate with her directly through Oracle. Eddie realizes the suspicious beetle likely belonged to a soldier connected to Arc, confirming someone from that side has been watching them. The mention of a beetle makes Selena focus on the clue, as the group starts connecting it to Arc's movements. Eddie recalls that Arc had once been saved by a strange beetle, making the insect feel less random and more like part of a larger pattern. He decides they should report this to Saintess Selena and also mentions a poor hunter wandering Gehenna who might be able to help. Selena immediately agrees to ask the Apostle whether that hunter can send Eddie back to his original world. Elsewhere, a bespectacled young man heads home relieved to be back, deciding to postpone his worries about the White Paradox Kid and focus on work tomorrow. As he walks through the woods, he steels himself to work harder and put his chaotic recent troubles behind him. He returns expecting to see Doggo waiting for him and calls out cheerfully. He suddenly remembers Doggo is still in Gehenna, and the realization stops him cold. A white spotted cat appears instead, answering him as if it recognizes the name, which only deepens his confusion. Startled, he can only stare as the impossible situation sinks in. At the same time, a huge swarm of insects gathers in Griffin Valley Dungeon, and the young man senses from afar that another major disturbance is unfolding. Inside Griffin Valley, a hunting party prepares to follow a strategy from a walkthrough while their leader tells them to stay alert. They commit to the plan and move to execute it exactly as instructed. The scholar-type hunter casts paper web, unleashing a paper-based spell meant to restrain the enemy. Sheets of enchanted paper spread through the air and close in around the monsters. The harpies are caught and thrown off balance, leaving them exposed. Seeing the opening, the frontline fighters surge in together to finish the trapped enemies. Their coordinated assault cuts through the harpies cleanly, making the battle look almost effortless. The team relaxes for a moment, impressed that the walkthrough has made the dungeon far easier than expected. That confidence breaks when one of them senses something wrong nearby. A red-haired mage suddenly blasts the area with overwhelming fire, nearly roasting allies along with the monsters. She revels in her own power, convinced she can solve everything by burning it down. Her teammates protest that she nearly hit them, while she dismisses the blame and treats the chaos lightly. Before the argument can continue, the ground begins to shift again beneath them. A massive rock formation breaks loose overhead, and the group realizes too late that it is collapsing onto them. The others shout for kayak as debris crashes down around the party. When the dust clears, a black-haired warrior notices the collapse has exposed something hidden in the rock. The fallen stone reveals a cave entrance, suggesting the dungeon concealed a deeper path all along. The party enters cautiously, suspecting they may have stumbled onto a hidden dungeon entrance, and feeling the danger rise. Inside, the black-haired leader urges restraint, deciding they should inspect the place briefly and withdraw rather than rush ahead. The fire mage pushes back, arguing that their firepower should be enough to force their way through. She is overruled when the leader reminds everyone that hidden entrances are especially dangerous and must be handled by the book. As they move deeper, the white-haired fighter tries to calm the mage by pointing out she has already earned plenty from dungeon runs. A careless step lands on a hidden mechanism. The white-haired fighter realizes too late that he has triggered a trap. He drops hard into a concealed pit, turning the warning about hidden dangers into immediate reality. The blonde healer pulls him out and treats his injury, warning that the cave is packed with traps. The scholar suddenly shoves a teammate aside, sensing another danger before it can spring. Examining the floor, the scholar recognizes a deliberate pattern etched into the ground. The group discovers they are standing inside the same magic circle they encountered before, confirming this place is connected to an earlier mystery. Elsewhere, armed men force two bound captives through town while a blonde prince arrives and orders the procession stopped. When asked whether he is certain, the prince chooses to release the prisoners instead of continuing their punishment. One captive, Baron Gram, answers with open resentment and warns the prince he will regret this mercy. The prince faces the Baron without wavering, making it clear the threat means nothing to him. He addresses the man directly as Baron Gram, stripping the exchange of any pretense. With a hand on his sword, the prince makes clear that his patience is nearly gone. He tells Gram that this was meant to be a chance for atonement, not an invitation to gamble with his life. The warning turns lethal as the prince vows that if Gram ever harms his people again, he will hunt him down and personally kill him. Having made his point, the prince orders the captives released, and his men obey at once. As the group watches two men run off into the forest, the pursuit shifts from confusion to open hostility. One of the fleeing men throws back a warning at Prince Idinskal, making it clear the prince has become a target. Han bluntly admits he dislikes the prince, but John defends Idinskal as someone who cares for everyone fairly. The exchange turns awkwardly comic when John insists Han only means the prince is too kind, and Han immediately rejects being softened like that. A scholar-like man quietly reinforces the point, declaring that helping Prince Idinskal genuinely makes him happy. Near a sealed tower in the mountains, that conviction leads to a new attempt to solve the crisis surrounding them. He decides to use the divine beetle called God's Apostle for guidance, even if treating a sacred being like a navigator feels improper. The need is urgent, because the forest is crowded with monsters and the normal route is too dangerous to search blindly. He commits to the choice and activates the Apostle's guidance. With a polite request for help, he entrusts the group's safety to the summoned creature once again. A magic circle appears before the tower gate, startling the others as the summoning begins. The Apostle materializes from the light, answering the call without hesitation. When it rises to its full size, the group realizes they are standing before a massive divine insect. Idinskal and Han connect it to the Saintess's stories and accept that this really is God's Apostle. The creature points out a direction, and the group understands it wants them to follow. Idinskal agrees at once, taking Han with him while ordering the others to keep their distance behind them. As they move through the forest, Han suspects the Apostle knows something linked to the Griffin Valley incident, and the creature leads them away from the usual trade road. While following, Han worries about finding a proper sword for himself, dissatisfied with relying on John's weapon. The Apostle brings them to a sheer rock face, suggesting their destination was hidden in plain sight. Before they can understand its intent, the creature steps up to the cliff as if preparing to force a way through. It smashes the rock wall apart with overwhelming strength, exposing a concealed entrance. The blast of debris and force knocks Han and Idinskal back, proving the Apostle's methods are anything but gentle. Seeing the hidden cavity behind the shattered stone, Han realizes this was a camouflaged storehouse they never could have found by ordinary searching. Han protests after being startled, and the Apostle answers with enough personality to make the divine guide feel oddly temperamental. Idinskal reins Han in, thanks the Apostle for its help, and decides they can handle the rest themselves from here. The Apostle leaves them to it, withdrawing once its task of revealing the secret site is done. Their companions rush over after hearing the impact, and Han seizes the moment by calling for John. He quickly arranges matters so the prince stays back while he and John inspect the place first, framing it as proper protection. Han and John head into the cave together, insisting that as the prince's retainers they should take the lead. Inside, they advance carefully through the hidden passage with weapons ready. The moment they see what lies within, John is shocked while Han confirms his suspicions. They discover a hoard of food and supplies, and John realizes this stolen stockpile is why the nearby village had been starving. Han reports back that they found the missing provisions in Baron Gram's hideout, and Idinskal is relieved that the supplies will sustain the people for a while. The group immediately begins hauling the recovered food away, with Idinskal ordering them to move quickly in case more enemies are nearby. Han emerges after checking further and reports that there are no weapons inside, which suggests the hideout was meant for storage rather than a full garrison. Believing their worst problem solved, Han starts thinking about returning home, and Idinskal offers to help with the remaining work. That brief relief vanishes when Han senses danger and abruptly goes on alert. Panic erupts around the supply cart as everyone is ordered to run and the civilians scramble to save themselves. The source of the terror reveals itself as a giant wolf with glowing eyes, a monster far beyond what they expected to find here. As the cart is abandoned in the rush, the beast's presence turns the recovery operation into a fight for survival. Han and Idinskal move to the front with drawn swords, placing themselves between the monster and the fleeing people. Han immediately understands the problem. There were no monsters in this area before, so a predator like this should not be here at all. The wolf bares its fangs, confirming that there will be no time to investigate before it attacks. Idinskal tries to coordinate with Han by taking one side of the fight. Han cuts him off and reminds him that being a prince means protecting his people first, not standing in the front line for pride. He makes the point plainly, forcing Idinskal to choose duty over impulse. Han stays behind to buy time against the towering wolf, determined to hold it off while the others escape. Idinskal accepts the burden and orders the others to run, turning Han's stand into a deliberate rearguard action. Before withdrawing, Idinskal entrusts Han with his life and demands that he survive and return. The wolf answers by slamming down a massive paw, beginning the clash Han chose to face alone. A young swordsman enters the trial confidently, treating it as a useful test of his ability. That confidence falters when a system message interrupts him and makes him realize this challenge is not what he expected. The trial formally begins and sets a simple condition: he must prove his strength. The answer to that command appears immediately as a cat lunges at him with absurd force. He turns toward the floating prompt, still trying to understand the rules even as danger closes in. Looking up, he braces himself as the trial's demand hangs over him like a warning. The cat's claws crash into his sword, showing that even this seemingly harmless opponent can overpower a normal guard. He strains to block the blow, but the impact drives him back and proves the trial is using monsters far stronger than their appearance suggests. The beast follows through with crushing weight, forcing him to evade rather than contest it head-on. He lands hard and curses, realizing the trial is far too brutal to treat casually. Accepting that, he decides to stop holding back. He activates Ether Blade, channeling power into his sword as he rushes forward. Before he can capitalize, a far more dangerous presence emerges behind him, a giant wolf with murderous intent. He commits to an attack anyway, swinging with full force to seize the initiative. The wolf charges straight through the opening, meeting his aggression with even greater speed. Its size and momentum dwarf him, turning the exchange into a desperate survival fight. He ducks under the descending paws and tries to slip past the wolf's killing range. Using his momentum, he circles and cuts upward, trying to punish the beast as it passes. The strike lands cleanly enough to throw the wolf off balance, giving him a brief edge. That advantage vanishes when he senses the wolf recovering faster than it should. The beast slams into him before he can reset, blasting him backward with raw physical power. He tumbles across the clearing, losing control of the pace of the fight. As he wipes the blood from his mouth, he recognizes that the wolf's strength is on another level. Facing the towering monster, he realizes this is not a simple beast but something closer to a nightmare made flesh. Elsewhere, the wider battlefield is in chaos, with allies struggling against swarms of enemies and no one free to rescue him. One of his companions wants to go help him, but the situation around them is already collapsing. Another ally tries to use a divine ability to intervene, only to panic when the timing proves disastrous. The system blocks any interference, declaring Han's fight a crucial quest and locking everyone else out for nearly 5 minutes. Left with no way to assist, his ally can only guess that the wolf is tied to that quest and worry about what Han has been forced into. Back in the trial, the wolf pounces again while Han is still recovering on the ground. Its paws crash down with enough force to pulverize the earth where he was moments before. He barely escapes by sliding away at the last instant, coughing from the strain. Breathing hard, he identifies the creature as the Howling One and wonders how such a monster appeared here at all. Instead of panicking, he sharpens his focus and decides to match the wolf's intensity. He casts haste, wrapping his legs in magic to regain mobility and control. With speed restored, he charges back in, determined to turn movement into his weapon. He slashes upward with enough force to lift the wolf's body and disrupt its footing. The wolf answers with a savage roar, refusing to yield despite the hit. Han blinks above it in an instant, using his speed to reposition for a decisive strike. Seeing an opening, he commits everything to what he believes will be the finishing blow. He drives down toward the wolf with his blade wrapped in ether, aiming to end the fight in one thrust. But the wolf reads him, slips aside, and counters from behind before the attack can land. Its paw hammers him out of the air and sends him crashing downward. He is flung helplessly into a tree, his attack broken and his body battered. He hits the ground hard enough to lose his sword and nearly his consciousness. The wolf advances without urgency, as if judging him and deciding he still is not worth its full power. Han's body shakes from the damage, but he forces himself to move despite the pain. Using his sword to stand, he refuses to let the trial end with him on his knees. He glares at the wolf and stubbornly calls it back, determined to keep fighting. The Howling One answers by mocking humanity itself, and raising its paw for another crushing attack. A giant wolf slams the young swordsman to the ground and pins him before he can recover. Even with his sword raised, he realizes he is completely overpowered by the beast looming over him. As the wolf bears down on him, he refuses to accept dying here because he still has to return. The wolf closes in for the finish, forcing him to cling to that last desperate resolve. With his fear breaking through, he begs himself to go back no matter what. At that instant, the trial ends and he is declared to have passed the Howling One's test. The wolf reveals it spared him out of leniency rather than because he defeated it. He stares up in stunned disbelief, trying to understand the sudden reversal. The wolf tells him that those born with fate are simply being given an opportunity. It makes clear that this chance exists specifically for him. The beast urges him to become someone worthy of carrying its name. A radiant sword appears before him, and he recognizes the weapon as something important. Seeing it clearly, he realizes the blade is his own sword returned to him. He remembers receiving it long ago as a dungeon reward and cannot explain why it has appeared now. He grips the hilt tightly, testing whether this miracle is real. When he raises the sword, its light surges as if answering him. For a moment, he wonders if the divine power praised by the saints might actually exist. The thought snaps into urgency as he remembers Eddie and decides he has to get back immediately. He breaks into a sprint, calling out that he is coming. Elsewhere, Eddie receives notice that the trial has ended and that Growler is returning to him. The wolf reappears not as a giant beast but as a small, harmless-looking companion. Eddie joyfully scoops up the little wolf, overjoyed to have him back. He gushes that the creature has somehow become even cuter than before. Clutching the pup affectionately, Eddie welcomes him home and revels in the reunion. At the same time, goblins continue their assault, tearing into the defenders' line. The battered soldiers push toward the gate, believing they are almost safe. A warning goes up to the prince as a new threat appears behind them. The prince turns and recognizes the approaching enemy as a goblin lord leading the horde. The monster raises a massive club, preparing a devastating strike. The prince throws himself into battle, determined to protect his people from the creatures threatening the kingdom. He cuts through the goblins in a sweeping counterattack, trying to hold the line by force. But another goblin charges in with its weapon lifted high, adding to the pressure. At the gate, civilians and soldiers desperately brace the doors, knowing collapse would mean slaughter. The club smashes into the barrier hard enough to crack the wood and shake the defenders. More goblins surge forward in a frenzy, pressing the attack from every side. The goblin lord gathers a sinister power around its raised club, preparing an even deadlier blow. In the middle of that build-up, the monster senses something incoming and falters. Its confidence breaks into shock as it realizes an unexpected attacker has arrived. Han descends riding the great wolf and cuts the goblin lord down in a single passing strike. The prince blurts out Han's name, stunned by the sudden rescue. The goblin lord crashes to the ground among its followers, its attack completely broken. Han greets Eddie with easy confidence, as if he had arrived exactly when needed. Mounted on the wolf and surrounded by the sword's lingering light, he presents himself as the battle's turning point. The goblin ranks recoil into chaos as the newcomers charge straight through them. Eddie demands to know what happened and where Han found such a wolf, still trying to process the transformation. Han explains that the wolf acknowledged him, implying a bond beyond ordinary taming. When Eddie questions that claim, Han promises to prove it. He invokes summon cancel while touching the wolf, deliberately ending the current form. The wolf dissolves into light as the bond transfers back into the weapon. The sword blazes with a new crest, revealing that the wolf's power has become sealed within it. Sung Hyuk explains that the giant wolf had actually been protecting him. He recalls that after nearly killing him, the wolf abruptly declared him chosen by fate and handed him a sword. Showing the weapon, he insists it is the same sword he once owned in another world, leaving the prince confused. Sung Hyuk concludes that the guardian wolf must have brought both him and the sword here, and he believes the blade may be his way home. The prince accepts the logic, though he still frames Sung Hyuk's return as a blessing of grace rather than proof against the gods, which only frustrates Sung Hyuk further. Their discussion is interrupted by the sound of the gate opening. Both men turn at once, startled by the arrival. The saintess rushes in, worried first and foremost about the prince's safety. The prince reassures her that he is unharmed and reports that the goblins have been dealt with. He adds that they also recovered the stolen food, now being brought in by the villagers. The saintess immediately thanks the prince for his efforts, while Sung Hyuk protests that he did most of the work. Instead of correcting herself, she teasingly praises Sung Hyuk for finally doing something useful, leaving him deflated. The prince ends the exchange and leads everyone back toward the village, while Sung Hyuk grumbles that the saintess is especially harsh with him. She casually claims she treats everyone the same, which does nothing to convince him. Elsewhere, Jiha appears with Doggo in his arms and promises Sung Hyuk he will make sure he gets home safely. Meanwhile, the prince, saintess, and Sung Hyuk return through the village gate together. Jiha fusses over Doggo as if the little creature has also had a long day, and Doggo happily responds. A magical portal opens and BM returns, apologizing for the delay. He is no longer in his larger form and appears as a small white spotted cat instead. Jiha excitedly points out that Doggo has become smaller too and sets him down to compare. The larger white cat immediately grabs the smaller gray one by the scruff, ignoring his protests. Jiha calmly interprets the rough handling as care and praises Doggo for helping deliver the sword to Sung Hyuk. As the cats move off together, Jiha reminds Doggo to focus on recovering because there is still much left to do. The white cat softens enough to pat Doggo approvingly, while Doggo awkwardly resists the sudden friendliness. Jiha notices something that shifts his attention. BM comes back over, and Jiha asks after Doggo's condition. While petting BM, Jiha reflects that the day was unexpectedly busy and concludes that Doggo's sword delivery must be tied to the world tree. He decides they should report this to Hyjin the next day, and BM agrees. That quiet plan is interrupted by the sign of a late-night visitor. Jiha opens the door, puzzled that anyone would come at this hour. Outside, Hyjin, Weian, and their companions have all arrived together and demand to be let in. Still confused by the commotion, Jiha unlatches the door. He is stunned to find not just Hyjin and Weian, but the entire group crowding his entrance despite the late hour. Wei-in immediately presses him about what he had been doing back there, and he insists he was not up to anything suspicious. The group brushes past the awkwardness and comes inside out of the cold. Once seated, Jiha asks why they have all come so early in the morning, but they make clear they have something more important to discuss. They place a magic circle before him and remind him that they found it together before. Jiha recognizes it at once, but asks why they are bringing it up now. A black-haired warrior explains that they found another one in the dungeon earlier that day. When Jiha asks what kind, she reveals it was the same griffin-related circle they had seen before. The group recalls the battle that followed, with Wei-in unleashing Inferno Cannon against the threat. Wei-in proudly claims the hidden chamber was uncovered thanks to her skill, while Hyejin backs her up. The others cut in to remind everyone how close they came to dying, but Wei-in dismisses them and takes credit for the rewards anyway. Jiha abruptly asks them to wait a moment because he has something to show everyone. As he heads off, the group braces itself, knowing his announcements usually lead somewhere unexpected. A door opens from the other room. Jiha counts to himself as he prepares whatever he has been hiding. A sudden cry for help makes the others snap toward the doorway. Jiha staggers back and under the weight of something heavy, struggling to carry it alone. He drops a pile of glowing essence crystals in front of them and tells everyone to take one each. The red-haired woman is startled by how much essence has gathered in the magic device. The scholar explains that if they pour that essence onto the summoning circle, it can open a portal to Gehenna. He reveals he intends to use that portal to bring Han Sung-hyuk back and asks Hyejin to lead the effort. Caught off guard by being entrusted with it, Hyejin hesitates as he presses her to decide. She accepts with confidence and promises she will handle it. The group soon discovers an entrance and moves in without delay. They advance together through the passage, tense but committed to the mission. Outside, they find the land recovering now that the monsters are gone, with grass growing again. Seeing that change, the scholar thinks the villagers may finally be able to relocate here. But he immediately recognizes the real obstacle. Mount Apito still looms over the area. As hostile monsters surge nearby, he admits he never expected the mountain itself to be the problem and wonders how they can solve that. Before he can think further, something catches his attention. A small enemy force notices only 2 fighters approaching and underestimates them. The black-haired swordsman answers that mistake by drawing his blade and inviting Eddie to begin. He warns Eddie not to slow him down, and Eddie fires back that the same applies to him. To gain speed and force, the swordsman summons a giant wolf mount in a burst of magic. He cheerfully claims the beast as his ride and casually names it Wolfie, baffling Eddie. Watching with his white cat in his arms, the scholar dryly judges Sung-hyuk's naming sense to be terrible. Sung-hyuk launches the charge atop the wolf, eager to break through. He points them toward the village as their true destination. Riding at full speed, he cuts straight through the first wave of monsters. The scholar is impressed, realizing Sung-hyuk is a far stronger hunter than he expected. Eddie proves just as dangerous, carving through enemies with ruthless precision. Together with the wolf's momentum, they tear open a path and scatter the monsters around them. In the middle of the assault, Sung-hyuk calls out to Eddie to keep pace. A larger enemy tries to strike from above and turn the tide. Eddie reacts instantly, reading the attack before it lands. He counters in one clean motion and drops the attacker behind him. Without stopping, Eddie tells Sung-hyuk to go ahead while he covers the rear. He plants himself against the pursuing horde, determined to hold them back alone if necessary. Then he senses something unusual overhead and looks up mid-stance. The monsters below also freeze in confusion as a new presence descends. A giant armored beetle-like creature drops from the sky directly in front of Eddie. Eddie braces for another threat, ready to fight it too. Instead, the creature scoops him up and carries him off, leaving him stunned that it came to help. Sung-hyuk laughs that this is exactly how the scholar behaves, helpful whenever his friends are in serious trouble. Back with the scholar, he calmly decides there is no time to waste and activates a support skill. He urges Wolfie onward so they do not fall behind the others. The wolf and the flying beetle surge past the enemy line, escaping the encirclement in one push. As they rise higher, the scholar realizes Mount Apito is far larger than he had imagined. Looking over the rocky expanse, he identifies the direction of the wild elf village. Wolfie races across broken ground and over water while the scholar notes Han is keeping up behind him. Still being carried through the air, Eddie awkwardly thanks the beetle for the rescue. The sudden flight leaves him pale and visibly overwhelmed. As the beetle maneuvers near the cliffs, Eddie panics and begs it to slow down. When they regroup, Sung-hyuk greets Eddie with amused familiarity while Eddie can barely respond through the nausea. Wolfie seems entertained, and Eddie, on the verge of vomiting, refuses to discuss whether the ride was enjoyable. Sung-hyuk cheerfully tries to befriend the beetle, while the scholar explains that Eddie gets motion sick easily because he has never traveled through the air before. Ignored again, Sung-hyuk shrugs it off as Eddie continues suffering in silence. He ends by praising Wolfie, whose body glows with power as the group presses on. As they approach the wild elf village, Han admits he can fight but not handle delicate talks, so he leaves the negotiation to Eddie. Eddie steps forward confidently, hoping the wild elves might know a way to send Han home. They recall that wild elves are the most secluded of elven groups and are said to possess vast knowledge. Han jokes about being abandoned, but Eddie stays focused on the seriousness of their mission. Before they can settle themselves, arrows suddenly rain down around them as a warning. Han dryly notes that their reception does not look friendly at all. An armed elf halts them from above, making clear they are already under watch. Eddie quickly identifies them as survivors from Mount Apito and asks for a chance to speak. The wild elves reject any discussion with humans and order them to leave immediately. Han is startled when Eddie is recognized by name, revealing this encounter is not entirely random. As the threat escalates, Han demands to know what Eddie is doing, while Eddie prepares to stand his ground. Eddie draws his sword without hesitation, signaling he expected resistance. In response, a large force of archers surrounds them and takes aim from every side. Seeing they are trapped in a kill zone, Han realizes how badly the situation has turned. Even with weapons raised, Han checks whether Eddie truly intends to continue with this plan. A white-haired elf descends and formally identifies Eddie as the prince of the Estram kingdom. The elf commander lands before them and takes control of the confrontation. Eddie presents his royal seal as proof of identity and origin. The commander immediately connects him to Grom and Parajak, treating Eddie as part of their wrongdoing. Without waiting for further explanation, the commander attacks. He forces Eddie into submission and demands that both humans surrender or die. Pinned down, Eddie insists he knows what Grom and Parajak did and came to make amends. The commander rejects that claim, accusing humans of stealing their food and causing deaths. To prevent bloodshed, Eddie orders Han to drop his weapon as well. Han is stunned that Eddie would yield so completely. Eddie commits them to surrender, despite Han's alarm. The elves decide to blindfold and bind the two men and take them back to the village. Escorted by a heavily armed group, the prisoners are marched deeper into elven territory. Blindfolded and restrained, Han and Eddie are led onward without knowing where they are being taken. Their arrival stirs the village, and elven residents react in surprise at the sight of human captives. Under guard, the pair are brought through the settlement as the crowd gathers behind them. Han quietly argues they could have fought their way free, but Eddie tells him not to worry. Eddie explains that wild elves are rational and cautious, and he believes they will eventually agree to talk. Han's attempt to keep speaking is cut off by a guard who shoves him forward and orders silence. Their destination turns out to be a prison cell. The commander orders them locked up, and the guards obey at once. Han is roughly thrown inside, making their loss of control complete. Once imprisoned, Han complains that this mission has become a disaster instead of the easy outing he expected. He insists he could break them out at any time, but Eddie tells him to calm down and trust the process. Han gives up arguing for the moment and decides to sleep through the humiliation. Eddie stays awake in silence, still weighing the danger and what must be said next. Later, the commander returns to watch him through the bars, and Eddie seizes the chance to speak. He directly asks what Grom and Parajak did to provoke such hatred from the wild elves. Night settles over the village as the tension shifts from open hostility to uneasy inquiry. By then, elven children and villagers have gathered outside the cell, fascinated by the imprisoned humans. Han is surprised to see children here at all, while Eddie realizes he has never encountered young elves before. A younger elf angrily tries to drive the children away, showing how dangerous the humans are still considered. An older elf arrives, and the commander identifies the prisoners to him. After assessing the situation, the elder orders that the humans be released, overruling the commander's caution. The elder points out that if the prisoners had wanted to escape, the bars would never have held them anyway. An older elf recognizes Prince Edinskal and approaches him with unsettling familiarity. The prince is caught off guard that this stranger knows who he is. The elder explains that he remembers Edinskal from long ago, before the prince lost contact with the kingdom. With that history established, the elder demands to know why the two captives have come. Edinskal pushes past introductions and asks what Grom and Parajak actually did. That accusation enrages the younger elf guard, who takes it as deliberate provocation. While the guard dismisses their words as excuses, the elder restrains him and keeps the discussion going. Edinskal insists he is not denying responsibility, and came precisely because he wants to answer for what happened. The elder tests him by asking whether he truly understands the situation. He reveals that a survivor village near Mount Apito was attacked after its hidden food stores were exposed. The mention of Mount Apito shocks the elder, since that area should have been overrun by monsters. The dark-haired human explains that they cleared those monsters with the help of a giant beetle. He recalls that only a few monsters remained there afterward, far fewer than before. Comparing notes, the elves realize Grom and Parajak had also directed food shipments north toward that same region. Edinskal concludes the pair had acted suspiciously from the start, as if they were preparing a backup plan. Even so, the younger elf warns that the prisoners could still be lying to manipulate them. Edinskal argues that the truth can be verified later, because right now he only wants to reopen trade and fight the monsters together. The younger elf immediately seizes on that claim and demands to know what trade Edinskal means. Edinskal explains that his side sent minerals and halite in exchange for food, and asks why the elves never received them. The human realizes Grom and Parajak must have deceived both sides. The elder follows the logic and concludes a third party must be operating somewhere in the north. Still, he refuses to trust them yet, and points out they could be inventing all of this just to steal food. Pressed to prove themselves, Edinskal asks what evidence would satisfy the elves. The elder demands the minerals and halite that were supposedly meant for them. He decides Edinskal will remain behind while the man from another dimension goes to retrieve them. The human is startled that the elder has already identified him as someone from another world. The elder explains that elves are tied to the world tree and have encountered many people like him across their long history. The two companions quietly realize the elves know more than they first let on. Accepting the condition, the human agrees to go. He then casually asks for his sword back, claiming he cannot leave without it. The request makes the younger elf hesitate, but the elder allows it. The human uses the opening to snap his bindings free by force. Outside in the forest, the younger elf returns the sword but keeps him under threat. As the weapon changes hands, the elf warns him not to try anything reckless if he wants the prince alive. The human answers with confidence, hinting that Eddie is far more dangerous than the elf assumes. The elf rejects the boast and insists he does not lose to humans. Before their clash can begin, both are interrupted by a disturbance overhead. The human immediately recognizes the arrival as Mr. Beetle appearing at exactly the right moment. A swarm of pterodons descends from above, surrounding the area and stunning the elves. The elder is astonished to see servants of the world tree still exist. Elsewhere, the observer with the white cat notes that reaching the wild elf village has unlocked a new area. System messages confirm the wild elf village is now accessible and skill cooldowns have been refreshed. A new mission appears, but its secrets remain locked until every Survivor Village mission is completed. Reviewing the requirement, the observer realizes they still need enough monsters at Mount Apito to trigger the mission. Inside the village, hidden elves watch the sudden commotion with alarm and curiosity. The pterodons gather before the elves, and the human presents their return as proof that his side has not abandoned them. The observer quickly directs the beetles to help Prince Edinskal and deliver the minerals to the elves at once. When the elder receives the shining ore, he recognizes it as mithril. That discovery leaves him stunned enough to ask whether the pterodons truly followed the two outsiders here. The human confirms it, and pointedly asks why else the pterodons would be carrying mithril. While traveling through the forest with elves, the dark-haired outsider notices something unusual overhead and draws the group's attention. What caught their eye is a patch of green herb, a plant important enough to interrupt the journey. One of the elves confirms the outsider wants that herb, surprised by the request. The sight triggers the outsider's memory of a cheerful mission from Han, who had specifically asked him to bring this herb back. Remembering that promise, the group's focus shifts from curiosity to helping him complete that lingering task. Elsewhere, the elder orders Croydal's restraints cut, granting him release but not forgiveness. Croydal is freed under the elder's authority, yet is warned that his release does not mean anyone trusts him. The blonde knight immediately rejects the idea of trusting him, making clear that humans and elves still stand far apart. The dark-haired outsider tries to smooth things over, urging both sides to cooperate long enough to clear the misunderstanding. Croydal responds with open hostility, showing that his temper and pride remain intact. The elder tries to normalize the situation by having the knight return Croydal's sword. The knight hesitates but accepts the responsibility, signaling a reluctant willingness to proceed civilly. With the immediate tension contained, the knight asks the elder for answers about his missing friend. He explains that his friend arrived in this world 3 years ago and asks whether there is any way to send him back. The elder says a return may be possible through the same connection that brought him here, tied to the world tree. He recalls that the friend was found unconscious by the river, suggesting his arrival point may hold the key. The knight reasons that the friend must have first appeared near the site of the old royal palace upstream. The elder disagrees and begins explaining that interworld travel starts much deeper, at the world tree's roots. The knight presses him to explain what the world tree's connection actually means. The elder reveals that worlds can lie side by side, linked through the same root of the world tree, and that those links sometimes open paths between them. He adds that such movement follows the flow of energy within the world tree itself. Because Mount Apito lies at the end of one of those roots, people from other worlds occasionally end up there. When asked how anyone could know where another world is connected, the elder points to the pterodons as the ones who can sense the roots. He explains that these beetle-like workers live around the roots and can be guided by them. That answer reminds the outsider that the pterodons once helped create a magic circle outside the village. The knight quickly seizes on the idea and suggests asking the pterodons for help. The elder warns that the last route they checked was still overrun with monsters, making the plan dangerous. Even so, the knight decides they have too few options to back down, and resolves to try anyway. To verify the truth of the route, the elder proposes sending Croydal with them, despite Croydal's immediate protest. The elder insists Croydal is the best choice precisely because he is the one they can hold accountable. The outsider eagerly backs the decision, amused by the elder's shrewdness. The elder formally entrusts Croydal to the outsiders, saying the village needs him but can spare him for this mission. The knight agrees, while the outsider cheerfully treats the trip as a chance to force Croydal into getting along with them. Croydal can only see that being volunteered into this arrangement. The elder acknowledges Croydal's frustration but tells him this mission could become the first step toward repairing the damage between them, and Croydal reluctantly accepts. Soon after, the three set out at speed through the forest on a large mount, with Croydal leading the way. As the route diverges from the one they expected, the knight demands to know where Croydal is taking them. Croydal explains he is using an underground tunnel near Mount Apito because traces of griffins may still linger above ground. The outsider calmly points out that the pterodons already dealt with the griffins long ago. Croydal snaps back that if that were true, the workers would not have broken the route in the first place, accusing the outsider of lying or ignorance. The outsider answers with a quiet confidence, letting Croydle know the truth will reveal itself soon enough. They continue racing through the night toward the hidden passage. At the tunnel entrance, they find it still sealed in vines but not completely closed, which comes as a relief. As they pull the vines aside, the knight realizes Mount Apito has been hiding a place like this all along. Inside, Croydle explains that the passage was formed by the world tree's roots and that many such routes were lost after monsters appeared. Seeing Croydle act more helpful now that he is no longer openly hostile, the outsider and knight begin to think he may be easier to deal with than expected. Croydle insists he is only cooperating because the elder ordered it, and the outsider teasingly pretends to accept that excuse. Croydle warns them that even if the cave is safer than the surface, places close to the world tree's roots tend to attract monsters, so they must stay alert. The knight, still trying to make sense of everything, asks whether this world tree connection is truly real or only a legend. Croydle dismisses the doubt, saying the tradition survives because the elves have long understood truths about the world tree that humans failed to grasp. A strange staff begins to resonate, releasing an unnatural blue light. The three companions stop as the cave fills with shimmering energy, and the sudden change leaves them confused. The elf immediately senses something is wrong and turns wary. He urgently asks to inspect the sword the dark-haired man is holding, and the man allows it. As the weapon is handed over, its glow intensifies instead of fading. The sword erupts with power between them, forcing everyone to recoil. The elf realizes the strange sensation he felt earlier came from this blade, not from the original staff, and he cannot explain why. He reveals that the sword is a divine instrument tied to the god Ark and made from the world tree itself. The wielder admits he already knew it was extraordinary, but now wants to know why it has suddenly awakened. Before the elf can answer, the atmosphere shifts again. The elf senses the same ominous force he once felt from the sword, and a sinister presence emerges behind him. Elsewhere in the battle, the red-haired mage unleashes a fire spell with full force. Her flames tear through a cluster of monsters and momentarily seize control of the battlefield. One horned undead creature survives the blaze and pushes forward through the fire. Roaring in defiance, it charges despite the inferno around it. A blue-haired sword woman cuts through multiple enemies at high speed to keep the line from collapsing. She stays focused and presses the attack without hesitation. Even so, the pressure is overwhelming, and she realizes the monsters just keep coming. A white-haired fighter joins in with a powerful strike, but he also sees that ordinary enemies are endless and the vanguard is being worn down. The mage decides to end it in one blow, and begins charging a much larger spell while ordering the others to hold out a little longer. Her magic condenses into a massive, swirling core of fire. At the last second, she warns everyone to get clear. She releases Lava Wave, sending a torrent of molten fire across the battlefield. Her allies are stunned by the scale of the spell and openly marvel at her power. Even as the monsters are swallowed up, the team keeps praising her overwhelming attack. She basks in the admiration while the lava continues consuming the area. With the immediate threat suppressed, the group decides to wait for the lava to settle. That pause breaks when the swordswoman spots danger behind the mage and shouts a warning. The mage turns, only just noticing a dark presence at her back. A far stronger revenant appears, wrapped in violent purple energy and raising its weapon to strike. Its identity is confirmed as a Revenant King, a disaster-grade monster far beyond what they expected here. The mage is caught completely off guard by the revelation. The monster brings its attack down as someone yells for her to retreat. The swordswoman throws herself in and intercepts the blow with her own body and weapon. The impact hurls her aside, leaving her badly hurt. The mage can only watch in horror as the Revenant King looms over the fallen defender. The white-haired fighter rushes in desperately to save her. He grabs the mage and pulls her out of the monster's reach just in time. The Revenant King barely reacts, as if their rescue attempt means nothing to it. Another ally calls out in alarm as the situation spirals further out of control. The bespectacled caster tries to blind the monster with a burst of enchanted papers. The papers explode in light and briefly disrupt the Revenant King's vision. Using that opening, the shield-bearing fighter steps up to protect the others while checking on the injured pair. The white-haired fighter tries to rouse the mage, urging Wayan not to lose consciousness. The Revenant King shrugs off the blinding attack almost immediately, proving the trick barely slowed it. The caster realizes in panic that the monster is far too strong for what they prepared to face. The Revenant King advances again, cracking the ground under its weight. Nearby, a healer stabilizes another wounded ally inside a protective golden spell, confirming she can still fight. The swordswoman, shaken and sweating, realizes this enemy is much stronger than a mere dread-grade monster and questions why such a creature is here at all. The Revenant King fixes them with a cold red stare, making clear the real battle is only beginning. Hyojin suddenly receives a divine blessing and is caught off guard by the system's response. The blessing grants her a scroll of change enhancement along with the god's wind, signaling a major boost rather than a simple reward. She struggles to understand what this unexpected power actually is. As the effect settles in, her movement speed is dramatically increased, making her far faster than before. Her attack speed also rises, and she gains a passive that can convert part of her damage into healing after repeated strikes. Even without fully understanding it, Hyojin realizes this may be their chance to turn the fight around. Watching from above, Sun Young uses his essence to bless Hyojin and hopes the extra support will be enough despite his fear of making things worse. Inside the cavern, Hyojin and the others remain locked in a desperate confrontation with the towering Revenant King. The boss advances on Hyojin while the rest of the party stays protected behind a barrier, leaving her to hold the front line. Sun Young judges the monster to be a disaster-grade threat, too much for Hyojin and Wei-in to handle alone. He remembers the rare herbs he found earlier and decides he has to turn them into more scrolls for the others immediately. Before that help arrives, the Revenant King unleashes a violent purple attack that slams into the defenders. The white-haired fighter regains his footing and confirms he was only caught off guard, while his red-haired companion checks on him. He insists they move to support Hyojin at once because Sun Young cannot keep protecting them forever. The red-haired mage steels herself and vows to burn the giant skeleton down. The two rush back into the fight together, trying to relieve the pressure on Hyojin. The Revenant King counters with another crushing purple strike as they close in. Hyojin presses the attack, but the armored monster remains overwhelmingly solid. She realizes her sword cannot pierce the boss's armor directly. Adjusting instantly, she decides the only way through is to target the joints. From the rear, Sun Young coordinates with the red-haired mage to create an opening for Hyojin. He activates a scroll, sending golden pages of magic swirling out to support the plan. The opening appears as the enemy is momentarily constrained, giving Hyojin a path in. The mage seizes the moment and hurls a fire attack with lethal intent at the skeleton. She follows through by triggering an explosive blast to break its defense. The flames engulf the Revenant King's armor at close range. The explosion lands cleanly and scorches the boss, though it does not bring it down. The white-haired fighter briefly hopes the enemy is finished, but the mage angrily rejects that optimism. Hyojin sees that the blast did little damage overall, yet it succeeded in exposing a weakness she can exploit. Empowered by the wind blessing, she launches herself forward in a burst of speed. She plants her foot and commits to a precise, high-speed strike. Her blade flashes as she aims for the vulnerable point created by the explosion. The attack slices into the boss's armor line with enough force to finally break through. In the instant after the hit, Hyojin anxiously wonders whether it was enough. The Revenant King answers by lashing out with a claw before she can withdraw. It closes the distance on her immediately, refusing to give up the initiative. The counterattack slams into Hyojin at point-blank range and knocks the breath out of her. She is hurled away, and her allies cry out as she crashes across the cavern floor. The party starts to panic and argue, but the white-haired fighter cuts through it and insists they stop the monster now. At the same time, Sun Young notices another chance to use essence and desperately tries to create one more assist before his strength gives out. A new set of system messages appears over the frontline fighters, startling them with sudden item acquisitions. The scrolls grant the shield bearer an iron-blooded defense boost and nullification chance, while Hyojin's enhancement further increases her speed and healing potential. Sun Young realizes these buffs still will not hold the line for long, and his anxiety spikes. The red-haired mage, exhausted and sweating, struggles to keep going under the mounting pressure. From above, Sun Young sees the battle reaching its limit and fears he has already used his last option. Then a massive pillar of light erupts into the cavern, interrupting the desperate stalemate. Sun Young is stunned by the sudden development, and can hardly believe what he is seeing. The Revenant King recoils as the new force strikes into the battlefield. A huge beast lunges in with jaws wide, targeting the skeletal boss. The newcomer, a blue-eyed lion-like creature, crashes into the Revenant King and mauls it, abruptly shifting the balance of the fight. Han Sung-hyuk realizes the summoned knight is turning on him and panics, as he calls out in alarm. The armored revenant ignores its summoner's control and clamps down on him with lethal force. As Han Sung-hyuk is hurled upward through the cavern, everyone below is left staring at the sudden betrayal. Ji-hun immediately understands the danger and hardens himself for the next attack. He tries to keep his nerve even as the situation slips beyond what he expected. Dropping in at full speed, he rushes to intervene before the revenant can finish its victim. He catches hold and drags Han Sung-hyuk away from the monster's grasp. The others can only stare, confused by the speed of what just happened. Wei-in realizes the one who moved is Ji-hun and blurts out the recognition. Ji-hun orders Han Sung-hyuk to cancel the summon, hoping that ending the contract will stop the revenant. When nothing changes, Ji-hun realizes that severing the summon was not enough to end the threat. The Revenant King descends through the dust and advances on him as if now fully independent. It unleashes a surge of dark power and lunges to crush him outright. Ji-hun meets it head-on, drawing on his blue aura and setting his stance to fight. In the middle of the clash, something else catches his attention. He notices a blonde healer using holy magic to preserve an unconscious woman inside a protective field. The sight unsettles him because the woman being treated is someone he recognizes. For a moment, the shock of seeing her there nearly blanks his mind. Wei-in rushes in and confirms his identity, stunned that Ji-hun is really here. Ji-hun demands an explanation, but Wei-in insists the answers can wait until they survive. Facing the towering Revenant King together, they agree the monster has to be dealt with first. The Revenant King raises its weapon and floods the cavern with corrupt energy, calling lesser revenants into the fight. A swarm of undead soldiers pours out around them, turning the battle into a siege. One of the knights checks on the unconscious woman and learns that the healer is keeping her alive, but she still has not regained consciousness. The group decides to hold off the Revenant King and its minions until Hyejin wakes, trusting she is their best chance. Wei-Yin opens with a powerful fire spell, blasting upward in an attempt to pin the king down. At the same time, the others throw themselves into the lesser revenants to keep the horde from overrunning them. The Revenant King cuts through the chaos and swings a massive dark blade straight at Jihan. Jihan counters with repeated empowered strikes, but his sword only glances off the monster's armor. They quickly realize ordinary attacks are useless against this enemy. The Revenant King presses forward behind its shield, barely slowed at all. Jihan shifts tactics and channels more power into his weapon, deciding that if he cannot cut it, he will break it apart. He commits fully to a crushing blow meant to overwhelm the monster's defense. The Revenant King answers with a devastating technique that smashes into Jihan's attack and shatters the exchange. The collision erupts into a violent burst of purple force that tears through the cavern. Jihan is blown away by the blast and slammed hard across the ground. He forces himself back up, injured and coughing, but still trying to stay in the fight. The Revenant King closes in through the smoke, ready to finish him before he can recover. Its heavy step and looming presence make clear that Jihan is badly outmatched at close range. Jihan finally understands the truth. This is no ordinary disaster-grade monster, but something at the level of a destruction grave. The Revenant King suddenly surges forward again, moving to break the remaining resistance. Wei-Yin intercepts with another explosive fire spell, trying to stop its advance by force. The blast engulfs the Revenant King, but even that level of magic fails to put it down. Seeing her attack fail, Wei-Yin realizes the situation is turning hopeless. Jihan, still below the monster, knows he cannot stop this one on his own. The Revenant King releases another crushing wave of dark power that drives him violently into the cavern floor. The impact cracks the stone and sends debris raining down around him. Buried in dust and pain, Jihan struggles to understand what just happened. Then he senses a new presence above him and looks up in confusion. A white-haired armored woman has appeared over the fallen revenants, calling Jihan's name and signaling a sudden turn in the battle. Han rushes in to join the fight, and Eddie immediately calls him out for arriving late. A guiding voice reveals the Revenant King's weakness, the core hidden at the center of its body. Eddie is startled to realize the message came from the Apostle. Han relays the crucial instruction that they must destroy the core to stop the Revenant King. Elsewhere, a bespectacled ally uses an observation skill to locate the weak point, but realizes the enemy's attacks make reaching it difficult. Checking his options, he finds he has only one blessing left to use. He desperately tries to create a useful blessing, hoping for something that can turn the battle. As he writes, a new effect begins to form on the glowing screen. He sees the result, and immediately knows he has found the answer. Excited, he decides this blessing is exactly what Han needs. Han is caught off guard when the new power is assigned to him. Wrapped in the blessing's energy, Han learns he has received a worker class enhancement meant to target the enemy without fail. The item grants Han 5 unavoidable strikes that ignore defense, giving him a direct way to hit the core. While Eddie struggles to hold the monster back, the Revenant King's body begins to crack under the pressure of the assault. The Revenant King senses the danger and erupts in panic as the threat to its core becomes real. It unleashes a violent burst of power, forcing the fighters to react before it can recover. The shockwave tears through the battlefield and drives the group back. Eddie braces himself, confused by the sudden change in the monster's behavior. Han answers by drawing on a golden power, and a voice assures Eddie that his effort has created the opening they needed. The Revenant King freezes for an instant as it recognizes the danger too late. A spectral beast surges behind Han as he commits to the empowered strike. Han cuts straight through the Revenant King's body with a blow aimed at its center. His blade reaches the exposed core and pierces it cleanly. The core fractures under the attack, its energy breaking apart from within. With the core destroyed, the Revenant King's body and surrounding corruption begin to collapse and disperse. Han watches the fading aftermath, unsure for a moment whether the battle is truly over. As the purple remnants continue vanishing, the others confirm that the monster is really disappearing. The ally who created the blessing celebrates, thrilled that the plan worked. Relieved and overjoyed, he and the blonde knight embrace and declare victory. Han finally drops to the ground, exhausted now that the tension has broken. The blonde knight thanks Han and jokes that Han has saved him yet again, while Han lightly promises repayment someday. Noticing Han's attention elsewhere, the knight points out that there are people waiting for him. Han smiles softly and accepts the reminder with quiet gratitude. He turns to see his companions gathered around, calling to him and checking if he can hear them. One voice reaches him more deeply than the others, drawing his full attention. Emotion wells up in Han's eye as he recognizes who is calling him. Sung-hyuk rushes in and throws herself into his arms, overwhelmed that he has returned. Han holds her close and apologizes for making her wait so long. He reassures her with the simple truth she needed to hear most: he is back. The bespectacled ally breaks down in tears from relief, while a nearby creature dryly undercuts the sentiment. Before the reunion can settle, a system notice appears announcing that the hidden tunnel has been cleansed. The message explains that the blocked flow has been restored, speeding the recovery of the World Tree. Another notice says a distant cry can be heard from Arc Flute, who has sensed the World Tree's energy, and orders the group to return to the World Tree's garden. The ally reads the notice aloud and wonders if Arc Flute might be a newly awakened demigod. Far away, a radiant unicorn-like being races through the sky in a storm of golden lightning. It streaks over a mountain peak so quickly that it is almost impossible to follow. Observers can only marvel at the speed and wonder how anyone could possibly catch it. Two beast companions argue over the problem, with one insisting the other should be the one to figure it out after tracking the creatures sent to this point. They realize the target is moving too fast to catch in their current forms, and every possible approach seems too dangerous or too slow. Watching the glowing creature vanish into the distance, they reluctantly agree that they still need to stop it somehow, even though either of them is confident they can. While working quietly in his shop, the man hears barking outside and realizes something unusual is happening. He rushes into the forested garden and calls out, trying to understand why the animals are gathered there. He finds the two familiar animals waiting together, as if they are expecting something. A surge of golden power descends near them, turning the calm scene into a magical disturbance. As the light takes shape, he recognizes the creature from old records and realizes a rare horned horse has appeared. He recalls that this is an Arcfoot, a dark-robed demon associated with that form. Instead of panicking, he decides to approach carefully and try speaking to it. Before he can get close, the creature's power erupts outward in blinding waves. The radiance becomes so intense that he can barely make out what is happening. The being lands fully in the garden, announcing its presence with force. When the light clears, he sees the horned pony facing him and recoils in shock. The newly arrived creature charges forward, still wrapped in crackling energy. Convinced he is about to be attacked, he cries out in fear. He shields himself and braces for impact. But the pony stops short, studying him instead of striking. The threatening aura vanishes as the armored demon form gives way to a calm, gentle pony. Seeing the danger pass, he realizes the creature has relaxed and is no longer hostile. He cautiously reaches out, and the pony accepts his touch with obvious pleasure. Relieved that his approach worked, he starts thinking ahead to what he might call the new arrival. He welcomes the pony into the garden and settles on the name Pony. As Pony trots off, he wonders whether ponies are usually this pretty or if this one is exceptional. He concludes that the difference probably lies in the demon inside, whose nature shows when it is not acting wildly. A moment later, Pony returns to him carrying something in its mouth. He is surprised to see that Pony has brought him a plant, as if offering a gift. He recognizes it as a new herb and immediately sees its value as an ingredient for red ink. Grateful, he praises Pony, stores the herb, and tells it may eat freely in the garden. Pony happily takes him at his word and starts devouring the vegetables. The two other animals watch from the trees, still wary of the newcomer. Pony flares with warning energy, making it clear the food is not to be contested. The tension breaks into a noisy scuffle while he can only watch the chaos from a distance. By the end of it, all three animals have settled down around him, accepting a shared peace. With the new herb in hand, he decides to test it by making red ink. As he works, he remembers that the herb's true effect is unknown until the ink is actually produced. The experiment succeeds, and a vivid red ink forms in the bottle. He seals the finished ink, satisfied with the result. Resting with the animals around him, he starts worrying about how he could ever explain a pony to other people. The next day, back at the shop, that problem still lingers because cats and dogs are ordinary in the city, but a pony is not. He realizes the store is too cramped and unsuitable for keeping Pony hidden there. While he is thinking it over, a purple gate suddenly opens inside the shop. He investigates and finds that the gate leads to a grassland and, even more strangely, has no time limit. The impossible portal leaves him stunned. He concludes that the World Tree must be responsible for creating this solution. Before he can process it further, two visitors arrive and greet Jiha warmly. He recognizes Hyejin and realizes she has brought someone important with her. The man with her introduces himself as Sunghyuk, safely returned. Hyejin immediately bows and thanks Jiha for helping bring Sunghyuk back. Jiha tries to stop the formality, but they insist that his help changed everything for them. He welcomes them in and offers tea, and they gladly accept. Their attention is quickly stolen by Pony, who wanders over without hesitation. As Hyejin affectionately pets the pony and asks where he found such a cute creature, Jiha avoids giving a real explanation. Sunghyuk explains that he spent time with the creatures in his sanctuary and began seriously thinking about what to do with them. A few days later, what he expected to be a quiet routine is interrupted when he notices how quickly the griffin babies are growing. Watching the young griffins swarm around food, he worries about how he is supposed to keep caring for them. Only 4 days after hatching, the griffins are already large enough to make their future needs feel urgent. With Biam and Dogo already exhausted from entertaining them and his meat supply running low, the problem becomes impossible to ignore. As he searches for a solution, an idea comes to him when Night appears nearby. He decides the baby griffins need a new place to stay and turns to Night for help. Pointing out a rocky area, he asks Night to move them there, judging it a better environment for them. Night immediately takes charge and starts herding the griffin babies toward the new location. The griffins hesitate at first, but Night's commanding presence forces their attention onto her. She establishes control with a decisive show of authority. Under Night's leadership, the babies are smoothly guided into the rocky area, impressing Sunghyuk with how naturally Night commands them. That success triggers a response from the sanctuary itself, informing him that his legion is guiding purified monsters there, and that restoring Gehenna's ecosystem is part of the sanctuary's purpose. The sanctuary rewards him by raising World Tree's blessing, improving animal amiability, and granting him a new skill called Sanctuary Development. As he reviews the upgrades, he learns that observation can assess the potential of friendly targets and determine whether they can gain awakening skills. He recalls that awakening skills are powerful abilities with severe drawbacks, making the discovery especially significant. He realizes observation can now show him exactly what awakening skill a creature possesses. Testing that idea on the pterodrones, he confirms they do have awakening skills and identifies one as ability absorption. The details reveal that pterodrones can randomly absorb monster abilities, but to use one beyond their physique they must first undergo a metamorphosis called Logos, giving Sun Hyuk a clear path to pursue. He immediately sees the broader value of this knowledge, and thinks he may be able to help people close to him awaken their own powers as well. For now, he decides to focus on the sanctuary itself, and test his new development skill. The system explains that sanctuary development can identify what the sanctuary needs and asks him to spend essence to gain access. After agreeing, he obtains access, the fog clears, and he realizes he can now directly alter the sanctuary. He reaches into the sanctuary's interface to begin making changes. A warning immediately appears, telling him that recent disturbance has damaged the sanctuary and that repairs will cost essence, making him realize his actions can affect the place directly. Proceeding more carefully, he spends essence to analyze the sanctuary's needs and learns that its soil is in poor condition and requires worms to recover. The absurdly simple answer leaves him baffled, and he wonders where he is supposed to find worms. Before he can solve that, Knight draws his attention to something else. The pterodrones answer the problem themselves by gathering worms from the forest and bringing them to him. Relieved, Sun Hyuk thanks Knight and the pterodrones, trusting them completely. Their contribution unlocks a new region as the sanctuary's fog recedes further, revealing a previously hidden area. As he looks out over the newly visible land, something unusual catches his eye. He is stunned to discover that the new threat is a colony of mantis shrimp monsters. He remembers hearing that mantis shrimp are notorious monsters whose shockwave attacks are so destructive that even elite hunters are needed to kill one. In response, the pterodrones rapidly arm themselves with the World Tree's rind and form up for battle. Seeing them use the bark as cover, Sun Hyuk realizes they may be treating it as shields. He decides to test the idea, and the pterodrones launch a coordinated aerial assault while carrying the bark for protection. The mantis shrimp answer with a crushing strike powerful enough to prove just how dangerous they are. Even so, the pterodrones break through and slam into the enemy line with surprising force. When Sun Hyuk sees the mantis shrimp pulling back to recover, he realizes the pterodrones' attacks are actually too strong and are driving the enemy into retreat instead of finishing them. As the pterodrones regroup and tend to themselves, he searches for a way to press the advantage. He suddenly remembers the elixirs he made from World Tree fruit and rushes to use them. He orders the pterodrones to drink, and they quickly consume the elixir together. The effect hits immediately, surging through them with explosive force. Empowered by the elixir, the pterodrones erupt with energy and rise into the air in far greater numbers and strength. Their leader hardens his resolve as the swarm prepares for a decisive strike. The pterodrones descend in a massive formation, using bark shields and overwhelming momentum to crash toward the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp brace and unleash another barrage of shockwave attacks to stop them. This time the pterodrones meet the assault head-on behind their shields and force their way through. Their charge detonates into the enemy ranks in a huge blast, turning the clash into a full-scale breakthrough. A bright strike crashes down from above, opening the battle with sudden force. The giant mantis shrimp braces itself and prepares to retaliate with its deadly claws. A beetle knight charges through the chaos as the shrimp's shockwave tears across the field. Watching closely, Jiha realizes the elixirs are working and that the shrimp's shockwave comes from its claws, meaning the pterodbeaks can win by swarming it. Empowered by that support, the beetle knight rallies as if victory is suddenly within reach. From a distance, Jiha notices the knight's body glowing and wonders if it has absorbed the mantis shrimp's ability. The transformed knight steadies itself on a branch, now carrying the shrimp's power in its own body. It draws back one enlarged claw, preparing to test the stolen technique. The copied shockwave slams into the ground and erupts outward in a devastating blast. Jiha is thrilled that the knight successfully absorbed the mantis shrimp's shockwave ability. Satisfied, he immediately starts recording the result. He notes that the pterodbeak's awakening and coordinated attack were enough to drive the mantis shrimp away, making the day feel highly productive. His conclusion is clear: the shrimp's shockwaves have gaps between uses, and attacks from behind appear to be its weakness. Later, a suggestion of a beach trip pulls Jiha out of research mode. At the shop, he is urged to stop working for once and join everyone at the beach before summer ends. Jiha is caught off guard by how sudden the invitation is. The answer comes immediately when his friend arrives by car and insists they leave at once. Moments later, the van is already speeding through the city. Jiha climbs in with a dog and laughs at how quickly the trip came together, while his friend argues that summer is too short to waste time. He then discovers the outing has turned into a group trip, complete with more friends and even a pony, making the whole thing feel unexpectedly lively. Though surprised by some of the guests, Jiha accepts that the trip will be more fun with a bigger group. He learns that Weian and Chilean came along as well, adding even more personalities to the crowded ride. When Jiha asks about the pony, he is told it was met by chance in a dungeon, which only confirms how unusual his companions are. The drive continues in easy chatter, and Jiha reflects that some people are endlessly curious about everything. By the time they arrive, the trip has shifted from impulse to reality. Seeing the coast at sunset, Jiha can only stare in impressed silence. The group spills out onto the beach as the sea, animals, and evening light make the getaway feel worth it. Jiha agrees to head to the hotel, quietly realizing he is glad he came after spending so long without traveling. Over dinner, surrounded by conversation and laughter, he admits he enjoys being able to relax and talk with many people like this. Later that night, leaning on a railing, he wishes the moment could last forever. His solitude ends when Weian finds him and teases that she thought he had gone for a walk. She appears in beachwear and joins him, making the quiet moment suddenly more intimate. Jiha admits he was surprised she came, and Weian jokes that she only hopes her presence is not unwelcome while he assures her everyone is happy she is there. When he asks whether anyone from her guild is coming, she explains that only she and Chilean came because the others were jealous and stayed behind. She adds that her guildmates are usually easygoing, though they can become intense at times. That thought is interrupted when she notices something strange nearby and turns sharply toward it. An emergency alert suddenly announces that a dread-grade mantis shrimp has appeared at the Silver Seaview and demands immediate evacuation, ruining the vacation in an instant. Weian freezes as the danger becomes real. Before they can react, a blazing column of energy descends from above toward the waterfront. Realizing the strike is about to hit, Weian unleashes her own power without hesitation. Her counterattack collides with the threat in a violent explosion that tears up the ground. Smoke and fire swallow the area, leaving the outcome unclear for a moment. As the dust settles, Weian shields Jiha and checks that he is unharmed, and he shakily confirms that he is. Their friends come rushing in armed for battle, panicked by the blast and calling out for Jiha. His closest friend desperately tries to get a response, fearing the worst. Seeing Jiha alive, the group regains focus while Weian and Jiha quickly confirm each other's safety. When asked what caused the explosion, Jiha identifies the mantis shrimp as the source. The others reason that if the blast came from the beach, the monster is probably already closing in. That fear is confirmed when the giant mantis shrimp emerges from the water and reaches the shore. With backup still absent, the group forms a defensive line and prepares to hold the monster off themselves. As Jiha urgently calls for nearby guild members to handle a D-rank mantis shrimp monster, Weian tells her to get somewhere safe. Weian realizes she is right that he would only get in the way in a direct fight, so he decides to leave instead of becoming a burden. But he remembers the pink potion and decides he can still help by returning to the cabin for it. At the battlefield, the giant mantis shrimp unleashes a violent attack as the clash intensifies. Minsik takes command, ordering everyone to spread out while he draws the monster in and receives support buffs. One fighter steels himself and openly provokes the creature to focus its aggression on him. The monster answers with a devastating strike that crashes into the defenders. The team adjusts quickly, coordinating around the shield bearer and targeting the monster's joints while it is occupied. Their blades begin cutting into the shrimp's segmented body, proving it can be hurt. With the opening created, the melee fighters swarm in and carve at it from multiple angles. Gaienbeek suddenly senses something is wrong in the middle of the assault. Before he can react properly, the mantis shrimp raises a burning claw and catches him at close range. A blast erupts point-blank and throws Gaienbeek back. Badly injured and coughing blood, he cries out for Gyeongbeek as the attack leaves him reeling. A blonde caster joins the fight, angrily launching paper-based spells to blind and bombard the monster. His magic pins the shrimp in place for a moment, and opens another chance to strike. He quickly realizes the restraint is weak because the monster's claws keep landing critical hits and breaking through the spell. Worse, he knows he will run out of mana before he can stop the creature this way. The mantis shrimp suddenly erupts with fire from its body, turning the tide again. The caster is shocked to discover the monster's flames are something far more dangerous than expected. At that moment, Weian arrives with the Eternal Flame Guild, and Jiha thanks them for responding so quickly. The Fire Guild immediately charges in, bringing a surge of reinforcements to the battle. With their help, the defenders focus on disabling the shrimp's claws first while gathering more firepower. The added support slows the mantis shrimp enough for the frontline to believe the fight is finally manageable. That brief hope spreads as one of the fighters realizes they might actually pull this off. Then the sky darkens with a new threat as massive rocks begin falling like a meteor shower. The bombardment tears through the area without warning, maiming fighters and throwing the battlefield into panic. The narration frames this as a true disaster, the kind that appears silently and crushes hope. From the chaos emerges a far larger mantis shrimp, its body armored in stone. The system identifies the newcomer as the king of the mantis shrimp, the stone mantis shrimp. The fighters who thought they were winning are left stunned by the sudden escalation. Jiha, Weian, and the others can only stare upward as they grasp how much worse the situation has become. The Stone King makes its hostility clear, looming over the humans as a new enemy beyond the original swarm. Its body glows with power as it begins using gravity magic to control and hurl stone. The giant monster slams its rocky limbs down and sends debris flying as it prepares a full assault. Boulders rain across the battlefield at terrifying speed, threatening to wipe out everyone below. Seeing the incoming barrage, a defender desperately calls for buffs to survive the impact. He throws himself in front of a falling rock and blocks it with his shield, cracking the ground beneath him. The effort nearly kills him, and he vomits blood from the strain of stopping even one projectile. Another fighter watches in horror as Sungo is blasted away by the force of the attack. Sungo staggers back to his feet, battered, bloodied, and barely able to keep going. Refusing to retreat, Jiha rallies everyone to hold their ground together while she pushes through the chaos. She decides to counter the falling rocks with her own flames, believing that if she can stop them, the group still has a chance. Jiha unleashes a sweeping wall of fire upward to intercept the descending barrage. Her flames detonate against the rocks in a massive explosion that destroys the immediate threat. But the effort comes at a heavy cost, and Jiha realizes that without her artifact her body can only endure 2 more casts at most. Before she can recover, the others warn her that one more boulder is still falling straight toward her. Jiha instantly understands her spell will not be fast enough to save herself this time. At the last moment, Wei-in dives in and smashes the boulder apart before it can crush her. Shaken and relieved, Jiha turns to him in disbelief as she recognizes who saved her. Jiha jolts awake in the middle of the crisis, forcing himself up despite the chaos around him. He reassures Sungo that he is conscious and reaches for the glowing potion they had noticed earlier. A small winged knight delivers the bottle to Sungo, who immediately realizes it must be something important. The potion is identified as an emergency elixir that restores stamina, and Jiha decides he will use it to stop the giant mantis shrimp. As the disaster worsens and the enemy leader bears down on them, Jiha steels himself to stand where others cannot. He tells himself he only has to hold out until reinforcements arrive, trusting the knight and the potions he carries. With that resolve, he commits to acting like the kind of hero who faces danger head-on. 10 minutes earlier, Jiha had hurriedly packed every strength-enhancing elixir he could carry. He ran out with a plan to support the hunters from a safe distance, reduce the damage, and somehow bring down the mantis shrimp. On the way, an unnatural breeze made him realize something fast was approaching. The knight suddenly appeared before him, and Jiha was stunned that it had reached him so quickly. Realizing every second mattered, Jiha pushed himself to move faster. At the same time, the red mantis shrimp leader prepared another violent assault. The knight intercepted with a blazing strike, meeting the monster's attack head-on. The nearby civilians and hunters could only watch in alarm as debris and shockwaves rained down. Among them, the wounded were still being tended, showing how badly the battle had already gone. Enraged, the stone mantis shrimp revealed its true fury and began drawing in massive amounts of rock. It fused the surrounding stone into a huge crushing mass above the battlefield. Seeing the knight still holding the line against that overwhelming force, Jiha was awed by its determination. He reached the knight and threw it an elixir, granting it a needed boost. Jiha trusted that the potion would give the knight enough help to turn the fight. The stone mantis shrimp answered by casting fused silica, hardening and weaponizing the gathered stone. The knight's power surged as the elixir awakened its skill, and it rose to meet the descending attack. Using Void Wave, the knight blasted upward and shattered the stone mass before it could crush everyone below. But the mantis shrimp leader immediately called down another burning strike from above. The knight smashed through that attack as well, proving the monster's strongest moves could still be broken. Watching the tide turn, the red-haired woman judged that the boss was finally close to defeat. She ordered everyone else to take control of the battlefield by protecting people from the falling debris. Then she called on the invader to help finish off the stone mantis shrimp at once, since there was no time for another long spell. The invader agreed and prepared to act. From above, Jiha urged the knight to keep pressuring the leader so the lesser mantis shrimp would lose morale and the hunters could recover. He reasoned that once the small ones saw their leader being beaten, the hunters could exploit the opening. That prediction came true as the hunters surged back in and began cutting down the lesser monsters. Meanwhile, more flaming debris continued to fall across the battlefield. The red-haired woman unleashed a sweeping firestorm to burn away the incoming rocks before they could hit anyone. Sungo used his own magic to control the broken flying stones, helping contain the damage from above. Seeing their coordinated defense hold, Jiha thought the battle might finally be ending. Then a new catastrophe struck when a kraken suddenly appeared offshore, triggering an evacuation warning. The monster's identity was confirmed at once, and panic spread as everyone realized an even worse threat had arrived. Jiha understood they could all die if the kraken reached land, but in that moment he noticed a strange, quiet vibration. Following the sound, he saw a giant circular opening in the sea begin to open like a door. He realized the World Eater was acting, but he could not understand how it intended to deal with a kraken that could not simply be swallowed whole. As he hesitated, the answer came into focus when the creature's massive suction began pulling at the kraken. The World Eater dragged the kraken across the water toward the open maw while the battered mantis shrimp leader remained stranded on shore. At the same time, the knight gathered fiery power, ready to finish its own target. Its empowered attack struck the stone mantis shrimp directly with explosive force. The mantis shrimp leader could only stare in shock as the blow landed. Behind it, the World Eater's pull intensified, drawing the kraken helplessly inward. The kraken was finally swallowed whole into the vast opening beneath the sea. With the kraken gone, Jiha realizes the World Eater has saved them, and that the fight with the stone mantis shrimp can now be finished. With the battle over, the crowd celebrates their survival and the small armored knight who helped secure the victory. Jiha is personally thanked by the rescued people, and the praise lands on him with quiet relief. Once the World Eater withdraws, the remaining mantis shrimps are quickly dealt with and the wounded are rushed to the hospital. Afterward, Jiha finds Mayeon cleaning up the aftermath and approaches her now that the crisis has passed. When she tries to keep working alone, he insists on helping, making it clear he wants to share the burden. Their talk shifts from cleanup to the strange beetle they saw, and Jiha realizes the creature may have been unusually friendly toward humans. Elsewhere, the others regroup safely, and Sungo confirms everyone made it through the incident without serious harm. Jiha is also credited for the potions that helped many people, though he brushes the praise aside as just doing what he could. With the danger behind them, he tries to treat the rest of the trip as a real vacation, surprising Mayeon with his optimism. Mayeon immediately throws herself into beach plans, only for Jiha to remind her she cannot rush straight into swimming. That excitement collapses when they check the time and realize the night is almost over. Embarrassed that she changed into a swimsuit for almost nothing, Mayeon can only stew while Jiha awkwardly points out she still looks good in it. His compliment only makes her more self-conscious, and she warns him not to come any closer while he fumbles over how to react. At the same time, something hidden in the dark stirs, watching from behind a mask-like face. The Watcher is revealed as a sinister godlike being, hinting that a far greater threat still exists beyond this trip. Still, the vacation itself ends peacefully, and the group heads home with Jiha riding up front beside the driver. The return drive is quiet because everyone is exhausted, and Jiha finds himself wishing he could travel with these people again. The driver thanks Jiha for saving him, admitting he would not be driving them home at all without Jiha's help. Jiha accepts the gratitude, while privately hoping they will not have to face another disaster like this in the future. As they near home, the mood softens into simple relief that everyone came back safely. Their laughter carries through the tunnel as the tension of the trip finally gives way. Back at the shop, Jiha is glad to return, even if the ride left him half asleep. He quickly turns back to work, deciding to make the resistance potion Sungo requested and even considering improving it. Rather than stopping at resistance alone, Jiha aims to create something that can heal as well. Before he can continue, Sunyoung calls him. After confirming they both got home safely, Jiha learns she contacted him because she found something unusual. She shows him a rune-covered scroll and asks him to interpret it, and he identifies it as a destruction enhancement scroll that boosts attack power against enemies. The discovery shocks Jiha because he had not known enhancement scrolls existed, but he immediately sees the value and agrees to make one for Sunyoung too. As he gathers ingredients, he concludes that red ink should work for a rune tied to destruction. He follows the example Sunyoung showed him and carefully begins inscribing the scroll himself. The experiment succeeds, producing a physical damage enhancement scroll that can temporarily increase a hunter's offensive power. Jiha immediately understands the scale of it. If commercialized, South Korean hunters would gain a massive advantage. But that same advantage would raise the stakes, because stronger hunters would provoke stronger battles. He recognizes the other side of the equation as well. The monsters they face would become even more dangerous. Even so, Jiha decides this power is still worth pursuing because it can help hunters survive and grow stronger. As he stands with the finished scroll, he pauses, reminded that he is not carrying this responsibility entirely alone. Looking at the creatures resting in his shop, he reassures himself that he can ask for help when he needs it. For the moment, he sets the work aside and chooses rest before taking the next step. A few days later, Jiha heads into the forest and immediately senses that the air is unusually heavy. From a high vantage point, he spots a group gathered near the mountain and realizes they are hunters. He is startled to see top South Korean hunters assembled at the very place where Taotai is sealed. Listening in, he learns they are searching for a cave in the valley, slightly east of their current position. That is enough for Jiha to understand their target, and he realizes with alarm that they are after Taotai. He recalls that Taotai is infamous as the monster that devastated the Sichuan region, a calamity feared even among powerful beings. The hunters press on despite the risk, convinced they need to move before the creature fully awakens. Watching from hiding, Jiha notices the bridge ahead has been broken, which should have stopped their advance. Instead, one of the hunters uses earth magic to stabilize the crossing long enough for the group to continue into the dungeon. From above, Jiha tracks the team as they move deeper through the forest toward the sealed area. Then the hunters themselves realize something is wrong when the bridge they just saw destroyed is suddenly intact again. As they stare at the restored bridge in confusion, Jiha quietly praises the unseen fix, confirming that someone else is here besides them. As armed searchers comb the temple, they dismiss the danger and fail to realize they are circling the real target. Watching from afar, the strategist realizes their repeated path means they are unconsciously drawn to something connected to Taotai. At the center of the hall, a dark, blood-red aura spreads from a hidden point, while the intruders remain oblivious to it. He identifies the concealed object as Taotai's seal mirror, likely tied to the seal itself and possibly acting as an indicator. Since the invaders still have not noticed it, he decides to expose its presence for them. The sudden disturbance alerts the swordsman in the temple, who senses danger immediately. He understands at once that something disastrous is about to happen if the object is left alone. A severed finger appears beneath the temple's barrier, shocking everyone who sees it. Realizing that finger could trigger catastrophe, the swordsman moves to destroy it before anyone can use it. He unleashes an ether slash and cuts the finger apart before it can complete whatever ritual it was meant for. The others are left confused by the abrupt attack, unsure whether they truly saw anything at all. The hidden observer relaxes, relieved that his interference did not expose him. But the mirror reacts anyway, and he realizes the seal is destabilizing despite the finger's destruction. The swordsman wonders whether they can stop Tao Hai on their own, and what failure would cost them. Before doubt can settle, a hostile presence brands their attempt as presumptuous. That force condemns them for trying to rouse the evil sealed here. A guardian spirit manifests, and declares that it will punish the intruders itself. The temple's guardian, Suk Gamdang, reveals itself as the protector of the mirror, an enemy of all invaders. The group is rattled by this unexpected defense, but the swordsman steadies them and orders everyone into formation. The guardian accuses them of entering the temple without permission and prepares to eliminate them. The swordsman answers by taking responsibility for breaking through and resolves to cut a path for everyone else. The guardian dismisses his resolve as arrogance and answers with overwhelming force. It fires a devastating breath attack, turning the hall into a killing zone. He counters with blink, instantly repositioning above the monsters to seize the initiative. Using that opening, he drives a powerful sword strike through both guardians in one sweeping attack. The blow shatters their stone bodies and leaves the temple defenders collapsing in pieces. He lands cleanly, keeping control of the battlefield. Even as the guardian calls his strength insignificant, he reaches the mirror and secures it before it can react further. The system confirms the guardian has been critically damaged and stunned, and that Tao Tai's seal mirror has been obtained. The hidden observer celebrates the quest's success, but immediately worries that Tao Tai may still awaken and that stopping it remains the real problem. He decides to move quickly, only to realize one of his companions is no longer beside him. Forcing himself to stay focused, he turns to practical preparation and starts making scrolls to simplify what comes next. He concludes he needs green herbs and identifies the wild elf village as the best place to get them. But because his hand would make him look like a monster there, he hesitates and searches for another way to approach them. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a town where another thread of the plan is already in motion. Inside a quiet chapel, a white-haired woman kneels in prayer before the altar. As she prays, she senses a familiar presence reaching out to her. She recognizes the caller as Selena and opens herself to the contact. Warmly greeting her after a long silence, she asks how Selena has been. Selena gets straight to the point and says she needs a favor. The request concerns a prepared item, shown as a green substance stored in small containers. Following instructions, someone adds the ingredient and completes the preparation. The bespectacled man finishes the work, satisfied that the amount is enough and grateful he could ask Selena to handle this part. Back in the chapel, the woman listens with curiosity as Selena explains the favor. Selena asks her to visit the wild elves and obtain green herbs from their village. When the woman is surprised by how simple the task sounds, Selena assures her the elves will respond if she asks directly. Selena also advises her to bring trade goods they value, especially salt, since the elves prize it highly. Encouraged by the clear guidance, the woman happily agrees and is touched to be useful to the outside world again. Selena sends her a bag of salt immediately, and the woman eagerly accepts responsibility for the errand. It is then revealed that she has already departed with Edinskul, and the speaker is confident they can handle the Radiant Knights as well. Yu Jiha notices the elves reacted strangely to the salt he brought back, and realizes he has enough green herbs for the time being. While putting supplies away, he feels relieved that one of his immediate resource problems is temporarily solved. A disturbance in the forest pulls his attention, and he goes to investigate. He finds a pile of tiny pterones gathered on the ground between his feet. Recognizing them as the creatures he had caught earlier, he stops to address them. He reflects that Korean dungeons have recently begun appearing inside this miniature world. He remembers how hunters used to clear dungeons and eagerly open chests afterward, hoping for worthwhile loot. Those hopes usually collapsed into disappointment as the rewards proved underwhelming. Even after clearing a dungeon, hunters often got junk that barely covered their costs. With poor rewards and too few ether stones to improve their stats, interest in low and mid-tier dungeons kept falling. Jiha had been determined to change that situation, but he had not found a workable answer. That changed when he discovered the pterones and saw unexpected potential in them. Back in the present, he realizes the little creatures have already been handling work on their own and tells them to continue. The pterones prove they understand by beginning to process materials in front of him. One of them starts shaping wood with tools, showing they can perform simple crafting tasks. Another demonstrates they can even work with heated metal, expanding what they can produce. Together they assemble a finished wooden chest, making Jiha realize they can manufacture reward boxes themselves. Encouraged, he asks what else they can do. The pterones return carrying piles of loot, revealing that they have also been collecting and transporting dungeon rewards. Jiha pieces together that these creatures may have always handled dungeon logistics, and that he can use that system now that they are in his territory. He praises them as they complete another chest, but the result still leaves him unsatisfied. He remembers the core problem: even organized rewards mean little if hunters still cannot profit from them. Sitting beside the chest, he wrestles with how to make the rewards genuinely worthwhile. A sudden idea strikes him, and he immediately starts writing down a plan. Later, inside the dungeon, he prepares to test his new reward system while casually greeting the Terrorons. The dungeon entrance stands ready as the setup begins. A party of hunters arrives joking around, with one woman teasing Dio-kun to do better than usual. Dio-kun, a heavily armored shield user, laughs it off and promises to try. The teasing catches the woman's attention as the group gets ready to enter. Jiha's first step is simple. He places a sign marked with a shield to direct a specific type of hunter toward a tailored reward box. The party interprets the sign as meaning shield users should go that way, and they decide to test it. Inside, the hunt begins with a brutal strike against the monsters. As the team fights, Dio-kun hesitates under pressure and gets mocked for nearly slowing everyone down. The others push the attack and order the monster finished off. Dio-kun remains flustered and clearly lacks confidence despite his role. A beast lunges at him, exposing his weakness in the middle of combat. The orange-haired hunter rushes in to save him, scolding him for freezing up while he apologizes. By the end of the fight, the party admits Dio-kun improved somewhat, and he tearfully accepts the faint praise. They move on from the awkward moment and turn their attention to the reward room. Instead of a single chest, they find multiple boxes waiting, immediately realizing something about this dungeon has changed. When they learn each box costs only 2 essences to open, the group sees it as an unusually good deal. Jiha has also seeded some boxes with prepared items, and one hunter excitedly finds a shield that seems perfect for Dio-kun. Dio-kun hesitates to accept it, but the others insist that as the team's tank, he should take the shield. Among the rewards they also uncover a note written in rune words and a strange pink orb or candle marked with similar writing. With 3 unusual items in hand, they decide to leave and have them appraised by Master Cat. Watching from outside, Jiha celebrates with the Terrorons, pleased that the hunters like the rewards and believing stronger rewards will draw more interest. He asks Master Cat to get ready because customers will be arriving soon. At appraisal, the shield is identified as a unique grave item, and the note is confirmed to be written in rune words. Master Cat reads the note, and is startled because it describes an awakening skill he has never encountered before. The skill, Iron Maiden, greatly boosts defense and damage reflection but drains all ether, making it powerful yet highly situational for someone like Dio-kun. As the group studies the newly revealed awakening skill, they confirm that Kim Dio-kun's version is called Iron Maiden. The skill's effect is explained. As a tank, he can turn an enemy's melee strike back on them with amplified force. Realizing this means he no longer has to win by attacking directly, Dio-kun is overwhelmed with relief. His teammates celebrate the breakthrough and immediately want to know whether they can obtain awakening skills too. The cat guide explains that each awakening skill has its own condition, and Dio-kun's can be earned by defeating a giant warhog. Dio-kun accepts the challenge at once and also asks for details on the shield and candle tied to the process. They review the required items and learn that the candle grants dreams of others' abilities while the shield carries Godark's protection. The cat recalls that Dio-kun had already handed over all his gold with a strange mix of sorrow and gratitude, suggesting he still did not fully understand what he had set in motion. That night, back at Dio-kun's home, he prepares to use the candle and pursue the chance in his sleep. He lies down beside the lit candle, determined to learn a skill through dreaming if that is what it takes. Once asleep, he notices the dream feels unusually vivid and waits to see whose experience he has entered. He finds himself watching a lone knight battling undead in a devastated landscape. As the knight endures a relentless assault without retreating, Dio-kun begins to understand that the man is fighting to protect others behind him. The knight's sheer strength and resolve leave Dio-kun stunned. When the knight suddenly seems to notice him, Dio-kun feels as if the dream itself has turned toward him. That contact grants him a new trait, Holy Knight's Devotion LV.1, jolting him awake in shock. Blue light fills the room as the result of the dream manifests in reality. A status window confirms that he truly learned Holy Knight's Devotion LV.1. Sitting up in disbelief, he realizes he has successfully gained a new skill overnight. But the revelation comes with a problem. The skill belongs to a Holy Knight, not the kind of ability he expected for a tank. Disappointed that it does not seem to match his role, he decides the only way forward is to test it in the dungeon. Soon after, Hunter News announces the emergence of awakening skills and the method for acquiring them, turning Dio-kun's case into a public spectacle. The broadcast reports that the first official attempt to obtain an awakening skill is underway in South Korea. Officials and observers gather, recognizing that the world is watching to see whether South Korea will produce the first awakened skill holder. Dio-kun faces the giant warhog as the trial begins. With the association and spectators urging him on, he braces behind his shield and commits to the role expected of him. The warhog charges, and the crowd senses he is on the verge of proving the awakening method works. The monster crashes into him with explosive force. Dio-kun strains under the impact, barely holding his ground as the pressure threatens to break him. He forces the shield up and withstands the full charge head-on. For a moment, man and beast lock in a contest of endurance, each pushing the other to the limit. At the critical instant, Dio-kun triggers Iron Maiden and the awakening skill finally activates. The stored force erupts back into the warhog in a violent counterblow. The reflected impact detonates across the field, engulfing the area in light and dust. The onlookers panic, fearing Ryokun may have been caught in the blast. His teammates rush forward in alarm, calling out to him. When the dust begins to clear, Ryokun is still standing, exhausted but alive, with his shield raised. As leaves drift through the settling air, he notices something unexpected emerging from the aftermath. A radiant armored figure has appeared where the impact landed, as if summoned by the holy power he borrowed in the dream. The figure's presence, and the growth of living plants around it make clear that this is no ordinary effect. Ryokun realizes in awe that the legendary god Ark is real. In that moment he understands why he was born larger and sturdier than others, and why he always hated attacking monsters himself. He sees his life as part of God Ark's design, not to strike first, but to protect his people and never yield. While the others try to process the miracle and check on him, Ryokun quietly reaches a decision about his future. He clasps his hands together, treating the revelation not as a victory pose but as a vow. Ignoring the worried questions around him, he bows his head in prayerful resolve. When he finally answers, he says he is fine because he has learned something more important than the awakening skill itself. He turns back with a peaceful smile, having accepted the path he now believes he was meant to follow. In the days that follow, confirmation of awakening skills throws the hunter world into chaos as guides, theories, and arguments spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Uchiha keeps working behind the scenes to improve how hunters progress. Uchiha finishes carving the stone structure and admits the work was harder than he expected. Not long after Ryokun awakens his skill, Uchiha discovers a strange book in the forest and decides to examine it. The book turns out to be a guide to dungeon structures, explaining how carved objects can function properly and improve a hunter's experience inside a dungeon. Realizing he can use the information immediately, Uchiha starts placing the carved monkey figures into the dungeon as instructed. As he works, he senses a party approaching the area and recognizes an opportunity. Uchiha quietly welcomes the timing, clearly intending to test what he has built. A hunter party enters the dungeon path with a plan to defeat the green serpent and the monkfish that day. The group explains that the serpent is manageable, but the monkfish attacks from underground, so only Sunghyuk can track it by sound. Sunghyuk suddenly senses something unexpected ahead and immediately rejects what he is hearing. The source is a newly placed statue of the praying saintess Selena, an object that grants useful buffs, and Sunghyuk is stunned that it is specifically Selena. Unable to believe such a thing exists here, he demands to know who created it. When no answer comes, he is left wondering whether the maker can even be identified. The party soon experiences the statue's value firsthand as its support helps them handle the dungeon monsters more effectively. When one member is poisoned, the statue cleanses him and even restores his stamina, proving the structure is genuinely powerful. That same night, Sunghyuk and Hyojin perform the ritual that lets him enter the dreamlike realm tied to his skill. Sunghyuk arrives in the dream space and immediately notices that this realm feels different from an ordinary dream. Inside, he spots Eddie and Selena together, confirming he has entered a place connected to familiar figures. Their presence reassures him for a moment, as he recognizes faces he already knows. But his attention shifts when he senses another presence unlike the others. A radiant armored knight appears, and Sunghyuk realizes this is the being he has never seen before. He draws his sword and guesses that confronting this knight may be how he gains a new skill. The knight answers with immediate hostility, launching the first attack before Sunghyuk can settle in. Sunghyuk barely blocks the blow and feels at once how overwhelming the knight's power is. The knight orders him into proper stance like a superior drilling a subordinate, showing this is more than a simple enemy encounter. As the clash continues, the knight presses him with a direct question about whether Sunghyuk recognizes him. When the knight refuses to explain himself, Sunghyuk decides he will have to force answers out through battle. From a single exchange, Sunghyuk judges the knight's strength and understands he cannot afford to hold back. He commits fully, channeling his power into a serious counterattack. The knight speaks in cryptic warnings about humans, the future, and a fate Sunghyuk cannot yet understand. The vision turns darker as monstrous imagery and talk of the apocalypse suggests the knight is referring to a coming catastrophe. The knight insists the end has already begun and that humanity will be annihilated unless something changes in the future. Sunghyuk demands the knight's identity, refusing to accept riddles in place of answers. The knight finally identifies himself as Ark's eternal sword and claims he exists to guide his lord's apostle. To prove his authority, he unleashes a storm of golden blades and declares that he will enlighten Sunghyuk. Sunghyuk pushes back verbally, realizing this being knows far too much about him. The knight confirms he has been watching Sunghyuk for some time, deepening the mystery. As Sunghyuk activates his skill form etherization, he questions why a second apostle of Ark would suddenly appear before him. The knight states that if Sunghyuk is truly Ark's apostle, he should already know, then refuses to answer further. Elsewhere, Hyojin senses the strange phenomenon around Sunghyuk and wonders whether it is connected to that unknown figure. Back in the dream battle, the knight tells Sunghyuk to reveal his true self and stop merely reacting. Sunghyuk realizes the knight will not satisfy his questions with words, so he abandons that hope. He vanishes from his previous position in a burst of speed, choosing action over argument. Sunghyuk launches a direct assault, deciding that defeating the knight is the only way to gain both the skill and the information he needs. The knight answers by calling down another attack from above. Golden swords rain through the hall, forcing Sunghyuk to brace himself against a deadly barrage. He gathers blue ether around his blade and body, concentrating all his strength into one response. Pushing past his limits, Sunghyuk sharpens his focus until his power surges visibly. He releases that power in a massive blue slash that tears through the incoming assault. The knight acknowledges the strike with brief approval, treating Sunghyuk less like prey and more like a candidate being tested. Then he immediately escalates again, bringing down a blazing first sword technique named Storm Blast to continue the trial. A swordsman identifies his technique as wind-based and launches a first form attack down the hall. The strike spirals forward as a violent whirlwind, rapidly building force. The wind attack detonates in a blazing impact, overwhelming the space ahead. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a quiet day at an alchemy shop. A young alchemist finishes brewing a potion and judges it nearly complete. He carefully pours the finished liquid into a bottle for final preparation. With the last step done, he proudly completes his first health potion of the day. A suited visitor praises the result, clearly impressed by the alchemist's skill. The alchemist worries he may be wasting the man's time, but the visitor assures him that watching this work is genuinely interesting. When the visitor checks the potion's effect, he is startled to find it restores health in only 10 seconds, far better than before. The alchemist is pleased the brew exceeded expectations, and the visitor is left quietly amazed. As he watches more closely, the visitor realizes the alchemist's body seems to instinctively know exact timing and measurements, revealing unusual talent. The visitor takes his leave with a warning to stay safe, while the alchemist cheerfully invites him back anytime. Night falls over the shop after a productive day. The alchemist's skill levels up, improving the quality of his potions and making the work easier, so he decides it is finally time to sleep. The next day, he heads into the forest and enjoys the fresh air. His mood shifts when he realizes he cannot find his usual companions, including BM, Delgo, and Bainey. He notices humming bells scattered around and immediately senses something is wrong. A tremor confirms his fear that trouble has broken out nearby. He understands the earthquake is coming from the place where the Taotai is sealed. A system warning announces that the seal is close to breaking and that terror drones are being deployed at once. When he reaches the site, he sees the terror drones forming barriers around the seal instead of attacking. He realizes they may be buying time because they are not strong enough to defeat the Taotai directly. That fear is confirmed when a massive beast begins forcing its way out. The system identifies the creature as the Taotia's minion, Black Lion, a disaster-grade threat. The terror drones rush past him toward the battle, leaving him alarmed and confused. They throw themselves into combat while the system records data from the clash between the terror drones and the Black Lion. Time passes, and by the approach of fall, attention turns to a newly formed gate in the city. Officials confirm hunters are already entering the huge gate to investigate. A young man monitoring the situation reacts with alarm as the gate's details come into focus. He struggles to say it aloud, shaken by what he has discovered. He finally reports that it is a Category 6 score level dungeon and urgently calls for the Hunter Association. The gate is officially classified as a Category 6 plane-type dungeon with the objective of defeating or sealing the Taotai, proving the threat is real. As hunters gather, one remarks that the situation feels ominous and unlike an ordinary mission. Their leader agrees, sensing that everyone involved has changed. It is revealed that the team known as Single Numbers has completed their awakening, making them rank 1 through 9 hunters, and they credit Jiha for it. Before entering, the leader distributes items Jiha made for them, saying they will help greatly. The potion's effects are extraordinary, restoring health, stamina, and ether, boosting all stats, and granting brief invulnerability. The team recognizes how valuable Jiha's support is and decides to thank him after the mission. With that preparation complete, Single Numbers enters the gate. Back in the forest, Jiha senses their arrival. The hunters emerge together at the ruins, ready to confront the crisis. Jiha chooses to stay back and observe first, planning to send help only if they are truly in danger. He gathers a swarm of terror drones around himself, keeping reinforcements ready. Inside, the Black Lion's presence looms over the ruins as the hunters prepare to face the threat. Jiha silently urges Single Numbers on, believing they can handle the seal if they work together. As they advance through the ruins, the team notices strange statues and wonders if these are the structures Jiha warned them about. The ancient site stretches ahead in eerie silence, heightening the tension before the fight. After drinking Jiha's potion, one hunter is stunned to find his stats nearly doubled, even though the mission still feels overwhelmingly dangerous. A red-haired hunter answers that impossible odds do not matter because they have to succeed anyway, and she steels herself for battle. Sunghyuk accepts the coming fight and steels himself for what is about to begin. An enemy attack crashes down before the party can settle. A pack of black lions appears and blocks the group's path. Sunghyuk immediately realizes the monsters have arrived. One of the black lions lunges first, trying to overwhelm them with brute force. Its strike slams into the ground with enough force to kill anyone caught directly. Sunghyuk realizes he absorbed the hit for the others and urgently checks whether they survived. The party answers by counterattacking together and ordering the weaker monsters wiped out. Their combined skills trap and burn the black lions in a coordinated burst. The red-haired mage escalates the assault with a stronger fire spell. Her flames engulf the battlefield and pin the monsters in an inferno. Even while the others attack, the shield bearer braces himself for another impact. A surviving lion tears forward through the chaos, still pressing the attack. The beast focuses on its prey with murderous intent instead of retreating. Though scorched, it pushes through the fire and keeps advancing. Sung Hyuk steps in alone, draws on his new Storm Blade technique, and launches Whirlwind Strike. His spinning slash tears through the burning lion before it can recover. The party is stunned that his new Dreamborn skill instantly killed a black lion, but Sung Hyuk feels the battle is ending too easily. That unease proves justified when he senses a far greater threat. A blood-soaked, more powerful beast emerges, and Sung Hyuk understands the black lion was only the opening act. The others recognize it in horror as a blood lion. They confirm it ranks above the black lion and is far more dangerous. The blood lion advances on the party like a predator that already owns the field. Its aura thickens as it prepares a deadlier charge. Sung Hyuk is shaken, but he forces himself to take command. He orders everyone to drink potions and get into position immediately. Hyojin panics at the thought of Sung Hyuk facing it alone. Sung Hyuk answers by drawing out Ether Blade, preparing to hold the monster himself. He intercepts the blood lion's rush and buys the others time to move. The shield bearer calms Hyojin and reminds her that only Sung Hyuk can survive taking the blood lion head on. She accepts that truth even though it terrifies her. Still, she cannot shake the fear that Sung Hyuk may vanish from her again if he pushes too far. Her worry deepens because this is exactly the kind of reckless burden he always takes on alone. She forces herself to stop panicking and act with discipline. As the team reorganizes, they search for information and suddenly discover that data on the blood lion has just appeared on the Mir Wiki. They rush to check who posted it and prepare to use whatever they can learn. Meanwhile, Sung Hyuk confirms through direct combat that the blood lion hits much harder than the black lion. Knowing he cannot sustain both techniques for long, he counts on the others to take over part of the burden as the tank unleashes an area taunt. The blood lion is pulled off Sung Hyuk and redirected by the taunt. It answers with a violent impact that tears up the ground. The monster's charge crashes into the environment hard enough to expose its underside. The shield bearer spots the opening and shouts that its stomach is vulnerable now. The archer immediately lines up the weak point. Her shot detonates into the exposed area with explosive force. The blood lion roars in pain for the first time. The blast hurls the beast upward and leaves it briefly open. Hyojin follows by carving into it with sword rampage while it is airborne. The team urges her to finish it before it can recover. Blood spills, making it seem as if the kill is finally within reach. Sung Hyuk looks up in surprise when the situation shifts again. The others also freeze, realizing something is wrong. A gigantic white wolf appears over the wounded blood lion, dwarfing both the monster and the party. Its calm gaze makes clear it is not another ordinary beast. Sung Hyuk stares at it in stunned recognition. The rest of the party can only watch in confusion. They assume a new monster has arrived, and the shock worsens when they realize it killed the blood lion in a single blow. Instead of attacking them, the wolf speaks and halts the panic. Its command to stop makes the party realize this being possesses intelligence and authority beyond monsters. The wolf declares that it is not their enemy. The others demand to know what it is, while Sung Hyuk's reaction shows he already understands more than they do. When asked directly, Sung Hyuk confirms that he knows this being. He greets it as Growler, revealing a prior bond. The party is baffled that Sung Hyuk knows such a creature at all. Sung Hyuk explains that Growler is not a monster but a nature god, and that he formed a contract with him. The revelation shocks everyone, but Sung Hyuk cuts past their questions and asks why Growler has come. Growler warns that Taotai has begun moving and that its Dharma protector must already be in motion as well. He explains that the protector is a guardian far beyond normal monsters, says the party cannot beat it unaided, and decides to lend Sung Hyuk his own ether to stop it. Without waiting for debate, Growler transfers his power into Sung Hyuk. The foreign ether floods through Sung Hyuk's body and starts reshaping his strength. Sung Hyuk is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of a nature god's power, but Growler tells him to use it against the protector. Growler departs after entrusting the next battle to Sung Hyuk, and the party decides to believe in him despite the danger ahead. Sung Hyuk admits the coming fight is still too much for him alone and asks everyone to stand with him. The party rallies around him and agrees to stop the threat together. Elsewhere, Taotia's side learns that the humans are moving, and the protector is ordered to seize the sky while Taotai handles the rest. The protector accepts the command with pride, claiming the sky as its rightful domain. Taotai leaves the incoming enemies to the protector and turns to other matters. 3 nature gods arrive to intercept Taotai before it can advance further. They accuse Taotai of tearing open a dimensional crack and feeding on too much already. Taotai rejects them as imposters and insists nothing will stop it from reaching its father. It mocks their injuries and believes killing them will buy it more time. The golden horse god challenges Taotia's confidence and steps forward. The snow leopard and wolf god attack in tandem to pin Taotai down. Taotai shrugs off the opening exchange and dismisses their effort as trivial. It gathers destructive power and vows to kill them all and erase everything they have protected. The horse god meets that threat head-on instead of yielding. Their clash erupts with enough force to shake the entire area. The wolf god condemns Taotai as a fallen being and promises to drag its soul back where it belongs. The nature gods lock onto Taotai together and refuse to let it break through. They pile onto it from multiple sides and finally start forcing it back. Taotai rages as the pressure mounts against it. Even surrounded, it still refuses to believe they can truly defeat it. The dimensional crack above them begins widening under the strain of the battle. The rupture spreads across the sky and threatens to collapse the barrier between worlds. The horse god realizes the dimensional wall is nearly broken and that the situation is becoming catastrophic. The snow leopard feels the crack actively pulling her in. The suction intensifies and starts dragging the combatants toward the breach. The battlefield is left in chaos as the pull distorts everything around it. The struggle is carried through the crack and reappears over Sichuan province in China. Taotai keeps charging even while being displaced, refusing to be stopped. It gathers another surge of power as if to break through by force. The three nature gods answer with a combined beam to halt its advance. The snow leopard drives the attack harder and declares that Taotai will be the one to fall. The strike finally wounds Taotai badly enough to shake its confidence. The wolf god presses the advantage and tries to finish it. The horse god joins in, vowing to stop Taotai no matter what. For the first time, Taotai feels cornered and bitterly calls the situation unfair. As it weakens, it can only cry out for its father. After Taotai and the three nature gods vanish into the crack, the rupture remains behind. The place they fought is suddenly empty, as if the entire clash was swallowed whole. Back in the forest, an observer can only report that they all disappeared without a trace. Even a wide search finds no signs of them or of any battle, deepening the mystery. The answer comes from elsewhere as the protector finally descends towards Sung Hyuk's party. A warning bell reacts, and the observer fears something has happened to Sung Hyuk's group. He rushes to the viewing point and realizes the danger has reached them. The protector's arrival is announced by a crushing impact. Two blazing lion-like guardians reveal themselves as the protector. They immediately attack from above with overwhelming firepower. The party recognizes at once that this is the protector Growler warned them about. Watching from afar, the observer understands that this guardian exists solely to protect Taotai and will be extremely hard to defeat. Empowered by Growler's ether, Sung Hyuk braces himself and warns the others to be careful. He senses the protector's next strike before it lands. A dropped potion signals how little room for error remains as the attack closes in. Sung Hyuk and the shield bearer move together to intercept the blast. The impact explodes against their defense and tears through the area. Flames and rubble spread across the ruins, threatening to overwhelm them by sheer force. The shield bearer admits he cannot hold the line much longer and tells Sung Hyuk to move. Sung Hyuk uses blink to slip through the barrage and close the distance. The protector answers by diving again with another burning assault. Sung Hyuk counters with whirlwind strike, trying to cut through the descending attack. The collision throws him back through an explosion instead of breaking the protector. The protector praises him as unusually capable for a human and reveals that it recognizes the sword technique he is using. When it asks how he knows that night, Sung Hyuk realizes it is talking about Legion. He refuses to explain and instead promises the protector will soon be reduced to ash. The protector dismisses his threat as arrogance and prepares a harsher answer. It unleashes Earthquake Strike, forcing Sung Hyuk to rely on blink again just to survive. Sung Hyuk regathers himself and prepares Whirlwind Strike once more despite the strain. He launches another spinning slash through the collapsing battlefield. The protector laughs off the attack and claims his blade cannot truly hurt it. To prove the gap in power, it slams the ground and turns the battlefield itself into a weapon. Sung Hyuk is driven into evasive movement just to stay alive under the crushing assault. Another impact detonates beside him and keeps him from gaining momentum. The distant observer can only shout Sung Hyuk's name as the situation worsens. Buried in debris and pressure, Sung Hyuk refuses to give in. A memory of Legion surfaces, reminding him that he can finally use Whirlwind Strike. That memory also praises his progress, pushing him to think beyond what he has already learned. In the same recollection, Sung Hyuk demands to be taught the third technique, but Legion says he has not even mastered the second and is barely sustaining the first. Legion warns that higher techniques require far more ether, and forcing the second one now would kill Sung Hyuk from ether deficiency. Remembering that warning, Sung Hyuk still begins drawing power as if he is ready to risk everything. The protector senses the change immediately, and realizes Sung Hyuk has awakened aura. Before the protector can react further, Growler's presence manifests behind Sung Hyuk again, hinting that the battle is about to turn. A blazing wolf-like monster lunges in fury, demanding to know who has intruded on its domain. In answer, Sung Hyuk meets the charge head-on with a whirling sword strike that tears through the attack. As the beast falters, a hidden voice suggests that if fortune allows it, Sung Hyuk may be able to use a certain power once. Sung Hyuk catches that hint immediately, and realizes a rare opportunity may have opened. He unleashes Spiral Slash, a second form sword technique, and drives the attack through the protector. The sword crashes down, and the sheer result leaves onlookers stunned. When the dust settles, Sung Hyuk is left kneeling beneath the fallen monster's massive body, proving he won. Elsewhere, a bespectacled young man rejoices as he hears that Sung Hyuk has defeated the protector. His relief is cut short when he remembers the crisis is not over yet. He orders the tiny nature spirits to help rebuild the seal and look after the injured hunters while he handles the rest. Even as he worries about those who fought the protector, he catches the sound of growling nearby. He traces the noise to the edge of the fog-filled forest and realizes something is approaching from within it. Bracing himself, he can hardly believe what he is about to see. Tears well in his eyes as familiar figures come into view. The three nature gods emerge alive, towering over him and ending his fear that they were lost. Overcome with relief, he runs to them, welcoming them back and anxiously checking whether they were hurt. With the danger past for the moment, the forest finally grows calm. He gently strokes the snow leopard and urges it to rest after the ordeal. Settling among the three exhausted guardians, he tells them to sleep peacefully now that they are safe. For a brief moment, he lets himself enjoy the quiet and wishes this peace could last. But his thoughts turn practical again as he resolves to build them a shelter where they can recover and feel secure before another monster appears. He renews his determination, promising to do everything he can for them. After the battle with Tao Tai, he tries treating the injured nature gods with healing potion to speed their recovery. At first they flee from the medicine, refusing to drink what he offers. Their resistance frustrates him when they vanish the moment he tries to help. Eventually he coaxes them into accepting care by disguising the treatment as a reward. The method is rough but effective, and soon the three begin recovering quickly under his watch. Relieved by how fast they heal, he admits how deeply he had worried about them. As time passes, public attention shifts from the victory itself to the mystery surrounding the giant beasts seen beside Tao Tai, drawing international media scrutiny. People learn that the unknown creatures were nature gods, one of whom had formed a contract with a Korean hunter. That revelation leads to an international conference, where Korea prepares to explain what happened near the Chinese border. A Korean official presents the theory that the contract between hunter and nature god released energy strong enough to teleport Tao Tai. He points to the battlefield near Sichuan and argues that the dungeon opening in Korea may be connected rather than coincidental. President Kim Jae-sung presses for confirmation by asking whether the scars on the mountains are traces of the battle. The answer is yes, and one enormous gouge is identified as damage caused by Tao Tai's destructive breath. The speaker notes that China interpreted the event as if a nuclear strike had hit the mountain range, though no direct footage exists. Asked whether Tao Tai is truly gone, he says the scene would still be unstable if the monster remained, and the surviving dungeon crystal suggests the immediate threat has ended. Accepting that assessment, the president concludes the crisis is over and orders the evacuation lifted. He then turns to the American side and asks how the United States is evaluating the battle. Ashley, the Federal Psyker Association liaison, says the U.S. view is similar but admits they still know almost nothing about what happened inside the Category 6 dungeon. That missing piece leaves the most important events inside the dungeon unresolved. Only fragments are known, including the image of Tao Tai unleashing overwhelming power before its defeat. The Korean presenter can only admit that the truth of what happened there remains a mystery. Ashley then presses Korea to share its information about the dungeon in full. The response narrows the focus to one key figure, a Korean S-rank hunter known as the Wolf, who entered the dungeon and somehow returned with the nature gods after Tao Tai was defeated. President Kim asks the obvious question of how any hunter could have fought a destruction-grade monster that ordinary hunters would not even dare face. Ashley bluntly agrees that such a monster should have required military force, making Korea's result hard to accept at face value. The president counters that Korean hunters did achieve it, and directly asks Hyun-seok to explain how. Hyun-seok answers with a knowing smile, clearly ready to steer the story. He says the only plausible explanation is the involvement of one person, Hunter Ju Yihan, who had been hidden from public view until now. A discussion about protecting Hunter Jiha begins with the reminder that his awakening skill and the scrolls she left behind are what allowed them to enter the dungeon at all. An elder in the meeting frames Jiha as someone the state itself must keep safe. Even so, they recognize they cannot control where he lives, so the real danger is someone hostile reaching him first, forcing them to act. A prosecutor takes responsibility and promises to find a solution. That answer reassures the others, since a prosecutor's involvement effectively means the government will stand behind Jiha. With his immediate safety addressed, they turn to preparing for whatever future destruction-grade threat may come next. One observer notices that this is not simple protection but a deliberate choice not to exploit Jiha, which makes her even more interested in him. Elsewhere, Jiha is startled when he finds himself holding an unusually large ether stone while sitting in the garden with Tao Tai. Seeing its size, he realizes he has never encountered an ether stone this large before. When he asks Tao Tai where it came from and why it was given to him, the cat only directs his attention elsewhere. Following that cue, Jiha understands the gift is connected to the world tree. As he lowers the stone toward a small branch, the branch reacts as if drawn to it. The branch seizes the ether stone, confirming that the world tree can absorb it directly. The stone rises on its own as the tree's power begins to pull it in. Energy surges through the garden, stirring the air and leaves around him. In response, the world tree rapidly expands into a towering, radiant giant before Jiha's eyes. Jiha can only stare in amazement at how dramatically it has grown. The other creatures in the garden gather and recognize that the world tree is now glowing. The horse moves first, as if reacting to a new presence or change in the garden. Jiha turns when he senses something else approaching. A small white goat appears and calls out to him. Jiha greets the newcomer warmly and wonders if its arrival is also tied to the world tree's growth. The goat answers by opening a gate, and Jiha realizes it wants him to follow it somewhere. He steps through the portal, cautiously accepting the invitation. On the other side, he arrives in an enormous library and is immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of books. The goat leads him inside, and Jiha starts treating it like the keeper of this place. As he follows it through the stacks, he decides to call the goat Youngie and keeps marveling at the library around them. Youngie accepts the name, and Jiha formally adopts it for the little guide. Jiha spends essence to read the books there and begins studying the library through Youngie's help. From what he learns, he concludes that even his earlier knowledge about dungeon structure likely came from this library's books. As he continues researching, he senses another discovery about to reveal itself. A swarm of green Terrabrones suddenly appears in the library, surprising him because they differ from the ones he already knows. Jiha tries to understand how these creatures ended up here at all. Looking closer, he realizes they are not ordinary Terrabrones but a distinct variant. Their green shells and altered size confirm that they belong to a different group. He connects the clue at once and identifies them as Terrabrones belonging to the World Tree. The creatures respond by bringing him books, making it clear they expect him to read. As he reads, Jiha uncovers detailed records of ancient wars and realizes this library preserves history with extraordinary precision. He then asks Youngie for material on the Gamark Empire, pushing his research toward a specific historical target. Youngie promptly provides the requested volumes, and Jiha decides to borrow them. With the books in hand, he resolves to test an idea of his own. Back in the garden sometime later, he notices that the World Tree has grown even larger than before. He reasons that the entire garden is expanding along with the tree, likely because it absorbed Taotia's ether stone. While thinking it through, he suddenly notices another change nearby. A waterfall has appeared where there was none before, revealing that the garden is developing new terrain as it grows. Jiha is shocked by how much the garden has changed without him noticing through the fog. He soon spots bees in a hive with a lever attached, and suspects the World Tree's Terrabrones may have installed it. One Terrabrone pulls the lever, activating something inside the hive. Honey begins pouring out, and the Terrabrone calmly collects it in a leaf while Jiha protests what looks like theft. But the bees do not object at all, and Jiha realizes the creatures must already have some arrangement, just as a new material is discovered. Jiha discovers Emperor Honey, a one-use food for Terradrones that permanently raises maximum health and strongly appeals to them. Realizing how valuable that effect is, he immediately sees why Terradrones were drawn to this place in the first place. He lets a Terradrone sample the honey, keeping its trust while confirming how prized the substance is to them. Jiha decides the honey is too suspicious to sell openly in his shop, so he treats it as a rare field drop instead. With that settled, he turns back to improving the sanctuary and plans practical ecosystem work, starting with adding more worms near the lake. As Jiha keeps developing the sanctuary, the restored lake and new worm population make the land healthier and more diverse. Even though the level 7 gate appears and costs a great deal of essence, Jiha judges it manageable. The real crisis is something else. Watching the Terradrones, he realizes their urgent need is not danger but salt. He had assumed only wild elves craved salt, but he remembers that people in Estram depended on it too. The need was so severe that Estram once scraped together salt from rocks or even from animal blood. When he asks whether there is no salt mine, he is reminded that the old empire deliberately controlled salt to keep other nations dependent. Understanding that salt scarcity was weaponized for generations, Jiha resolves to solve it himself. He opens an old text to search for any clue that might lead to a source of salt. The book gives only an imprecise location, forcing him to interpret rather than simply follow directions. He finally identifies the passage, though it is buried in mixed jargon and local language. Jiha sends a scout Terradrone to search the surrounding area for the rocks the text describes. Using his connection to the scout, he follows its flight as it sweeps far beyond the forest. Instead of salt first, the search reveals something unexpected, a surviving herd of cattle. Jiha is stunned, because he believed all cattle had vanished after the Great War. Seeing the herd alive, he immediately thinks of guiding them safely to Estram. To make that possible, he summons dogs capable of controlling the cattle. He commits to the plan and sends the lead hound out to work. The summoned dog proves ready for the task, giving Jiha a reliable way to move the herd. Jiha watches the operation with amused satisfaction, treating the moment like a show while his plan unfolds. Under the dog's control, the cattle are successfully driven toward Estram without incident. Jiha also uncovers an abandoned granary region where wheat still grows in abundance and has the Terradrones harvest it. What should have taken 7 hours is cut to 2 after he motivates the Terradrones with Emperor Honey. He sends word to Selena that salt, wheat, and even cattle are on the way, leaving her shocked by how much aid he has secured. Jiha explains that the cattle are not just emergency relief but a long-term investment, and asks her to care for them well. Before long, Estram receives salt, wheat, and cattle, and the villagers respond with deep gratitude and offerings. Jiha trades the food they bring him for 2 elixirs, while Selena plans to preserve his records and the villagers' thanks in the infinite spellbook. Elsewhere, a devout man studies scripture about salvation, mercy, and judgment, searching for guidance. He continues reciting doctrine about punishment for enemies, showing that his faith is tied to conflict as much as compassion. Yet the text leaves him dissatisfied, because it preserves Ark's traditions and myths without enough concrete detail. Unable to make progress alone, he concludes that he needs someone to guide his understanding. He reflects that the records were shaped under imperial pressure, and believes no one alive can properly teach him. Faced with that dead end, He asks what true piety should demand of him. He answers himself with a harsher creed, do what you want, and decides to act on his own interpretation. He arms himself, turning his spiritual uncertainty into a physical mission. Now in armor, Ryokun sets out to search until he finds someone who can guide him. In the forest, his group is suddenly directed toward a nearby threat and told to finish it. Ryokun charges in and uses Iron Maiden to crush the monster head-on. Afterward, a companion praises him for making dungeon runs much easier, and he accepts the compliment with quiet pride. The group then notices a terror drone flying through the area, something that should not be there. When it passes straight through an invisible wall, they realize it has exposed a hidden boundary. Sensing an opportunity, they decide they have time to follow it and investigate. As they approach, Ryokun is caught off guard by what the hidden space reveals. The invisible barrier gives way to a concealed stone gate leading inside. Beyond it, they find buildings and unmistakable signs of an intact settlement. Their shock deepens when they see not ruins but living people still there. The hunters arrive somewhere impossible and find Terracrones calmly plowing a field, suggesting this place follows rules unlike any dungeon they know. One armored hunter struggles to make sense of the scene, realizing they may have stepped into a place far stranger than expected. As he moves in to investigate, curiosity starts to override caution. That impulse is cut off when a guard urgently halts him. The village immediately treats the newcomers as hostile intruders and rushes to confront them. Panic spreads as the villagers call for Prince Dinskal and Saintess Selena while ordering everyone to take cover behind the Terracrones. The Terracrone itself seems confused by the fear around it, as if it does not understand why the hunters are being treated as a threat. The hunters quickly insist they mean no harm and infer that these people must be from the fallen kingdom Han Sung-hyuk once mentioned. Before the standoff worsens, someone important approaches. A white-haired saintess appears, and her presence immediately shifts the crowd from alarm to recognition. The hunters realize she resembles the statue they saw before, raising the possibility that this is the very figure worshipped here. At the same time, a blonde nobleman arrives, equally confused by the sudden disturbance. The villagers identify him as a prince, and his appearance confirms that the settlement has its own royal order. As the crowd speculates that the saintess may be a princess as well, the prince steps forward to greet the strangers. When the hunters ask whether this place is connected to Han, the lead knight immediately recognizes the name Han Sung-hyuk. The prince explains that Han once lived with them for several years before returning to his homeland, proving the connection is real. That answer reminds the hunters of names recorded in Han's report, linking this village to information they had already uncovered. The lead hunter recalls the exact names Prince Dinskal and Saintess Selena, confirming these are the same people from Han's account. Selena realizes they all know Han and concludes that the visitors must be hunters from the other world. With that shared connection established, the lead hunter finally relaxes. He remembers Han speaking about them, and hopes Han did not leave a bad impression before hurrying to show proper respect to the saintess. Trying to honor her faith, he kneels and awkwardly asks the saintess of Ark for spiritual guidance. Selena is puzzled by the request, and the others realize he has sincerely but clumsily embraced Ark's religion. He explains that he could not study Earth's religions deeply, but he had seen enough to imitate Ark's symbols and practices. Rather than mock him, Selena warmly accepts his devotion and welcomes him as a fellow believer. To acknowledge that faith, she gives him a sacred pendant and blesses him to keep loving the divine Ark. Overwhelmed by the unexpected acceptance, he gratefully receives the gift. Once Ryokun confirms who they are, the villagers lower their guard and begin openly speaking with the visitors. The conversation turns to how Sung-hyuk first arrived and how the village managed to recover afterward. But with the dungeons nearing closure, the hunters cannot stay long and must prepare to leave. As he departs, the lead hunter decides he needs to report everything that happened, especially what he learned about Sung-hyuk and the others. Later, that report brings him to a shop, where he follows up on the strange religious gifts he received. The shopkeeper is startled when he sees what has been brought in. The hunter explains that the saintess gave him a holy book and pendant after he joined her faith. The shopkeeper reveals that such sacred items are not casual gifts but part of appointing someone as an apostle, a fact most people do not know. The hunter is caught off guard by the implication that his awkward conversion carried far more weight than he realized. The explanation makes clear that an apostle is someone chosen to spread the belief to others. Instead of panicking, the hunter accepts the role with surprising enthusiasm and decides he now has a mission. Elsewhere, the bespectacled man returns to the forest and notices something unusual waiting for him. He finds the Terracrone queen outside, looking drained enough to make him worry something is wrong. He rushes over to check on her condition. In response, the queen spits out an object rather than showing signs of injury. What she produces is a seed, suggesting she has brought him a material rather than a warning. A system notice identifies it as terraste, a seed that enriches soil and accelerates crop growth, and he realizes it is essentially a powerful fertilizer. Though baffled that it came from the queen's mouth, he accepts that she is trying to help. As he starts thinking through its use, he notices another clue nearby and concludes she is offering something meant for everyone's benefit. Following her rough visual hints, he pieces together that the Terracrones want him to combine hive material, an elixir, and the seed into a new farming method. He confirms his theory that the jelly will help absorb ether, and the queen signals that he has understood correctly. After finishing the mixture, he ends up with a glowing jar of prepared material and notes the process was harder than expected. When the queen presents a pot of soil, he realizes she wants the new mixture planted immediately, and he agrees to begin. He plants a Terra seed together with an ether stone, following the method needed to activate it. He adds emperor jelly as the final ingredient, completing the strange cultivation setup. The mixture ignites with magical energy, showing the seed has begun reacting exactly as intended. A short time later, the result appears almost immediately as the seed sprouts into a healthy young plant. Delighted by how fast it grows, he decides this crop could be extremely useful and takes the pot with him. Elsewhere in a Korean dungeon, a party finds an unusually tiny chest and doubts it could hold much of value. Even so, they note that opening it costs 10 essences, which suggests the contents may be far more important than its size implies. Trusting the dungeon's fairness, one woman spends the essences and opens the chest despite the other's hesitation. Instead of treasure, the chest yields a seed, leaving her baffled and the group briefly disappointed. But the item's description reveals it is a Terra seed, a dungeon-only seed that accelerates crop growth and has no equivalent on Earth. The others joke about the possibility of it producing something dangerous, still treating it as an oddity rather than a prize. Soon the world learns otherwise as news reports announce that major groups are moving to fund the purchase of these newly discovered seeds. The reports explain that the seeds come only from dungeon chests and can dramatically improve agriculture, turning them into a major resource. At home, he serves food grown from the seed and coaxes Wei in to try it despite her suspicion that it looks too spicy. She finally takes a bite, testing whether his confidence in the dish is justified. The taste wins her over immediately, and she admits both the flavor and texture are excellent. As she eats, she starts to grasp that the seed may be far more significant than a simple farming curiosity. He downplays it, saying he only wanted to stockpile useful crops for practical use, which is why he planted the seed in the dungeon. While grilling more of the produce, he mentions hearing that his guildmates have returned from Japan. He reflects that he avoids traveling abroad because the world has become too dangerous, though Japan seems to be surviving unusually well. Wei-in catches the implication in his words and presses him on what he really meant about her homeland. With a teasing smile, she makes clear she would not have stayed with him if he had spoken badly of it. Her answer leaves him briefly flustered as he realizes how directly she just framed their relationship. He responds warmly, pleased to hear her say it, which only deepens her embarrassment. Overwhelmed, she hides her face while he casually retreats to feeding the household animals and pretending not to notice. He calls Pony over for food, keeping the mood light after the intimate exchange. He also prepares food for Hu, continuing his routine of caring for all the creatures around him. The name makes him pause, and he wonders whether any nature god would really have sounded like that. The animals eat while one of them senses an intruder nearby and reacts with open hostility. When Wei-in checks on him, he brushes it off and decides to visit the garden later, assuming she cannot hear what the animals are saying. A moment later she notices something burning, and his attention is abruptly pulled away from the house. Outside, he hears a strange cry from the forest and heads toward it, suspecting another unusual creature has appeared. He stops and listens carefully, trying to identify the source of the unfamiliar sound. The cry leads him to a giant tree where a red parrot is perched high above him. He finds the bird's call odd, but before he can think further, the household cat launches into action. Biam charges up the tree in a frenzy, clearly triggered by the parrot's presence. As the bird cries back, he realizes Biam is reacting as if the two already know each other. That suspicion is confirmed when Biam snarls a direct threat at the bird, making their hostility unmistakable. Biam claws furiously at the trunk, trying to reach the parrot despite the height. The attempt fails, and the cat tumbles back down in front of him, humiliated rather than hurt. He dryly notes that Biam is terrible at climbing trees and asks Doggo about the bird, only to get a dismissive answer. Watching Biam repeatedly try and fail to reach it, he concludes the parrot must also be a nature god and decides to give it a name. Because of its distinctive cry, he settles on the name Hong. He formally introduces the bird to its new name, treating the encounter as the start of a bond rather than a threat. The parrot responds by dropping feathers as it prepares to come down to him. Hong lands on his shoulder and accepts the welcome, immediately ending Biam's pursuit. With Hong now attached to him, he realizes the bird and Biam will be forced into each other's company from now on. He begins testing Hong's abilities and discovers the bird is skilled at sorting seeds and storing them away. That talent leads to a bigger revelation when he finds a glowing corn-shaped space and starts to understand it is some kind of storage gate. Hong can open that gate at will and retrieve huge quantities of seeds from inside, giving him a new way to gather and organize his growing resources. A few days later, Hong resumes researching ways to protect seeds after a future catastrophe. He searches urgently for a secure storage site that could preserve them long-term. His search leads him to information about a seed vault. He learns that such vaults are meant to preserve food seeds so humanity can survive global disasters. But the records explain that Korea's own seed vault was destroyed during the Great War along with many other safeguards. He keeps reading and finds that even the Svalbard Global Seed Vault has reportedly been abandoned. Still, he reasons that if he can move the seeds there, they might remain safe despite the shutdown. The real obstacle, he realizes at home, is that Svalbard is far away and beyond his means to reach. The location itself confirms the problem, since the vault sits deep in the Arctic. Unable to afford such a journey, he starts giving up on Svalbard and considers looking elsewhere. Before he can move on, his animal companions gather around a map as if they have their own idea. The red bird forces his attention by yanking his hair. When Hong protests, the bird cuts him off with urgency and insists they need to leave immediately. Hong freezes when he realizes the bird is speaking in human language. The bird confirms it can talk, while Hong is too stunned to do more than blurt out disbelief and pain. Even as Hong demands an explanation, the bird refuses to slow down and repeats that they must go now. He follows outside, still confused about why they are heading out so late. His attention catches on drifting feathers and the sense that something extraordinary is about to happen. The small bird reveals its true form as a giant fiery creature and orders Hong onto its back. Hong can only ask where this sudden trip is taking them. The answer is Svalbard. Hong objects that Svalbard is extremely far away and not realistically reachable. The transformed bird dismisses the distance and makes clear it can carry him there itself. Hong climbs on despite his fear and asks whether trusting this plan is really safe. The takeoff answers him with a violent burst of speed that leaves him clinging on for dear life. They soar through the night sky toward the Arctic. Once the shock passes, Hong realizes the bird's feathers are warm enough to make the flight bearable. As icy mountains come into view, he asks if they have reached Svalbard. Preparing for the cold, he takes out a cold resistance potion before they go any farther. The bird lands on the frozen ground near the vault. Relieved to arrive, Hong thanks Hong and immediately notices Tetradrone Knight and its companions waiting there. The insect-like guardians are startled that he has somehow reached this remote place. With the seed containers ready, the group shifts from surprise to action. Hong takes charge and signals that the operation should begin at once. Before they can proceed, he senses something off in the silence around them. Shapes emerge through the snow, revealing that hostile creatures are already nearby. The threat becomes clear as a pack of werewolf-like monsters charges out of the blizzard. Hong quickly revises the plan, admitting he had not expected monsters here and ordering the Tetradrones to gather so they can split up efficiently. He tells Tetradrone Knight to keep the other monsters outside while he takes only a few smaller allies into the vault, since the Knight is too large to enter. Inside, Hong focuses on the goal: collect the seeds as fast as possible and get out before the situation worsens. Outside, Tetradrone Knight immediately clashes with the attacking werewolves to hold the line. Deeper in the vault, Hong and the smaller group move through the abandoned corridors. Though the potion protects him from the cold, Hong is unsettled by how long the place seems to have been left empty. As he worries that the seeds may already be damaged, a sudden noise interrupts him. A werewolf has gotten inside and lunges from the darkness. Hong braces himself, realizing the danger has reached them directly. The beast closes in with its jaws open, ready to strike. One of the small Tetradrones slams into it first, stopping the attack and exposing Hong's shock that a werewolf was inside at all. The little guardian dryly points out that if Hong had stayed quiet, the monster might never have found them. The corridor falls tense again, leaving the group to continue under the threat of more hidden enemies. Urged on by Hong, Jiha agrees to move quickly. As he heads for the vault, Jiha worries whether the seeds are still safe now that monsters have gotten inside. That fear proves unnecessary, because the storage itself has remained untouched. Inside, Jiha finds the vault packed with seed boxes, all still in perfect condition. The sheer quantity overwhelms him, and he immediately wonders how they can possibly gather everything. Hong starts helping at once by dragging a seed container over, trying to reassure Jiha. Jiha opens a gate, and the Terradrones begin carrying the box seeds through it. With roughly 1,000,000 seeds to move, Jiha realizes the work will take time and decides he would only get in the way. He calls Hong over, wanting the bird for something else. Soon after, Jiha steps back out into the snowy area above. Seeing nothing useful on the surface, he starts thinking about using Hong as an excuse to search, until Hong loudly rejects being treated like an ordinary bird. Jiha admits that if Hong keeps objecting like this, pretending he is just a pet will become impossible. Before he can pursue that thought, movement in the snow catches his attention. A Terradrone reports that the werewolves outside have been dealt with, so Jiha praises the work and tells them to keep focusing on the seeds. Back at his shop, Jiha sends Terradrones to deliver the recovered seeds to Estren village and Hyunsuk. Hyunsuk receives the shipment, and is startled by the valuable seeds Jiha has provided. The villagers plant the seeds, while Hyunsuk formally reports what Jiha supplied. The seeds quickly become important enough to drive plans for a major smart farm project. A few days later, life at Jiha's shop has settled down again. While talking with a visitor, Jiha hears criticism that the HunterNet trade market is outdated and poorly suited to the digital age. The discussion centers on the HunterNet trade market, an online place where hunters buy and sell items and artifacts. Its weak visibility and old-fashioned design have left it nearly abandoned by most hunters. Jiha agrees the whole thing needs improvement, even suggesting it should be rebranded into something more modern like an exchange center. The visitor suddenly notices the time and has to leave. Jiha sees her off, promising she can come back to visit BM anytime. Once she is gone, he keeps thinking about the idea she raised. He turns to a library book, hoping it might contain a clue for building some kind of exchange center. The book, written by the ARC system, explains how the system applies to hunters. Although the ancient language makes it difficult, The text covers things like stats, traits, skills, and even the hunter net. While struggling through it, Jiha gains a new trait that lets him understand part of the book. With that breakthrough, he pieces together a plan for an auction house or upgraded market using the mere wiki, essence as currency, and terradrones for delivery. Excited by the idea, he starts drafting the system and decides to begin with potions and scrolls before expanding to artifacts. Realizing he will need inventory first, Jiha decides to gather artifacts in advance and plans to ask the terradrones for help. In the garden, he explains the new auction concept to the terradrones and asks whether they can collect potions or artifacts for him. They answer that it is possible, but only if they stop their current dungeon chest work. Jiha asks if there is another way, and one terradrone silently points toward a solution. The answer is simple: the terradrones can manufacture what they need themselves, and one immediately throws itself into forging. Jiha watches, impressed, as the worker proudly finishes a bottle. He rewards their effort with Emperor Honey, learning that they work even harder when given it. They strike a deal: Jiha will provide honey, and the terradrones will leave any extra artifacts they find in the garden for him. As artifacts begin piling up there, Jiha realizes they are far better than the ordinary items he first assumed. One example is a high-grade sword, strong enough to confirm the quality of what they are bringing him. The terradrones push themselves to exhaustion, proving just how effective they are at this job. Among the finds, another blade catches Jiha's eye with an unusual gleam. He recognizes it as a high-quality artifact and grows even more impressed with the terradrone's haul. Then a strange sound from nearby interrupts his inspection. Turning, Jiha finds several familiar beasts gathered there, as if they have all been waiting for him. Their sudden appearance leaves him wary and confused. A new presence approaches with a heavy, soft tread, and Jiha can only ask what it is. The answer is an unfamiliar bear-like creature calmly walking into view. The man is startled when he realizes the creature in front of him is supposed to be a bear. Instead of anything threatening, the little bear only bounces around with harmless, toy-like energy. His confusion quickly turns into curiosity, as he wonders where such an odd bear even came from. That uncertainty lasts only a moment before his attention shifts completely. He is instantly overwhelmed by how adorable the bear is and loses all caution. Scooping it up, he treats it like a pet on the spot and decides to call it Winnie. As he happily settles on the name, he starts wondering what a bear like Winnie is supposed to eat. Before he can finish fussing over its preferences, Winnie answers with a smack to the face. Nearby, a white beast resting in a tree tries to ignore the commotion and go back to sleep. The disturbance forces the creature to open an eye and pay attention. Winnie suddenly launches itself at the larger beast with reckless aggression. The white creature counters immediately, and the man panics as Winnie is knocked back. Even after being stopped, Winnie stays defiant and clings to the man as if ready to charge again. The moment it spots another animal, Winnie dashes off to start trouble all over again. It attacks without hesitation, turning a peaceful encounter into another pointless fight. Watching this, the man begins to suspect Winnie simply enjoys bothering others. He pulls Winnie back and decides the safest solution is to keep it occupied around the garden instead. He leads Winnie toward the cultivated area where his crops are growing. Trying to redirect its energy, he explains that if Winnie wants food, it should help by protecting the garden. Winnie's attention drifts upward, and the man realizes it has found the beehive. He figures honey is what Winnie really wants and warns him not to overdo it. To keep things under control, he gives Winnie a small bottle of honey for now. Winnie accepts the treat, but both of them are interrupted by something unexpected. A glowing gate opens, and Winnie reveals that the man can use it too. On the other side, he finds a room filled with gleaming weapons and equipment. The collection extends to full armor, making it clear this is no ordinary storage room. He is stunned by the scale of it, and realizes he is looking at a complete stock of combat gear. Winnie moves through the place confidently, and the man admits he misjudged it as a simple combat pet. He learns that every artifact here comes with bonus options, and even the bonuses are high grade. Winnie explains that these items would attract intense competition if they were ever put up for auction. Seeing the opportunity, the man asks if he can take one item for himself. He chooses a powerful sword called Demon Breaker, an ether blade with exceptional combat traits. He immediately realizes this privilege probably is not free and asks what Winnie will charge. Winnie names the price, 10 essences to rent the sword. Though shocked at first, he understands the price reflects the weapon's value and that he would have paid far more at auction. Convinced it is exactly what he needs for his grand opening, he commits to the deal. The next day, someone monitoring the auction results is left speechless by what happened. The listing for Demon Breaker explodes with attention, drawing awe, confusion, and immediate demand. The first item he ever posted sends the entire auction audience into a frenzy. The bidding keeps climbing until someone shocks everyone by offering 10,000 essences. Elsewhere, the news reaches Sunghyuk and Hyejin at home. They review a report confirming Demon Breaker sold for 10,000 essences and marvel at the result. Sunghyuk argues that while the price seems absurd now, it will prove worthwhile in the long run. He points out that the buyer can wield the ether blade even without the matching skill, making it extraordinarily valuable. Hyejin notes that the sword is arriving that morning and that they are going to have it appraised. Then she reveals that the appraiser they plan to see is actually Jihan. That connection excites them both, and they decide to go meet Jihan together. At the same time, in a dark underground place, something stirs among the stone. A grotesque creature with glowing eyes lunges out of the darkness. It is cut down instantly by a violent red slash, hinting that a far deadlier force is already at work below. Jiha tests the newly acquired demon breaker, and its power erupts violently as he swings it. The gray-haired official is immediately impressed by the weapon's performance. Jiha confirms that this is indeed the demon breaker they were discussing. He quickly realizes the sword exceeds expectations and feels unusually easy to wield. When the official wonders why that quality was never mentioned at auction, Jiha casually reveals he had the item appraised afterward. That reminder leads into a memory of how Jiha had managed to get artifact appraisals despite the official believing he lacked that connection. The flashback shifts to Dinskal, where the gardener had already been thinking about finding Jiha something better. He starts by planting world tree saplings, hoping to see whether they can grow in Earth's soil. Concluding the saplings should survive, he decides to return to the garden and put the rest of his plans in order. The scene moves into the garden itself, where his work continues. He walks through the forested grounds, taking stock of the place. Something feels off to him, and he pauses to consider it. He notices the garden is quieter than usual because fewer pterodrones are around. He recalls that after the auction house opened, many pterodrones were occupied delivering purchases to hunters. The few still present remain busy crafting artifacts and packaging goods, leaving the workforce strained. Seeing how hard they are working, the gardener starts thinking about how to reward them and what he can do to help. A high knight pterodrone answers his call. The gardener points out a beehive and asks whether it can be moved to Edinskal and expanded there. The knight initially panics, assuming he intends to take the hive away entirely. The gardener reassures it that he only wants the hive cultivated so they can produce more honey. He further promises that the bees will still get their honey, easing the knight's suspicion. With that settled, he decides the hive should be grown in Edinskal rather than left in the garden. Having made up his mind, he prepares to bring the idea back to the city. Elsewhere, Lena quietly pours herself tea. As she lifts the cup, she hears the gardener's voice in her mind calling her name after a long silence. She immediately recognizes who is contacting her. The gardener reaches out telepathically, and Lena realizes he is speaking to her from afar. He also summons Edinskal, drawing the blonde officer to her side. Lena relays that the gardener needs something from them. The gardener presents his proposal. If they raise and expand the beehive for him, he will pay them generously in sugar in exchange for the honey. The officer is stunned that the reward would be sugar, a luxury valuable enough to command immediate attention. When a sample appears, both of them are shaken by the sheer worth of what the gardener is offering. The officer tests it at once to confirm whether it is genuine. After tasting it, he confirms it is real sugar and urgently asks where the gardener found such a thing. Lena notes that while honey may be pricier, sugar is far more versatile and useful in larger quantities, making the offer even more attractive. The officer quickly agrees to the exchange, accepting responsibility for handling it. Later, in the Government Complex Management Office, paperwork continues as the matter broadens into policy. The gray-haired official argues that other nations already reward hunters with more benefits, and clinging to old systems will only leave them behind. Jiha responds that minor adjustments are not enough, and that they need a far stronger solution. He explains that this is exactly why they are joining the conference, especially since foreign groups have already begun trying to recruit him. Though he insists his strength lies in combat rather than politics, the official keeps pressing him to at least hear the proposal out. Jiha privately reflects that if the gardener's role as appraiser becomes public, his value will rise even further because he can identify what no one else can. That thought amuses him, since any attempt to buy the gardener over with material rewards is doomed to fail. The time comes for the Hunter Exchange Agreement conference to begin. At the venue, Ashley greets the arriving group and confirms she is leading the conference. Jiha immediately tries to pressure her into favoring their side, implying neutrality is not really an option. Ashley shuts that down at once, making clear she is there only to do her job fairly, and will not take sides. Her refusal only makes Jiha like her more. When someone questions his phrasing, Jiha brushes it off as a simple demand for equal treatment of Korean hunters. Ashley formally opens the Hunter Exchange Agreement conference, and announces that she will begin by outlining the key points everyone must keep in mind. As the meeting opens, the silver-haired Korean representative notes that his side has only been told to mind their manners, with no certainty the others will do the same. Before formalities can settle, someone forcefully interrupts and demands answers. The foreign delegates immediately press Korea to confirm rumors about Jahaya, the Nico appraiser, and the drastic changes in Korea's dungeon situation. Their accusations widen into suspicion that pterodrones and the auction house are behind these developments, and resentment grows that all the major benefits seem to be concentrating in Korea. The Korean representative calmly confirms the rumors, shocking the room by admitting they are true. He then turns the pressure back on them, pointing out that they already seem well informed while Korea has been denied the same openness from other nations. With a pointed smile, he reminds the Americans that they hid the mini-ether reactor for years, exposing their hypocrisy. Another delegate erupts, arguing that ether industry products and hunter intelligence are too important to be treated as private national assets. The Korean side answers that both kinds of secrets are alike in one crucial way: each can strengthen a nation, so either side has moral superiority. China is cited as proof, since it concealed its giant dungeon until it had already dealt with it. The Korean representative makes it clear that if other countries want less secrecy, they must accept exposing more of their own advantages too. When someone challenges whether everyone present is even a hunter, he bluntly identifies the speaker as one and keeps control of the exchange. He rejects the pretense of principled transparency altogether, saying every nation protects what it can. He reframes the entire conference as an attempt to pressure Korea into opening a quota system and inviting foreign hunters in. A dark-haired Korean official rises in anger and declares that Korea did not come to be interrogated and will not even entertain demands about opening its system. The confrontation ends with a hard cutaway from the conference to a new location. Later, the silver-haired official discusses strategy with his black-haired companion, noting that the other side wants access not just to hunters but also to Korea's mini-ether reactor and developers, and he refuses to yield. His companion agrees that the pressure is constant and that foreign nations have effectively been asking for Korean hunters every month anyway. The silver-haired man shifts to a more practical concern, regretting that Jua is unlikely to gain anything from the situation and musing over what kind of gift might reach the difficult recipient named Biam. The black-haired companion jokes that Biam would reject almost anything, even treats, confirming that ordinary gestures will not work. So the silver-haired man proposes turning the next dungeon event into a market opportunity by setting up a booth, selling useful items, and charging an entrance fee that can be donated to an academy or orphanage. The black-haired man immediately approves, pleased that they have found a profitable and charitable plan they can pursue together. Elsewhere, the story moves to the entrance of Estram village. There, Vice Captain Margreta of the Gemark Black Lion Knighthood arrives on horseback with armed soldiers and senses that the village atmosphere has changed. As she studies the place more closely, she realizes something is off beyond mere tension. Inside the village, ordinary people are handling abundant food, suggesting conditions are far better than the shortages she expected. Margreta is unsettled by the contradiction and demands to know why the prince is here. Prince Edensak answers her question with one of his own, asking what became of Baron Gram and the warlock she had been with, while a white-haired woman beside him feigns uncertainty and claims they simply left with their troops. Margreta immediately catches the weakness in that explanation and focuses on the suspicious phrasing. The villagers' livestock becomes part of the story as she learns the departing group left cattle behind after disputes over demands the village refused to meet. The prince adds that the group left only after causing trouble by bringing in cattle and stirring unrest, making the retreat sound forced rather than voluntary. Margreta openly doubts they would have withdrawn so easily if they had truly been in control. Realizing she is close to uncovering the truth, the prince decides he needs a distraction before she can press further. He begins to answer her, buying a moment to redirect her attention. Margreta looks up as something unexpected draws her focus away from the interrogation. Huge beetle-like creatures descend into view above the village, stunning everyone present. Margreta cannot believe what she is seeing and demands to know what happened to Ark's soldiers, since the force she expected should have been strong enough to crush ogres on its own. The answer is absurd on its face. These beetles are now handling the farm work too. Shaken, Margreta recalls that Prince Edensak had once come to the Empire as an exchange student and had claimed not to believe in any religion, making the current situation feel like a betrayal. When she asks if he lied to her, the prince apologizes without really denying it. He tells her the larger truth instead. This village and its surrounding territory are now under his contract, and he hopes she will not interfere. Margreta understands that this means he is effectively siding with the same force behind the village's transformation, and she asks whether conflict between them is really necessary. The prince answers by proposing separation rather than conquest, insisting the villagers should simply be left to live their own lives. That vision extends to the children and families of the village as well, who should be allowed to grow up in peace rather than under outside control. The white-haired woman explains the deeper divide. The village now considers itself protected by Ark, and coexistence with people who reject Ark's authority will be difficult. Margreta falls silent, weighing the implication that the village may already be lost to her side. The prince then makes the offer explicit, saying they are not attacking anyone and are willing to welcome outsiders generously if they come peacefully. Margreta rejects the premise outright, arguing that faith in Ark is impossible because it means believing in something that does not exist. Even confronted with the beetle's obvious presence and usefulness, she insists there is still no proof that these creatures truly serve Ark rather than some hidden trainer. The white-haired woman reinforces that skepticism from another angle, admitting there is no evidence that can conclusively prove Ark's existence at all. The red-haired vice captain mockingly accepts the challenge and declares she will believe in Ark only if it starts raining immediately. Her impossible condition hangs over the village as a test of whether Ark truly exists. Nearby, a small horned creature urgently tugs at a bespectacled man to get his attention. When he follows its warning, he realizes it is trying to show him something important in the village. Looking down, he spots unfamiliar people gathered below and identifies them as outsiders from Gemark. That discovery alarms him, because Gemark's presence in the village suggests Ark may be real and tied to a major development. He suddenly remembers the vice-captain's wager and panics at the thought of rain starting now. Desperate to force the sign she demanded, he searches for anything that can imitate rain and settles on a watering can. He pours water over the area, gambling that even a crude imitation might trigger the promised proof. Instead of a trickle, enormous drops begin falling over the village like a supernatural downpour. The soldiers are overwhelmed as the water crashes down with impossible force, and panic spreads through the ranks. The vice captain watches in stunned silence as the miracle she dismissed unfolds around her. Others rush in, unable to deny what they are seeing, and call for the vice captain as the event confirms the impossible. By nightfall, the village has gone quiet, leaving the aftermath of the miracle to settle in everyone's minds. The vice captain regains consciousness, disoriented and unsure where she is. She wakes in a room under the care of a white-haired woman, who confirms she has just come to. Still shaken, she demands an explanation and learns she collapsed after witnessing the event. The memory of the giant falling drops returns to her with full force. She fixates on what she saw, unable to dismiss it as confusion or illusion. The answer reaches her plainly: what fell was a rain sent by Ark. Forced to confront the truth, she admits to herself that it really did rain. The white-haired woman immediately reminds her of the promise attached to that proof. Now she must join them. The vice captain struggles to accept it, but she is told she witnessed the evidence herself and can no longer deny Ark. Seeing her hesitation, the woman offers something even stronger than argument and tells her to follow. She is led to a hidden prayer chamber, where the woman explains this is where she communes with the divine. Kneeling in prayer, the woman asks the Heavenly Lord to reveal his power and welcome the vice captain as a new member. The vice captain remains doubtful, wondering whether such a being truly exists at all. Her doubt is answered when a vast divine hand manifests above them, reaching down from beyond the chamber. The sight shatters her resistance, and the woman tells her this is the proof she had demanded. Calmly, the woman urges her to come closer, saying the divine presence seems intent on showing her more. The next day at Gemark Garrison, reports arrive that Grom and Parajak are gone and the village is now developing. The vice captain confirms the report to her superior, who is surprised that such news is coming from her. Captain Bolander admits he wants to deny it, but since she saw it herself, he asks whether the soldiers have been told. He decides the truth about Ark matters less than preserving order and the garrison's survival. The vice captain agrees that public knowledge would cause chaos, so she accepts keeping the matter secret. Once alone, she reaches for a cross, signaling a private shift in faith. She bows in prayer and asks the Lord to forgive her former disbelief and accept her now. Elsewhere, in the U.S. Hunter Management Bureau, a file on the Korean man who triggered these events draws official attention. When told Korea itself recommended action, the decision is made to alert a psyker. The president of the U.S. Hunter Association orders a deeper investigation into unusual Korean hunters, especially Jiha. At the association headquarters, he asks whether any reports from psychics have confirmed the rumors. An aide reports that the stories about Korean hunters appear to be true. The president narrows in on the key names: the auction house, the Awakening Nico appraiser, and Jiha, the shop owner. Hearing that confirmation excites him, because it validates his interest in the Korean target. Reviewing Jiha's photos, he becomes openly fixated and declares that he wants him even more now. His subordinate warns that trying to take Jiha would put them in direct conflict with the Korean Hunter Association. The president dismisses the concern and argues that a true hunter is worth more than the political cost, whether by recruitment or by turning him against South Korea. He presses the point by asking whether they really understand how valuable Jiha is. To him, systems like auction houses and awakening methods can be reproduced, but hunters themselves are rare and irreplaceable. The aide falls silent, and the president ends the meeting by saying they will contact Jiha directly. A calm seaside scene opens under a bright sky, suggesting peace before the story shifts. Beneath the water, a massive whale-like being moves near the shore, already tied to the life around it. A bleak memory intrudes, recalling a dead tree on a barren coast and a place touched by corruption. That memory expands into a crisis where monstrous insects and panicked people show how badly living things are being threatened. Seeing that suffering, the great sea creature resolves that it cannot ignore endangered lives. It acts on a creed that every living creature is sacred and decides to move them away from the deadly zone. Its goal becomes clear: preserve as many lives as possible right now, even if that means reshaping the environment itself. The creature surges upward through the sea, beginning the enormous task. Its full body rises in the water, revealing the scale of the force about to change the coast. With one powerful movement, it drives the sea into motion and starts shifting the island ecosystem. Elsewhere, a young man peacefully studies in the forest among animal companions, unaware of the upheaval nearby. A strange humming interrupts him, and he senses that something unusual is happening. He turns to his companions for insight, trusting their instincts more than his own first impression. The white cub understands the message clearly and tells him that someone wants him to come along. Accepting the summons without hesitation, he heads toward the shore with the cub. At the cliffs, he returns to a familiar place after a long absence, accompanied by his animal partners. From there he sees the giant sea being moving an island through the water and recognizes the legendary World Eater. Unsure why it is doing this, he consults a magical guide for an explanation. The guide explains that the World Eater, ruler of the seas, carries islands away from corrupted waters to save countless lives. He realizes the creature can move not just the sea but entire ecosystems, which is why its title reflects world-shaping power. The World Eater surfaces almost sheepishly, implying that all it really knows is fishing and swimming, yet it has still entrusted an entire island to him. He takes that as consent and accepts the burden, understanding that he is now responsible for caring for the island. As the creature begins to depart, he notices the handoff is already complete. He calls after it, promising he will look after this place until it returns. The World Eater leaves, and the young man is left with a new role as guardian of a transplanted island. The story then shifts to a quieter interior where a tense conversation is about to begin. An older commander bluntly tells Margareta that she seems drawn to some strange religion lately. He presses the issue by directly asking for her thoughts, making clear this is an interrogation rather than casual concern. A flashback reveals that only a few hours earlier, in Gemark, Margareta had been training intensely. Her sword practice had been fierce and disciplined, showing her determination and skill. She drove through the exercise with force, as if trying to outrun pressure she could not name. When interrupted, she composed herself quickly, but the strain beneath her calm remained visible. Commander Bartok approached with authority, asking about her training while establishing his rank and control. He ordered her to his office, and although she tried to answer dutifully, she immediately sensed trouble. In private, his false warmth made it clear he was not inviting conversation but setting a trap. Back in the office, he repeated his accusation that she had become involved with an odd faith. Margareta denied it, but he made clear he did not believe her and wanted honesty on his terms. He revealed the real reason for his confidence. He had noticed the symbol of Ark on her belongings and had been watching her closely. Margareta fell silent as the danger sharpened into certainty. She realizes with disgust that his surveillance has been constant and invasive. Her revulsion hardens into anger, but she keeps it contained. Bartok frames his threat as a favor, saying she should avoid causing trouble because she has not yet earned the protection of the other knights. She understands the message beneath his words. He knows what can break her and intends to use it. In her mind, his control becomes explicit. He is telling her that because he holds her weakness, she must obey. Having asserted dominance, he dismisses her while making clear he can summon her again whenever he wants. A few days later, Margareta moves through the forest still carrying the weight of that encounter. She admits to herself that Bartok has been spying on her ever since, and is no longer even trying to hide it, forcing her to become more cautious. When she notices lights on at her home, she is caught off guard by the possibility that someone is already inside. She hesitates at the doorway, unable to remember leaving them on, and immediately sensing danger. That fear is confirmed when Bartok's voice erupts from within, calling out Vice Captain Margareta Rustle by name. A red-haired knight returns to her quarters and is alarmed to find Bartok already waiting inside. Bartok greets her as if he has every right to be there, and immediately presses her about why she is back so late. She tries to brush it off as training, but his probing makes clear he came with a purpose. Her confidence falters when she realizes he may know more than she expected. Bartok produces a book as evidence that a knight of Gemark has been hiding a forbidden interest. When she denies it, he points out the bookmark and threatens to expose exactly what she has been reading. The book's title makes her feel cornered, as if her private thoughts and suspicions are being dragged into the open. Unable to bear the humiliation, she lunges to stop him from reading any further. Her anger turns into open defiance as she moves against him. But armed guards intervene at once and force her to stand down in Bartok's presence. Trapped, she realizes the situation has already been arranged against her. Surrounded by soldiers, she is reminded that her very knighthood came from the empire she is now suspected of betraying. Bartok declares that her protection is over and that Bolander chose the wrong person to raise and trust. His words strike at her deepest loyalty by attacking the man who brought her up. The insult hardens her resolve, and she silently turns her anger toward Bartok. Sensing her hostility, Bartok nervously asks what she intends to do. She remembers Bolander once telling her to come to him whenever she needed guidance, revealing the bond Bartok is trying to sever. Bolander steps in and refuses to let Bartok continue controlling or interrogating her. She protests in confusion, but Bolander cuts her off because he has already decided what must happen. With painful affection, he admits he always feared her nature would one day bring trouble, though he never wanted this moment to come. He decides to mark her escape as his own failure so the Empire's punishment will fall on him instead of her. Bolander warns that if she stays, Bartok will reduce her to a peasant wife and strip away her dignity and future. She cannot accept that fate, even if leaving means abandoning everything she knows. Bolander orders her to prepare quietly, ignore whatever is said as she departs, and flee beyond the Empire before the Solar Knights can stop her. Holding back tears, she vows that she will return only after becoming strong enough to face this world on her own terms. Meanwhile, Bartok's malice sharpens into a murderous desire to have her killed. The escape begins under cover of night within the palace grounds. Unsuspecting guards remain relaxed, not yet realizing they are about to be deceived. Disguised in a dress, she is led out as if she were merely being escorted to Bartok. The quiet city night helps conceal the ruse for a little longer. She asks to use a restroom, and the guards, seeing only a noblewoman, let her go with little suspicion. As they wait outside, the guards mockingly assume Bartok is about to have his way with her and joke about how long she will last. After 20 minutes, their impatience finally turns into suspicion. One guard goes to hurry her out, still unaware that she has already made her move. He discovers she has smashed through the wall and escaped. The alarm is raised at once, and orders spread to find Margreta before she gets far. A lookout spots someone fleeing south on horseback, confirming her route. Bartok personally joins the pursuit and promises a reward to whoever captures her. Consumed by spite, he orders that she be dragged back alive and humiliated before him. Riding hard, Margreta senses the hunters closing in behind her. She races across open ground while the pursuing force rapidly gains on her. Realizing they will overtake her in the field and fearing the monsters in the forest ahead, she searches desperately for another way out. Bartok reaches toward her from behind as if the chase is already won. Before he can seize her, a bolt of golden power crashes down and tears through the ground, throwing the pursuers into chaos. Bartok is left stunned, unable to understand what force could strike from a clear sky. The answer appears as a radiant winged horse descending from above, a miraculous presence that changes the balance of the chase. Elsewhere in Altia village, small messengers in Elijah's garden hurriedly write out an urgent report. A young man notices their unusual haste and leans in to see what has happened. As he reads, shock overtakes him. The message reveals that Bartok blackmailed Margreta into escaping with Bolander's help, and that the Solar Knights are now hunting her down. A frightening possibility hits the young man, and he immediately fears Margreta is in danger. Unable to ignore it, he decides he cannot leave her alone if the suspicion is true. He searches the nearby areas in vain and realizes she is missing from every place she should be. His search carries him all the way toward town as his urgency grows. At last he spots Margreta fleeing on horseback with pursuers closing in behind her. He turns to the small pony and urgently asks it to help save Margreta. The pony answers by unleashing divine power. Bathed in golden light, it transforms into a radiant unicorn-like guardian. Its blessing completes, gathering overwhelming lightning around it. The creature strikes the ground with thunder, tearing open the earth and blocking the men chasing Margreta. It rises above them in majestic form, making clear that a sacred protector has intervened. The pursuers are stunned, unable to understand what kind of horse could wield such power. Their side quickly realizes the damage is too severe to continue the chase. Margreta understands that the divine beast came specifically to protect her. Overcome, she asks if it truly came for her, and its gentle response confirms it. She regains herself and prepares to part from it. With gratitude, she admits she survived this far because of its help and tells it to return safely. Instead, the creature refuses to leave her and urges her onward. It blasts away the remaining threat and clears the path for escape. Then it carries Margreta into the sky, spiraling upward in a storm of golden light. As the ground falls away beneath her, Margreta is shaken by how impossibly fast they are traveling. In moments, the beast brings her over Estram, far faster than any normal journey should allow. She wonders if this miracle is part of Ark's blessing, even as people below recognize her from before. Her arrival throws the town into alarm, and soldiers rush to notify the prince. Seeing the response, Margreta realizes Ark's protection has delivered her straight into political attention. Elsewhere, the young man learns that Margreta Rustel has formally sworn allegiance, and he is relieved she is safe while wondering whether Ark influenced her choice. Even while resting, he resolves that he still has to watch over her. The memory of the pony lingers as the moment passes. He thanks the little creature for keeping Margreta safe and gently cares for it. With that crisis settled, he decides it is time to prepare for the next place he must go. Back in the modern world, he checks the time as he heads out. He is pleased to realize he will arrive early. On the way, he wonders what kind of system the new institution will have. He arrives at Hunter Academy, the government's school for training young hunters. He imagines the kind of brutal real combat hunters must eventually face. Inside, he notes that the academy exists to educate students for that role. Its mission is to raise hunters from the lowest ranks to the highest. But when he watches students sparring, the training already feels too light and playful to him. Even from outside, he can tell the exercises lack the pressure of real danger. He concludes that this kind of practice is simpler than actual combat, and therefore not enough. The classroom instruction seems solid in theory and fundamentals, but that only confirms part of the problem. Others point out the same weakness. The students are not being shaped by real encounters with monsters. He agrees, because once these trainees are deployed for actual battles, this gap will matter. He imagines the likely result with grim clarity. Unprepared students would die. That conviction hardens into a simple conclusion that the system has to change. He decides to study the academy's system more closely before acting. At the school, he meets Jiha and asks how academy life has been for him. Jiha warmly praises the place, thanks him for previous help, and offers to guide him through the rest of the academy. After Jiha leaves, the scene shifts back to Jiha's garden, where his absence is plainly felt. The animals notice he is overwhelmed and busy now, but they decide to focus on their own work until he returns. Left alone without Jiha, the unicorn-like beast starts by grazing and testing what the nature gods do on their own. Its simple routine is to eat grass whenever no one is around to supervise. Elsewhere, the forest creatures keep themselves entertained by roughhousing and chasing one another. Their play extends to the lake, where they splash around and treat it like a shared playground. Once they tire themselves out, the whole group collapses into a nap in the clearing. That sleeping window is exactly when the pterodrones begin their real work. The insect-like workers mobilize from underground and head out with practiced purpose. Some dive into the water to clean the lake and gather debris from it. Others take to the air and move through the forest canopy in coordinated groups. They collect fallen leaves and tend the trees, quietly maintaining the land. A portion of them return below ground, revealing that their labor supports a hidden civilization. Beneath the surface lies the Pterodrone Kingdom, a bustling underground realm built by their kind. Inside, they work as smiths, hammering away with discipline and pride. Their craftsmanship is not ordinary forging but the creation of magical weapons. One smith completes an ornate blade and proudly presents the finished result. The weapon proves its power immediately, reacting with a dramatic surge of energy. The kingdom celebrates the successful forging of a unique weapon meant for hunters. With their craft complete, the workers continue serving the realm through organized production. They also oversee dungeons, classifying and managing them as part of the kingdom's responsibilities. After a full day of labor, they relax over honey, and Jiha returns to find them winding down. Jiha praises their work and offers them a new kind of honey he found in another country, inviting them to taste it. The pterodrones eagerly devour it, and Jiha is amused to see how much they enjoyed the treat. While they eat, Jiha studies a book and starts searching for a way to train academy students for real combat. As he flips through odd and impractical entries, he keeps looking for something more useful. He finally finds a section about forming a miniature world and realizes it might be exactly what he needs. Jiha reasons that if this world is only a fragment of a dungeon, then creating a smaller one may mean recreating a living environment from scratch. A crucial condition stands out to him. Only souls can enter that miniature world. That limitation gives him an idea to prepare substitute bodies so souls can enter, experience the world, and safely return. Unsure whether the theory will hold, he considers testing it while a white leopard sleeps nearby. He decides to go ahead and begins shaping a body by hand from earth-like material. Following the book's instructions, he finishes a rough humanoid vessel for the experiment. He shows the result to the gathered creatures, asking for their judgment. To explain the concept, he makes different dummy forms, distinguishing a monster body from a human one. The audience is clearly unimpressed, and Jiha realizes his crude models are not inspiring confidence. He returns to the text and confirms the process. A soul enters the body, he grants it essence, and the miniature world will take shape. Now needing a volunteer, Jiha looks around and considers who can help him test the method. He chooses GLYS and asks for assistance with the experiment. To calm GLYS's fear, Jiha promises it will not hurt and sweetens the request with more honey. Even with that reassurance, the pterodrones panic when a dark portal opens, and Jiha insists they only need to complete the task he assigned. One of them steels itself and approaches the portal despite the obvious danger. At Jiha's urging, the test begins, and the soul is launched into the prepared body. Outside, the result looks disastrous at first, leaving bodies collapsed on the ground and Jiha nervously trying to reassure everyone. Inside the miniature world, the transferred soul stirs within its temporary vessel. The clay body awakens with a pterodrone soul mark above its head, proving the transfer worked and that the soul can act without exhausting its real body. Jiha immediately sees the training value. Real combat experience can be gained here and carried back to the original self. Excited, he turns the test into a game and offers jungle honey as a prize to motivate the participants. The temporary bodies charge into action, treating the exercise like a competitive trial. Watching them, Jiha notes that they can still use their original abilities even in these substitute forms. The trial proves practical as the trainees fight with simple weapons, making the system ideal for hunters and inexperienced academy students. Jiha concludes the idea works, but opening such a miniature world inside the academy would be extremely expensive. A mole-like creature is identified as the winner, suggesting the miniature contest or battle has just ended. The man overseeing the tiny creatures congratulates his team, pleased with how they performed. He immediately checks for casualties, and the surviving beetle-like fighters show they are still standing despite some injuries. With the opposing side defeated, the quest ends and the miniature world begins reverting to normal. As rewards appear, he realizes one of the tiny creatures has gained a new combat skill. He singles out the newly empowered beetle and confirms it is the one that evolved through the battle. The creature demonstrates its new strike under his delighted approval, while the others celebrate the achievement. Watching them, he decides the real value is not the skill itself but what this miniature world can become. He imagines using these created worlds as safe hunting grounds where trainees can face monsters without real danger. In his vision, hunters would emerge from that training stronger and better prepared for real combat. The system acknowledges that he has understood part of the world tree's purpose, and his class advances accordingly. More blessings and development levels rise, confirming that his interpretation of the power was correct. By the next day, he returns to the forest with a clearer plan for what to do next. Reviewing his upgraded traits, he is especially impressed by observation and possession. He realizes he can possess trees, plants, rocks, animals, and other objects while remaining unharmed during the process. Looking over another miniature world from above, he wonders if possession is meant to let him experience it from inside. He postpones that test for later, recognizing that world creation itself is just as important as his other trait. He activates world creation again to experiment with what he can build. Inside the created space, he confirms he can shape environments freely, but every change consumes too much essence. That limitation makes him realize he urgently needs a better source of essence. A new idea occurs to him as he studies his book and the possibilities of his power. He concludes he could charge for installing these worlds, while also offering them free to the Academy when needed. Although he wants the training worlds to become broadly accessible, he decides to handle his immediate priorities first. He commits to the plan and prepares to put it into action. Using his book and pen, he begins formalizing the project with renewed confidence. At the Korea Hunter Academy, an announcement gathers the students' attention. A teacher introduces a special instructor who will explain what being a hunter truly means. The guest is Jin Soo-hee, a manager for top hunters and an S-class enchantress hunter. The class reacts with excitement and awe, especially at the rare chance to learn from an enchantress. Jin Soo-hee frames the session as an opportunity to learn dungeon adaptation and skill development, even if she cannot reveal everything. Before the lesson can continue, a student bursts in with an urgent warning that something has appeared outside. Everyone rushes out and finds a gate has opened inside the academy itself. As panic spreads among the students, Jin Soo-hee takes control and orders the staff to keep them in line. She calls over Gyeongbik, who notes that the gate looks ordinary and volunteers to inspect it. He touches the gate to assess it directly. The moment he makes contact, the gate forcibly drags him inside, shocking everyone watching. The crowd fears the worst as he vanishes and screams break out around the academy. Inside the dungeon, Gyeongbik regains awareness in an unfamiliar body and quickly realizes something is very wrong. His weapon and physical form are not his own, confirming he has been placed into a different vessel. A system guide explains that he has entered a tutorial dungeon where only basic skills are allowed. His borrowed body must not be damaged, and he must clear the stage by defeating forest creepers. He understands this dungeon is designed for beginners and starts testing the limited equipment and rules he has been given. A map appears that even marks enemy locations, making the tutorial structure immediately clear. He realizes this setup would be ideal for academy training. The timing makes him suspicious, because a beginner-friendly dungeon has appeared exactly when students most need practical experience. As monsters gather ahead, he begins wondering who could have engineered something this deliberate. The mole-like creepers notice him and prepare to attack. He decides to investigate the dungeon properly, and draws his weapon despite the restrictions. Using a simple strike, he cuts through the attacking monsters with ease. After clearing the stage, he notes that only basic skills were available, which makes the dungeon even more suitable for students, and a reward screen offers Power Strike. The reward immediately fails because he already knows Power Strike, leaving him startled and confirming the dungeon is tailored in a very specific way. The dungeon system presents skill rewards as the clearest prize, especially for students who normally have none. Gyeongbik realizes the place is only a beginner tutorial dungeon and is prompted to move on to the next stage. He wakes in the infirmary and learns everyone was worried after he suddenly collapsed. As he pieces things together, he is told he passed out while trying the dungeon quest. The memory returns of him collapsing in public, confirming how alarming the incident looked to everyone around him. Though the nurse insists he still needs rest, Gyeongbik decides he is well enough to leave. He pushes past her concern, determined to report what happened because he senses the gate could change everything. A new gate appears and quickly draws a crowd, with people already predicting it could accelerate growth and reshape Korea's hunters. Early reports praise the gate for giving low-risk users unusually valuable experience and combat gains. That praise also sparks resentment, as some see it as unfair that Academy students can use an advantage ordinary new hunters cannot. Even expecting criticism, Jiha focuses on expanding the opportunity by creating more dungeons for both beginners and veterans. An urgent call summons guild members to Jiha's store because another gate has appeared. Margareta arrives to find the gate opening right in front of the shop. A short while earlier, Jiha had simply been hosting her at the store, with no sign of what was about to happen. While considering asking Jiha to spend more time with her, Margareta notices a strange disturbance outside. She looks through the window and realizes something abnormal is forming in the street. The distortion resolves into a full gate directly outside the store. When she checks the system notice, she learns this is a training dungeon for experienced hunters with no skill restrictions and gear assigned to match each user. Recognizing the chance immediately, Margareta calls the gathered hunters in and urges them not to miss it. She commits first, choosing to enter without hesitation. Inside, the group finds a familiar dungeon environment, which briefly reassures them. Margareta notes that the setting resembles other dungeons, suggesting the real difference will be in the system rules. As equipment is assigned, she discovers her gear carries powerful bonuses, far beyond what a beginner setup should offer. That makes her realize Gyeongbik's earlier report about beginner equipment was true, and this dungeon is even more generous than expected. The system then reveals the catch. Training here costs a large amount of essence, shocking her. Comparing fees with the others, the group realizes each person is being charged a different amount. Margareta suspects the varying prices may reflect hidden rewards, and decides the potential value makes the risk worth testing. She accepts the fee and activates the paid training trial. The dungeon responds immediately, signaling that a combat challenge has begun. The group braces for a target they must defeat, expecting a standard training monster. Instead, a black lion appears, turning the exercise into a far more dangerous battle than anyone anticipated. Margareta is shaken that a training dungeon would unleash something this deadly and demands to know how they are supposed to handle it. Even though every instinct tells her to flee, she steadies herself because survival now depends on fighting. She decides that if escape is impossible, she will clear the dungeon by force and unleashes her fire magic. Her attack engulfs the battlefield in a massive blaze as she confronts the Black Lion head-on. Later, the gate at Jiha's store becomes a public sensation after proving that the right equipment can let hunters challenge even disaster-grade monsters. The success convinces observers that Korean hunters could advance even further through this kind of training. Jiha sees that hunters are enthusiastic because the dungeon offers varied monsters and therefore broader practical experience. Using information from Idinskal and Silnia about Estrom's monster habitats, he starts planning more diverse encounters. He reflects that earlier tests had errors, including monsters appearing that he never meant to create. At the same time, Margareta is shown thriving outside combat as well, helping townspeople and carrying herself like a dependable leader. Jiha considers adapting this training system for the academy too. He concludes it would help students by giving them occasional chances to test stronger gear and push their limits safely. Satisfied with the idea, he decides to go ahead with it. Soon another gate opens at the academy, drawing a crowd of students eager and anxious about the new challenge. Some students panic, but others explain that unlike the instructor-led raid studies, this trial only requires them to defeat as many monsters as they can. Sang Moon turns that into a competition, proposing they aim for a new record. His confidence is questioned immediately, since their current ability is not even enough to clear the third monster group. Yumi dismisses the concern, arguing the monsters are weak and easy, and challenges him to prove he can do better than Group 3. Sang Moon insists they can compare results if they face the same monsters, while Dajuel recalls that Mylinghoon currently holds the Academy's best time by reaching Group 3 in 8 minutes. As their turn begins, one teammate seizes the weapon and commits the group to action. He tightens his grip, readying himself for the next phase of the fight. The party quickly assigns roles, putting Sang Moon on the front line while the others prepare to support him. Sang Moon and Haesung charge the horn monster together to pin it down before it can overwhelm them. The creature answers by driving a barrage of red spikes into the ground, turning the battlefield into a trap. The sudden eruption catches the team in its path and forces them to endure a violent counterattack. Haesung retaliates with 3 Talon Strike, slashing in to break the monster's momentum. His attack lands cleanly and knocks the beast off balance. Seeing the opening, Desol is told to prepare her shot while Yumi keeps watch on the others. Desol fires, but her timing is off, and the attack misses its mark at the worst moment. The failed shot nearly hits Sang Moon instead, forcing him to take the danger head-on. To everyone's shock, Sang Moon realizes the blow did not hurt him at all. He immediately turns that discovery into confidence, deciding to keep fighting and learn through trial rather than fear. With the first threat down, the team checks on Sang Moon, relieved that he is unharmed even as the fallen monster seems to mock them. Their relief ends when they realize the battle is advancing into a third stage. A far stronger enemy appears, a Stage 3 troll with glowing eyes and a menacing presence. The troll erupts into the field in a surge of dark power, instantly raising the stakes. Before the team can settle into a plan, the troll lunges forward with brute force. Its charge blasts through their formation, sending Sang Moon flying and forcing the mage to recognize they are in immediate danger. She answers with a fireball, trying raw damage first to stop the troll's advance. The flames hit, but the troll endures, proving ordinary firepower will not be enough. As she prepares another cast, an unexpected voice offers guidance, urging her to test whether the troll can stay standing after the next strike. The message becomes unmistakable when a system-like prompt asks if she intends to use that skill here, leaving her stunned. She openly questions the strange voice, while even her teammates are baffled by what she seems to be hearing. The hidden advisor realizes he spoke aloud by mistake and scrambles to turn his knowledge into usable instruction. He recalls how he would teach the tactic, mentally framing the answer step by step. The key tip appears clearly: use damage over time magic to stop the troll's regeneration. The mage grasps the meaning at once and identifies the solution as damage over time fire magic. The advice is reinforced with the crucial explanation that trolls become dangerous because they regenerate unless that healing is suppressed. She locks onto the answer and commits to the strategy. She orders Haesung to hold the troll in place while she switches to fire, and he agrees without hesitation. Gathering flames around her hand and staff, she begins shaping a stronger spell. She channels the fire with full focus, pushing the spell toward a decisive finish. Her attack becomes Firewall, a devouring blaze meant not just to burn the troll but to keep burning it. The troll is engulfed and roars as the sustained flames finally start to overwhelm it. When the firestorm settles, the monster staggers inside the blaze, clearly failing at last. Still wary, she waits to see whether the troll will rise again. Instead, the system confirms Stage 3 is complete and rewards the group with an essence for their performance. The team breaks into celebration, thrilled not only to survive but to set a new record with the extra reward. Later, when asked about the strange message, their supervisor admits she has never heard of such a thing appearing before. She also confirms that the group cleared Stage 3 and earned an essence, making their run unusually successful. After hearing they followed the tip and used damage over time magic on the troll, she is impressed that the advice worked so perfectly. Emboldened by their success, the students ask to go outside now that they have completed stage 3. Their supervisor reluctantly agrees, deciding to accompany them herself. The group eagerly chooses a destination, the shop in District 7. They arrive to find the district crowded with hunters and onlookers, suggesting something important is happening. The students are struck by how lively and public the place feels compared with the academy, and their attention is drawn to a commotion nearby. They spot a famous, imposing hunter and hear rumors that he is Kim Deokun, an apostle of Ark. The title is explained as someone who studies and spreads Ark's doctrines, though many hunters remain skeptical of such figures. One student concludes that if Ark is truly involved behind the scenes, then studying its teachings now could be useful before it manifests directly. The students arrive at a shop near the giant world tree, and their guide tells them to stay put while she gets permission to enter. While they wait, the group is struck by the sheer size of the world tree towering over the town. Their excitement turns rowdy until they notice someone approaching and rein themselves in. A famous hunter, Cha Wei-in, introduces herself to the students in person. She reveals she heard about their success in the training dungeon and warmly encourages them as promising future hunters. That praise overwhelms one student in particular, who can barely contain her admiration. The shop owner, Jiha, greets the group, and one of the boys immediately reveals he is already a fan. Jiha leads them inside for a tour, while the students are especially curious about rewards connected to the training dungeon. The quiet exterior gives way to a place tied closely to the world tree and the dungeon system they came to learn about. Inside, the students are amazed by the shelves of mana scrolls and potions and quickly realize the shop carries unusually valuable items. As they marvel at the stock, Jiha pauses, distracted by a memory or voice only he seems to notice. He recalls a past scene of adventurers celebrating together, suggesting this place and its people carry older history than the students know. The memory leaves him quietly pleased rather than shaken, as if it confirms something important to him. The students notice his pause and wait for him to continue. Jiha presents a basket of gifts, explaining that because they are students he prepared supplies to help them grow into capable hunters. Even the adults recognize the items as exceptional, and the students realize they are being given far more than a routine welcome gift. The group is thrilled, especially by a potion whose quality seems far beyond what beginners should normally receive. Watching them, their teacher admits that their happiness alone makes the visit worthwhile, and Wei-in praises her for caring so deeply about her students. Later, Jiha picks fruit in the garden and confirms that the produce from this place is unusually good. As he gathers apples with his animal companions around him, he reflects that helping students improve through the tutorial dungeon could raise the standard for hunters overall. He tastes the fruit himself and confirms its sweetness, enjoying the calm of the garden. More of the garden's creatures suddenly crowd around him, startling him before he realizes they have simply come to join him. Even the pony appears, showing how completely at ease the animals are with him. Jiha lets them eat at their own pace, treating the creatures less like beasts and more like residents under his care. He notices beetle-like creatures carrying away seeds from the fruit the animals leave behind. Watching them work, he realizes they are replanting the seeds throughout the garden. He follows the process to its next stage and sees that the seeds quickly become saplings. Those saplings then mature into full crops, seamlessly joining the rest of the garden. That natural cycle feels strange to him, because the growth is too smooth and too complete to be ordinary. He studies the harvest and realizes the vegetables are fully ripe yet show no sign of rotting. From that, he concludes the world tree itself must be preserving the crops and preventing decay. Just as he pieces that together, he hears a familiar voice reporting that a large amount of honey has been collected. The voice belongs to a woman from Ark, who appears carrying a heavy jar of honey and seems relieved to have found him. She asks how he managed to gather so much so quickly, and he explains that planting more flowers let the bees work more efficiently. She praises his result, but he insists it is minor compared with what she once did, and their exchange makes clear they share a respectful history. Remembering that she had once worried she did not belong in Ark, Jiha reflects that she eventually gave up on that fear, and he quietly wishes her well. A larger beetle-like guardian approaches him, interrupting the moment and demanding his attention. Jiha realizes the honey is what it wants and apologizes for making the creatures wait. He pours out the honey for them, and the insects gather around it in obvious delight. Seeing how eagerly they eat, he regrets having taken their honey pot in the first place. Then he notices one of them trying to get his attention for something else. The proud little guardian presents him with a flower-like offering, making it clear this is a gift in return. Jiha accepts the gesture with gratitude, recognizing the creature's loyalty and affection toward him. The garden settles into a peaceful interlude as everyone shares the honey together. Afterward, one small insect tugs at Jiha's sleeve, still trying to show him something important. He follows its lead, realizing the creatures want him to pay close attention. The insect begins tracing lines into the ground with deliberate care. Jiha crouches down and asks what it is trying to draw. He sees simple pictures of the insect creatures alongside scattered dots, and realizes the drawing is meant to explain a planting process. As he points to the dots, he asks if these are the seeds from the crops he grew, beginning to understand that the creatures have been helping cultivate the garden all along. A pterodrone asks Jiha whether he plans to spread the seeds somewhere beyond their current area. When it scratches a map of Earth into the ground, Jiha realizes they mean distributing them across the whole world. He confirms that idea, and the pterodrones excitedly understand that he wants to grow crops from these seeds and spread them globally. Jiha reasons that if these world tree seeds can produce hardy crops that grow fast and resist dying, helping develop them is worth pursuing. He decides to leave the farming to the animals and pterodrones, trusting them to handle the work despite the chaos among them. The pterodrones happily accept the task as Jiha entrusts the project to them. A few days later at his shop, Jiha checks reports and sees that pterodrones seem to be thriving. He notes that creatures once seen only in Korea are now appearing worldwide, and their enormous size is starting to alarm people. Even so, Jiha believes they will eventually become a major benefit to the world. While reading further, something catches his attention. Public discussion is filling with complaints about the current status system and questions about future class updates. Jiha decides to review the status window from the beginning so he can address the growing dissatisfaction. Looking over his own status, he sees just how much information is crammed into it. He starts planning practical revisions, beginning with reorganizing primary stats and improving the layout for readability. Accepting that this will take work, Jiha commits himself to the task without taking a break. As he thinks it through, he tests his ideas aloud, using the lounging beast beside him as a sounding board. He concludes that if hunters are expected to care about stats, the system also needs a proper level structure to make progression meaningful. His reasoning is that hunters gain essence by defeating monsters and using it, so a level system naturally fits that cycle. If stronger monsters rewarded more essence according to level, hunters would have clearer goals and more motivation to push higher. But Jiha realizes a problem remains. Levels need meaningful differences, and the current system has no built-in bonus stat to separate them. He considers balancing that by pairing any positive level bonus with a corresponding penalty, effectively creating a perk and nerf structure. The idea immediately strikes him as something the whole world might hate, and he admits even Ark left the issue unresolved. So he settles on a simpler rollout for now. Implement levels first, use Han Sung-hyuk as the level 50 benchmark, and treat new hunters as level 1. He also imagines future restrictions, such as weapons that can only be equipped once a hunter reaches a certain level. In his broader vision, hunters would chase levels to obtain stronger artifacts, growing stronger as competition and ambition drive them upward. Satisfied, Jiha prepares to move forward, believing the system will help the world handle whatever comes next. Soon a survey appears on MirWiki asking users for feedback on optimizing the current hunter system. Hunters quickly notice the survey and begin discussing the possibility of changes. People speculate that health and vitality may be revised and that levels might simply become another way of expressing point totals. At the same time, excitement spikes when news spreads that a teaser for second classes has also been released. Han Sung-hyuk, already struggling to keep up with the pace of change, wonders how much more the world is about to shift. His attention is interrupted by an urgent call. A subordinate tells him to come immediately to stop a district, and Han senses something serious is wrong. He learns that something is happening to the giant tree there. The area around it has transformed so drastically that roads and nearby houses are being swallowed by tree growth and grass. By the next day, the district has effectively become part of a massive living landscape dominated by the tree. Back at the shop, Jiha hears about the sudden spread of roots and vegetation overtaking an entire street. Customers discuss the recent survey and second-class teaser, pleased that the system is finally being updated. Their talk shifts to dungeon balance, with frustration that some classes clear too easily while others struggle to profit at all. Jiha listens as they explain that archers in particular burn through arrows and potions so badly that dungeon runs barely pay for themselves. He hands over their potions with his usual warmth. The hunters thank him sincerely, admitting his shop is one of the main reasons they are still getting by. Jiha sees them off politely, but their complaints stay with him. Left alone, he reflects that there are class-specific problems he cannot fully grasp because he is not the one entering dungeons. He decides the second-class update should address those practical imbalances, just as a familiar red bird returns to him. Then he hears someone call his name, and the voice instantly feels familiar. Outside, Jiha finds Jin-young nearby and is surprised to see her there. She rushes up and urgently thrusts a strange clump of grass toward him, demanding that he look at it. Breathless, she explains that this grass is not from Earth. As Jiha asks whether it might be from Gehenna, Jin-young says she had been discussing botany with others and found that although it looks ordinary, something about this grass is fundamentally different. A strange golden plant catches their attention when they discover its underside is pure gold. They realize the area is full of the same planted seeds, and the scale of it makes them wonder who has been quietly doing this. The man suddenly connects the sight to something important, and begins to understand what it means. Looking up at the great tree, he senses that what they are seeing is part of something much larger. He concludes this miracle is only the beginning and believes it will soon astonish everyone and spread happiness. That thought leaves him quietly satisfied, as if he has chosen to trust this path. With the animals at his side, he walks on convinced that this belief is the right one. He settles beneath the giant tree, gathering himself while the animals remain close. Reviewing his abilities, he admits he has used them before but never attempted this particular one. He focuses on the skill called possession, aware that it is something new and risky. He recalls that the skill allows him to place his consciousness into an animal, or even an object within Gehenna. Remembering Gehenna's terrifying nature, he realizes he underestimated how dangerous it was because his earlier visit there was brief. He decides he cannot keep using the skill carelessly, fearing he could lose himself if he goes too far. Still, he resolves that he needs first-hand experience, just as a prayer for help reaches him. The prayer leads him to Margareta, who anxiously tells him that Sipither is still in Gemark and asks if he knows Bolander. Margareta explains that Bolander once saved her life and that she owes him deeply. When asked whether Bolander was also the reason she entered the knighthood, her silence confirms how central he has been to her life. He understands that Bolander guided her for years and sees why this matter weighs so heavily on her. She remembers Bartok's overwhelming power and admits that if even a man like that could not be stopped, she feels helpless. Thinking it through, he warns that although the knighthood is safe for now, Bartok may eventually move to destroy Bolander as well. He further realizes Bartok's status and influence would let him bury any crime unless the victim somehow escaped. That possibility breaks Margareta's composure and leaves her on the verge of tears. She finally blurts out what she truly wants: to get him out of there, and if possible save his companion too. Seeing her determination, he recognizes this is not a passing worry but a desperate plea. He offers to check Gemark himself and find out how Bolander is doing, even if it may take time. Margareta accepts immediately, caring only that he tries. He is struck by how important Bolander must be to her and commits to the task. Using his ability, he locates Gemark from afar and fixes on the place he needs to reach. At Gemark, the city is under harsh pressure as workers are driven to finish the northern wall at all costs. The overseer berates exhausted laborers, making clear that failure will be punished and excuses will not be tolerated. Watching unseen, he identifies the cruel man in charge as Bartok. He immediately judges that Bartok is driving the workers far beyond their limits. Hearing that food is being withheld while Bartok indulges himself, he grows angry on the workers' behalf. When Bartok even raises a hand against a bowed laborer, the man's character becomes unmistakably clear to him. His cat senses his anger and presses against him, grounding him before he acts rashly. He calms enough to acknowledge the cat and pull back from immediate retaliation. After reassuring the worried animal, he regains control and starts thinking more carefully. He decides he needs a safe way to approach Bolander, knowing he cannot simply appear without warning. Then a new idea comes to him. He notices a small, harmless creature nearby and sees a possible solution. A hamster becomes the perfect target, since it can be possessed without drawing suspicion. He confirms the choice and prepares to transfer his consciousness into it. The skill activates, and he successfully possesses the hamster. He awakens in a new body inside an unfamiliar room, testing the result. There he finds Bolander, who is reviewing reports and criticizing Bartok for rashly gathering troops instead of scouting the threat first. As Bolander worries that the danger will not simply vanish, the hamster struggles onto his desk to get his attention. Bolander notices the tiny intruder and is baffled by its sudden appearance. The hamster speaks to him directly and asks whether he can see him, revealing that this is no ordinary animal. Bolander recoils in shock, unable to process the talking hamster, and wondering if it is some kind of demon. The narrator quickly calms him by explaining that he is the one protecting Margareta and asking him to listen despite the shock. An older officer is shaken by unexpected news. He learns that Mary has somehow ended up in Estram. A small messenger confirms it, adding that Margareta is safe in Estram and still tending the world tree, but warns that Mary came to rescue him and asks what he intends to do. When he demands how any of this could be possible, the messenger explains that there are ways to move him out as well, either immediately or later if he chooses. Unable to verify the claim yet lacking any better option, he admits he has little choice but to consider it seriously. He decides that if Mary is truly happy, that alone matters to him, which catches the messenger off guard. Rather than keep debating, he chooses to show the messenger the reality of Gemark firsthand and heads out to inspect the city. They enter the streets as he also decides to check on Gemark's condition. The messenger falls silent, taking in the unfamiliar atmosphere from his shoulder. Walking among the townspeople, the messenger senses that the place feels disturbingly different up close. From a distance the city had seemed orderly and almost artificial, but among the people its hardship becomes tangible. Seeing laborers strain under heavy loads, the messenger realizes these are the people keeping Bartok's domain running. That thought is interrupted when nearby townsfolk suddenly collapse in exhaustion and hunger. The officer explains that the poor survive on scraps left after the solar knights take the best food. When asked if food is the main problem, he clarifies that the deeper issue is the ruling class hoarding supplies for themselves. As they continue through the streets, he names Bartok as the one trying to control everything. He describes Bartok as a greedy monarch obsessed with gathering wealth and resources. The messenger begins to understand that this greed drives the entire system. The officer concludes that Gemark's grand power is only another expression of Bartok's selfishness. He points out that Bartok favors only his own people, while even his knights complain from a position of privilege. Everyone else is pushed aside, reduced to begging and treated as if they do not belong. The messenger finally grasps how bleak Gemark has become. He judges the divide between rich and poor to be worse than he expected. Realizing the city will collapse if this continues, he resolves not to let so many innocent people die. He asks whether Bartok can somehow be isolated from the civilians, but the officer warns that poverty alone will not make the people reject him. The officer explains that survival keeps them dependent, and as long as Bartok provides even the bare minimum, they will remain under his control. The messenger starts searching for another way to break that hold. He proposes that the people must witness a form of strength powerful enough to shake their faith in Bartok. Pressed to explain, he withholds the answer until they return to their quarters. Elsewhere in the forest, a horse waits as if part of preparations already underway. Back in town, the officer leaves the messenger to investigate on his own while he goes to meet someone. The messenger doubts that simply displaying power would change minds, since it could just as easily terrify the public. He decides he first needs to understand what the people of Gemark actually want, and suspects the truth about Bartok's pursuit of Margareta may provide an opening. As he moves to investigate, unseen hands suddenly close in around him. A man seizes the messenger before he can escape. Trapped in the stranger's grip, the messenger realizes Bolander's secret conversations with him may have exposed a dangerous weakness. The captor, a smiling subordinate, immediately decides Sir Bartok will want to hear about this discovery. The messenger tries to use his possession ability to flee, only to learn the man's level is too high for him to control. The captor leans in and confirms the impossible by asking whether the messenger can speak. He instantly sees how to weaponize that fact, planning to report that Bolander consorts with the demon rat so Bartok can destroy Bolander and tighten his grip on Gemark. Certain he has found his advantage, the man hurries off to deliver the accusation. At the same time, a bright cluster of plants signals activity elsewhere in the forest. A group of animal allies gathers, and one of them notices that the messenger's presence can no longer be sensed through possession. Alarmed, they realize he may be in immediate danger and decide they have to find him. The snow leopard confirms that if he is nearby they can track him, while warning that the white elves may already be moving against him as well. After some time in Estram, a soldier informs Margareta that a message has arrived for her. Uneasy, Margareta learns a carrier pigeon delivered it and that the sender identified himself as Bolander. The name alone shocks her into full attention. Reading the letter, she learns Bolander now believes what Mary told him, and that a man calling himself Ark's apostle came to meet him. The letter ends with a warning that the apostle vanished before their meeting and Bolander fears the worst, leaving Margareta stunned by what this could mean. Margareta realizes Bartok used her to secure power in Gemark by abducting Ark's apostle and framing the captain, and she blames herself for letting it happen. Furious, she seizes her sword and commits herself to fixing the damage. As she rushes out, she decides she must find the kidnapped apostle and make Bartok pay. Her resolve hardens into a direct vow to kill Bartok this time. Outside, a familiar presence catches her attention before she can go far. The radiant pony appears overhead, descending in a blaze of golden power as if answering her need. Margareta climbs onto its back, surprised by its perfect timing and grateful for its help. She focuses herself, ready to use this chance without hesitation. Meanwhile in Bartok's office, Bartok learns that Bolander has somehow begun speaking like a human. From inside a cage, Bolander confirms it, and reveals his suspicion that a demon contract is behind it. Rather than panic, Bartok immediately sees how to exploit the situation. He orders the matter publicized so Bolander will be ruined in Gemark, then sends his subordinate to spread it. Left trapped, Bolander regrets being careless with his possession skill and realizes Bartok has outplayed him. He checks the remaining time on the skill and starts desperately searching for some way to recover. Before he can act, a servant bursts in with an urgent warning for Bartok. Bartok is told to look outside because something alarming has appeared in the sky. When they look through the window, the servant identifies it as a monster descending over the city. The sight instantly wipes away Bartok's confidence. The glowing pony hovers above Gemark like a divine threat, impossible to ignore. Bartok panics and demands to know what it is, while his men urge him to flee before it reaches them. He realizes the solar nights exist only as long as he does, and the creature's arrival feels aimed directly at him. Terrified, Bartok abandons all dignity and runs for his life. Still caged, Bolander begs not to be left behind as Pony arrives at the building. Pony attacks from above, blasting the city with golden beams that tear into Bartok's stronghold. After the ride, Margareta thanks Pony and tells it to carry out its own purpose. Pony pauses on the street, silently acknowledging her before moving to act. Margareta turns toward her own mission, determined to finish what she failed to do before. Pony gathers power again, preparing another strike. The attack smashes through the building, blowing open the structure and hurling Bolander from his cage. As he tumbles through the air, Bolander thinks he is about to die. Instead, Pony catches him safely, and he recognizes his rescuer with stunned relief. Bolander understands Pony came to save him, thanks it, and asks to be set down so he can inspect the situation. Once on the ground, he notices the destruction around Bartok's manor and senses something important nearby. At the same time, Margareta cuts down one of Bartok's armored men in a spray of blood. She keeps carving through the soldiers with lethal precision, leaving no room for resistance. Her assault is so sudden and overwhelming that the enemy can only recognize her as Vice Captain Margareta too late. Watching this unfold, Bolander realizes Pony brought Margareta because he needed her intervention as well. Margareta fights with a clear purpose. She intends to purge Gemark of Bartok's corruption. Even as another knight lunges from behind, she stays fixed on doing her part. The ambush is intercepted by the captain, who blocks the blow and condemns the traitor for turning his weapon on Margareta. Margareta is stunned to see the captain alive and standing beside her. He checks on her calmly, treating the reunion as reassurance rather than surprise. She apologizes for the worry she caused, and he answers with mild reproach, revealing both relief and lingering concern. The captain places a steadying hand on her head, grounding her after the chaos. He tells her she has done well, giving her the approval she needed. Then he entrusts her with the next step, saying the Black Lion Knights will back whatever she returned to Gemmark to accomplish, and she accepts the charge. Elsewhere, Bartok shoves through the streets in blind panic, screaming at civilians to get out of his way. His fear turns into open tyranny as he threatens punishment for anyone who slows his escape. But when someone calls his name, he freezes, recognizing the voice and dreading that Vice Captain Margareta has returned. He bolts toward the city gate, deciding his only chance is to reach the forest and somehow use the wild elves to reverse his fate. As the chase nears its end, a rope snaps tight around the fleeing ruler's leg. Bartok of Gemmark lunges forward in panic, trying to escape despite already being cornered. Before he can recover, a Black Lion Knight closes the distance with overwhelming speed. Margareta strikes him down in a single brutal pass, cutting off his last chance to run. Bartok crashes to the ground, badly wounded and forced into helpless submission. With her blade at his throat, Margareta formally identifies him as Bartok, ruler of Gemmark, making clear this is an execution, not a duel. Invoking the authority of the Black Lion Knights, she condemns him for his crimes. As he kneels bleeding, Bartok realizes everything he did to seize Gemmark is about to end in failure and death. Terror turns to desperation as he refuses to accept dying there. He makes one last attempt to resist, reaching for his weapon in defiance. Calling Margareta's name, he lashes out in a final reckless counterattack. She answers with a decisive flurry from Black Lion claws and cuts him down completely. The last of his strength leaves him as blood fills his mouth and his resistance breaks. Collapsing in disbelief, Bartok can only think of the kingdom he is losing. After his death, the observer in the hamster's body is left wondering whether this outcome could have been avoided. A dark-haired knight coldly concludes that mercy only creates danger, so enemies must be eliminated without exception. Hearing that, the observer understands that warriors live by a harsher logic than he ever knew. Margareta, however, decides she will not judge that code and will continue following her own way. The possession skill ends, and the observer resolves to keep studying this world more carefully. Back in his original body, he returns to himself with a new task already in mind. He decides to move on immediately, while Margareta is left briefly confused by the sudden appearance of a hamster. Using a map, he points out a route and directs attention to the area where help is needed. He asks the beetles to guide Gemmark's displaced people along that path to the village, promising that a larger village will mean more honey for everyone. The beetles are startled by the offer and unsure whether to trust such generosity. He reassures them that cooperation will benefit them all, even if he feels a little guilty for persuading them so easily. As he thinks through the larger problem, he recognizes that food and housing are only part of the challenge because old hatred toward Gemmark still runs deep. He realizes some villagers will resist and that he needs guidance on how to handle that opposition. A priestess explains that their faith teaches them to share what they have and welcome those in need. When he asks whether that compassion truly extends to people from Gemmark, she assures him that Ark's grace leaves no room to refuse them. He is left quietly absorbing the answer and what it means for the village's future. Even so, he is warned that distrust will remain until the refugees prove themselves and are accepted like family through service and faith. Grateful for the warning, he thanks Selena and notes that her advice helps ensure Estram is not harmed by naivete. By the next day, work is already underway, and the villagers are amazed by how tirelessly the prince has been helping. The prince throws himself into the labor beside everyone else, setting an example through action rather than rank. When told one section is finished, he immediately shifts his attention to the next task without slowing down. He confirms they are nearly done and plans to inspect the work once the final stretch is complete. After some time, the scale of what they have accomplished begins to sink in. With the path cleared, the coming migrants will now be able to reach the village safely and efficiently. The workers thank one another and openly credit the prince for leading them through the effort. Their praise unsettles him as he wonders whether he truly deserves to be seen as their guide. The beetles hover nearby, silently reminding him of how much of this success depended on others. He recalls the grim reality ahead. Around 2,000 people are expected, and they are not arriving immediately but steadily over the month. Faced with that number, he worries that Estram still lacks the infrastructure to absorb them. The beetles answer that concern by promising to clear roads and even help build the needed houses. Their support, along with the warriors' labor, proves that the village finished in time only because many hands carried the burden. That realization shifts his thinking from doubt to resolve as he sees Estram can truly grow. Determined to match everyone's effort, he pushes the workers onward and vows to work even harder himself. He raises his shovel like a rallying signal, turning resolve into renewed momentum. Elsewhere, a telescope is quickly brought into use to check on the unusual activity. Two elves observe the beetles and workers from a distance, with Prince Epicalus noticing that something significant is happening among them. Croydel is alarmed that construction has suddenly begun for no clear reason. Croyd suspects they may be preparing to receive immigrants by opening a road to the neighboring village. They consider that immigrants from Gehenna are likely involved, though the situation there may follow different rules than expected. Kreutz insists the matter is urgent because the immigrants' survival depends on it, while Kreudel worries they are already short on supplies. Even while bickering over their dwindling salt, they conclude they need Estrom's help and clues about the world tree. A small hamster suddenly appears as they decide to seek answers and more salt. Kreudel notices the creature and pauses, unsure what to make of it. The hamster calmly greets Kreudel by name, proving it is no ordinary animal. Kreudel is thrown into panic by the impossible sight of a talking hamster. That night in Estram Hall, representatives gather for a formal meeting. With all delegates present, they prepare to wait for the apostle's arrival. Kreudel remains distracted by the memory of being addressed by a hamster, while Kreutz seems amused. The meeting is interrupted when the door suddenly opens. The host begins to greet the apostle, only to realize something is very wrong. A glowing snow leopard enters, carrying an overwhelming presence that stuns the room. The delegates are baffled as the leopard approaches them, and they struggle to understand whether this beast is truly the apostle. Their confusion deepens when the hamster appears atop the leopard and declares itself to be the apostle. The hamster explains that this tiny body is only a disguised form and that its true nature differs from theirs. Once everyone has gathered, the apostle moves to begin the proceedings. The meeting starts with each village sharing its current problems and discussing how to handle the incoming people from Gehenna. As Jiha listens, he quietly hopes Gehenna can someday become a place where different races respect and support one another. He imagines a future in which old divisions fade and people part from each other with warmth instead of fear. In that vision, different races work side by side and help each other naturally. The apostle senses that hopeful possibility, but keeps the meeting moving toward practical decisions. By the end, the town hall formally closes the session. The white-haired woman thanks everyone for coming and says she wants more meetings like this. Others agree, showing rare unity across the group. When asked for his thoughts, Kreudel admits he only attended to find information about the world tree, which matters more to him than resources. Jiha answers that the meeting itself was meaningful because it brought Gehenna's races closer together, and he credits the apostle for making that possible. The apostle accepts the gratitude modestly, and says it is thankful for their cooperation. Then the apostle offers them a gift, saying it is something brought from a very distant place. The woman is startled when she realizes the gift came from the apostle's garden. She immediately senses that what she is seeing is extraordinary. The gift is revealed to be a branch from the world tree itself, leaving her overwhelmed. Without delay, they rush outside to act on this revelation. A fenced area is hastily prepared to protect the precious branch. The apostle treats the branch's value as obvious, while the others are still struggling to process what they have been given. The branch is planted in open ground, and the apostle hopes it will take root there despite the humble setting. Kreudel and Kreutz stare in disbelief, realizing that if the branch is genuine, everything may change. A few hours later, they wait anxiously to see whether anything will happen. Their answer comes when an immense world tree rises before them, towering over the land. The two wild elves are shaken into silence as they understand the miracle was real. The woman tearfully admits she had only seen the world tree in ancient records and never expected to witness one herself. Kreudel and Kreutz bow deeply, thanking the apostle for allowing them to see the world tree again and entrusting them with its care. Overcome with emotion, they vow to protect it with everything they have. From afar, others recognize the enormous consequence of this moment. Gehenna now has a world tree. A group of beasts concludes that the new tree will draw attention from many worlds, so they must prepare before a certain cat returns. They decide to begin cleansing the area immediately, despite complaints and confusion among themselves. 2 hours later in District 8, someone arrives and begins surveying the situation. They find a substantial number of monsters already gathered, confirming the next problem is waiting. A bear and a wolf decide they must clear the area if they want to survive. The white beast leading them agrees to finish the job quickly so they can all return home. With that resolve, the white beast launches forward to strike. The three allied creatures charge together into battle. Their assault tears through the ruined battlefield with overwhelming force. One of the monsters is caught in the attack before it can recover. The white beast presses the advance while the wolf and bear support from both sides. Observers realize these strange creatures are wiping out the monsters in District 8 and seem to resemble animals rather than enemies. Even while protecting civilians and buildings, the white beast and a fiery bird keep fighting efficiently, though no one knows where they came from. As more monsters fall, the defenders conclude these newcomers do not appear hostile to humans. Elsewhere, Sung-hyuk notices the summoned creatures are missing while absent-mindedly petting a sleeping growler. At home, Hyejin sees the phone report and realizes what it means. Sung-hyuk immediately understands Growler is involved. He rushes out at once, ignoring Hyejin's confusion and promising to return. Left behind, Hyejin can only fume at his abrupt exit. Sung-hyuk speeds toward the scene through traffic. On the way, he learns that 2 hours after the monsters appeared, District 8 is nearly cleared and Kong, the district boss, is facing the last major threat. Reports confirm Kong has already landed a critical blow, and the monster tied to Vasilov's appearance has been defeated, deepening the mystery of why the animal beings are helping humanity. Sung-hyuk arrives and breaks hard near the battlefield. He runs up to his allies, asks for the latest situation, and is met with surprise at his sudden appearance. Sung-hyuk admits he wants to speak with the wolf once the fighting ends, revealing he has some connection to it. His silver-haired companion says the crisis is almost over and offers to inform the association so Sung-hyuk can approach the creature. Before they can proceed, a violent surge of purple energy spreads across the ground beneath them. The sudden disturbance leaves them stunned, especially because they believe the battle had already ended. The sky itself fractures with purple light, and they realize something far stranger is happening. A dark silhouette begins emerging through the shattered space. Sung-hyuk and the others shield themselves as shards and energy rain down around them. Sung-hyuk recognizes the phenomenon and begins to grasp what is appearing. He identifies the place beyond the rupture as Estram, a world connected through the opening. The group moves toward the breach to confirm what they are seeing. Sung-hyuk insists he never expected all of Estram to be summoned, and his companion orders the area secured because anyone from that world must be protected. Faced with the impossible, Sung-hyuk realizes this truly is Estram. The sight triggers a memory of a white-haired woman asking whether she might meet certain people again. Sung-hyuk suddenly spots someone and rushes ahead, leaving his companion bewildered. A blonde swordsman in the newly arrived land senses a familiar voice while standing ready with his blade. When Sung-hyuk calls him Eddie, the swordsman is shaken by the recognition. Sung-hyuk runs toward him in disbelief and joy, scarcely able to accept that he is really there. The two reunite, and Sung-hyuk explains that he was once summoned to Gehenna, whereas Eddie has now been summoned to Earth. Eddie struggles to understand until Sung-hyuk points out that the world around him is no longer Gehenna. Only then does Eddie panic as he realizes his familiar mountain is gone. Sung-hyuk greets him with a grin and formally welcomes the Prince of Estram to Earth. Elsewhere, a crimson flower begins to open in ominous darkness. From within it, a sinister presence declares that the two worlds have finally collided through the world tree. A woman emerging from the bloom reveals herself as Ark's apostle and says she can finally meet her target. Back in Estram's displaced settlement, the stunned silence is finally broken. Eddie tries to process Han's explanation that they are on a world called Earth rather than Gehenna, and Han confirms it. The others reel from the disaster, mourning that empty Apito has vanished and struggling to accept the scale of what happened. Han's silver-haired ally notes that their confusion is natural and gently explains that an entire mountain disappeared. Han takes control of the room and says introductions should come before anything else. He presents himself as Han Sung-hyuk, a hunter from Korea, and urges them to discuss what must be done next. A few days later, public excitement builds in Korea as people gather for a press conference to see the foreign prince and chairman for themselves. The prince formally thanks the Korean Hunter Association for sheltering his people when they were lost in this world. He announces that with humanity's help, they will adapt to Earth and openly share what they know. He stresses that this will be a fair exchange, while the crowd's fascination with him only grows. Elsewhere, Jiha overhears people eagerly planning a trip to District 8, and the news makes him suspect the miniature world has caused another change. As he cleans up, he worries that the sudden appearance of refugees from Ramel to Earth must be connected to something his tiny companions did. He turns to confront the issue directly. In the forest, he grabs the little bear and demands an explanation for the latest disturbance. The wolf and white feline deny responsibility, insisting this time it was not their doing. Jiha realizes the world tree likely acted on its own, and he starts wondering what that means for his link to the miniature world. He pauses the interrogation to feed them first, keeping the mood from turning harsher. While watching them eat, he confirms that his connection to the miniature world is still intact. That realization leads him to see that he can still influence the enclosed realm just as before. The only real change, he concludes, is that Earth has now been folded into the area affected by his power. The scale of that authority unsettles him, making him feel almost godlike. He reflects that the world tree seems to have learned from everything that happened and chose to move the survivors of Ramel onto Earth. Accepting that, Jiha resigns himself to the burden of protecting two worlds instead of one. A few days later at his store, visitors arrive while someone proudly introduces District 7's greatest attraction. Margarita guides the newcomers to the giant tree growing beside the district store. One of them reaches out to test whether the tree is real. The elf confirms it is the world tree itself, astonishingly thriving on Earth and growing fast. Selena is moved by how powerfully the tree has taken root even in this world. Remembering that the apostle was said to keep a world tree in his garden, she begins to suspect Jiha's place is that very site. Margarita leads the group inside, while the visitors take in the unfamiliar warmth of the shop. She calls out to Jiha and introduces the guests, and Selena quietly studies him the moment she hears his voice. Jiha greets them politely and introduces himself while holding one of his miniature companions. Selena is struck by how familiar he feels, and even the unusual stream animals around him match what she remembers. The resemblance to someone from her past suddenly hits her. As Margarita chatters about Earth's colorful wonders, Selena notices something in the shop that confirms her suspicion. Seeing the same kind of salt she once offered, she realizes the connection cannot be a coincidence. She becomes convinced Jiha must be the being she has been trying to identify, even as Margarita formally introduces herself to him. Jiha welcomes Margarita warmly, praises her reputation, and invites her to visit often since their districts are close. Margarita, impressed by his shop, says she has heard the potions and scrolls from his haven are exceptional. Jiha answers modestly that he still has much to learn. That humility wins Margarita over, and she hints that she may ask for his help soon as she prepares to become a hunter with her knights. Jiha immediately imagines the danger of dungeon combat and the political cost if anything happened to someone backed by the Korean government. He reassures himself that her Black Lion Knights are stronger than ordinary hunters, then offers her a small potion as a gift. Margarita accepts it with thanks and starts to move on. But before the moment passes, Selena catches a scent that stops her cold. The smell matches the one from the creature she once met on the stream, and she quietly asks Jiha to come with her. At last she confirms the truth to herself. Jiha is the one she has been seeking, and she is finally meeting him properly. After the guests leave, Jiha sees them off without realizing what Selena has understood. Left alone, he notices a note, and wonders why they would leave a message instead of speaking openly. He picks it up, puzzled about who wrote it. As he unfolds the paper, he prepares for an unexpected request. The scene shifts back to the forest as the message weighs on him. Selena's note asks him to visit Estram because she has something important to tell him, and Jiha realizes this was the first time he had truly met her. Even so, being summoned like this makes him hesitate. Standing before the entrance, he steels himself, aware that this will be his first time entering that world in human form. With that resolve, he opens the door and steps toward a new stage of the connection between the two worlds. Jiha is welcomed into Selena and Margarita's home, where Selena immediately signals that this meeting is personal. Over tea, Selena reveals she was surprised by the note Jiha left her, making clear she has been thinking seriously about him. Jiha senses the weight of the invitation and asks whether something is wrong. Selena reassures him that Gehenna has treated them well, then explains she asked him here because she has questions she needs answered. When Jiha repeats the word questions, his unease shows, but Selena confirms that this is exactly why she called him. She begins with the real issue by asking whether he believes in Ark. Selena explains that in her world Ark is a divine being who created their world and vanished, only to reappear recently through an apostle in Gehenna. She adds that the apostle claimed to come from another world, and seeing both the district store and the giant world tree in this world made her suspect the claim was true. Those signs led Selena to doubt that the apostle came from her own world and to suspect instead that the apostle came from Jiha's. Jiha stays silent, realizing she has cornered him with evidence he cannot easily dismiss. Selena lays out the final proof. The salt from his shop and the nature god he once held convinced her beyond doubt. She directly asks whether Jiha is Ark's apostle, and he realizes she is too certain for denial to work. With Selena and Margareta waiting expectantly, Jiha decides to stop hiding. He admits the truth without hesitation. Jiha openly declares that he is Ark's apostle. Once the secret is out, he tells them the full story of how he became the apostle and what he has done in that role. He also explains how he has been helping Gehenna, sharing everything he safely can. Confessing lifts a burden from him, because he has been living in fear of being exposed and finally feels relief. Selena is overwhelmed by the confirmation and drops to her knees in reverence. She asks Ark's forgiveness for ever doubting, treating Jiha's confession as proof of divine truth. Jiha hurriedly stops her and insists she is mistaken, explaining that Ark was behind everything and he merely followed the World Tree's guidance. Margareta latches onto that explanation, recognizing that the World Tree's will has been steering events. Jiha argues that if the World Tree truly wanted him dead, it would have erased him already, so he keeps helping others despite the danger. Having established that much, he asks the two women for a favor. Both immediately agree with eager devotion, ready to do anything for him. Jiha asks first that they keep his identity secret, and second that Selena stop calling him by a holy title and simply call him Jiha. He explains that public knowledge would make life dangerous, and warns that one day he may ask something much bigger of them. Margareta answers with fierce gratitude, swearing loyalty because she believes he saved her life. That oath triggers a system notice declaring that Margareta Rustel has pledged allegiance to Jiha. A second notice offers Jiha the chance to make her his champion, warning that the decision would permanently change her life. Selena explains that Ark's champion is an ancient role not seen since the Age of Dragons. The title refers to a knight chosen directly by Ark. In the past, such champions first appeared during the Dragon's era to help restore balance to the world. They served Ark alone and once stood as sacred enforcers of that order. Margareta, thinking this is the best way to repay Jiha, passionately begs him to choose her as his champion. Jiha hesitates, recognizing that accepting would bind her to a life she may not fully understand. He refuses the offer and declines to assign her as his champion. Margareta is crushed and blurts out her hurt, but Selena accepts Jiha's judgment and reminds her that such a choice cannot be made lightly. Jiha explains that they need trust first, and that he will not make a decision that defines someone else's future without that foundation. The tension eases when Selena accepts being called by name, and the conversation shifts from worship toward a more human bond. To help Jiha understand the burden he refused to place on Margareta, Selena gives him an old volume titled Study from the Dragon's Era. She says it will explain what dragons were, how they vanished, and what champions once meant. As they relax, Margareta excitedly asks whether Jiha was the one who made it rain, and his embarrassed reaction all but confirms it. A few days later, back at his store, Jiha returns to the book with fresh curiosity. The title reveals it is a study of dragons and of those who called themselves neutrals. Reading it, Jiha reflects that champions in the Dragon era must have been immensely powerful, which explains why Margareta wanted the role so badly. Even so, he reaffirms that he will not change his mind, though he wants to understand the position better. The book begins by explaining that in the Dragon era dragons, humans, and monsters coexisted, and Ark appointed dragons as neutral arbiters to prevent war. It then reveals that some dragons abandoned that duty and began to think differently about their place in the world. One dragon, Astragon, became intoxicated by human praise, forgot the neutrality Ark required, and started ruling like a tyrant. While reading about Astragon, he learns that this so-called god was stopped by the nature gods and had his bones sealed in a sanctuary. The account frames Astragon as a dragon whose destruction once required champions and divine intervention, making the old conflict feel larger than legend. As he takes in the idea of dragons, heroes, and gods, the story starts to feel vivid enough to become something playable. That realization turns into a plan. If he builds a fairy tale-style scenario around this lore, the immersion could be extraordinary. He immediately imagines hunters confronting a towering evil dragon and begins shaping the kind of dramatic encounter he wants to create. In the training grounds, he decides the setting is perfect for a mid to high-ranked hunter scenario and starts outlining the story he had been missing. He develops the premise further, deciding the dragon should have side monsters protecting it so the hunt feels like a proper raid. Once the world creation system confirms the new mini-world is ready, he finalizes the rules and chooses to activate it. Satisfied, he turns from planning to production and resolves to prepare dolls to represent the hunters and dragons. He rallies his small helpers and sets them to work on the new project. The teddy bear and the bird agree to help, even if they complain, because the mini-world has to be finished on time. They open a portal to begin the job, with the bear taking charge of the doorway. As they prepare to move through, the bird questions whether they should really be heading into the deepest part of the desert. The portal is adjusted to a new destination, suggesting they are correcting their route before entering. Elsewhere in Youngi's library, a bespectacled white goat is quietly minding its own business. The bear suddenly approaches the goat and invites it along, catching it completely off guard. Before the goat can object, the bear insists they should go somewhere together and physically drags it into the plan. The goat is hauled away despite its panic, leaving the library in disarray behind them. Books scatter across the floor as the abrupt abduction empties the room. The group arrives in a harsh desert, tiny against the empty landscape and immediately out of place. The heat quickly wears them down, and they begin doubting both the weather and their direction. After wandering for hours without finding anything, frustration rises and blame starts getting passed around. Their argument is cut short when something crashes up from the sand nearby. They discover a collapsed rabbit in the desert and pause in confusion at the unexpected sight. The rabbit suddenly springs up and confronts them instead of acting grateful or weak. It angrily demands to know what they are doing, making clear this is no helpless victim. The bear is baffled that a rabbit in the middle of a desert would need rescuing at all. When the rabbit tries to leave, the bear stops it and demands an explanation. The rabbit starts to explain that this meeting is an unlikely coincidence, but it never gets to finish. A far larger threat announces itself first, its presence looming just out of sight. A drake appears in the deep desert, turning the encounter from confusion into immediate danger. With no way around the monster, the group is forced to consider fighting despite being unprepared. Before panic can settle in, a massive bear slams into the drake and interrupts the attack. The giant bear stands over a crowd of rabbits, revealing that the desert is full of them and that it has been protecting them. The rabbit realizes this changes nothing about the core problem. One monster is still preying on another. From above, another rabbit cheerfully signals that it was the one who went to fetch help. Seeing that messenger return, the rabbit understands that outside aid has finally arrived. Hours later, back in the dream garden, the creator relaxes under a tree and wonders what task to tackle next. He suddenly notices that something in the environment has changed. The fog has lifted, opening the area in a way it had not been before. Two familiar cats appear at his feet, confirming that the newly revealed space is drawing creatures in. As they run ahead, he considers exploring the new area while spending time with them. A strange sound interrupts that thought and makes him stop to investigate. A portal tears open and a flood of rabbits pours out of the desert into the garden. He is overwhelmed as the rabbits swarm around him, unable to understand where so many came from. Buried in the crowd, he catches sight of the bear among the arrivals and realizes this invasion has a familiar cause. The bear, bird, goat, and rabbit emerge from the mass and greet him as if they have simply brought everyone back together. He accepts that the newcomers can stay for now, but immediately worries about how the garden could possibly house them all. Trying to make sense of the situation, he gently addresses the rabbit leader, who introduces itself as Jiha. As more rabbits cling to him, he concludes there is nowhere near enough room and starts thinking about asking the terror dragons to help find space for the colony. A small rabbit hurriedly digs into the ground as if preparing a place of its own. It keeps burrowing with determined focus, throwing up dirt as it works. Other rabbits settle into the freshly dug earth, suggesting they have finally found somewhere safe to stay. Watching the rabbits claim the area, the man realizes they have chosen this spot as their home. He warmly accepts them into his garden and welcomes them as new residents. Treating the rabbit like family, he decides it should have a name and settles on Mooney. Mooney happily accepts the name and seems pleased to belong there. A teddy bear companion arrives and prompts the man to explain how he and Mooney first met. As he pets Mooney, he recalls that they met while crossing the desert and that Mooney had helped others there. That memory makes him connect the desert drake to marsh-dwelling creatures, and he starts questioning what really happened. Before he can think further, Mooney opens a glowing portal, surprising him with another unexpected ability. The portal reveals a hidden cache of massive remains. What emerges is unmistakably a set of dragon bones. He immediately understands that Mooney must have taken dragon bones from the drake, which explains why the creature had pursued them. Staring at the remains, he wonders what kind of dragon they belonged to and where Mooney found them. His thoughts are interrupted when something taps his hand to get his attention. Mooney sketches out an explanation, showing that the drake had been guarding these bones and that they once belonged to a dragon behind the mountain, triggering the man's memory of a book about Astragon. He turns back in shock as the implication becomes clear. This may be a bone from the Dragon Lord. Instead of recoiling, he becomes excited by the possibility of using it to build a dragon-themed dungeon. He asks Mooney for permission to use the bone for that plan. A system message grants him life creation, and he realizes he could build a doll-like body from the bone and train it in his dungeon until it seems real. The promise of creation immediately raises a harder problem for him. A body is useless unless he can find a soul to place inside it. That question is answered almost at once when he senses something nearby. A swarm of beetle-like creatures gathers around the dragon remains, carrying a glowing mass of energy. He recognizes the light they bear as Astragon's soul. The creatures eagerly offer their help, and he gratefully accepts their cooperation. With the soul secured, he decides to begin the resurrection attempt. He starts by rebuilding a body from the intact bones while the world tree absorbs Astragon's soul. The process strips away the tyrant's old memories so that a new, innocent consciousness can inhabit the soul. To complete the process, he activates life creation. The system confirms the skill has been used and warns that the new being will act according to whatever memories remain. A powerful soul settles into the reconstructed dragon, and a countdown begins until its birth. Satisfied with the basic formation, he plans to move the dragon's body into a miniature world once it is ready. Inside the forming body, awareness begins to return as one eye opens. The newborn dragon wakes in confusion, feeling as though it has risen from a deep sleep without understanding where it is. Sensing something hidden within itself, it decides to wait and observe before acting. It orients itself by memory and assumes the empire's capital should be nearby. But when it looks out over the land, the familiar capital is gone, replaced by a barren wasteland. Before it can process that shock, a strange purple disturbance appears overhead. A massive violet barrier or portal engulfs its path and traps it in an unnatural space. The dragon panics at the impossible sight, unable to understand what it has run into. The force drags it violently sideways, overwhelming any attempt to resist. It is hurled through the barrier and crashes out above a modern city. Elsewhere, a red-haired guild master senses something unusual and pauses to consider it. As she watches the man and another woman acting unexpectedly familiar with each other, her irritation quietly grows. She admits to herself that the situation is bothering her, just as an urgent report interrupts with news of a crisis. The emergency is immediate. A dragon has appeared in the middle of the city, setting the area ablaze. The responding fighters realize the guild's records have no category for this dragon, confirming it is an unknown and dangerous kind. The guild master steps forward through the flames and takes control of the chaos. She orders everyone to stay calm and declares that the Eternal Flame Guild will handle the dragon threat. A red-haired woman steps forward and offers to help as danger closes in. She draws her sword and realizes the crisis is tied to Gina's old stories. As a dragon descends over the city, the Eternal Flame Guild rallies to prove its strength. The dragon answers their challenge with contempt, treating the humans as beneath it. It unleashes a violent column of fire that tears through the street. The red-haired mage braces herself and gathers power instead of retreating. Her ally lunges in with a sword, committing to a direct counterattack. Together they launch a combined spell, Meteor Strike, to overwhelm the dragon. Their attack crashes into the beast with enough force to black out its vision. The dragon is stunned that its fire breath was neutralized so easily. While falling back, it wonders whether the two humans are elite champions or whether it has somehow weakened. Before it can recover, a giant hand of light descends and seizes it. The guild members stare in shock as the dragon is captured by an unseen force. The swordswoman, relieved, admits she had trusted that help would come. The dragon panics, unable to understand what this strange restraint is. The mage suspects the hand is not an enemy attack but someone trying to help them, and she tells the others not to interfere. In a forest far away, a bespectacled man catches his breath and reveals he was the one helping. He explains that a dragon suddenly appeared in District 7. He recounts sneaking into the garden as the emergency drew Wei-en and Mary outside. Realizing the dragon had fallen into the garden, he hurried to retrieve it before things got worse. Once the immediate danger passes, he notes the damage seems limited, then turns to the garden's animal guardians for answers. He directly demands to know which of them caused this. The trembling animals explain that a dragon appeared in District 7 through a gate they opened. He pieces it together. They were trying to bring Astragon into the garden but accidentally sent it to Earth instead. The blame settles on the crying bear, and the man recognizes the culprit. Rather than scold him, he comforts the bear and treats it as a mistake. Nearby, The dragon calms enough to notice that this place feels strangely familiar. A powerful sense of recognition tells it the scent belongs to somewhere it knows. The dragon looks around, trying to place the memory. Then it realizes it is beside the world tree itself. When the man addresses it, the dragon wakes fully and focuses on him. The dragon immediately questions who this human is, while the man approaches carefully with the bear still in his arms. He introduces himself as Eugenia and asks if this is the red dragon Astragon, and the dragon bristles at being spoken to so casually. Gina awkwardly clarifies that he is an adult and asks whether Astragon was hurt when he grabbed him. Astragon takes offense at the idea that a human could have handled him so lightly and mocks Gina's arrogance. Still disoriented, he demands to know where he is, why he is wearing a metal bead, and why he has shrunk so much. Gina decides to explain only enough of the truth to avoid provoking the dragon further. When the explanation suggests death, Astragon rejects it outright, insisting dragons of his era were effectively immortal. His denial turns to fury, and he demands the full truth while fire gathers in his mouth. Before he can attack, he is struck on the head and forcibly stopped. The garden's guardians scold him for lashing out and defend Gina. They explain that Gina brought him here to save him, and they order Astragon to show respect instead of attacking his rescuer. Humbled and bruised, Astragon drops his aggression and agrees to listen. The white feline tells Gina to explain it in terms Astragon will understand, by speaking of the Path of Arc. Gina reveals that 50 years after Astragon's death, monsters overran the continent, Tianti was devastated, and even the city Astragon once protected was destroyed. Astragon is shaken by the idea that Tianti and Gehenna could have fallen after all he fought for. Gina presses the point. Astragon's dream of uniting the continent failed, his brothers and sisters were driven out, and his master now wants him to face that reality. Astragon begins to wonder whether the disaster truly traces back to his own actions. A beetle-like creature presents a record to show him the evidence directly. As Astragon sees the vision of a land consumed by flames, he is forced to confront the possibility that he caused the ruin himself. The little dragon realizes he was wrong to think his father abandoned him, and admits that he was the one who left first. A white beast explains that he is the first dragon born under the scavenge laws, with no memory of the past 400 years, and says his weak body can still grow stronger in the garden if he chooses to remain. Though shaken by the truth, the dragon decides he has no choice but to accept it. He turns to the man who created him, acknowledging him as a master as well, and asks for a purpose as his creation. What he truly wants is a reason to exist. The man asks what kind of purpose he means, and the dragon explains that creatures in the garden were all given roles by Arc while he alone was left without one. The man dismisses the need for overcomplication and decides the dragon simply needs a task to live by. He assigns him to become the guardian of the garden, and the dragon is unexpectedly moved by how straightforward the answer is. As the dragon eagerly accepts staying there, the man decides his old name is too long and starts choosing a new one. He first declares that the dragon will now be called Yong. Then he immediately simplifies it further, and renames him Ryong instead. The dragon finds the plain name fitting for such a plain mission. Still, he pushes for something grander than guarding trees, and asks for a better mission. The man answers by offering him the role of a dungeon's final boss, which catches the dragon's full attention. He imagines himself as the climactic dragon at the end of a themed dungeon, exactly the kind of position he had wanted. The man reassures him that he can be trained step by step, and begins preparing him for that role. A few days later, Ryong is already settled inside a cave-like room that will serve as his dungeon chamber. His master explains that hunters will soon enter this room, but Ryong must hold back because they are not meant to die. Ryong focuses on the practical point and asks whether he is at least allowed to fight those who attack him. The answer is yes, though his master still hesitates over whether Ryong is truly ready. Ryong bristles at being treated as too weak to face well-equipped hunters. When his temper flares, his fire surges, and his master hurriedly backs down and promises to review his stats later. Ryong accepts the warning and recommits himself to the mission he has been given. Left alone in the chamber, he notices the dungeon door opening and realizes his first challengers have arrived. The approaching hunters chat casually about a newly posted quest, unaware of what is waiting inside. Some of them tease a nervous companion, assuming his fear is just inexperience. Others encourage him, framing the raid as a chance to help rather than something to dread. Even one of the party members tries to assert her own importance before the encounter begins. Their confidence collapses the moment they see the dragon, and they recognize him as the same monster that had appeared in the training dungeon. Feeling ignored and misunderstood, Ryong erupts in anger and unleashes his fire instead of retreating. As the hunters try to calm him and deny overlooking him, Ryong answers with open hostility. His attack tears through the dungeon, and that day the primordial dragon leaves a devastating impression on everyone who witnesses him. The incident becomes national news, with reports recalling that top-ranked hunters had already failed to defeat the dragon, and that the dungeon remains under investigation. Outside, hunters scramble to prepare fire-resistant supplies and other gear as the danger becomes widely known. A formal discussion begins with Hunter Kim Hyungjuk joining to address the training dungeon quest. Ryong, meanwhile, revels in the idea that a new kind of training dungeon is spreading worldwide and that he may define the category of final boss monsters. Experts conclude that the creature should be classified as a dragon, specifically the red dragon named in the quest report. They also connect the dungeon to an awakened hero and his temporary title, leading people to call it the first true themed dungeon. As public excitement grows over the dungeon and its rewards, the story shifts back to ordinary life and a meal being prepared. A woman arrives saying everyone is talking about the training dungeon, while greeting someone she has come to see. Inside, a white-haired man complains of hunger while an older woman scolds him over the garden, turning the scene into familiar domestic chaos. The argument is cut short when the food is laid out, and everyone is told to sit down and eat. The spread is so generous that the others are stunned, while the host cheerfully insists it is all for them. They call for Jiha to come out too, saying the meal is meant to help him regain weight. Jiha finally appears, apologizing for being late because he was organizing the shop, and he arrives carrying several animals as if this is normal. The others reassure him that his shop is thriving, and Jiha gratefully thanks them for the feast. As they eat, the white-haired man studies Jiha in silence, and starts noticing that something about him has changed. He points out that Jiha looks much healthier and stronger lately, but Jiha insists he has only been busy running the shop. Not convinced, the man moves in to check Jiha's body himself, certain that this kind of condition could not come without training. The sudden hands-on inspection shocks everyone, and while the bystanders turn it into a flustered joke, the man insists he is only trying to figure out how Jiha became so fit. While everyone relaxes in the garden, a sudden rush from off to the side breaks the calm. A small white creature pounces onto the white-haired man and knocks him flat, startling the group. Jia gently reins in the overexcited animal and reminds it that gratitude does not excuse charging people with its horn. The others laugh it off and tease Jia about being in better shape than he admits, while someone tries to spare him the embarrassment. Before the joking can continue, a breaking news alert interrupts the moment. The report announces a massive earthquake at Yellowstone National Park, severe enough to alarm even the experts. As the broadcast shifts to a live field report, the gray wolf listening nearby grows uneasy. The mention of using a drone for safety confirms the situation is dangerous enough that even reporters cannot approach directly. Jia catches the wolf's growl and immediately realizes this disaster may mean something more. When he checks on the animals, the wolf's agitation makes it clear this is not an ordinary disturbance. A vision of a towering, ominous tree rises before Jia, replacing the ordinary world with something far more threatening. He first thinks of the world tree, then quickly understands this presence is something else entirely. What he senses is not a guardian tree but a destructive force tied to ruin. That evening in the dream garden, the white dog deliberately leads Jia onward, and Jia realizes he is being summoned somewhere specific. A glowing passage opens through the trees, inviting him deeper into the dream realm. Jia follows, confused because this place is unlike the library he was shown before. The path shifts into a torchlit stone structure, and Jia understands he is being taken somewhere hidden and important. He proceeds carefully, aware that each step is drawing him toward a revelation. His tension rises as he senses he is close to the answer. At the center of the chamber, a book suspended in blue light stops him in his tracks. The floating volume presents itself as an object of power rather than an ordinary text. When Jia touches it, he silently accepts whatever truth it is about to show him. The book reveals the Tree of Destruction and identifies a being connected to it as its master. Jia recognizes the title Lord of the Abyss and realizes this may be the High Lord Yuhan once warned him about. As he leaves the vision, Jia concludes that if this tree's power fully manifests, even distant nations like America will be endangered. He immediately resolves to act and reaches for his phone, determined to stop it before it matures. By the next step of his plan, he is already dealing with an invitation connected to the United States. Asked whether he truly intends to accept a mission near Yellowstone, Jia agrees despite the monster activity there. His contact notes that a nearby town and a strange crop formation may provide a manageable entry point. Even though the destination is swarming with monsters, Jia's side decides he must have chosen it for a reason. Rather than press him and risk driving him into secrecy, they decide to support him quietly and gather information from the sidelines. That decision settles the matter, and preparations move forward without further argument. Jia accepts the assignment after being promised support and a safe return, showing trust in the person arranging it. From the next room, the animals watch him and realize he has made up his mind to go. They admit they feared he might refuse, and quietly reveal they were prepared to force the issue if necessary. Their plan is simple: let the Treemancers handle the monsters while they themselves deal with the tree. That raises the practical question of who will stay by Jia's side during the journey. The white feline immediately takes interest, clearly considering the role. Someone packs a travel bag and hints that the right companion has already been chosen. With the bag sealed, the hidden arrangement is finalized. Jia heads out, unaware of the full extent of the support being organized around him. He arrives at Incheon International Airport and is formally received for the overseas mission. A woman named Ashley introduces herself as a representative of Hunter Management and explains that she will guide and coordinate him in America. Jia greets her warmly, and she is relieved that he remembers her. Ashley privately notes that one of Korea's rising hunter stars seems much gentler than his reputation suggested. Her impression is interrupted when Kim Dokyeon introduces himself as Jia's bodyguard, adding another layer of protection to the trip. Sensing Jia's anxiety about traveling to America, Ashley tells him not to worry and reveals that many people are already eager to meet him there. Do-kyung confirms he has already contacted people in advance, showing that this visit has been carefully arranged. He explains that because this is Jia's rare international trip, he wanted everything prepared perfectly, even if that meant staying up all night. The strain of all that effort finally catches up with him as he slumps down in exhaustion. Yujima settles into first class in disbelief, quietly taking in how far his life has changed. He starts to relax and enjoy the luxury of the flight, relieved to have room to breathe for once. His small dragon companion, Yong, pops out in distress after nearly suffocating in the bag, and Yu jokes the complaint away. As the captain announces takeoff, Yu and Yong prepare for the flight, with Yong insisting they should simply trust the process instead of overthinking it. Yu pats Yong's head, and Yong proudly reminds him that he is no ordinary creature but a primordial dragon. While the plane rises into the sky, the journey takes on a strange wonder for Yong, who is experiencing human flight for the first time. Yong realizes with awe that he is flying. What amazes him most is that he is doing it without using his own wings. By the time the city comes into view below, even Yong has to admit this human way of traveling is not so bad. A few hours later, Yu arrives at his destination, relieved that the trip is finally over. The moment he steps out, officials rush to greet him with formal respect, making clear that his reputation has preceded him. Logan Chris of the Hunter Association introduces himself first, leading a welcoming party assembled specifically for Yu. An executive from the Psyker Association follows, showing that multiple powerful groups are eager to claim his attention. That attention immediately turns into a media swarm, with reporters and photographers pressing in from every side to get a piece of him. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Yu already regrets coming and just wants to escape. Once outside, he is visibly drained, feeling like the public frenzy has exhausted him before anything has even begun. Ashley praises him for handling the reception well and points out that his popularity now surpasses even bigger names. Yu tries to move on from the praise and refocus on why he came here in the first place. Looking over Casper, he sees a bleak settlement carved into a barren landscape and realizes how harsh the place is. He learns that Casper once held around 60,000 people, but its population collapsed over the last decade until only a few thousand remained. Ashley explains that the decline began after Psykers turned the area into a base for hunting nearby monsters, and Yu begins to understand the town's condition. Trying to steady himself, Yu activates his translation ring so he can work smoothly with the locals despite his nerves. He recalls Hyunseok arranging that artifact for him after asking him to produce scrolls for Psykers. Remembering that request, Yu resigns himself to the familiar routine and prepares to do the job as usual. He gets to work with confidence, organizing the crowd and starting production in an orderly line. Over the course of the day, Yu creates about 300 scrolls in Casper, a feat that will later be remembered as the grace of the legendary scroll maker. The scrolls prove extraordinarily effective, astonishing the recipients and rapidly elevating Yu's value in their eyes. 4 hours later, Yu finally finishes, worn out but relieved to be done. As he stretches his aching shoulder, someone offers him water, and the small kindness gives him a moment of relief. When the man politely asks for a favor in return, Yu lowers his guard because the request sounds harmless. The man reveals a colder intent beneath the courtesy and asks Yu to come with him for a moment. Yu follows him into a quieter alley, carrying his bag and assuming this is still part of an ordinary conversation. Even after being led farther away, Yu keeps the mood light and asks what the favor is, not yet sensing the trap clearly enough. A van suddenly appears nearby, turning the private walk into something far more threatening. Yu finally realizes something is wrong when the man grins and the vehicle arrives out of nowhere behind them. The pretense drops completely as the man orders Yu to make scrolls for them. Yu is stunned by the sudden betrayal and danger. Before he can react, multiple men seize him and overpower him. They force him into the van and make it clear they want his talent for themselves, not for hunters or the wider world. Their threat becomes explicit. They intend to keep him producing scrolls for them indefinitely. The van speeds away with Yu abducted inside. Trapped between his captors, Yu tries to stay calm while wondering where they are taking him. He takes slight comfort in the fact that Yong is still with him, hidden close at hand. Yu cautiously asks where they are taking him, hoping to get any useful information. The blonde kidnapper refuses to answer directly, and tells him he will find out only when they arrive. When Yu presses for more, the man repeats the same evasive answer, making it clear he will reveal nothing. Realizing words will get him nowhere, Yu starts thinking through his options while keeping his fear under control. He quietly reaches for his bag and decides his only chance is to rely on Young's help. Before he can act, the van jolts violently, throwing everyone off balance. The kidnappers panic as the driver loses control, and the sudden disruption breaks their hold on the situation. As the vehicle grinds to a halt, someone realizes the tire seems to be caught in something rather than simply failing. The blonde guard immediately senses trouble and orders the others to protect Mr. Yu while he handles the problem himself. He steels himself to step out and inspect the obstruction. Before anyone can react, a giant plant maw lunges at the vehicle and turns the stop into an ambush. Vines burst inside and seize the blonde man, cutting off any chance of an orderly response. The attackers drag men into the open as the plant monster overwhelms them and desperate cries for help erupt. Mr. Yu escapes the vehicle, quickly identifies the threat as a plant monster, and shifts from passenger to combatant. He reaches for the bag he brought with him, preparing whatever aid he has on hand. A small red dragon pops out, complaining that the bag was too dark, revealing itself as his hidden companion. Facing the towering plant, Mr. Yu judges that this little dragon may be enough to handle it for now. The dragon dismisses the enemy as unimpressive and takes point, ordering Mr. Yu to stay behind him. The plant monster roars and lashes out, trying to crush them with sheer size and reach. Mr. Yu stands his ground behind the dragon as the vines close in from every direction. Dragon and master answer together, both unleashing fire at the same moment. Their combined flames surge forward in a single overwhelming blast that engulfs the attacker. The plant monster burns away and collapses, ending the ambush almost instantly. Relieved, Mr. Yu grabs the dragon in gratitude and thanks him for saving his life again. The dragon accepts the praise with smug satisfaction, while Mr. Yu turns to the practical problem of how they will continue from here. A giant horned creature suddenly appears overhead, drawing Mr. Yu's attention to an unexpected new arrival. Choosing not to worry about the stranded car, Mr. Yu heads toward the earthquake site on this creature, convinced that the true reason he came lies there. As he rides, he forces himself to stay focused on the real objective, the Tree of Destruction. The mount carries him across a landscape glowing with heat and embers, toward the center of the crisis. Mr. Yu realizes that while he travels, the real battle is already being fought elsewhere. The story turns to the past, explaining that the World Tree once lacked the power to protect the whole world alone, and created special trees as helpers. One of those helpers became the Tree of Destruction, tying the present disaster to an ancient failure. When the High Lord tried to force his will on it, that corruption twisted the tree into the Lord of the Abyss. In the present, allied beasts gather around the corrupted tree, watching its thorned roots and waiting for its next move. They notice something strange. Despite the danger, the tree is not directing its hostility at them. The wolf suspects this unnatural calm may be a trick meant to make them lower their guard. The others disagree and consider that the tree may actually be trying to communicate, so they decide to pull back and observe. The snow leopard suddenly senses a change and urgently warns everyone to retreat. That warning comes too late as something tears its way out from within the corrupted mass. A red-haired demon woman emerges from the tree's body, revealing a far more personal threat behind the corruption. She greets the beasts with mocking familiarity and makes clear she has been watching them beat her underlings. Her appearance instantly puts the entire group on edge, replacing uncertainty with open alarm. The snow leopard recognizes her as Oriana, a High Lord of the Abyss, and demands to know why she has come. Oriana casually explains that their father has already left this world, hinting at a larger shift in power. She points toward Mr. Yu's approach, saying she senses a similar power there and asking whether it is the fake one the beasts created. The wolf realizes at once that she is talking about their master. Before they can act on that realization, vines bind the wolf and bear, proving Oriana has no intention of letting them interfere. She claims she only came to say hello, but her restraint of them makes the lie obvious. Meanwhile, Mr. Yu continues riding in, still unaware that he has already become her target. His mount suddenly notices something wrong, sensing danger too late. Oriana seizes Mr. Yu in her hand and immediately recognizes him as the one she was looking for. Caught in her grasp, he struggles but cannot break free. Amused, Oriana notes that he carries a scent connected to the fake world tree and toys with him while he demands release. She draws him closer, treating his resistance as entertainment rather than a threat. Instead of attacking outright, she leans in and openly savors his scent, making the encounter disturbingly intimate. Then she reveals her real interest by asking if he wants to become her pet. Mr. Yu rejects her outright, but he realizes with alarm that her power has left him unable to move at all. A giant red-haired High Lord cradles Jiha in her hand and coldly judges humanity as so foolish that the world would be better off under her rule. Jiha rejects that vision at once, insisting he has already seen enough of the world to know no one would want her domination. She leans in with predatory confidence and warns that his resistance will not last forever. As she presses close enough to terrify him, the confrontation turns from ideological to immediately threatening. But her menace falters when something catches in her memory and her expression abruptly changes. A touch and a scent trigger a buried recollection she cannot ignore. She remembers being led by the hand through a peaceful forest, and the memory carries the warmth of someone she trusted. The image resolves into a radiant figure whose presence feels unmistakably paternal. The remembered father reminds her that she was not born for destruction but for a duty he personally taught her. Shaken, she repeats the idea of duty as if hearing it for the first time in ages. The High Lord is suddenly disoriented, questioning herself because this supposed purpose no longer fits anything she remembers. Unable to reconcile the memory with her current self, she admits she cannot remember such a duty at all. Lost and half-faded in the desert sky, she turns inward and asks her absent father what she is supposed to do now. At that same moment Jiha realizes he is slipping from her palm and starts to fall. He tumbles through open air as her lapse and focus breaks her hold on him. Before he can hit the ground, Terradrone rises beneath him and catches him safely. The other guardian beast sees the opening and urge immediate focus, declaring that the High Lord's attention has broken. Their combined power surges against her in a coordinated elemental assault. Jiha lands safely in the desert while the threat is driven back. Relieved, he thanks Pterodrone first for saving him. He then thanks the rest of the beasts as they gather protectively around him. Kneeling by the branch he brought from the world tree, Jiha points everyone's attention to it. The beasts realize his gamble worked. By walking the Ark's path, Jiha proved the High Lord could not directly interfere with him. They explain that the plan was risky because everything would have failed if Organa had managed to seize him first. Jiha looks up in amazement as the branch begins to respond. The branch erupts into a towering world tree, transforming the barren desert with the Ark's power. Standing before the restored tree and the gathered beasts, Jiha offers heartfelt thanks to all of them. The mood lightens when Yong suddenly drops into the scene without warning. Yong crashes into Jiha hard enough to knock the breath out of him, turning the reunion into slapstick pain. Later, in the garden, Jiha sits with the beasts while Pterodrone presents a written account of what happened. Reading it, Jiha pieces together the aftermath and realizes the attack unfolded much as he suspected. The report identifies their enemy as Organa, Queen of Mushrooms and Vines, a High Lord who came to Earth through the Tree of Destruction. It explains that the nature gods counterattacked, and that the Ark's power within Jiha caught Organa off guard, forcing her to retreat after treating him like a mere pet. Jiha begins connecting the pattern, wondering if the High Lords are trying to reduce humans to domesticated dependence, and recalls Organa's strange lapse about forgotten duty. He remembers Yong once explaining that every race in the Ark was given a duty, and that without it they are only incomplete beings. That idea lodges in Jiha's mind and leaves him troubled by what it might mean for the High Lords. Overwhelmed by thoughts of the abyss and duty, he decides to stop for the day and head back. Back at Jiha's hotel, he wakes to find himself face to face with something warm and red in his bed. The intruder turns out to be a tiny dragon sleeping peacefully beside him. Jiha stares in disbelief as the little dragon continues napping on his bed as if it belongs there. The commotion brings others rushing in, demanding to know what happened. Jiha can only point out the impossible sight of the dragon perched on the bed. One of the newcomers blurts out the obvious in shock, confirming that a dragon has somehow appeared in the room. Jiha hurriedly explains that this is Yong, who barged in through the window and caught him completely off guard. Not understanding that, the muscular man assumes the creature is dangerous and moves to shield Jiha. The blonde woman reacts even faster, launching a lightning spell at the tiny dragon before anyone can stop her. Jiha immediately apologizes to Yong and checks if he is hurt, while trying to explain that the dragon only came in through the window and meant no harm. The crisis ends as quickly as it began when Yong flees, and Ashley receives a call reporting that the giant tree in the national park has suddenly vanished. After hearing the update, Ashley concludes there is no point visiting the site anymore because the evidence is gone. Jiha finds the disappearance suspicious, and the others agree the Bureau must investigate both the vanished tree and the warning Organa left behind. As the visit ends, the young man awkwardly explains that he only came back to see Dio-kun because he felt he should. The blonde woman takes that as proof of Dio-kun's kindness, admiring how he helped countless people without asking for anything in return. Encouraged by that image of him, the visitor hopes more hunters like Dio-kun will appear in the future. The woman politely thanks him for coming and asks if he will visit again. He agrees, sealing the exchange on good terms. Elsewhere in the forest, the small red dragon sulks in open irritation. The man tries to soothe him, apologizing for bringing him along and insisting he had no better option. Seeing the dragon's familiar angry expression, he realizes the creature is still offended. He explains that they cannot be seen together yet, so he had to create a scene to keep Ashley and Dio-kun from becoming suspicious. To make amends, he offers the dragon a piece of meat as an apology. A little later, while the dragon happily eats, the man reflects that he is basically babysitting a proud and difficult child. He turns back to work as the rabbits finish digging up the bones he needs. Wearing gloves, he begins shaping those bones into the form of a dragon. He channels his power into the finished shape, trying to breathe life into it. The spell succeeds, and several small dragon-like creatures emerge from the bone shells. One of the newborn blue dragons looks up at him with immediate awareness. A system notice confirms his life creation skill has advanced to level 2, which quietly pleases him. But as the little creatures swarm around him, he realizes the garden is too cramped for all these dragons and even the pterodrones are too lively to keep confined there. Laughing at the chaos, he decides they need a new place to stay. He reveals a wider area and presents it as their new home. He explains that while the garden was too small, this sanctuary should give them enough room to play and roam. The young creatures ignore the speech entirely and immediately start roughhousing with each other. At that moment, the red dragon's presence turns imposing, as if asserting himself over the scene. He gathers the smaller dragons around him, taking command while they huddle nervously under his protection. Misreading the tension, the man simply hopes they will all get along. In the sanctuary, something else catches his attention. He discovers a deep hole and realizes the rabbits were responsible for digging it. Surprised by how far they went after enjoying the bones, he decides to inspect the tunnel himself. He climbs down with a lantern and backpack, following the passage underground. Once inside, he quickly senses that this is no natural cave. The tunnel opens onto a sealed stone entrance, revealing that the rabbits uncovered a hidden labyrinth. Examining the masonry, he concludes the walls are artificial and the entrance was built to imprison something inside. Recognizing the danger, he decides he needs more information before acting. He settles down to study while his summoned creatures gather around him, and a goat even brings him a book. He accepts the help gratefully and prepares to read. The book identifies the place as the Great Labyrinth, a work of the Ark from an age before the World Tree existed. As he reads its fragmented account of ancient evil, followers, and a seal, he struggles to make sense of the abstract wording. The text describes a primitive era when the Ark opposed the environment of Gehenna, defeated an ancient evil and its followers, and sealed them away. That account clashes with what he thought he knew, leading him to suspect the surviving records may be mistaken and that there was a world before the World Tree. He notices a clearer section in the text and focuses on it. It warns that an ancient demon lord is sealed in the Great Labyrinth, and if it awakens, the labyrinth will descend into chaos as traps activate and its followers rampage. The same passage insists nothing can escape the labyrinth, and even treats it like a practice tool, which leaves him baffled by how casually the danger is framed. Back at the chained door, he wonders how he is supposed to enter a place that was deliberately sealed shut. A terror drone alerts him to a small hole nearby, giving him a possible way to scout the interior. He asks the terror drones to go in first and check what lies beyond. One of them approaches the opening and cautiously starts squeezing through. It gets stuck halfway, unable to force its round body inside. The others try to help push it through, but the attempt only turns into a clumsy struggle. Watching them fail, he realizes widening the hole would be too difficult. He then remembers he can use possession instead, deciding to enter through a safer host's body since he cannot be harmed while possessing one. A small hamster explorer enters the labyrinth, determined to search the place for clues. Outside, a group of demon cubs watches the ruins and notes that many demon lords died here after turning on one another. They expect the survivors to become hunters now, though one warns that not every demon lord will act the same way. The cubs decide it will be entertaining to watch the intruder try to escape, trusting their master to handle any trouble first. Deep inside the labyrinth, an armored demon lord senses a disturbance and stirs from his long isolation. He recognizes that an unexpected visitor has arrived after a very long time. From his throne, Krasis confirms they have a guest and prepares to receive whoever entered his domain. He orders his servants to bring the intruder in, and the hamster is led toward the throne room. A hulking guard moves to intercept the tiny trespasser with open hostility. The guard tries to crush the hamster outright before any audience can happen. The hamster reacts instantly, pulling out a prepared measure instead of panicking. A glowing barrier springs up around him, stopping the attack and exposing that this harmless-looking visitor came prepared. The guards are rattled by the sudden defense, while the hamster decides to investigate quickly and leave if possible. Their blades crash against the barrier and fail, proving the intruder is protected by something beyond their expectations. The hamster slips away while the guards stare in disbelief at how easily he escapes them. In the throne room, Chief of Staff Kryden reports that an unidentified intruder has entered, though embarrassingly it is only a hamster. Krasis immediately asks whether the labyrinth's traps were triggered. Kryden realizes the traps are ignoring the hamster entirely, which means the intruder is not being treated as prey. That anomaly interests Krasis, who notes that ordinary intruders should have died long before reaching him and orders the path open so he can see this himself. Kryden protests that opening the throne room exposes the heart of the labyrinth itself. Krasis shuts down the objection and insists his command be obeyed. Drawn onward as if guided, the hamster passes through the open doors and enters the throne room. Once inside, he senses a presence and realizes he has finally reached someone important. He calls out cautiously toward the figure on the throne. Nervous but polite, the hamster asks if the being before him is the demon lord. Krasis identifies himself as the Lord of Iron Blood and assumes the intruder came as a messenger from some enemy. The hamster apologizes for waking him and leaves Krasis briefly confused when no threat or demand follows. He explains that he found the labyrinth by accident, making his presence seem even more suspicious. Krasis rejects that explanation as impossible and demands to know what era this is and why anyone would enter after 2,000 years of bloodshed. He presses the real question directly: why is the hamster here? Instead of answering at once, the hamster reveals a human image behind him and asks for help first. The request is clearly tied to that human, suggesting the hamster serves a purpose beyond simple exploration. Krasis demands to know why a demon lord should help such a creature at all. The hamster introduces himself as a gardener of the World Tree who still retains part of the Ark's power, but admits there are things he cannot do alone. Krasis recognizes that connection and concludes the hamster is tied to the archdemon, while the hamster lets the title slide in favor of the urgent matter. He formally asks Krasis for a favor. Krasis allows him to continue. The hamster asks for help with his work, promising that if Krasis assists him, he can help him escape the labyrinth as well. Krasis counters that escape is impossible because the archdemon created this place to be inescapable. He treats the offer as mockery and says that if the hamster came to taunt them, he may as well continue. The curse of the labyrinth is laid bare. No one dies inside it, dead demon lords revive at the entrance, and even after 2,000 years the imprisonment remains unbroken. The hamster decides he may need to break that cycle himself, and asks Krasis to wait a moment. A golden light appears in the throne room as the hamster begins demonstrating a power from beyond the labyrinth. Krasis assumes at first that this is just another trick meant to ridicule his captivity. Then something touches his armor, interrupting his certainty. He discovers a single droplet of water and is stunned by the impossible sensation. As rain begins falling inside the labyrinth, Krasis realizes something unprecedented is happening. Outside, the human uses his own power to create the rain, intending to prove to Krasis that influence from beyond the labyrinth can still reach inside. Krasis silently absorbs the evidence as the rain continues around him. For the first time in ages, he rises from his throne, shaken into action by the possibility that this long imprisonment may finally change. A small animal insists it is not the Ark itself, only someone altering the labyrinth and trying to help the armored ruler escape, though doing so from this place is difficult. The ruler, long resigned to a death hidden in silence, decides that if this creature can offer any chance at all, he will accept its help. He formally offers his service to the tiny intruder, committing himself to the alliance. Later, he reports to the others that in the end only 3 of them have appeared. Penelope, the Lord of Delusion, treats the situation lightly and asks whether they are finally being released while the rest remain missing. The armored lord confirms that may be true, but says their immediate concern lies elsewhere. Penelope quickly guesses the matter may be tied to whatever is awakening them. He explains that he found an animal with power similar to the archdemons, and that its control over rain inside the labyrinth convinced him it was worth hearing out. The Lord of Intelligence is unsettled that even he can barely use his power here, and demands to know who this being is. The armored lord leaves the answer to the creature itself. The little animal calmly introduces itself, immediately overturning the room's expectations. Both Penelope and the Lord of Intelligence are shocked, because only demon lords should be able to enter that place. Penelope realizes the creature can both perceive them and cross into their sealed domain, proving it is deeply connected to the archdemon. The animal identifies itself as the gardener, caretaker of the World Tree's garden. That title stuns the Lord of Intelligence, who realizes the world outside must have changed drastically while they slept. The gardener agrees that an explanation is necessary. It summarizes the catastrophe bluntly. Gehenna was destroyed, High Lords overran half the continent, and civilization has nearly collapsed. The Lord of Intelligence reflects bitterly that the archdemon's world was ruined by his own creations, unsure whether that deserves grief or satisfaction. Penelope watches with amused interest rather than mourning. The gardener admits it took this harmless form partly to make contact from a lowly creature's perspective, since that suits its abilities. Penelope finds the creature charming and tries to sway it with enchantment, hoping to pull it to her side. She presses closer and asks what they should do next, testing whether the gardener can be manipulated. The gardener resists the charm completely and moves on, confirming Penelope's influence will not work on it. It lays out the plan. Hunters will soon enter the labyrinth, and the demon lords should cooperate with them because the gardener intends to build the best possible labyrinth for those challengers. Elsewhere in the forest, a ragged man trudges forward with a knife, still alive after ages of confinement. As strange energy stirs around him, he senses the labyrinth shifting again. The man is revealed as Kaldor Tristan, the Ark's champion, a warrior who once surpassed ordinary humans. He recognizes that the labyrinth, long dormant, has become active again and that monsters are moving once more. Instead of fear, the renewed danger excites him, because it gives him things to kill again. Penelope appears nearby and watches him from behind, approaching cautiously. Kaldor notices her presence and is startled to hear a familiar name after so long. Penelope confirms his identity and remarks with surprise that he has survived. Kaldor answers with hostility, mocking her as a succubus and demanding to know whether she objects to him still being alive. She dismisses the tension and says she is simply struck by seeing a human remain alive after more than 5 centuries. Kaldor reminds her that demons were the ones who cursed him, though he chooses not to attack her immediately. Penelope changes the subject and points out that the labyrinth is changing under a new force. When Kaldor asks about the strange sound, she explains that it is the labyrinth being reshaped by its new owner. That revelation jolts him, and he demands to know who has taken control. Penelope admits she knows little, only that the new being is beyond their understanding and is already transforming the labyrinth. Realizing that presence may be listening, Kaldor decides to address it directly. He raises his blade and shouts at the unseen watcher to come out and face him. Then he drops to the ground and yells into the earth, guessing the new owner might be below, while Penelope judges the display embarrassingly loud. A voice answers by naming him, instantly proving it has been watching. The gardener quietly recites Kaldor Tristan's history in detail, showing it already knows his life, his rise as the Ark's champion, and the curse that trapped him in the labyrinth. Hearing that unseen scrutiny, Kaldor admits the urge to kill the speaker is growing. The gardener notes that despite his ruined appearance, Kaldor is still the Ark's champion and carries an unusually powerful aura. It also reads his status directly, concluding that his raw traits are exceptional but weighed down by numerous mental afflictions. The gardener judges that centuries in the labyrinth have damaged Kaldor's mind, while Kaldor rages at the hidden observer to reveal itself. The gardener dryly remarks that surviving 500 years in the labyrinth without going completely insane is impressive enough. When Kaldor demands to know when the hidden owner will finally appear, Penelope answers for it with a simple promise: soon. A ragged man in the forest tries to steady himself, cursing as he struggles with panic and confusion. A small creature on the shoulder of a horned woman checks whether he has finally calmed down enough to talk. The man recognizes that the earlier voice came from this odd little being and insists he would rather speak to it than whatever form it used before. The woman admits she has not seen that true form either and apologizes for the unsettling introduction. Still suspicious, the man cuts past that and demands to know who they are. The creature identifies itself only as a guardian of the world tree and refuses to reveal more because the man is the Ark's champion. He scoffs at the secrecy, but his frustration quickly turns into a more urgent grievance. After enduring the labyrinth for 500 years, he demands to know what happened to the world tree's gardener. Instead of answering, the creature decides the conversation is over and prepares to leave with Penelope. As they turn away, the man panics and begs them not to abandon him again. Left desperate and ashamed, he pleads not to be left alone in the labyrinth. Penelope realizes his mind has held together surprisingly well after centuries of isolation and repeated demon attacks. Seeing his desperation, she gives him another chance and asks if he can stay calm long enough for her to continue. He overcompensates by insisting he is perfectly sane, making his instability even more obvious. The guardian tells him plainly that it wants to help, but only if he can keep himself under control. He reins himself in and asks what help they could possibly offer. The guardian says it can free him from this place, though not immediately, because the demon lords will lift the curse if it orders them to. That claim only deepens his suspicion, and he asks whether the guardian is effectively commanding the demon lords. The guardian explains that its relationship with them is cooperation rather than subservience, and it could extend that same arrangement to him. He rejects the idea outright, refusing any alliance with demon lords. The guardian coldly points out that his pride can keep him trapped here for another 1,000 years if he prefers. Faced with that reality, he immediately backtracks and begs them not to take his outburst seriously. The guardian apologizes as well, then reveals the real reason his release no longer matters. Gehenna has already fallen. The news shocks him so badly that he demands an explanation. Trying to make sense of it, he insists the dragons and the champions were supposed to mediate such disasters, and the High Lords should have prevented this. The answer is grim. When beings from the abyss invaded, the dragons were unable to stop them. More precisely, the so-called mediators failed in their duty, allowing Gehenna to be destroyed. He admits he only knows of the abyss through the Ark, which makes the scale of the catastrophe even harder for him to grasp. The Guardian clarifies that Gehenna is effectively gone, with only a handful of survivors left, and sees no reason for him to cling to that dead world. The man is left staring into the void of the future, wondering if that means he was meant to remain imprisoned forever. The Guardian assures him there is another world he can go to, though it cannot yet explain everything, and promises he will not be disappointed. That hope revives him at once, and he eagerly assumes the survivors must be there too. The Guardian confirms that people from another world will be arriving and asks him to meet them, since he knows this place better than anyone. Penelope joins him as he rises, and he worries that his appearance will make a terrible first impression. The Guardian advises him to clean himself up and simply speak to the newcomers, then asks whether he accepts those terms. He agrees without hesitation. His enthusiasm hardens into determination once he realizes this is his chance to escape the labyrinth at last. He immediately starts imagining himself as an elder guide to the arrivals, while Penelope and the Guardian quietly doubt how smoothly that will go. Elsewhere in the garden, a gathering of beast folk and magical creatures convenes to discuss the next stage of rebuilding. They decide the first step is to load the system back into operation. With the world tree grown enough to support it, they conclude they can finally begin experimenting here. The others agree and note that they now have enough sponsors to make the system viable. They further conclude that their master will soon be able to invite new entrants into the labyrinth. The system they discuss is a sponsorship structure in which the Ark and nature gods empower warriors who enter the labyrinth and survive its trials. Its rewards take the form of shining essence, establishing the resource that will support the new order. Outstanding participants will be able to form contracts with the Ark or with nature gods through that sponsorship system. The group then turns to practical details, beginning with what currency the system should use. They quickly settle on essence as the obvious choice, and the decision is unanimously accepted. Someone suggests adding another item to the economy as well, which catches the attention of the onlookers. The planners postpone that question for later, but warn that if essence is used, everyone will need to guard it carefully or risk losing it. The Red Dragon explains that their role is only to deliver a positive message after the donations, while the sponsor alone will decide whether to support Mu's growth. The White Cat argues that this world should reward those who truly deserve it, and that Mu can only prove himself by enduring hardship and staying committed. Still uncertain, the cat wonders what Mu's master actually wants from all of this. Mu's master is shown warmly surrounded by his companions, suggesting the bond and trust that may be guiding his choices. The group agrees not to judge too quickly and decides to wait for the master's intentions to become clear. A few days later, the story shifts to Han Sung-hyuk's house at night. Sung-hyuk discovers a strange letter and is immediately unsettled by it. The letter turns out to be an invitation to a place called the Great Labyrinth, leaving him confused but intrigued. Soon after, he is carried through the night by a giant insect-like creature toward the destination. He arrives inside a cavernous area and cautiously takes in his unfamiliar surroundings. He quickly realizes he is not alone, as Wei-in, Margareta, and another armored companion have also been brought there. Margareta confirms she received the same invitation, and the group begins trying to understand what kind of place they have entered. The armored man admits he is just as clueless, but spots something nearby that might offer answers. Their attention turns down the passage toward a lit stall set up inside the cavern. The group approaches carefully, finding what looks like a merchant stand in the middle of the labyrinth. A bug-like shopkeeper cheerfully displays goods, including glowing stones and dried items laid out for sale. Wei-yin presses the merchant to explain why he is selling supplies here and whether they are meant to be used deeper inside. While she questions the setup, Sung-hyuk studies the stall more carefully and starts piecing together its purpose. He suddenly realizes the obvious answer. The merchant is here because the labyrinth's challengers may be stranded and desperate for supplies. The silent merchant's expression confirms the point, making the situation feel even more absurd. Meanwhile, Margareta examines a special item and asks what exactly it is meant to do. The merchant explains with a crude diagram that the item protects people from succubus-style charm or possession. Margareta understands at once that it is meant to cure a delusion spell, while the others demand to know what that means. The explanation reveals that a succubus can seize control of a victim's body, and this item is supposed to break that influence. The merchant adds that such creatures have reportedly been seen several times inside the Great Labyrinth. Wei-yin then notices the glowing stones and learns they are another practical tool being sold here. Seeing how dark and complex the labyrinth must be, she decides the stones could be useful and asks the price. The merchant demands 4 essence for each one, a price high enough to provoke immediate outrage. Wei-yin explodes, accusing the merchant of charging the same inflated rate as the wall outside and refusing to accept it. The merchant remains stubborn and unbothered by her anger. He pointedly leaves the price unchanged, making clear that bargaining will not be easy. Sung-hyuk reminds Wei-yin that they need the supplies and cannot afford to waste time fighting over a price they may have to pay. Grudgingly, Wei-yin gives in and buys the item despite her frustration. Sung-hyuk notes that if merchants are selling this many specialized goods, the labyrinth ahead must contain even more dangers they have not anticipated. Rather than rely on rumors about demons and monsters, he decides they should investigate for themselves since they were invited here anyway. The scene shifts as the group moves onward and emerges into a forested area within the labyrinth. They are surprised to find not just a forest but a man already waiting there, as if expecting their arrival. His rough, worn appearance makes him look like someone who has survived in isolation for years, despite the others' attempts to joke about it. A closer look shows a hardened man whose age and condition suggest long experience rather than simple vagrancy. He greets them calmly, confirming that he has indeed been waiting for them. His overwhelming presence immediately puts the group on edge and marks him as someone dangerous. He introduces himself as Kaldor Tristan and directly asks whether they are the hunters from Earth. Sung-hyuk notices that Kaldor speaks as though their arrival was expected all along. Kaldor admits he has heard stories about them and knows enough to recognize them as hunters, even if he lacks the details. Then he singles out Margareta by family name, Rustle, catching her completely off guard. Shaken, Margareta demands to know how a stranger in this place could possibly know that name. Kaldor says she resembles someone he once knew, implying a family connection to a woman named Marlene. Margareta immediately suspects the truth and asks if he is the Ark's champion, while Kaldor confirms he is the ghost who has spent 500 years in the Great Labyrinth. Even with old stories in mind, Wei-yin struggles to believe that any human could survive here for that long. Kaldor dismisses their doubts and insists that if they want to enter deeper into the labyrinth and fulfill the invitation they received, they will have to trust him. The dark-haired adventurer judges the mysterious man as dangerous, but not an outright enemy. The armored knight demands proof that the stranger truly serves the Ark and claims loyalty to it himself. The stranger accepts the challenge and prepares a simple demonstration to verify his connection to the Ark. With a casual gesture, he shows complete confidence that his power will speak for itself. He unleashes a burst of force through the axe, flooding it with energy and driving it down with overwhelming power. The strike shatters the ground so completely that the embedded handle alone is left standing in the crater. The group is stunned by how far beyond normal strength the display was. The dark-haired man realizes that if that blow had been aimed at him, survival would have been doubtful. The stranger admits the attack was so fast and powerful that even he is unsure he could have avoided it himself. Having made his point, he insists he is not their enemy and pushes them to stop posturing and speak properly. The dark-haired adventurer agrees to postpone questions about the stranger's identity until they are out of danger. Satisfied, the stranger tells them they chose wisely and leads them onward. As they move, the red-haired woman reflects on the title of Ark's champion, a role once held by her ancestors. She resolves not to wait for appointment, but to prove both her worth and her loyalty herself. Determined, she decides she will become a champion inside this labyrinth by her own effort. When danger returns, the dark-haired man instantly drops into motion and draws to engage. He cuts through multiple monsters in rapid succession before they can close in. At the same time, the red-haired mage channels fire through her staff and joins the fight. She sweeps a blazing attack across the battlefield, burning through the monsters ahead. With the enemies handled cleanly, the dark-haired man remarks that the trial is manageable so far. Even so, he stays alert, sensing that the situation is not as simple as it appears. He warns the others that something is watching them, though they are unsure whether to trust that feeling. A hidden system message reveals that the mighty god's Fang has noticed him and that Growler wants him to perform better. The Watchers are revealed to be a group of beast-like beings observing the party from concealment, led by Yongwon. They judge the adventurers favorably, noting that long experience has made them capable fighters. The beasts recognize that the humans have spent nearly a decade battling monsters and that the red-haired girl has returned after a long absence. Their discussion turns personal as one beast praises the magician and another compares her temperament to a more aggressive ally. Unaware of the commentary, the two humans remain focused and ready for another attack. The beasts analyze the fight in real time, noting that the mage is forcing monsters to dodge while the humans handle the rest. Youngwon cuts off the chatter and decides the observers should stop talking idly. The group agrees to support the humans with their strength and essence instead of merely watching from the sidelines. They also decide that all further communication should appear as messages, both to stay hidden and to avoid reckless blurting. The bear, singled out for his loose tongue, is left confused and slightly embarrassed. The others bluntly explain that his way of speaking would expose them, and Youngwon forces the group back to order before they can bicker further. A strange blue glow spreads through the area, signaling that the hidden support is beginning to take effect. The dark-haired adventurer notices the message and realizes the howler may be contacting only him. The others connect this to the single fawn of a great god they saw earlier and begin to suspect they are truly being observed. Their guide confirms it, explaining that demigods watch people in the Great Labyrinth and sometimes lend them power. He adds that if a demigod takes a liking to someone, that person can even form a contract, though he himself was excluded because he already serves the main god. He warns them not to overestimate such favor, since a demigod's blessing is limited and each one has different tastes. Another message clarifies that the administration of the Infinite Library has merely opened the line to those who are watching, and the guide urges the group to behave while they have this audience. The red-haired mage immediately treats the situation like a nuisance, complaining that being watched by multiple demigods feels intrusive. Then she shamelessly calls out to the unseen demigods, inviting any of them to contract with her because she considers herself an excellent choice. The demigods answer at once by mocking her arrogance, vanity, and lack of self-awareness. Offended, she snaps back and boasts that there are hardly any magicians stronger than she is. The unseen voices continue heckling her, and she flares up further, ready to argue with beings she cannot even see. Elsewhere, a bespectacled young man stumbles onto the gathering and asks what everyone is doing there. The beasts casually brush him off by claiming they are simply sightseeing in the Great Labyrinth. One small creature presents him with an ornate book, clearly wanting him to read something important from it. As he reads, he learns that support can be granted through strength or essence to help a chosen target grow, and that the administration has temporarily given him the skill to interpret the messages. While exploring the cave, the party is alerted that a new summon or support creature has arrived. Elsewhere, a man realizes his support abilities can be sent remotely and starts considering helping the group while he continues his outing. As he thinks it over, his animal companions crowd him for attention, making it harder for him to stay focused. He decides not to interfere for now, reasoning that stepping in might only complicate things. Back in the cave, the armored defender moves to the front and prepares to absorb whatever attack is coming. His companions follow his lead, bracing themselves as they warn each other that they still do not know what kind of monster they are facing. Instead of a beast, a succubus suddenly appears before them, catching the group off guard. She immediately identifies one of them as the newcomer and treats the encounter like a cruel initiation game. To entertain herself, she summons a Balrog-like demon and sends it charging at the party. The red-haired swordswoman quickly identifies the creature's weak point and tells the dark-haired fighter to strike from its blind spot while she supports him. The shield-bearer agrees to hold the line, while the team also notes that the succubus herself remains a threat they cannot ignore. The demon rushes them head-on, forcing the plan into motion immediately. The defender meets the charge with his shield and barely stops the monster's momentum. Even as he strains under the impact, he refuses to give ground. The clash becomes a pure test of force, with the demon pressing down on him from above. Using that opening, the dark-haired fighter launches himself into position for a decisive strike. He brings his blade down with a powerful arc and lands a clean hit. The demon collapses, apparently killed in a single coordinated exchange. The group is surprised by how easily the Balrog fell and suspects' luck played a part. Before they can settle, a cry draws their attention to Wayan. The red-haired swordswoman sees that Wayan is standing apart with an unnatural glow, and realizes something is wrong. Wayan's vacant expression makes it clear she is no longer fully in control of herself. The dark-haired fighter urgently demands to know what happened to her. The swordswoman pieces it together, and realizes the succubus got close to Wayan during the fight. She recalls that the succubus used the Balrog as a distraction so she could slip in and charm Wayan unnoticed. The memory confirms that Wayan was directly enchanted before anyone could intervene. The swordswoman blames herself for letting her guard down and allowing the charm to take hold. The party concludes that the demon was only bait, and that their real priority now is breaking Wayan's enchantment before she turns on them. Under the succubus's influence, Wayan raises her flaming staff and faces the group as an enemy. A sudden shift in her expression warns that she is about to attack. The swordswoman shouts a warning as Wayan moves. A massive spell blooms overhead, showing that the charm has turned Wayan's magic into a threat against her own allies. Seeing the spell's wide area, the swordswoman realizes they cannot simply dodge and must find a way to break the charm quickly. She remembers there is a charm antidote needle sold at the Tetradron shop and seizes on it as their best option. As Wei-yin continues channeling magic, the swordswoman judges that they only need a brief opening to dispel the enchantment. She asks the shield bearer to distract Wei-yin for a moment, while she prepares a way to use the antidote. Her plan is blunt but practical. Get close enough to stab Wei-yin with the antidote needle. The others recognize the item and understand that this risky approach may be their only chance. The dark-haired fighter narrowly avoids the edge of Wei-yin's attack as the assault begins. The shield bearer steps in and blocks the magical blast with his shield, buying the opening they need. Knowing what he is about to do will look hostile, he apologizes to Wei-yin in advance and commits to the distraction. He and the dark-haired fighter confront her from the front, forcing her attention onto them while she keeps casting. As he calls out to his ally, the shield bearer holds Wei-yin in place for one more instant. That instant is enough for the dark-haired fighter to slip behind Wei-yin and physically restrain her. With Wei-yin's movement checked, the swordswoman rushes in from behind to administer the antidote. She drives the needle into Wei-yin, aiming to break the charm before the mage can retaliate. The enchantment shatters, and Wei-yin begins to come back to herself. Disoriented and shaken, she realizes something has just been forcibly removed from her mind. As the danger passes, the swordswoman kneels beside her and immediately checks whether she is all right. Wei-yin weakly confirms that she is conscious and recovering, ending the crisis for the moment. As the party regroups in the labyrinth, Huiyin admits the succubus nearly ruined them and concedes that Margarita's item ended up saving the situation. Unable to deny it, Huiyin apologizes directly to Margarita for the trouble she caused. Margarita refuses to blame her, deciding the mistake was really her own for failing to guard the rear properly. The others brush off the awkwardness and push the group to start moving again together. Watching from elsewhere, the father senses that the situation is turning bad. Dukin notices Sung-hik is exhausted from leading non-stop through the maze. Huiyin also sees that everyone is tense after the earlier incident, leaving Mari and Dukin especially exposed. As they advance, Mari falls behind the shield bearer while Margarita keeps close to protect her. That caution proves justified when beast men suddenly swarm Margarita's side. The armored fighter realizes too late that the enemy is concentrating on her flank and shouts a warning. Margarita is immediately boxed in by multiple attackers before the others can reach her. She steels herself and draws on her power to break through the encirclement. Her counterattack cuts through several beastmen in a single sweeping strike. But even after landing the blow, she senses a more dangerous attack coming. A larger beastman crashes in with overwhelming force, driving straight at her. Margarita barely catches the strike, straining to hold it back at close range. The monster raises its axe for a finishing blow while pinning her in place. Realizing she cannot stop it, Margarita panics as death closes in. The beastman brings the axe down with crushing power. The impact sends Margarita flying across the cavern floor. Sung-hee cries out as he sees her go down. Outside the immediate fight, the father bitterly regrets not sending Gizyakin as a champion if this was how things would unfold. Huiyin understands no one can spare help because the rest of the party is still tied up in front. The armored fighter grimly recalls that in the Great Labyrinth, death does not even come as an escape. Badly wounded, Margarita kneels in silence, staring at the blood running down her body. The surviving beastmen close in on her, ready to finish what they started. She tries to rise despite the pain, but can barely manage more than a groan. Seeing her about to be overwhelmed, the father desperately reaches out in refusal. A divine blessing answers him, restoring Margarita's health and mana completely. The miracle goes further, raising all her stats, resistances, and skills to their limits. Reborn in an instant, Margarita tears through the surrounding beastmen before they can react. The others can only stare as she suddenly stands unharmed after being on the verge of death. Margarita herself is left breathless, trying to understand the impossible recovery. Sung-hik demands to know what just happened and who supported her. All Margarita can offer is that the system identifies the source only as an undefined being. The father quietly reveals himself to her as the main god and warns her never to speak of it. He notes that her reset stats should have made such aid impossible, confirming this was no ordinary demigod intervention. After the shock passes, Huiyin admits she briefly thought it was over, and Margarita urges everyone onward since they are almost out. The armored fighter apologizes for failing to hold the line, while Dukin worries Mari may have seen too much of what happened. Trying to steady them, the father says the exit is just ahead. With that reassurance, the party resumes its march through the tunnel. As they go, Sung-hik notices the passage growing unnaturally darker, and the others feel it too. The darkness gives way to a cluster of small creatures, and Sung-hik recognizes them as Tetradron. The party hesitates in confusion as more of the creatures gather around them without attacking. Instead of a battle, the Tetradron erupt into celebration and announce that the party has cleared the labyrinth. The father joins the applause, congratulating everyone on their success. Relief breaks the tension at once, and the group happily accepts that they made it through without a true disaster. With the danger behind them, Sung-hik praises the team while Margarita jokes that next time she expects a blessing or sponsorship from the start. Elsewhere, a horned girl hears of this outcome and rejects it as impossible. Shaken, she insists that no mere toy could possibly be her father, revealing a new threat tied to the hidden god. A furious demon woman orders that Ezekiel and Ignis be summoned immediately. Her demand hardens into an urgent command, making clear she will not tolerate any delay. She waits in tense silence, visibly holding back anger. A servant kneels and reports that Lord Organa, Lord Ezekiel, and Lord Ignis have been brought before her. She confronts them for arriving late and warns that the situation has already become critical. Ignis treats her outrage lightly, implying that if she needs their help, the matter must truly be serious. Ezekiel is even more dismissive, urging everyone to skip the theatrics and get to the point. In response, she clenches herself under control before revealing what is really troubling her. She explains that the issue is not the attack itself, but that someone has appeared while pretending to be her father. That revelation amuses Ezekiel, who is intrigued by the audacity of whoever dared it. A bald subordinate tries to calm the room, insisting nothing has truly begun yet and that they have only been waiting for the right moment. He reframes what happened as the work of a vile illusion and assures her they can crush the enemy once they act. His words trigger a memory of her earlier fear and uncertainty, showing how deeply the encounter shook her. She falls quiet, no longer as certain of her own judgment. She starts to accept the possibility that what she felt may indeed have been an illusion. The subordinate presses further, declaring that the High Lords are destined to lead the world into dominion. Elsewhere, the story shifts to explain that after Sun Hyuk's party returned from the Great Labyrinth, people who entered it became known as hunters. Those chosen by Terra Drone could receive invitations that allowed them to enter the Great Labyrinth. Inside that place, normal stats were reset and challengers had to rely on innate abilities, while the absence of true death made it attractive to novices. As public fascination spread, talk of the Great Labyrinth became impossible to avoid. Rumors grew even faster because people learned they could form contracts with demigods, and information about Margarita's mysterious patron spread with them. At that same time, Margareta quietly reflects on her own hand, still unsettled by recent events. She walks alone through the park, seemingly searching for resolve. Her attention settles on the Great World Tree, the source of the power and duty weighing on her. She plants her sword before it as if making a formal appeal. Then she drops to one knee before the tree and addresses her lord in prayer. Nearby, the bespectacled man with the white cat realizes the moment he feared has arrived. Watching from a hillside above the city, he braces himself while the cat remains calmly at his side. Margareta thanks her lord for giving her the strength to clear the labyrinth safely, but admits she still feels consumed by anger at her own helplessness. The man acknowledges how much she has suffered, especially having to watch without being able to help. Margareta judges herself weak and vows to become stronger, noting that even the champion Kilder was unaffected by the Great Labyrinth. She concludes that her current devotion is still insufficient, and that she must dedicate herself more completely to her lord's mission. The man reflects that his mission is to nurture the world tree and restore the ecosystem, and that this requires hunters to keep growing. He begins to wonder whether Margareta should also be given a chance, despite the danger of binding her life to that path. Seeing that her heart remains sincere, he considers accepting her as his champion if that is truly what she wants. Margareta immediately begs to be made his champion, declaring that any limits on her personal life are acceptable. Her earnestness leaves him awkwardly impressed, but it also settles his decision. He proceeds to register Margareta Rustel as a champion. As the power takes hold, Margareta is startled by the change happening within her. Her class transforms into companion of the world tree, she gains protective and interference abilities, and her divinity rises sharply. The registration is completed, and Margareta kneels in renewed devotion, offering her life to her lord. The man accepts her gratitude while privately congratulating himself for advancing further along what he sees as a god's path. Reviewing his status, he realizes his own stats have changed completely as a result of this development. He notes that beyond the numbers and skills, ether and essence have now been merged into a new resource called divinity. The system explains that divinity comes from believers' faith, and also grows when miracles inspire awe in the world. He confirms that his former dungeon resources now flow as divinity instead, and sees the amount increase. That realization leads him to think he may now be able to spend divinity to create rain inside the labyrinth. He decides there must be a reason for this new unified power, and resolves to learn how to use it efficiently. The scene then shifts to the tutorial labyrinth, where new arrivals enter a dark cavern. Two hooded figures, identified as irregular Hyuni and Hyanho, confirm that they have reached the labyrinth. At night, two hooded intruders slip into a dungeon tied to the demon world, intent on reaching its depths without alerting the beetle-like guards. As they move through the tunnel, the man reminds his companion that stealth is their only chance to get deeper inside. Hearing something approach, he immediately orders her to hide before they are discovered. A lone beetle guard wanders past, confused but not yet aware of the hidden pair. The intruders stay perfectly still and silent, waiting for the danger to pass. Another guard calls the first one away, unknowingly pulling the patrol off their trail. The beetles hurry off together, leaving the corridor clear again. Once the guards are gone, the pair resume their advance into the dungeon. The oppressive atmosphere convinces the man they have found the right place, and he believes this may finally let them make contact with Zervin. His companion worries they are in over their heads and could die here if a monster appears. He brushes off the danger, insisting that if anything attacks, it should be the one they came to find. Even so, the woman remains tense as they continue deeper beside the wall. Sensing they are being observed, the man openly challenges the hidden watcher to reveal itself. He escalates the demand by calling directly for Zervan and insisting on an answer. Elsewhere, a horned subordinate reports the intruders shouting to his master and asks how to respond. The master is revealed as Haiban, the demon king of lies and lord of thieves, who treats the disturbance as a minor nuisance. The subordinate explains that the trespassers are irregulars, outsiders unlike normal hunters who survive by stealing rather than entering dungeons properly. Haiban decides that if those unusual humans are looking for him, he has reason to take interest in them. His subordinate hesitates, questioning whether getting involved with them is wise. A reminder of Haiban's past recklessness shows he has been beaten before, but he dismisses the risk and assumes these intruders will be manageable. Back in the dungeon, the pair realize their challenge has produced no visible response. An unseen message appears instead, revealing that Haiban has been watching them all along. The two are startled that Haiban, not Zervan, answered, but they still demand to be taken to Zervan. Observing them through magic, Haiban wonders why people searching for a High Lord are invoking the name of a demon god. He decides the natural next step is to acknowledge them and probe what they know. Another message reaches the intruders, with Haiban asking what connection they have to Zervan. The question catches them off guard and exposes how little they truly understand. The man admits only that their parents once made a contract with Zervan, and he again demands to be brought to him. Hearing this, Haiban concludes they possess only fragments of memory and starts wondering whether a contract with Zervan could pass down through bloodlines. That possibility visibly startles his subordinate. The subordinate points out that rumors mention 2 irregulars among the current single-numbered hunters, suggesting these intruders may be those same 2. Haiban finds that explanation plausible and notes that hunters shunned by other worlds would have no easy way to learn which dimension the demon kings inhabit. Satisfied, Haiban identifies Zervan as the one they seek and prepares to handle the matter himself. Before he can continue, a small hamster-like creature appears and interrupts, clearly having overheard something important. Both demons turn toward the newcomer as the interruption abruptly shifts control of the conversation. The creature calls out Haiban's attempt to manipulate the issue of irregular single numbers and accuses him of deceiving the intruders as Zervan. Caught, Haiban instantly panics and tries to pass it off as a misunderstanding. When that fails, he drops all pretense and begs for his life. The creature calmly proposes that they settle the matter through a proper talk instead. As Haiban cowers, the subordinate reflects that the 2 intruders entered the labyrinth through stealth, confirming part of Haiban's report. Elsewhere, a bespectacled man reviews the case and focuses on the clue that both intruders are irregulars and single numbers. He recalls that among the current single-numbered hunters, only 2 are active, making the pair's identity much easier to narrow down. He then questions why a contract supposedly made by their parents with a High Lord would create such an unusual situation for single-numbered hunters. Unable to answer that yet, he decides to return to the general store and research High Lords and single numbers further. The scene shifts to night outside a building as his investigation continues. Back at his desk, he settles in to organize what he has learned. He prepares to summarize the information and connect the scattered pieces. His review turns to an old catastrophe in Gehenna, where Earth's firepower briefly awakened but was ultimately crushed by betrayal and overwhelming losses. From that history, he concludes that Hyunho and Hyunhee were likely deceived by one of the High Lords and lured by the true identity of this Zervan. With that theory in mind, he calls for Yang'e and asks her to find him a book about High Lords. A small white goat brings the man a book, and he accepts it with quiet gratitude. He rewards the helpful creature with a gentle pat before turning his attention to the text. The book identifies itself as a record about the distorted children, suggesting it contains more than an ordinary manuscript. As he reads, he realizes the distorted children refers to the High Lords and settles in to study the account carefully. The record explains that those children truly became High Lords, but they were not born in Gehenna and instead came there from elsewhere. It describes siblings who did not know each other, false heirs, and a struggle whose disastrous outcome now seems inevitable to him. The writer defends choosing his own children as the best option and insists that anyone who understands his position would not judge him so easily. The man keeps reading with the goat beside him, but the explanation feels frustratingly incomplete. He summarizes the history so far as Zervan and the other High Lords starting a war to seize both Earth and Gehenna. The account shifts to 2 descendants who betrayed their side and now search for Zervan with only fragmentary memories of a High Lord named Zervan seeking power. Deciding guesses are no longer enough, he resolves to speak to those descendants directly. In the cave, the 2 white-haired siblings wait uneasily, unsure how long they are expected to remain there. A message from the Demon King abruptly asks whether they know who Zervan is, catching them off guard. The brother answers that Zervan is the being their parent made a contract with, and that they were meant to inherit that contract. Listening from the forest, the man concludes they know almost nothing beyond scraps tied to Zervan himself. His thoughts return to the world tree, and he senses that the forgotten memories he wanted may have existed before the tree ever burned. Driven by that suspicion, he reaches toward the tree and demands to know why this happened. The contact triggers a sudden response, and he is pulled into a vivid memory. He witnesses the world tree engulfed in flames. Within the memory, 2 figures collapse in panic and beg forgiveness, insisting the destruction was never their intention. Their pleas are drowned out by the horror of the burning tree as the catastrophe unfolds. Back in the present, he understands that the World Tree had once intended to forgive the Awakeners who ruined themselves, but this memory was one it had to preserve. The siblings insist they are not the ones who made the original choice, yet admit that if they are to inherit Zervan's contract, they deserve to hear the full truth. The Demon King tells them the truth begins with Zervan being the High Lord who destroyed the world, a claim they can barely accept. The next revelation is worse. The two hunters who contracted with Zervan and betrayed the world were their parents. The sister voices the fear outright, horrified that the hunters in the story might truly be their mother and father. Nearby, the man notes that Hyun-hee still carries faint traces of memory while the Demon King continues explaining the old hierarchy. The Demon King says the High Lords ruled monster kind and that Earth's civilization collapsed after the two hunters murdered its leadership under Zervan's influence. The brother rejects the accusation as a senseless lie and demands to know what could be gained by telling them this. The man decides words will not be enough, and that they need to see the memory for themselves. He quietly asks the World Tree to show them what happened. The memory opens on a hooded spokesman of the God of Origin being questioned about why the president's location is needed. The spokesman answers that there is a serious assassination risk. The listeners are stunned that anyone would even consider assassinating the president. The spokesman explains that Narek, High Lord of Monsters, wants the heads of Earth's leadership, and that wiping them out would plunge humanity into chaos. Faced with that reasoning, the pair in the memory reluctantly accept the explanation. They are identified as government hunters assigned to kill monsters and save survivors, but also as awakeners whose talents made them stand out. The spokesman claims Zervan appeared because the God of Origin made a mistake and that he intends to correct that error. He tells them Zervan granted them power because he trusted them to use it responsibly in a crisis they could barely understand. Then he asks for the location of the World Tree, arguing that humanity cannot survive unless the source of Zervan's power is removed. They hesitate, shocked that even an apostle of the Lord God would ask for something so secret. The spokesman presses them, saying the corruption has not been fully fixed and that, as people already touched by Zervan, they should know the danger better than anyone. Remembering how Zervan's power had drawn attention to them, the two begin convincing themselves that this man can be trusted. They decide they have no room left for caution and place their faith in him. So they reveal the World Tree's location, and not long after, they hear that the president has been assassinated, too late to take back what they did. By the time they realize they were deceived, the nation's leaders are dead, the military is collapsing, and humanity can only watch disaster spread. The memory shows the final consequence, the World Tree burning while one of them stands helpless before it. The white-haired woman in the memory breaks down in grief and screams at what their mistake has caused. Back in the cave, the sister is left speechless as the truth settles over her. The two siblings sit in shaken silence, with only a small observer lingering nearby as they try to absorb what they have learned. A small creature checks on the two shaken survivors after the truth about their origins leaves them reeling. The young man struggles to process it, while his companion watches him with the same stunned grief. As despair settles in, the creature warns that accepting such a cruel truth will not be easy. It explains that the World Tree was damaged by their parents' sins, yet even in ruin it tried to protect people rather than seek revenge. The young man, overwhelmed, wonders whether that makes them criminals and traitors to humanity. The creature tells him they are innocent of any crime, but now that they know the truth, they must stop trying to find Juraban, the High Lord who attacked Earth. The pair admit they only knew him as the Lord God's apostle, and with the dungeons closed to them, they remember almost nothing useful. Crushed by guilt and confusion, the young man apologizes for ever complaining and breaks down over how completely their lives have fallen apart. His companion tries to steady him, and the creature insists that because he has not sinned, this is not the end for him. That assurance catches him off guard and gives him a reason to listen. He is shown that the World Tree was once revived through a human act of care and restoration. With the tree renewed, life and divine beasts gathered around it again as its power returned. Realizing the World Tree lives, both of them finally feel relief. The creature says the tree is recovering its power and now offers them a choice. One path is to erase everything they have learned and return to an ordinary life. The other is to serve humanity and the World Tree, which still has enough remaining power to save them despite their inherited burden. The young man hesitates, unsure whether they are worthy to serve with the powers they possess. The creature answers that the Grand Labyrinth will make them stronger, and sincere effort alone is enough to satisfy the World Tree. The woman still fears the World Tree could never forgive them. The creature cheerfully reveals that forgiveness has already been granted and urges them to begin again from the start. Elsewhere, the divine beasts note that the two have been returned to where they belong and that the tutorial labyrinth will now guide them. Even so, they criticize their master for being too soft, while admitting the disaster was also worsened by internal problems and their own late response. Back in the labyrinth, adventurers eagerly call out for contracts, hoping to gain new companions. The watching beasts dismiss those hopeful humans as unworthy. A divine judgment follows. One beast deems them worthless, and another refuses them entirely. A few days later, life has shifted to a calmer routine near the restored World Tree. A red-haired woman arrives at a house with purpose. Inside, she is welcomed by the disguised Lord God, who is living quietly behind a shop counter with one of the beasts beside him. She respectfully greets him by his true status. He quickly asks her to call him Jihahir, then explains that Selena wants to meet him. He guesses it concerns the champion matter, and wonders if they should simply give her what she wants. Since the request has come, he decides to go at once, and his beast companion agrees to accompany him. Selena is found praying earnestly for the Lord God to turn her weak race into a champion. Jiha approaches and questions whether she truly understands that such a wish is almost like staking her life. She accepts his hand without wavering. Then she seals her resolve by kissing his hand in devotion. Selena declares that dedicating her life to the Lord God is her deepest wish and begs him to grant this single hope. Jiha agrees but reminds her to treat him normally outside because his true identity is still secret. With divine authority, he officially registers Selena as a champion. Overjoyed, Selena thanks him for accepting her. Jiha checks her new status and realizes her prayer listening ability works by letting her hear the voices of those who pray. Selena explains that when she prays, she sometimes hears people asking for things like rain, and she believes that is the skill. Jiha immediately sees the use of it, and tells her to relay those prayers to him so he can answer them through his divinity. When she worries that constantly passing prayers along will burden him, he reassures her and tells her to contact him anytime. As they walk out together, Jiha says it is enough for her to know the Lord God is watching, and she wonders whether Idinskal and Borinder know he has regained godhood. He explains that they sense he is more than a gardener but are not certain, then suggests sharing dinner with them and talking it through. Selena gladly agrees and asks that Mari keep his secret, and he promises she will. That evening, they dine with Idinskal and Borinder, and with the first 6 zones stable and the 8th now secure, the next step is for them to begin working as hunters. Borinder reflects that their problem is no longer scarcity, since supplies are becoming abundant and even excessive. The others agree that while they are grateful for the support, they cannot depend on aid forever and must learn to adapt and live independently. An older hunter argues that if they organize as hunters, they can settle in more easily and gain influence in the area. Jiha agrees with the plan but makes clear he will stay out of the dungeons himself and support them from outside. As the discussion wraps up, Jiha brings up Mari's mention of a place called the Grand Labyrinth. That immediately catches the blonde man's interest, and he presses for how anyone even enters such a place. By the time Jiha leaves with a large box of Emperor's honey, the others send him off warmly and tell him to travel safely. Once outside, Jiha realizes the box is unusually heavy, hinting that it contains more than a simple gift. He finds the beetle-like creatures slumped in disappointment, clearly upset about something. Their crude explanation reveals they feel neglected and cramped because the warehouse is too small and no one has had time for them. Jiha admits he has not been paying enough attention to them and searches the box for a way to make amends. When he offers each of them a jar of Emperor's honey as an apology, their mood changes instantly. The gift wins them over completely, and they brighten with obvious delight. Jiha reassures them that things are stable now and suggests it is finally time to say goodbye and return home. The villagers gather to see them off, and even the creatures join in wishing Jiha a safe journey. The townspeople thank the creatures for everything they have done for the settlement. With cheerful promises to visit again, Jiha departs while the creatures enthusiastically wave him off. Back at his shop, Jiha settles into ordinary life again, playing with BM behind the counter. That calm is interrupted when Sung-Heek suddenly appears at the door to see him. Jiha welcomes him in, asks what brought him there, and casually checks on BM and Dianmo as if expecting a friendly visit. BM's distant behavior confirms the tension Jiha already suspected between them. Jiha explains that BM usually greets Sung-Heek warmly, but today he is holding back, while Sung-Heek tries to brush it off. Before they can talk further, Sung-Heek gets an urgent call and has to cancel their tea immediately. Jiha senses the seriousness at once and asks whether an emergency has happened. Sung-Heek reveals that thousands of ghouls and undead have appeared in Sector 11, and he must leave at once. The scale of the outbreak shocks Jiha, but he tells Sung-Heek not to apologize and to focus on staying safe. Left behind, Jiha quickly realizes the crisis may be too large even for Sung-Heek and the hunters, and decides he has to help somehow. He takes BM with him and heads for the garden, while a report warns that high-level monsters are moving toward the city and a typhoon is also approaching. In the garden, Jiha urgently calls for the dragons. A small red dragon appears, responding to his summons. Jiha finds the dragon by a disturbed patch of earth and demands to know what it has been doing. He realizes the first dragon has stopped watching over him and is no longer acting as his silent guardian. Jiha calls the rest of the dragons over, gathering them all in front of him. Seeing them assembled, he is struck by how adorable they are. But he pushes past that and asks who can help right now or at least show their wings. The dragons admit they have mostly been wandering around sanctuaries and sightseeing in the maze because there has been little else to do lately. Jiha asks them to look at something important. He shows them the situation. A massive undead army is gathering and becoming an immediate threat. Jiha proposes that they help the hunters deal with the monsters together, and the dragons light up at the idea. The small dragons rise into the sky and transform into their full dragon forms. The red dragon in particular emerges as a huge, battle-ready presence. At Sector 11, Sung-Heek and the hunters are already fighting desperately against waves of undead. Even while holding the line, Sung-Heek admits there are more monsters than he expected, and his ally is already wearing down. He concludes they have no choice but to gather their strength and try to wipe out the enemy in one decisive push. Before they can commit, His companion notices something unexpected approaching. The soldiers tense as a huge shadow falls over the battlefield. A dragon descends, and the troops panic at the sight of what looks like a new disaster. Sung-hee quickly recognizes it as the dragon that had once been captured. He reassures everyone that this dragon is recorded in the Miwiki and will not attack them. The dragon acknowledges Sung-hee after a long time apart, and the hunters immediately ask whether it has come to help. The dragon makes clear it is not helping for their sake, only warning them not to get caught in the dragon's attack. More dragons arrive overhead, turning the battlefield into their hunting ground. Understanding the danger, Sung-hee orders an immediate retreat so the troops can evacuate before being caught in the dragon's assault. A skeletal lich commands his forces to kill a dragon as a swarm of undead and multiple dragons clash in the mountains. The lich singles out the dragon as a threat and orders its immediate extermination. Dark magic surges forward as the lich launches an all-out attack. Under pressure, the red dragon is urged to strike quickly before the defensive formation around them collapses. The red dragon takes control of the battlefield and orders the others to get out of its way. It answers with a massive torrent of fire. The blast engulfs the undead below and tears through the enemy ranks. Smoke and flames swallow the area, leaving the outcome briefly obscured. As the smoke spreads, the red dragon dismisses the enemy as unimpressive. Human observers watching from afar struggle to see through the smoke but report no surviving monsters in sight. They are awed by the dragon's overwhelming power and prepare to withdraw now that the fight seems decided. That relief vanishes when they realize a typhoon is accelerating toward the area, threatening both the observers and the dragon. Faced with the storm and the risk of casualties during retreat, they rush to evacuate before the rear guard is trapped. Elsewhere in the garden, a young man named Jiha learns about the sudden typhoon and is immediately alarmed. He turns to locate the storm, trying to determine exactly where it has formed. He quickly pinpoints its position. Seeing the storm scale, he realizes it is far too dangerous to ignore. Jiha first considers dispersing it with his own divine power. That attempt fails, confirming his current strength is insufficient. At that moment, a greater divine presence responds. Jiha is informed that his own power cannot stop the disaster, but he can substitute faith and spend 10,000 faith to erase it, so he decides to act. He reaches out again, now using that borrowed divine authority. Treating the world of the garden as his domain, he seizes the typhoon in his hand. With a single closing grip, he crushes the storm out of existence. News coverage reports that after the battle with the lich ended, a giant hand appeared around the typhoon and made it vanish, leaving the public wondering what that hand was. Watching the report at home, two viewers are relieved no one was hurt but become curious about whose hand intervened. The woman casually suggests the hand resembles Jiha's, noting how distinctive and attractive it looks. The man brushes the idea off as an odd comment. They laugh it away, agreeing it could not really have been Jiha. Nearby, Jiha senses he is somehow being talked about. At a formal briefing, officials identify this as the first recorded manifestation of a divine presence inside a Busan dungeon. They clarify that the hand was first suspected to belong to a giant, but that explanation has now been discarded. The evidence instead links the same hand to both the dragon incident and the vanished storm, leading officials to presume it belongs to Ark, the god of Gehenna. President Kim Jae-sung notes that Gehenna had previously been described as a merciless and violent god, making this intervention unexpectedly different. An official asks Hunter Han Sung-hee whether the classified information matches what hunters have independently learned. Han confirms there are no discrepancies. The meeting accepts that the evidence now strongly supports the god's existence and asks for further intelligence. Military leadership adds a troubling theory that Teradrians and dragons may already be operating under this god's command structure. Attention turns to whether Senator Virgil learned anything from Hunter Han during private discussions. Han explains that the visitor claimed only to be helping, though Han suspects he was acting on someone else's orders. Virgil then addresses the assembled hunters and defense officials, asking them to hear him out. He argues that although many channels point to Ark's involvement, most countries still dismiss the matter as a fabrication, leaving Korea uncertain how openly to respond. Han challenges that caution, asking whether they are really supposed to ignore accusations that their evidence is fake. Virgil says yes, insisting silence is necessary because the god may now be taking an interest in Earth as a whole. He makes the policy explicit by urging everyone to keep quiet. Even so, once the giant hand erased the storm, rumors spread among the public that Ark truly exists, and worship of him began to grow. Believers reason that if the hand belongs to a real god who visibly intervenes, then that god deserves worship. As a result, the temple of the god Ark in Zone 8 becomes crowded with followers every day. When the temple can no longer hold them, someone proposes building a larger and more beautiful one. The idea advances quickly, and with wealthy hunters funding it, a new temple in the outskirts of Zone 8 is soon planned and completed. Although the god Ark Church was thriving, Saint Selena had become troubled by a different problem. Alone with her vestments, she hesitated in silence, weighed down by a conflict she could no longer ignore. As she clutched the robe of her office, her uncertainty deepened into visible distress. She went into the church to seek clarity where she always had before. Kneeling before the altar, Selena admitted she no longer knew how to act. Her crisis was simple but devastating. She now felt torn between honoring God Ark and following Jiha, even though a saint of Arc should serve only one god. Unable to resolve it herself, she humbled herself completely and prepared to entrust the matter to prayer. At last she decided to stop reasoning and simply pray for guidance. Instead of an answer in the church, her awareness slipped away into another place. She woke on open grass, confused because she had been praying, not sleeping. Realizing she was somewhere unknown, she searched her surroundings in alarm. Before she could understand anything, a radiant figure approached her. The visitor revealed himself as God Arc and addressed her as his devoted servant. Selena immediately recognized him and understood this encounter was no ordinary dream. She bowed before Arc, hoping the god she had always served would settle her turmoil. Arc showed he already knew her dilemma and pressed her to admit it plainly. Selena confessed that she was lost and truly did not know whom she should follow. Arc treated her confusion as natural, then offered an answer that sounded deceptively simple: follow her heart. When she failed to grasp his meaning, he contrasted a gentle protector who leads people with absent gods who ignored prayers for centuries. He then revealed the truth directly. He no longer intended to answer prayers himself, and had stepped aside so a new god could be born. With that, Selena was forced to face the implication that Arc was no longer the god she should serve. Arc leaned in close, making the command personal and impossible to mistake. He told her to worship the new god instead, while leaving her the freedom to refuse if she truly wished. A touch to her forehead ended the revelation and sent her back. Selena opened her eyes in the church, still dazed by what she had experienced. As she gathered herself, she rejected the idea that it had been a mere dream because it felt too vivid and deliberate. She concluded that Arc himself had granted her a revelation and that its message was clear: she must worship the new god. Accepting that guidance, she offered her first prayer to the new god and asked that her devotion be received. Soon afterward, visitors arrived at the temple, with Eddie greeting Selena warmly as he came in with Mari. At the entrance, casual greetings gave way to hospitality as Selena welcomed them and learned more guests were already inside. Eddie explained that even more hunters had come together because the temple had expanded and become worth visiting as a group. Delighted by the growth, Selena thanked the apostle and credited him for drawing many hunters into the faith. Others modestly redirected that praise to Arc, while Selena noticed Jiha's absence and wondered why he had not come. A red-haired woman abruptly learned Jiha was not inside, then turned her surprise on a gray-haired man and demanded to know why he was there instead. He explained that he had helped complete the temple with remarkable speed and had also come to deliver something to the hunters as an inspector. Satisfied for the moment, she headed inside with him. Nearby, a small hidden observer realized it had instinctively concealed itself, and reminded itself to move carefully among so many familiar faces. From the back of the church, it watched divine power rise with the swelling congregation and recognized that the number of believers was steadily increasing. As Selena thanked the crowd for their support, the hidden creature decided to slip away and investigate elsewhere. Hearing Hyung-sik's voice, it changed course and hurried closer to eavesdrop. It found a private gathering where Hyung-sik got straight to the point and asked the hunters to enter a dungeon. He specified that the target was the Orochi dungeon in Japan. When someone asked what Orochi was, he explained it was a divine beast from the Great War that had appeared in Japan, gone on a rampage, and then been sealed, and he wanted them to explore that site. Listening in, the hidden observer compared this divine beast to other natural gods anew, trying to make sense of the threat. Eddie found the proposal exciting and agreed to take part. Another hunter quickly voiced the same approval. The hidden listener grew more alert, realizing the story of a rampaging seal being resembled a troubling case it had encountered before. Elsewhere in the garden, a bespectacled man arrived late after being delayed by other tasks. Something caught his attention and made him stop. He discovered a high knight sternly confronting two horned creatures, raising a new mystery just as the temple's affairs were becoming more complicated. A group of ant-like monsters appears, and the armored leader is immediately dismissed as the same kind of outdated insect nuisance people used to complain about. Jia awkwardly sizes them up, while the so-called High Knight tries to present himself with dignity despite the insult. Seeing they are not being treated as serious enemies, Jia crouches down and considers giving them simple work instead of driving them away. The knight firmly rejects being dismissed, insisting they still have duties to fulfill. Jia quickly adjusts and asks whether they would accept a different kind of task. The knight hesitates, uneasy but willing to hear him out. After a brief huddle with the smaller ants, the knight agrees on behalf of the group. Jia welcomes them over and begins explaining how they can be useful nearby. He tells them District 7 is short on workers, so there are plenty of people around here who need help. He makes clear he is not talking about trivial errands, but about work suited to their strength and ability to fly. The ants brighten at the offer, and Jia sweetens the deal by promising Emperor's honey if they perform well. Satisfied, the little squad flies off to start their new assignment, while Jia sees them off. Left alone, Jia concludes that this particular problem has been neatly resolved. Before he can move on, Orochi calls out, drawing his attention back. Jia realizes that if Orochi is truly a natural god, he should have a proper name and asks for a book about the great serpent god. The white dog familiar calmly accepts the request as if it already knows what he needs. A moment later, it returns carrying an ornate book in its mouth. Jia takes the book and settles beneath a tree to read, with the animals gathering around him. The title reveals the book is about fallen natural gods. As he opens it, Jia notices a section on the Hungry One and suspects it may be connected to Dokil. He decides to keep reading, letting the text draw him into the old account. The story shifts to a burning past where a green beast races through a world consumed by fire. The beast confronts a tree spirit it calls the misguided tree and refuses to be manipulated. Correcting itself to Dokil, the creature demands to know whether gluttony has fulfilled the mission given by its father. A radiant divine figure recalls that the father's gift was meant to let him consume only the useless things of the world. Instead, hunger twisted into gluttony, and he began devouring far more than he was ever meant to. Enraged, the beast rejects that accusation and insists he was deceived by promises involving his father. The tree spirit refuses to discuss the ruined god of destruction, but says a new god has already been born and the time is near. It explains that Dokil's father is gone, and someone else has been left behind to watch over gluttony and grant him a new name. As the beast falters, the revelation turns toward the meaning of that coming name. The vision aligns that unnamed guardian with Jiao, walking through the forest with the creatures now around him. Gluttony, shaken, can only wonder whether this really means his father is involved. The tree spirit says the father sent that new divinity because he himself could not answer, and promises that once gluttony regains his true form he will be welcomed. Gluttony protests that he no longer even has a physical body. The answer comes that the new guardian will create one for him. Jia suddenly snaps out of the strange resonance with the story, unsettled by the familiarity of it. The white cat senses his mood, and Jia brushes it off as an odd feeling of déjà vu. Returning to the text, he learns that Servan was the one who tore Dokil apart. The book also states that Orochi willingly descended from godhood, but the reason was not recorded, leaving Jia wanting the full story from the Orochi dungeon. He shifts from curiosity to planning, deciding that if Dokil was absorbed into the world tree, restoring him will require a different method than before and that he first needs a way to turn those fragments back into natural gods. Jia asks whether there is any book explaining how to resurrect a natural god. The white dog reveals there was such a book, but someone has already taken it and left only a clue behind. The clue is a photograph of Xianyong, instantly telling Jia who likely has the missing book. The next day, he heads to the general store to follow that lead. Xianyong arrives cheerfully, carrying the book Jia wanted. Jia welcomes her inside while the white cat darts around the counter. Once seated, Xianyong admits the trip to retrieve the book nearly exhausted her, and Jia confirms this is the one he asked for while asking about the maze she visited. She explains that inside the maze she met a strange old man who claimed to be the administrator of the Infinite Library. Jia notes that the title fits someone obsessed with books, and Xianyong agrees, saying the man was surrounded by them and seemed delighted by that fact. As Jia moves to set things down, he recognizes that if the man was Yang, the story is starting to make sense. When Jia asks about Yang, he is told it is the cat that often wrecks books in the store. Embarrassed but polite, Jia thanks her for lending him the book and promises to return it after reading. He leaves with the cat in his arms, and she watches him go. Before heading out, Jia suggests they continue the discussion in the garden. The conversation shifts outside into a calmer setting. Drawing from the book, Jia explains that one route to reviving a natural god involves the Philosopher's Stone. He clarifies that the stone is described as a substance able to transform anything, but creating it is another matter. As he studies the instructions, Jia realizes the required ingredients are overwhelmingly numerous and difficult to prepare. He focuses especially on one key ingredient, Orochi's liquefied essence. Accepting that he cannot avoid it, Jia calls Hyungsik and asks to join the expedition into the Orochi dungeon. A few days later, a party gathers at the dungeon entrance and confirms Hyungsik said another person would be joining them. While one of the women complains about the delay, Jia arrives and apologizes for being late. He greets the group warmly and checks that everyone has been well. The others are surprised to see Jia there and ask why he has come. Jia explains that he needs materials from inside the dungeon, so he asked Hyungsik for help, and he has brought Mango, BM, and Nianji along. The animals make clear they intend to behave and not become a burden. The party welcomes them, and Jia is relieved to see that his companions are being accepted. One red-haired warrior vows she would risk her life to protect Jia if anything happens. Another red-haired woman cuts in, admitting she is still weaker than the others. She immediately compensates with confidence, declaring she will handle things by overwhelming every threat head-on, which lightens the mood. Once introductions settle, the dungeon overseer steps forward to brief them before entry. She explains that Orochi itself should not be a problem for this team, but the Hydra and Gorgon accompanying it are more concerning. The Hydra is described as a stronger version of the one they know, with 3 heads and a turtle-like body, and even severing its heads would barely slow it. The group assesses the threat as close-range combat, with the frontline fighters volunteering to contain it. Jia asks whether Orochi appears in Gehenna's records, suspecting that if it is a giant snake there may be a related demigod. Eddie recalls a legend of a gigantic snake tied to volcanic eruptions and earthquakes that appears on the day of apocalypse. He reasons that demigods usually stand with humanity because humans are part of nature, so if this one fell, it was likely swayed by temptation. That possibility makes the threat feel even worse, as it may be the strongest enemy they have faced yet. The red-haired fighter urges Jia and his companions to stop lagging and catch up as the party moves in. The others follow her lead and press forward into the dungeon. Even the slower members are pushed into motion as the team commits to advancing. Before they disappear deeper inside, the overseer quietly tells them to be careful. Combat begins immediately, with Eddie cutting down a snake in a clean opening strike. Another fighter follows through, carving into the swarm at close range. The red-haired woman unleashes a blazing attack to clear the area. Her flames engulf a mass of snakes and burn them away in one sweep. But the sheer number of serpents disgusts even her, and she complains that this is excessive. She realizes the dungeon seems to be overrun with snakes everywhere they look. The party regroups in formation and decides to push deeper to find the source of the disturbance. Watching from behind the fighters, Jiha feels far safer seeing the battle at full scale than he ever did from a distant miniature view. Even so, he reminds himself that they still have work to do and cannot relax. He recalls that Orochi, more precisely Ouroboros, symbolizes perfection and alchemy and was once tied to sealing Gehenna away from the outside world. That memory leads him to a grim realization. Facing a fallen demigod may require power on the level of another demigod. Just as the ground begins to shake, the animals identify the tremor for what it is and warn that Ouroboros has awakened. Jiha understands at once that the disturbance is not a normal earthquake but the result of Ouroboros stirring. He tells his companions to go assess the situation but warns them not to overexert themselves. The three animals rush off together to investigate ahead of him. Left behind, Jiha decides to use the moment to gather dream grass. He kneels among the yellow flowers and begins harvesting them by hand. As the danger builds elsewhere, Jiha calmly continues collecting the dream grass he needs. As Jiha moves through the dungeon ruins, something slithers into his path. He turns at the disturbance and realizes he is no longer alone. A giant snake closes in, and his brief shock turns into immediate fear. He lashes out to drive it back, trying to force the creature away before it can strike. But his attack does nothing, and he realizes the snake is far tougher than he expected. With more serpents rising around him, he understands he cannot win and needs to escape. Before he can move, the snakes crowd his face and leave him cornered. A red-haired mage suddenly intervenes and hurls a fire spell into the attack. The blast burns through the nearest snake and saves Jiha at the last moment. She immediately checks whether he is hurt. As Jiha recovers, she scolds him for vanishing without warning and explains the dungeon has changed, becoming slower and more dangerous than before. She catches herself apologizing, then rejects the apology as unnecessary. Jiha stops her before she can leave it at that. He accepts her help, and the tension between them softens into gratitude. They decide to hurry back to the others, assuming the group is waiting. When they reunite, another red-haired woman rushes over, worried by Jiha's sudden disappearance, while he explains he had only gone to gather herbs. She warns that everyone already knows the dungeon is unstable and that his detour was reckless. A dark-haired swordsman senses a disturbance and realizes something serious is approaching. He orders the group to move toward the source of the sound at once. The party breaks into a run through the corridor. As they advance, one of the women begins to suspect exactly what kind of threat they are about to face. That suspicion hardens into alarm. The enemy reveals itself as Orochi, a monstrous serpent tied to a far greater danger. In response, magical beasts are summoned into the chamber. A glowing unicorn appears first, charged with golden power. A white leopard and a wolf join it, forming a coordinated front against Orochi. Even so, the swordsman decides the party should not interfere directly, and instead watch how the clash unfolds. The unicorn attacks first, slamming into Orochi with radiant force. It follows through with another crushing strike. Standing over the serpent, the summoned beasts mock Orochi for being weaker than expected. Orochi suddenly coils around the unicorn and turns the exchange in its favor. The unicorn is trapped before anyone can understand how the serpent reversed the fight so quickly. While constricting its prey, Orochi declares that everyone opposing it is wrong and that the world tree will soon submit to its father. The unicorn dismisses that claim as delusional. Golden energy surges from the trapped beast as it struggles to break free. The backlash tears into Orochi and forces the serpent to loosen its hold. The white leopard seizes the opening and leaps onto Orochi from above. It drives down with a freezing, blade-like strike. The icy blow rips across Orochi's neck and leaves a deep wound. At the same time, the wolf mauls the serpent's body and adds to the damage. Collapsed in its own blood, Orochi can only groan as defeat sets in. Even dying, it clings to the belief that its High Lord will come and save it. A hooded figure then appears nearby, answering that desperate hope. The newcomer's hidden face and glowing eyes make clear that this is no ordinary ally. Bathed in strange golden light, Orochi weakly begs to survive. But the serpent is already fading, barely able to hold on. The hooded figure coldly remarks that Orochi fell with embarrassing ease. He decides his next move is to visit the abyss. Thinking ahead, he worries that a troublesome brat has awakened Orochi and may have inherited the god of destruction's power. Elsewhere, Lady Organa receives this ominous turn of events in silence. A furious voice insists that hesitation is pointless, and that their enemies should simply be crushed by overwhelming force. The burning High Lord Ignis presses the issue, mocking the sword-bearing Batatos for sitting idle while he suffers. Batatos answers with open disdain, throwing the responsibility back at him instead of helping. A hooded figure cuts through their bickering and urges them to stop arguing over who should be used. Ignis rejects one candidate immediately, warning that the choice is far too unstable to control. The hooded leader refocuses the group on their real objective, defeating the imposter posing as Fatheck by first recovering the World Stone. Dark power gathers as they resolve that reclaiming the stone is the key to restoring their lost strength. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the Temple of Sector 8 after the recent mission. The hunters are thanked for their work and told to rest, though the group is still unsettled by the sudden appearance of demigods. One hunter wonders whether Orochi was targeted simply because he is a demigod. Another admits they could barely tell what happened through the smoke and lightning, leaving the enemy's motive unclear. Their recollection returns to the blinding chaos of that encounter. A blonde knight notes that demigods seem to function like ordinary creatures and even share the same goals. Sung Heek adds that while some of those beings resembled monsters they had seen before, one horse-like creature was entirely new. That detail makes him remember the Jiha who had once been brought along. He recalls that the creature looked similar, but the memory is interrupted when he is called away to eat, and he lets the thought go for now. Jiha briefly appears in his mind, and Sung Heek dismisses the connection as possible overthinking. He leaves with the others, still carrying that unresolved suspicion in the back of his mind. In the garden, the caretaker warmly gathers the animal companions and praises them for their hard work. The small horned horse leans into his touch, clearly trusting him. Once everything is ready, the caretaker begins a formal process beside a waiting blue flame. He pours Ouroboros' blood onto a prepared stone, explaining that this is the first step. The stone reacts at once, and he watches in surprise as energy surges through it. He realizes the blue flame is Dokyo's purified soul and understands what the ritual is meant to do. The soul is guided into the stone, completing the vessel for rebirth. Green light erupts from the tree, and a small horned beast begins to take shape. The newborn creature opens its eyes groggily, alive but disoriented. The caretaker greets the revived Dokyo gently and welcomes him into the garden. Still dazed, Dokyo mistakes the man for his father. Before that confusion can settle, one of the garden animals interrupts and insists the newcomer needs a proper initiation. The rest of the animals surround Dokyo and formally welcome him to the garden in a way that sounds more like a challenge than a ceremony. The garden's peaceful life continues around them, making the place feel safe rather than threatening. Dokyo starts to relax, admitting that the garden feels warm and comfortable. A wolf-like companion explains that their master personally cares for this place because it is their home. The wolf goes on to warn Dokyo not to speak as if he does not belong, because their master worked hard to bring him there. Dokyo falls quiet, and the caretaker notices that the garden still feels unfamiliar to him. The caretaker reassures him that even if he still feels incomplete, he will adjust and do well here. A white-spotted cat watches Dokyo closely, reading his unease. Instead of words, the cat gives him a blunt shove, forcing him out of his brooding. The caretaker takes that as a good sign, remarking that Chiol is already helping Dokyo adapt. Dokyo immediately chases after the cat, and the tension breaks into play. The cat pounces onto a lounging bear, turning the initiation into rough but harmless fun among the garden's residents. Watching them settle in together, the caretaker simply reminds everyone not to get hurt. Later, the story moves to an artifact exhibition hall. There, the caretaker tours the collection with an older curator, who explains that broken artifacts lose their function and are usually discarded, so he has been preserving them instead. The caretaker is genuinely impressed by the scale of what has been saved. As he looks around, his interest sharpens into focused curiosity. The curator explains that the artifacts were never meant to remain on display forever and were supposed to be returned once they could be repaired. But he admits that even modern science cannot properly analyze them, and the low-grade repairmen he hoped for have never appeared. Hearing that, the caretaker regrets that the artifacts remain unusable and agrees that it is a real shame they cannot yet be restored. A museum curator offers to show him some of the exhibition hall's most interesting artifacts, and he gladly agrees. The curator leads him to the hall's grandest and most luxurious artifact and presents it with obvious pride. The moment he sees it, he recognizes it as something extraordinary and is visibly shaken by the discovery. The artifact is revealed to be the Archer's Spear, a divine relic of overwhelming significance. As he marvels at a weapon said to have been created by an ancient god, the curator explains that its special nature currently prevents it from being used. Trying to hide how much he understands, he awkwardly asks about the spear's properties and downplays his interest as simple admiration. The curator explains that the spear was recovered from the crater of Halasan on Jeju Island and that, despite attempts, it has never reacted to anyone, so it remains on display. With the explanation finished, the curator politely moves on and invites him to continue the tour elsewhere. As they leave, he quietly concludes that the damaged relic could likely be restored and decides to think about it further outside. In the garden, he reasons that if repairs are possible, making a replacement from scratch would be even easier, so he begins testing the idea. He turns to a beetle-like night creature under his command as a likely craftsman for the job. He asks the creature to explain how it creates artifacts, looking for a practical method rather than theory. The little knight responds immediately by preparing a visual explanation. Through a simple diagram, it shows that it absorbs raw materials from an artifact and then reconstructs the item inside its own body. Realizing that means repairs are possible, he hands a small dagger to a teddy bear and asks for a tiny crack to be made without ruining it. The bear carefully takes the dagger, trying to follow the instruction. Instead of making a controlled crack, the bear bites down far too hard and snaps the blade. He is startled by the sudden break and immediately checks what happened. The bear panics, realizing it has completely ruined the test piece. He reassures it and points out the mistake plainly. The blade broke because it was chewed too hard. He then asks the High Knight to repair the broken dagger while the guilty bear clings to him in tears. The knight begins the process by bringing out a glowing material cube and the broken pieces of the weapon. He understands that the cube is being absorbed as the knight's source material for the repair. Using that material like a binding agent, the knight fuses the broken fragments back together. The result is a restored mithril knife, and he is delighted to confirm that the repair looks flawless. Pleased with the success, he immediately starts thinking bigger and shifts the conversation toward turning this skill into a delivery and repair service through the auction house. The knight is baffled when he asks who would handle all that work. He answers with cheerful certainty that the creatures themselves will be doing it. He goes further and decides to add artifact repair as a new service on HunterNet, while the little workers react with alarm. The larger knight tries to comfort the smaller one, but both clearly realize they have just been assigned more labor. Ignoring their dread, he starts gathering items and asks whether these are all the artifacts waiting to be repaired. The creatures tell him there are many more than this, and he keeps sorting through the stock. Among the items, he suddenly finds a boxed spear and realizes it is the same divine weapon he saw in the exhibition hall. A helper explains that the request was personally submitted on HunterNet by Yehyungsik, confirming the museum curator sent it in himself. That coincidence excites him, and he reasons that if the spear was found the way it was described, Jeju Island may hold even more hidden relics. He decides they should go to Jeju Island later to investigate further. A few days later, after finishing his work at the general store, he finally has time to act on that plan. He stretches and asks if today should be the day they leave. He sits beneath the world tree, apparently preparing to use its power to travel to the garden as usual. As he focuses, something feels wrong before the transfer completes. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place and immediately realizes he did not arrive in the garden. Confused, he wonders what went wrong and fears he may have lost his power. Before he can make sense of it, a radiant hooded figure appears in front of him. The stranger greets him as if this meeting had been expected all along. Recognizing the presence, he hesitantly identifies the figure as the former god of destruction. The being corrects him, saying he no longer holds that title, though he still carries some of what once defined him. As the god reaches out, he admits how incomplete and dependent he still feels. The god explains that after living as a human and only recently regaining divine status, that sense of insufficiency is natural, and says he arranged for helpers so he would not have to bear everything alone. He quickly insists those helpers are not idle at all, naming the world tree, the demigods, and the pterodons as companions who are already doing their best to support him. Pleased by that answer, the god says he is glad to hear it, while he awkwardly admits he was startled to be summoned so suddenly. A radiant figure abruptly appears before the man and says he has important information that could help him, beginning with what he knows about the World Stone. He explains that the Ether Stone, the fragments of the World Stone, and the World Tree all draw from the same source of power. He reveals that the World Stone lies beneath the Great Labyrinth, and urges the man to join forces with the other lords to defend it, since their attention will be fixed on that prize. The man is unsettled by the way these so-called High Lords are spoken of as Lord Ark's children, since that would make Ark their father. The figure corrects him, saying the High Lords are not his creations at all, but outsiders. That makes the man wonder whether they come from another dimension like Gehenna and Earth. The figure says it is not exactly another dimension but a place beyond his reach, and admits the High Lords began as seeds he tried and failed to seal. He confesses that he planted false memories in them so they would think of him as their father, hoping to sever their connection to outer space and keep them contained. Instead, their natural instincts awaken quickly, and even his power could not stop it. He concludes that High Lords are beings driven by an intense urge to dominate, so they must be stopped before they seize everything in his absence. Still, he warns that killing them too early would alert their true enemies to Earth's existence, so he needs the man to build enough strength to hold them back for now. The man hesitates, unsure whether he is capable of carrying such a burden. The figure tells him to keep doing what he normally does, promising to use the World Tree and the World Trade System to clean up the mess and make things easier. He gives one final condition: when the stars shine brightest and the High Lords are vulnerable, that is when the man must kill them. Though shaken by the task, the man accepts it and resolves to do his best. Satisfied, the figure entrusts the matter to him and prepares to leave. With a blessing for the road ahead, the figure disappears. Back in his ordinary life, the man lies among his animals and quietly turns over everything he has just learned. The animals recognize the scent of the former god of destruction on him and infer that he has been summoned into someone else's territory. As they crowd around him affectionately, he notices how absurdly normal and comforting this life feels despite the danger hanging over him. He forces himself to focus, deciding he cannot process everything at once and must concentrate on what needs to be done next. While absently petting the snow leopard cub, he hardens his resolve. He decides he has to act, if only to protect the peaceful daily life he has now. The next day, he secretly heads to Jeju Island by riding home through the sky. For a moment, The trip feels exhilarating and carefree. He has chosen this covert visit to Jeju Island himself, unaware that trouble is already waiting ahead. Once they arrive over the barren terrain, he spots the place he was looking for. Hong descends and lands in the desolate area. The man praises Hong for the trip as they prepare to investigate. But once on the ground, he is puzzled that he cannot sense any unusual aura or energy at all. Hong notices his uncertainty and watches for guidance. Instead of waiting, Hong starts probing the ground directly. The bird digs into the earth with surprising force, opening a crater while the man watches in disbelief. Hong suddenly stops, signaling that he has found something. The man moves closer, trying to understand what Hong uncovered. Hong lifts out glowing fragments, and the man realizes they are pieces of the shattered spear mixed with world stone fragments buried here. Thinking quickly, he decides the safest move for now is to hand the world stone over to the world tree. Before they can leave, Hong stiffens as if sensing a new presence nearby. Hong warns that he briefly felt a High Lord's energy and urges caution. The ominous presence seems to spread around the crater, raising the tension. The man immediately checks on Hong, worried the bird may have overstrained himself. But just as suddenly as it appeared, the hostile energy vanishes without a trace. Relieved, the man fusses over Hong and asks if he is all right, blaming himself for pushing him too hard. He apologizes and decides that since the danger has passed for now, they should simply return later. From a hidden vantage point, a hooded watcher observes them and is impressed that even a mere messenger bird reacted so sharply. The watcher admits he came after sensing the world stone's energy, but decides this is not the right moment to make a move. Choosing patience over risk, he withdraws and leaves the matter for another time. Later, the man goes to a store with Hong perched on his shoulder and starts buying tools for the job ahead. He pays for the purchase himself, having decided he needs a shovel and sacks to carefully extract the spear fragments. With the supplies in hand, he leaves the store already preparing for his next attempt. A brown-haired man ends a call with Hyung-suk while absently holding a black card beside the red bird perched on his shoulder. Seeing the card clearly, he realizes it is the same one tied to an old memory. He recalls that during his time as a cat wizard, Hyung-suk once gave him that very card. The recognition unsettles him, and his thoughts jump to what that card might reveal now. A transaction alert from Jeju's 24 Mart makes him conclude that Hyung-suk must currently be on Jeju Island. When Hyung-suk sees the Jeju alert, he is immediately thrown off because it makes no sense. He pauses in silence, trying to reconcile the contradiction. The brown-haired man remembers that, because of recent threats, he had secretly placed Mr. Jiha under watch. That surveillance makes the situation stranger, since Mr. Jiha was seen at a local store only an hour earlier and never passed through the airport. Hyung-suk decides the only way forward is to verify directly whether the report is mistaken. He goes to Mr. Jiha's house and calls for him at the door. A sudden noise from inside makes Hyung-suk tense, unsure what he is about to find. Mr. Jiha opens the door calmly and greets him as if nothing is wrong. Hyung-suk explains that he received an odd phone notification and came to confirm it in person. He shows the message reporting a 10,401 purchase at a Jeju branch of 24 Mart. Mr. Jiha acts puzzled and insists he has been at the local general store all day. Hyung-suk reasons that the card could not have reached Jeju by itself, but he still forces himself to treat it as a possible error. Sensing the tension, Mr. Jiha carefully asks whether something is wrong. Hyung-suk backs off, claiming he must have misunderstood the alert and deciding not to press further. As Hyung-suk leaves, Mr. Jiha encourages him to check again, reinforcing the pretense. Once alone, Mr. Jiha collapses in relief, realizing he nearly exposed himself. The red bird scolds him for the close call, and he hurriedly promises to be more careful. He recalls that shortly before this, he had urgently told Hong they needed to return home at once. Hong immediately took flight to help him move. Mr. Jiha climbed back and through the roof only after making sure no one was around. Remembering that escape, he admits he almost got caught and resolves to stay alert. Later that night, Hyung-suk remains in his office, still unable to let the Jeju mystery go. He turns the problem over again, fixating on Jeju Island as the key to everything. Researching further, he finds no Korean record of a red-feathered monster and starts suspecting it may be one of the demigods from old legends. At first he sees nothing unusual in the image, but his attention catches on something deeper. A sudden realization begins to form as he stares at the screen. His thoughts jump back to Mr. Jiha. He remembers that not long ago Mr. Jiha had abruptly suggested joining the Orochi dungeon expedition, even though demigods were the ones said to have defeated Orochi. He connects that suspicion to the strange animals constantly gathering around Mr. Jiha. He adds the giant tree beside Mr. Jiha's store to the growing list of impossible signs. Then he links them all to the gigantic miraculous hand that has recently appeared. Realizing what this might mean, Hyung-suk rushes out into the night. He finds Mr. Jiha outside with a broom, as if caught in an ordinary chore. Mr. Jiha nervously questions why Hyung-suk has come so late. Ignoring the excuse, Hyung-suk says Mr. Jiha's hand looks exactly like the miraculous hand. To test that suspicion, he takes Mr. Jiha's hand and compares it directly. Face to face, Hyung-suk concludes that the recent acts of destruction were all Mr. Jiha's doing. Instead of denying it, Mr. Jiha invites him inside and warns that the explanation will be long, beginning with the demigod's destruction of the previous world. Inside, the gathered creatures confirm Hyung-suk's suspicions, and he recognizes them as the leopard, black wolf, golden horse, and crimson bird. Even the white leopard seems to react to him, making Hyung-suk feel foolish for not understanding sooner. Mr. Jiha says he is relieved that Hyung-suk, of all people, was the one who uncovered the truth. He asks Hyung-suk to keep what happened today secret, trusting his judgment. In return, he promises to tell everything, starting from the moment this world entered his dreams. The two sit down over coffee as Mr. Jiha begins his full account. Hyung-suk accepts this and prepares to hear the truth. In the Great War, countless children were orphaned and left to survive on the streets. Seeing a child beg for his mother drove home the need to build a world where that tragedy would never happen again. Hyung-suk explains that his power still has limits, as he learned when the Great Typhoon nearly struck. Even if he cannot overturn the natural order, he believes this man can help him observe and influence the wider world. So he asks Hyung-suk to appoint him as an apostle and promises loyalty and support in return. Hyung-suk hesitates and makes sure this is truly what the man wants. The man answers without wavering, confirming his resolve. Hyung-suk recognizes that determination as the same kind shown by others who had already chosen their path. Accepting that resolve, he formally appoints the man as his apostle. The system acknowledges the appointment, strengthening the new apostle and granting him a new skill. Overwhelmed by the moment, the newly appointed apostle kneels and offers his loyalty to the god of destruction. Once the ceremony settles, Hyung-suk asks him to keep this relationship secret for now. He explains that if too many people learn the truth too soon, it will become difficult for him to move freely. The apostle agrees and adds that some people would react unpredictably if they found out. As they discuss it, Hyung-suk considers introducing him to the unusual companions already around him. The apostle is caught off guard when one of those companions immediately gets close to him. Still, he politely accepts the introduction, and Hyung-suk sends the others over to greet him. One of the creatures is presented with a name that makes the apostle think of a dragon. The apostle is so charmed by the attention that he nearly loses composure. Surrounded by Hyung-suk's creatures, he admits they are all irresistibly cute. Hyung-suk entrusts their care to him as well, expanding the bond between them. They seal that understanding with a handshake. The apostle accepts the responsibility and places himself under Hyung-suk's care too. Later, as the world tree recovers its power, new life begins flourishing throughout the garden. Hyung-suk sees the garden growing richer and more beautiful as flowers spread. While exploring, he notices unfamiliar blue fruit hanging from the trees. Curious, he checks what it is and learns it is a new kind of feed. The system identifies it as mystical fruit pterodon's feed, a premium feed second only to emperor honey. Its appearance and scent tempt him enough that he considers tasting it himself. He gives in to curiosity and eats some. The flavor surprises him immediately with how good it is. He realizes it tastes like a rich blend of mango and grapes, with juice overflowing from every bite. Pleased with the result, he starts thinking about how much of the fruit should be planted instead of eaten. That thought instantly draws a crowd of eager little creatures. They fixate on the fruit, making their desire impossible to miss. Hyung-suk laughs and promises to share as long as they help him first. Working together, they gather a huge harvest of the blue fruit. After planting enough, Hyung-suk's hands are left worn and irritated from the work. Even so, he finishes the planting and decides the rest of the harvest can now be eaten. The little helpers celebrate happily, delighted by both the reward and the work. But one larger, sterner creature appears and silently judges them for slacking off. Chastened, Hyung-suk apologizes when the creature tells them to stop playing and get back to work. Elsewhere, a news report explains that the recent surge in awakened hunters is forcing the academy to expand its curriculum. The report also notes that Hyung-suk, now president of Goryeo Group, has spoken publicly as a representative of hunters. Back at his store, Hyung-suk returns late and regrets putting off his errands. When his dog questions him, he admits he delayed because he had been busy tending the garden. That leads him to consider what he should do next with the large amount of divinity he has accumulated. He concludes that his growing number of believers and active promotion have raised his divinity to a very high level. Then he suddenly remembers the jewels and gemstones still left in the garden. Thinking like a game designer, he wonders if he can use divinity to assign properties to those gems and create an equipment enhancement system. Aiden heads out to inspect the garden, with his pet hurrying after him. In the garden, he studies a jewel and confirms that lazurite is easy to work with because it can accept whatever properties he grants it. He calls over the high night beetle, wanting to test an idea on it. Aiden asks whether traits or skills can be added directly into the jewel through the beetles. The high knight channels power into the gem, successfully imprinting it with a close-range attack bonus. Seeing the result, Aiden realizes the enhancement process works and asks if the beetles can also choose the properties themselves. The beetle explains by example that only Aiden can decide the jewel's effects, while they can merely carry out the infusion. Aiden concludes this could greatly improve trade, and decides each gem color should have fixed appraisal options so the process stays simple. He recalls how appraisals used to attract crowds of hunters and turn into chaos. Back then, handling many different gems let him meet all kinds of people and hear their adventures and troubles. Now that his responsibilities have grown, he can no longer spend time doing that work, and he regrets losing it. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices the beetles acting strangely nearby. A whole group of tetradons has formed a tense standoff over whether emperor honey or mystical fruit is the better food. Aiden watches in confusion as the smaller beetles appeal to him to settle the dispute. One side proudly presents the mystical fruit as its choice. Aiden understands they want his judgment and starts treating the argument like a serious food debate. He compares it to old arguments among Tamsiak over whether fried food should be dipped in sauce, using soy pork as an example. In that memory, one side insisted soy pork is already complete on its own and should not be treated like ordinary fried food. The debate only ended when an exasperated woman forced everyone to stop arguing and eat. Back in the present, Aiden sees the larger tetradon step forward, making it clear either side intends to back down. The disagreement escalates into a strength trial, with the beetles physically clashing to prove whose food deserves priority. Even the smaller spotted beetle fights cleverly, deflecting attacks with surprising skill. Before long, Aiden and the nearby animals are all sitting around watching the contest like spectators. The High Knight arrives, and the fighting beetles immediately tense up at its presence. Aiden realizes the High Knight was dragged in by their nagging, and worries this will keep happening every mealtime unless he settles it properly. He suddenly gets an idea and takes both the fruit and the honey in hand. Instead of choosing one side, he proposes cutting the fruit in half. He pours emperor honey generously over the sliced fruit, combining both favorites into one dish. Aiden presents the result as a compromise that lets them enjoy both at once. The beetles crowd around the new dish, immediately captivated by it. The aroma draws in a bear-like beast, which abruptly steals the entire plate in one gulp while the others stare in shock. The thief happily declares it delicious, while the surrounding animals condemn it for snatching food from the tetradons. The enraged beetles swarm the bear-like intruder, and Aiden hurriedly tries to calm them by offering to make more. After the beating, the injured glutton collapses and admits it got hurt. Elsewhere in the sanctuary, a horned green beast walks through the forest. It continues forward at an easy pace, apparently on a routine outing. Something stirs in the fur on its head. A small hamster-like companion pops out from its fur, waking up with a sneeze. The larger beast thanks Chiol for accompanying it to the sanctuary that day. They soon find a tree bearing large, gleaming golden fruit. Chiol is immediately tempted by the sweet smell coming from the fruit. The pair stop beneath the tree, both focusing on the fruit overhead. Sensing Chiol's interest, the larger beast offers to get one for him. It climbs the tree to reach the fruit while Chiol waits below. Rather than plucking it cleanly, the beast crushes the fruit under its paw and splits it open. Back on the ground, it shares the pieces with Chiol and suggests they eat one each. The two enjoy the fruit together, pleased with the simple treat. Their meal is cut short when a sudden flash and shock of light erupt nearby, startling them both. They turn to see a massive pillar of golden light rising in the distance. Chiol urgently tells the larger beast they need to head toward the light at once. A pillar of light crashes down on Yong, making his allies fear he has been struck directly. His master rushes toward the impact site in alarm, calling out to confirm whether Yong survived. Yong emerges unharmed in his divine vessel form and reassures him that he is still safe. Relieved, the master realizes this is his first clear look at Yong's transformed body and notes how immense he has become. Trying to understand what just happened, he asks whether the pillar of light was what changed Yong into this divine vessel. Yong answers that the real explanation lies beneath the ground. That only deepens the confusion, since the only thing below should be the Great Labyrinth and the World Stone. The answer becomes clear. The World Tree is stirring and releasing power from where it had remained dormant. Yong is stunned that his master did not already know this basic truth about the World Tree. The rebuke irritates the master, and his mount bristles defensively under him. Yong dryly notes that his master is acting more like a pet than a master, and the small companion hurriedly tries to stop the bickering. Refocusing the discussion, the companion asks what purpose the World Tree serves when this extra power bursts out. Yong explains that the tree's main role is to fuse worlds together, though that is not its only function. He adds that when the World Stone's energy surges, it draws the attention of those who can sense it, and can even trigger a battle over its ownership. That warning reminds the companion of recent news Mari had reported. In that memory, Mari approaches Jiha at the general store with urgent concern. She explains that after returning from the labyrinth she sensed something wrong, as strange new auras from monsters have begun appearing one after another. At first she suspected the Demon King's usual interference, but the feeling was different enough that she reported it directly to Jiha. Back in the present, the companion concludes that the High Lords are already moving in secret, forcing them to prepare. A few days later, the scene shifts to the temple. Jiha arrives there to meet Mari and Selena. Selena warmly welcomes him as family, while Mari greets him more formally. Jiha offers fruit from the dungeon rather than coming empty-handed. After Selena gratefully accepts the gift, Jiha asks to speak somewhere private about an important matter. Selena readily agrees and leads them inside. Seated together in the temple library, Jiha explains that he wants to discuss the labyrinth monsters Mari warned him about. He reveals his suspicion that the disturbance is tied to the High Lord, shocking both women. Jiha goes further and warns that an all-out war against the High Lords may be approaching soon. Since he cannot prepare for that alone, he says he is considering bringing Kaldor, whose strength as a champion could become decisive. The two women absorb the gravity of his plan and accept what it implies. Mari pledges to follow his judgment and become his strength in the conflict ahead. Selena makes the same vow, promising that her will is aligned with his. Together they place everything they have at Jiha's disposal. Later, outside the general store, Jiha notices an unusual crowd gathered out front and wonders what is happening. A sudden realization stops him in place. The source of the commotion is the world tree itself, now glowing openly for everyone to see. Jiha pushes through the crowd to get closer and assess the situation. As he does, he spots two familiar figures near the store. One of them is Wayan, standing beside Hyung-suk. Wayan immediately recognizes Jiha and calls him over, asking why he took so long. Jiha awkwardly explains that he had temple business to handle first. Wayan says she and Hyung-suk were just passing by when they saw the tree suddenly begin to glow. Jiha connects this event to the earlier pillar of light at the sanctuary, and concludes that the world tree is releasing its power again. For the moment, he is relieved that the glow seems to be the only visible change. Still thinking ahead, he wonders whether the disturbance will also affect the garden. Wayan is puzzled, having no idea what garden he means. Caught off guard, Jiha hastily covers by comparing it to a village garden from another district and pretends that is what he meant. He admits he only recently heard about it from Hyung-suk and tells himself to be more careful. While the others continue watching the glowing tree, Jiha decides he needs to inspect the garden as soon as possible. Unable to wait, he abruptly breaks away and heads off at once. The man reassures himself that the garden still seems unchanged, though his unease is obvious. His attention is drawn to two small beetle-like creatures hovering around him as if trying to get his attention. When he asks whether they want him to go somewhere, the creatures confirm it by gathering in front of him. As he follows, he admits he had been wondering what they were trying to show him. One of the insect knights suddenly begins to evolve in a burst of light. The transformation intensifies, reshaping its body with a stronger, more imposing form. Its new limbs and armor finish forming as the evolution reaches completion. The creature emerges as a general, marking a clear rise in its status and power. Delighted, the man praises the newly evolved general and realizes the world tree's influence is accelerating their growth. The general proudly shows off while the smaller insects gather around in admiration. The man congratulates it and jokes that its larger body should make hard labor easier. The general takes the remark badly, suddenly looking offended at the idea of being reduced to a worker. Laughing, the man quickly smooths things over and clarifies that he only meant there will be more responsibilities from now on. Before the moment can settle, he senses another summons coming from deeper in the garden. He turns toward the glowing world tree and asks what it wants to tell him this time. Standing before the radiant trunk, he waits for the tree's guidance. Trusting the tree despite not understanding it, he places a hand on it and accepts whatever vision it wants to show him. The vision throws him into a ruined place shrouded in ominous purple energy. There, a horned demon woman complains that handling the matter herself is bothersome. She identifies the target as the place where the Tree of Death is located and reveals herself as the queen of mushroom and vine monsters. At the same time, people in the area panic and try to flee as giant mushrooms overrun the scene. One fleeing man is caught by thorny growths before he can escape. He crashes to the ground in pain and fear. As others run, strange glowing growths spread around him and trap the area. The mushroom field erupts violently, making the victims believe they are under lethal attack. The demon queen watches the chaos with amusement, clearly enjoying their terror. A hooded figure interrupts her, warning that her joke has gone too far and could kill everyone if she keeps it up. She dismisses the concern, explaining that the exploding mushrooms are only illusions and that she is merely frightening them, not harming them. The hooded figure tells her to use fear and reward properly, implying the High Lord wants humans controlled through pressure and incentive. Back in the garden, the man is left silent as he processes what the tree has shown him. He concludes that the High Lord seems to be trying to keep humans alive for some larger purpose. The phrase carrot and stick gives shape to his suspicion about the enemy's method. The vision's meaning becomes clearer to him. The High Lords do not want humans wiped out, only driven into the role they have chosen for them. Thinking it through while his animal companions sit nearby, he realizes that if he does nothing, the High Lord's plan will likely proceed exactly as intended. He decides he needs to bring in someone else as quickly as possible. The scene shifts to a mountain forest path marked as the tutorial maze. A rugged man named Kaldor relaxes alone, assuming no customers will be coming today. A tiny backpack-wearing messenger appears and announces that this is exactly why it has come to see him. Recognizing the visitor, Kaldor welcomes the familiar unannounced arrival. The little messenger explains that it came both to check on him and because it has something important to say. When Kaldor asks why it came in person, the messenger says this form is more convenient and faster for travel. Sensing the seriousness of the visit, Kaldor asks for the real reason behind it. The messenger reveals that the High Lords are about to act soon and that it has learned the goal behind their recent movements, even if not every detail is clear yet. It describes how the High Lords are using the current hunters they created to grow stronger at a faster rate. Kaldor understands that this means he is being asked to involve himself again with the Great Maze, something he is weary of. The messenger confirms the true request. It wants to take him back to Earth. That single word stops him, and he repeats it as if testing whether he heard correctly. He reflects that it has been 500 years since he last stood in a natural world, having spent all that time in an artificial battlefield against demonic monsters and kings. The thought overwhelms him, and he can only laugh weakly while covering his face. The messenger apologizes for only now being able to bring him back to Earth. Kaldor wipes away the emotion of parting, admitting the farewell moved him more than he expected. The small creature gives him a prepared scroll that can summon him to a designated place if it is torn. Kaldor accepts the gift with sincere gratitude. Overwhelmed, the little creature vows lifelong devotion to him. Kaldor tries to refuse that burden, but the creature insists it has already chosen to follow him even into the abyss. Their exchange turns playful as Kaldor laughs off being called a stalker and promises to reveal the grudge he has carried for 500 years. For the first time, the little creature sees Kaldor smile openly and brightly. Kaldor offers a final parting, saying they will meet again on Earth. The creature takes his hand and agrees to that reunion. Elsewhere in the forest, a bespectacled man gathers the nature spirits around him. A goat, a unicorn, a red bird, and a white spotted feline answer his call. He asks whether everyone is present because he has a favor to request from them. The white feline prompts him to continue. He reminds them that Dang already formed a contract with another hunter, and uses that as precedent. He carefully asks whether they would also be willing to lend their power to other hunters. He explains that it does not matter whether those hunters are in the Grand Maze or already active outside it, because what matters is raising stronger hunters. Before he can finish, the spirits abruptly react to something unexpected. They drag him toward a miniature viewing point, leaving him confused about why they are suddenly showing him something. When he looks closer, he realizes the figure they found is someone he recognizes. He sees Miss Wayan in a rocky place, studying a floating message with unusual seriousness. As she reads, she tries to make sense of the cryptic notice in front of her. Her irritation flares almost immediately. She angrily rejects the absurd request, protesting that she was told to bring a baobab seed, not to take on a monster-killing quest. Another system message clarifies that the one who spoke lies and the one who spoke truth each failed to show any qualification. Back in the forest, the man awkwardly tries to calm Wayan down while she insists she can simply leave. He realizes she is probably the first to give up on the trial. Then another spirit directs his attention to a different candidate. This time the miniature reveals Mr. Hyungsuk standing alone in the rocky area. A message identifies him as the awkward blacksmith, and even the observer notes how fitting that title is. Hyungsuk notices the unseen attention but senses no attempt to form a contract, making him wonder if he should address the watcher directly. He correctly guesses that someone is interested in him without yet intending to bind with him, and asks what he must do to earn a contract. The spirits and the man listen in surprise while the bear spirit grows visibly distressed. A message reveals the awkward blacksmith is in agony, and he silently endures it while wondering how long it will last. The bear spirit collapses in guilt and panic, as if responsible for what Hyungsuk is suffering. The goat scolds the bear for its foolishness while the others scramble around the miniature in alarm. Another candidate appears, the administrator of the Infinite Library, who notices the attention on her with mild confusion. The scene shifts to the Grand Maze itself. Now back on Earth, Kaldor looks at the scroll and marvels that his return still does not feel real. A horned woman approaches and questions the unusually pleased expression on his face. Penelope explains she came because he had been too quiet lately, and teasingly asks whether he found a new hobby. Kaldor recognizes her and says this is nothing so trivial. Intrigued, Penelope presses him to explain what he is holding. Kaldor reveals that the King of God gave him the scroll, which can send him to the hometown of the hunters. Penelope is shaken, realizing he means to leave Gehenna for a place that should already be lost to them. Kaldor tears the scroll and explains that he is heading to a new dimension where they likely will never meet again. As golden light engulfs him, he bids Penelope farewell while she reaches out in disbelief. She chases after the vanishing light, too late to stop his departure. Left behind, Penelope bitterly reflects that if a new dimension exists, then one of the world's gardeners must have intervened. The story moves to District 7 in the human world. Kaldor arrives there and steadies himself on the ground, finally having crossed over to Earth. Kaldor enters a strangely peaceful forest, and notes that no monsters are nearby, which makes the place feel unusually safe. As he searches for his master, he decides to keep moving through the area first. He is interrupted when someone recognizes him and is startled that a man from the Grand Maze is here. A young guide and an armored hunter approach, confirming his identity and explaining they briefly learned about him in the Grand Maze. Kaldor pushes back at being treated like he does not belong, but the guide clarifies that the real issue is his unexpected presence here. Once he mentions he still has his circumstances and asks where he is, they explain that this is District 7, a place outside the forest that differs greatly from the maze he knows. Realizing they can help, Kaldor asks the guide to show him around for the day. The guide accepts eagerly, and the group sets off with Kaldor as their guest. His arrival marks the beginning of Kaldor's first experiences in the modern world beyond the maze. One of those first experiences leaves him fascinated by something as ordinary as riding in a car. He also throws himself into local food, testing unfamiliar dishes with open curiosity. The meal impresses him so much that his delight becomes obvious to his companions. The guide then shows him District 7's famous general store and explains that anyone who wants information about the area would know this place. She adds that the store is especially respected for its potions and scrolls, which catches Kaldor's attention. Mid-conversation, Kaldor suddenly senses something important nearby and stops listening. He traces that presence to an enormous tree whose energy and appearance identify it as the World Tree. As his companions call after him, Kaldor focuses on someone standing beside the tree and realizes that person is even more significant. He identifies the quiet man near the World Tree as the one who inherited the divinity of Ark, the new god. That means the man before him is the new king of gods. The man notices Kaldor's attention and turns toward him. Kaldor immediately greets him as his master, making clear that he already knows exactly who he is. The man, Ujiha, is visibly thrown off by Kaldor's sudden appearance and recognition. Kaldor also recognizes the dog beside him as no ordinary animal but a nature deity, while Jiha realizes Kaldor truly came from the Grand Maze. Jiha recovers enough to introduce himself politely, choosing a calm greeting over pressing the mystery in public. Kaldor sees through that composure, notes that Jiha is acting, and formally presents himself as Kaldor Tristan, the King of Gods champion. News of Kaldor's emergence spreads because a man once thought trapped forever in the Grand Maze has suddenly appeared in the outside world. His past as someone who endured 500 years in the maze and was believed unable to escape makes his return especially alarming. Government officials and the committee quickly begin monitoring him, treating his arrival as a major event. Mizushima Ritsu is assigned to keep Kaldor under close watch and arrange a place for him to stay. Kaldor settles in easily and admits he likes his new accommodations. Ritsu asks whether the King of Gods summoned him here, but Kaldor assumes instead that the god must have some purpose for him. Rather than answer directly, Kaldor asks if Ritsu knows the King of Gods' true identity. He has already guessed that the King of Gods is the general store owner, Ujiha, despite the secret being known to only a handful of people. Ritsu is surprised Kaldor reached that conclusion so quickly and confirms that only 4 trusted people know Jiha's identity. Kaldor brushes off any concern about secrecy and pushes to meet the King of Gods at once. Ritsu warns that moving him is difficult because officials and reporters are waiting outside, while Kaldor jokes about the burden of sudden fame. Once arrangements are made, Ritsu leads him out to meet Jiha. Ritsu brings Kaldor to Jiha's home and announces his arrival. Jiha welcomes him warmly and asks him to also greet Selena and Mari, showing that this is meant to be a private gathering of trusted allies. Selena and Mari are both struck by the reality that the legendary Kaldor is now sitting with them. Kaldor lightly credits Jiha for bringing him there, while Jiha admits he had been thinking about Kaldor and chose to invite him. With everyone assembled, Jiha reveals that he called them together for a specific reason. Selena immediately asks what matter is serious enough to gather them all. Jiha explains that the High Lords have been acting suspiciously, so he is trying to uncover what they were doing before the Great War. He says he summoned Kaldor because, among them, Kaldor is the one closest to that distant past. Jiha presses him for any memory that could reveal what the High Lords were planning or conspiring to achieve. Kaldor admits his memories from before the Great War are vague, as if he can almost grasp them without fully reaching them. Then a fragment finally surfaces, and he realizes he does remember one crucial detail. He recalls that an infamous assassination cult existed back then, and that they were devoted to worshipping something important. That memory leads to the image of a hooded figure in ritual prayer, suggesting the cult may be the key to the hidden past Jiha is trying to uncover. A hooded figure makes a desperate plea for salvation, setting a grim mystery in motion. In a meeting about that plea, one man explains that the villagers kept muttering the name Judika as if they had lost their minds. Yuzeong realizes he has never heard the name Judika before, and even Ark had not told him anything about it. Unable to draw conclusions from so little, Yuzeong asks everyone to gather whatever information they can. The red-haired woman eagerly vows to devote herself to the task, while the white-haired girl quietly supports the effort. Yuzeong reflects that he had hesitated to give direct instructions before, but now he finally understands his role. He commits the group to acting as a true community, working until the people can live without fear from lords or monsters. Kaldor accepts that charge at once and treats it as his mission. The red-haired woman also swears to protect the duty entrusted by the King of Gods. With the group united, Yuzeong warmly looks forward to working together. That calm is broken when Yuzeong is told a visitor has arrived despite the day being a regular holiday. The visitor turns out to be Yuzeong, who rushes in and asks for him by name. He apologizes for barging in, then reveals he came because he heard Kaldor was there. Kaldor immediately understands the reason for the visit before the young man can fully explain it. The newcomer admits that ever since their encounter in the Grand Maze, he has wanted to test himself against Kaldor and measure how much he has grown. Kaldor refuses the challenge at first, saying he has no intention of fighting him. When asked why, Kaldor forces the issue into the open. He declares that he does not want to commit murder against a fledgling, mocking the idea that someone so weak could stand before the King of Gods champion. As Kaldor's ether flares ominously, the others sense how dangerous he truly is. The challenger insists the only way to know the outcome is to fight, even as the pressure bears down on him. Kaldor accepts with lethal confidence, and invites him to follow if he truly wants to die. Their clash erupts in a barren ruin with a violent burst of power. Watching from afar, the red-haired woman notes that the battlefield is so choked with dust that even a ruin is hard to make out. Another observer worries she cannot see anything and fears for Yuzeong's safety. A knight spots the duel through the haze and points the others toward it. Out in the open, Yuzeong charges Kaldor at full speed to begin the real test. He brings his blade down with force, but Kaldor meets the strike head-on. Yuzeong is shaken that even after pouring ether into his attack, Kaldor blocks it effortlessly with one hand. Kaldor reads him instantly, saying his power is overflowing but still beyond his control. He punishes that weakness with a brutal counter that drives into Yuzeong's body. From above, Kaldor taunts him for relying on vaunted ether that is not helping him at all and asks whether he should simply watch him collapse. Yuzeong drops to one knee, furious that he is being overwhelmed so completely. Refusing to yield, he tightens his grip and steadies himself for another attempt. He unleashes a surge of blue power through his sword and roars as he forces more strength out. A spectral wolf manifests with the blade, and Yuzeong decides he cannot afford to keep losing his composure. Kaldor recognizes the weapon as one carrying the power of a nature deity, and grows interested now that Yuzeong can finally fight seriously. Smiling wider, Kaldor warns that he will no longer go easy on him. His killing intent thickens around him as he raises his sword and prepares to end the lesson. Yuzeong answers by deciding he no longer needs to hold back either, even though his awakened skill is draining his energy fast. Knowing he cannot last, he resolves to finish everything in a single decisive blow. He launches himself high into the air, gathering momentum for that final strike. He rains down a barrage of misleading slashes to obscure his true position. Then he dives in from Kaldor's blind side with his weapon raised for the finishing hit. Kaldor has already seen through it, appearing behind the attack and exposing how many openings Yuzeong left. Before Yuzeong can recover, Kaldor slips inside his guard and turns the exchange around. Yuzeong realizes too late that Kaldor's sword is already lined up at his chest. The counterattack blasts him into the ground and leaves a crater around his body. Dazed in the rubble, Yuzeong understands that if the strike had landed directly on his heart, he would have died. Kaldor orders him to stand and stop disgracing the natural gods, mocking him for freezing up over something this small. As Yuzeong sits battered in the dust, Kaldor says it would be a waste to lose a trump card here and demands to know what Yuzeong is really trying to prove. Defeated and frustrated, the young swordsman admits the loss is his. The older man tells him he is not disappointed by the defeat itself, but worried that the boy's growth has stalled at this level. Still kneeling with his sword, the boy presses him on how he sensed his location earlier. The answer is that the boy was unconsciously giving himself away by releasing ether while searching for him. The man urges him to stop clinging so blindly to the system and to trust his own senses and instincts instead. He explains that his own fighting style was built without relying on the system, and insists that Kaldor is right about that lesson. The boy realizes the criticism is fair, but feels overwhelmed because he was already shaken before the lecture even began. Seeing that, the older man offers him a hand and tells him to stand on his own rather than wallow in defeat. The boy bristles and insists he is not weak, even if the man teases him for acting tougher than he looks. The tension breaks when the man abruptly declares training over and proposes food, specifically Japanese food. When the boy complains that he is being treated like a joke, the man reminds him that his help in battle was never free. They walk off together, the boy warning that bad food will not earn forgiveness while the man confidently promises a good place. Elsewhere, a small group stares in confusion as they are told this is the place they were looking for. In a forest clearing, someone wonders whether this tiny gathering is really all the children who could come. The answer turns out to be a crowd of little pterodons, all eagerly present. Their task for the day is introduced, making sockets and recovered weapons so gems can be embedded into artifacts. The bespectacled instructor admits the work will be difficult because every weapon dropped from the dungeon needs this treatment. One pterodon droops apologetically, discouraged by the challenge. To motivate them, the instructor promises honey-pickled fruit as a reward, instantly winning their attention. He rallies them like a team, asking everyone to join in and commit to the work together. Later he checks on them with refreshments, trying to keep morale high. The pterodons begin practicing by positioning gems against weapon sockets while he watches over their progress. He notices one child has already grasped the method, identifying the socket first and carving it carefully with its claws. When he asks what is wrong, he finds another child on the verge of tears. The problem is simple but crushing to the child's pride. The socket it carved is too large for the gem. A harsher pterodon immediately scolds the crying one, forcing the instructor to intervene and demand some gentleness. Watching the outburst, he recognizes the strict child as the same pterodon who once terrified everyone by throwing bigger children around. He recalls that this is the same child who had argued over the proper way to gather honey, and had shown unusual efficiency before. That talented pterodon steps forward again, now equipped with protective goggles and a drill-like tool. With practiced precision, it bores into the material and shapes the socket cleanly. The gem is successfully embedded into a long sword, and the weapon gains a bloodstone option. The instructor applauds in amazement, delighted that the child achieved this on its first try. As the pterodon celebrates proudly, he cannot help finding it adorable. That success makes him think bigger, realizing that higher quality gems might produce far stronger artifact effects. Remembering the people he wants to repay, he decides he should try creating an artifact himself. He heads to the garden workshop to put that idea into practice. Inside, he checks the blast furnace and confirms it is ready for use. While waiting for the temperature to rise, he sits down, and one pterodon quietly stays beside him. He is startled to find the little helper still there, only to realize it has come to assist him. Accepting the company, he entrusts the pterodon with careful work and begins the project. Following the pterodon method, he first makes a mold with plaster so he can cast the basic shape. As he works, he calculates that combining added vitality with 2 top-grade bloodstones could produce a powerful result. He leans in anxiously while the pterodon handles the delicate placement of the components. The finished item is revealed as a silver pterodon ring, and it gains a vitality option of 60%. Overjoyed, he celebrates the success with the pterodon that helped him. By the time his first artifact is complete, night has fallen and the workshop lights finally go out. A few days later at the House of Light, a blonde woman knitting in the evening is interrupted by a knock at the door. Puzzled by the late visitor, she goes to answer it. When she opens the door, she finds a pterodon standing there with a large bundle. She hesitates in confusion as the creature presents the mysterious package to her. A pterodon arrives at Benjio's place with a bag of acorns, making her wonder why he suddenly brought soybeans and now this. Instead of explaining directly, he pulls out a sketch pad and starts communicating through drawings. Benjio studies the sketch, trying to understand what he wants from her. As the meaning starts to click, she stops herself to think it through carefully. She realizes he wants her to teach him how to make soup. Looking at his next drawing, she understands that he is specifically asking about the recipe and ingredients. His eager nodding confirms that this is exactly what he came for. Taking the acorns as his way of paying for the lesson, Benjio agrees to help him. She welcomes him inside and carefully guides the oversized guest through the doorway. Once in the kitchen, she begins with soybean paste stew and explains that rice rinsing water gives the broth more depth. She demonstrates how to wash the rice and save that water for the stew. As he frantically takes notes, she adds that the vegetables should be cut small and that meat or seafood makes the dish better. She further improves the recipe by recommending seasoned pepper paste alongside the soybean paste. With the seasoning settled, she moves on to boiling the vegetable broth. The stew comes together into a rich, steaming pot that looks ready. Benjio tastes it while he keeps recording every step. Satisfied with the flavor, she asks who this meal is actually meant for, since it clearly is not for him. He tries to hide the answer behind a sign saying it is a secret, though he misspells it. Amused by his clumsy secrecy, she pats him and tells him to come back if he wants to learn more. She sees him off warmly as he leaves. After he is gone, Benjio admits she envies whoever is going to receive a stew made by a pterodon. Elsewhere, Jiha throws himself into preparing for all-out war with the High Lords, spending his nights crafting artifacts. He also buries himself in ancient texts until his obsession makes him forget even to eat. The pterodons notice his condition and begin watching him with concern. Unable to tolerate Jiha wasting away, their general forms a plan and creates a so-called dining commando. The chosen pterodon starts gathering supplies for the mission. General Spotty appoints a capable worker to lead the effort and sends him out to learn how to cook. A few days later, that pterodon is carrying out the plan by shopping at a nearby supermarket. His presence in the store draws startled whispers from the human shoppers. Ignoring the attention, he seriously compares produce and picks out ingredients. When he finds something suitable, he proudly adds it to his cart. The onlookers can only watch as he happily waddles off with his groceries. Pleased with himself, he continues through the store humming as he shops. At checkout, he hesitates as the final social hurdle approaches. Faced with the cashier and the staring customers, he freezes up in obvious nerves. The cashier notices how much he bought and kindly offers to help. Still flustered, the pterodon presents his cart, leaving the cashier stunned that a pterodon is buying groceries at all. The cashier awkwardly asks whether he can actually pay, joking that the store does not accept Heatherstones. In response, the pterodon calmly produces proper cash, forcing the cashier to scramble for change. Transaction complete, the pterodon bows and leaves while the cashier sends him off in disbelief. Left behind, the cashier can only laugh at how surreal the encounter was. Back at the pterodon camp, heavy footsteps announce the start of their operation. The general gathers a crowd and formally calls the pterodons to attention. He presents the planned menu, laying out a full meal rather than a single dish. One pterodon even raises a sign bearing Jiha's face to remind everyone that feeding their master is the objective. The general answers their enthusiasm with stern resolve, turning the effort into a serious campaign. From nearby, 2 beast folk observers notice the fiery gathering and wonder what the pterodons are doing. After a closer look, they conclude the pterodons are simply trying to cook, though they seem so intense it could easily go wrong. Watching the improvised outdoor kitchen, they realize the whole operation is meant to get Jiha eating again, and decide that makes the chaos worthwhile. As the cooking proceeds smoothly, the pterodons call over another helper, and the watching wolf bristles at being addressed so casually. A sinister bear-like figure is introduced as an ominous presence, setting a tense and uncertain tone. Elsewhere, a horned general busies himself cooking while a small bear watches, making it clear this strange gathering is peaceful for the moment. The bear insists he is only observing and means no interference, though his attention still puts the general on edge. The general's unease is obvious, and the others quietly conclude that the bear does not trust Barry at all. When the general reveals a precious jar of emperor honey, the bear immediately recognizes its value. Unable to resist, the bear cheerfully snatches the honey, treating the rare treasure like an ordinary treat. The bystanders dryly praise the general's patience while he silently suffers the humiliation of being outmatched by the bear's shamelessness. A human man arrives nearby, caught off guard by the scene. He follows a delicious smell through the forest, drawn in by the food. Realizing the general is behind the feast, he warmly asks what he is doing. The general wordlessly offers him a seat, and the man accepts without hesitation. Seeing the full spread, the man realizes the meal was prepared for him and is genuinely touched. He thanks the general sincerely, clearly moved by the effort. Once he starts eating, his delight confirms that the food is excellent. Encouraged by his appetite, the little attendants push him toward eating even more, and he happily gives in. A few days later, the story shifts to the Grand Labyrinth, where a new and more dangerous objective awaits. Penelope, a demon woman with authority over the place, senses someone's arrival. The small bear appears before her and announces that he has come, asking if he kept her waiting. Penelope laughs off the delay, explains she barely had to leave her territory, and says she will now guide him back inside. With easy confidence, she asks if he is ready to enter. The bear steels himself, determined because this is the day he will finally see the world stone hidden in the eternal well. He reflects that he needed Penelope's help through the Grand Labyrinth for a reason beyond simple guidance. What he learned from the World Tree's memories revealed the crucial secret behind his search. That secret was that Penelope's room contains a place called the Eternal Well. The World Tree had shown him that the World Stone lies inside that well. With no other way to reach it, he approached Penelope so he could gain access to her room. Penelope welcomes him into her palace and casually notes that other demons live there as well. The bear is stunned by the palace's extravagant splendor. Penelope admits the place was built entirely to suit her own tastes. Other demons greet her with theatrical devotion, treating her like a figure who might lead them to freedom. Their reverence carries a longing for salvation and a better future. Penelope dismisses them for now and says she is heading to her room, allowing them to rest. Their mention of paradise catches the bear's attention and makes him reconsider what this place means to its residents. Penelope explains that demons, like humans, want homes of their own, and after endless battle they came to cherish the simple wish of returning somewhere welcoming. The bear realizes that even after 2,000 years in the labyrinth, it never truly felt like home to them, so they still dream of a place where they can finally live at ease. At last Penelope brings him to the Eternal Well in her room. She warns that princes of darkness once tried to descend into it and uncover its secret, but none ever returned alive, while the bear decides he will go down anyway. Penelope worries that the attempt is too dangerous, especially since he has been without his divinity for so long. He reassures her that as the new Lord Ark, the well should not reject him, and asks her to remain behind. Before she can stop him, he leaps into the well, promising to return. Left at the edge, Penelope can only tell him to come back safely. Inside, he emerges into a strange cosmic void and struggles to make sense of where he is. Realizing the Eternal Well feels like open space, he begins searching for the world stone within it. A brilliant light appears ahead, drawing his attention. He immediately understands that the object before him is no ordinary treasure, but something like a tiny blazing sun. He concludes that this radiant body must be the world stone and moves toward it. He reaches out carefully, trying to make contact. When the stone begins to tremble, he wonders if his touch is frightening it. Sensing its fear, he gently assures it that he has no intention of harming it. Cradling the shining stone in the void, he asks it to trust him. The stone resumes radiating ether normally, reassuring the young man that it is safe and making him grateful that his trust was justified. He explains that he came because someone may soon try to steal the stone's power. He asks that, if that happens, he be allowed to borrow that power, and the stone's bright response convinces him it agrees. Relieved, he thanks it and leaves with renewed confidence that he can rely on its help. Elsewhere, an urgent meeting is convened in the Grand Labyrinth to address a new threat. The armored ruler demands to know what crisis required everyone's immediate presence. The small messenger asks Crassus to confirm reports that strange monsters have appeared in the labyrinth. Crassus confirms it, and clarifies that the disturbance feels like an outside force trying to invade his domain. The messenger concludes that the High Lords are targeting the labyrinth, after all. The horned woman realizes that if the High Lords are involved, they must be seeking something the labyrinth possesses. With that established, the messenger asks the gathered rulers for a favor. He proposes that the hunters unite against the High Lords, while promising this request will be repaid. As payment, he offers them freedom from the labyrinth and even territory of their own once the conflict is over. The antlered man is visibly shaken by the possibility of finally having a land to call his own. That promise stirs visions of a peaceful future shared openly with others instead of life trapped in the labyrinth. The horned woman is moved by the thought that they might truly gain a paradise of their own. Encouraged, she steps forward to accept the proposal with respect. The armored ruler follows her lead and formally acknowledges Lord Ark. The antlered man and the horned woman bow as well, showing they are ready to place their faith in him. Seeing their trust, the messenger steels himself and resolves not to fail them. He realizes that defeating the High Lords will require joining forces with humans, which means he must finally reveal that he is Lord Ark. When his grim reflection alarms the others, he awkwardly reassures them that his worry is about the difficult road ahead, not dissatisfaction with them. A few days later, the moment arrives for that long-delayed revelation. Inside a church, Jiho waits for everyone to gather, trying to hold himself together with only his animal companions nearby. As the meeting approaches, his nerves spike because he has never exposed his true identity to so many people at once. His tension becomes so obvious that even the pets fuss over him, while someone points out how frightened he looks. Kaldor arrives, confirms that everyone is present, and notices immediately how pale Jiha has become. Jiha admits he is badly nervous, embarrassed by how much the moment is getting to him. Kaldor reminds him that despite his divine status, he is still himself, and that the others will continue to care about him even if their attitude changes. That reassurance helps Jiha steady himself enough to move forward. Prompted by Kaldor, Jiha heads out to face the people waiting for him. Outside, the gathered group chats uneasily, unaware of the revelation they are about to hear. As Jiha arrives, the others greet him casually, assuming this is just another ordinary gathering. They ask why he called everyone together so urgently, and whether something has gone wrong. Jiha thanks them for coming and warns that what he is about to say may come as a shock. He then formally reintroduces himself as Lord Ark. The announcement stuns the group, who struggle to connect their friend with the divine figure they know by that title. Jiha calmly confirms that the claim is true. He explains that the miracles and interventions they witnessed recently were all his doing. Even with that explanation, some of them can barely process how suddenly everything has changed. Seeing their confusion, Jiha offers to explain the full story. As the truth settles in, one woman realizes that Kaldor and Mary must have been serving as his champions. Jiha apologizes for hiding it from them for so long. His confession is met with a heavy silence as everyone tries to absorb the new reality. Jiha senses how overwhelming this is for them, and wonders if he should give them more time. Before he can retreat, Diakun calls out to him directly. Jiha braces himself, assuming Diakun has every reason to be angry over the deception. Instead, Diakun stumbles over his words as he shifts from addressing Jiha as a friend to addressing him as Lord Ark. He drops to his knees, apologizes for failing to recognize and support him sooner, and worries that Jiha must have borne everything alone. The others quickly realize this reaction fits Jiha's self-sacrificing nature, and they note with fond exasperation that he is exactly the kind of person who would hide such a burden. Jiha hurriedly tried to stop Diakun from bowing to him, embarrassed that revealing his true identity had made everyone treat him like a superior. He reflected that becoming Lord Ark had not happened by his merit alone, but because Jiha had repeatedly helped others without greed. Even Lord Ark admitted that Jiha's sincerity had made him examine himself and briefly trust someone enough to lower his guard. Jiha asked for one thing in return for the revelation, that everyone keep his identity secret, along with everything tied to the High Lords. He explained that he had exposed himself because he wanted their help in stopping the High Lords before they could act. Trying to ease the tension, Jiha asked them to stop treating him differently, and just act as they always had. The group agreed to keep his secret and reassured him that their trust in him had not changed. Diakun awkwardly apologized for overreacting, and the mood began to loosen. Others admitted the truth was shocking, but Jiha's identity did not really change who he was to them. As the group settled, they spoke to him familiarly again, making it clear they still saw Jiha as one of their own. Seon-yeon quietly realized that the mysterious master behind Terradrone had been Jiha all along and decided she would repay him with a better meal next time. Jiha then casually revealed that the white tiger everyone knew as Tiggy was actually the nature god Arctis. That confession made the others recoil as they suddenly wondered whether the ordinary animals around Jiha were all divine beings in disguise. Jiha confirmed it by introducing Growler, the dog, as another hidden nature god. Remembering how rough Growler had always been with him, one of the men finally understood why the animal had never acted like a normal pet. Growler's dismissive attitude immediately proved the point and left him irritated. The revelation spread further as the others realized Jiha's bird companion might also be no ordinary creature. Jiha confirmed that Reddy was a phoenix nature god as well. That answer made one woman mentally replay all the absurd errands and abuse Reddy had put her through, now understanding they had been deliberate. Reddy sat smugly on Jiha's shoulder, clearly pleased with the chaos he had caused. She could only explode in frustration at how ridiculous the truth was. While the others watched the mess unfold, Lord Ark dryly judged the whole scene as chaotic. In the middle of it, someone called out to Jiha, pulling his attention away. He rushed over to Seon-yeon, surprised she was still there, and she said she had something important to tell him. She took his hand before speaking further, making her support unmistakable. Seon-yeon promised that no matter what Jiha truly was, he would always be her little brother, and she would help him however she could. Others immediately joined in, offering their own strength and loyalty to his cause. Moved by their response, Jiha thanked them sincerely. Behind that moment of unity loomed the real threat. The High Lords were preparing to shatter the peace of the world. Jiha made clear that stopping them would require everyone's support, because he was already preparing to commit his own power to the coming fight. Seon-yeon answered without hesitation that everything she had was his to use. The others echoed her resolve, pledging to stand behind him no matter what. Even their teasing carried loyalty now, as the group accepted Jiha's hidden motives with more warmth than suspicion. Elsewhere, the story shifted to the Grand Labyrinth. Inside the maze, Hyeon-ho and Hyeon-hui walked their patrol route and reflected on how routine the work had become compared with their exhausting early days. Hyeon-hui smiled at how far they had come since then. Hyun-ho quietly agreed, sharing the same pride. Their conversation was interrupted when someone called out to them from behind. The caller turned out to be the self-proclaimed Great Prince of Darkness, a small hamster-like visitor who greeted them cheerfully. The siblings brightened at once, genuinely happy to see him again. They knelt to ask why he had come, and he said he wanted to check on how they were doing. They admitted life had been mostly good, even if some hunters still mocked them, because they no longer cared about that hostility. Hyun-hui added that meeting kind hunters had changed her view, teaching her that not all humans looked down on them. The little visitor credited them in return, saying their current progress was thanks to the siblings' efforts. They laughed off the praise and insisted they could not have managed any of it without his help. Once the warmth passed, he explained that he had also come to ask a favor. Hyun-ho immediately offered their full cooperation. The visitor warned that the labyrinth had been feeling unstable lately, suggesting that something might happen there soon, and asked them to watch for any changes and report back. Realizing this could mean danger, the siblings turned serious and promised to stay alert and inform him at once if anything happened. He thanked them and asked that when the time came, they also lend him their strength. Two white-haired companions eagerly volunteered to help, immediately lifting the little creature's spirits. One of them awkwardly admits he is not powerful, but promises to do whatever he can if it will make a difference. The small animal gratefully accepts, convinced even modest help will matter. With the High Lords confirmed to be making their move, the hunters each begin preparing for the coming conflict in their own way, and Sung-hik focuses on strengthening himself. At the same time, Jiha turns to research, gathering more information about the High Lords. He learns that Jiha had Hyung-sik deliver Lord Ark's spear to Kaldor, extending support beyond his own circle. Jiha also equips his friends with artifacts and resources so they can better protect themselves and be ready for battle. Back at his store, Jiha sorts through plans and responsibilities, trying to organize everything that must be done. He decides he will continue making artifacts, but worries that this alone may not be the most effective way to help. Overwhelmed by how much there is to consider, he struggles to decide where to begin. When someone arrives, Jiha starts to greet a customer before realizing who it is. Sung-hik appears at the door and jokingly addresses him as Lord Ark. Jiha flusters at the title before brushing it off and greeting his friend normally. Sung-hik reveals he came to invite Jiha fishing, saying he had been about to go alone. The invitation instantly brightens Jiha's mood, and he happily agrees. Sung-hik ushers him along, telling him to grab his things and meet outside while he waits. They head to a nearby fishing spot, away from the pressure of their preparations. On the way, Sung-hik points out that the place is easy for catching fish and pleasant enough to clear the mind, which Jiha appreciates. Jiha arrives carrying his white cat and red bird, explaining that he has been taking turns spending time with them. Sung-hik jokes that it is fortunate Jiha did not bring the more aggressive companion, since that one would have treated a quiet outing as wasted time. Jiha admits he intentionally left that one behind to avoid trouble. As Sung-hik starts setting up by the water, Jiha offers to help and is given the simple task of arranging the folding chairs. Once seated with a rod in hand, Jiha is struck by how peaceful the moment feels despite the constant pressure hanging over his life. Even so, he cannot fully relax, because he is still anxious that they may not have enough time before everything erupts. As the sun lowers over the lake, Sung-hik gently calls Jiha's name, opening a more serious conversation. He thanks Jiha again for helping him come back down to earth when he needed it. Jiha answers with his usual modesty, insisting he only did what was necessary. Sung-hik laughs at the predictability of that response, though he had clearly hoped for something less self-effacing. He presses the point anyway, telling Jiha that he seems genuinely selfless. Jiha rejects the praise and claims he is no different from anyone else, aside from now carrying Lord Ark's title. Sung-hik then asks the question beneath his admiration: if Jiha keeps helping everyone through the garden's power, what does Jiha himself gain from it? The question forces Jiha to consider his own motives rather than the needs of others. Sung-hik explains why he is asking. When he looks at Jiha, he sees someone who never seems to ask for anything for himself. That observation catches Jiha off guard and makes Sung-hik study him more carefully. For a moment, Sung-hik is struck by the realization that Jiha may truly live that way. Jiha calmly explains that he acts this way because it feels right to him, and because Lord Ark told him to do as he wished, so he simply does what he can and nothing more. Hearing that, Sung-hik is left quietly shaken by how sincere and uncomplicated Jiha's answer is. In that moment, he understands why this man had become Lord Ark. Jiha has not changed at all. Even after gaining extraordinary status, he still places others before himself. Sung-hik realizes that Jiha becoming Lord Ark was no accident, but a reflection of who he already was. As Jiha checks on him, Sung-hik keeps his deeper thought to himself. He wants to remain with Jiha and follow in his example. Instead, he covers his silence with an easy apology, and says he had simply drifted into thought. Jiha worries he may have answered too seriously, but Sung-hik laughs it off and tells him that what he said was actually pretty cool. Their conversation is interrupted when a float jerks sharply in the water. Jiha reels in a large fish, delighted by the sudden success. Sung-hik praises the catch and suggests they take a break for lunch, even proposing they grill the fish they just got. Jiha's animal companions perk up at the mention of food, prompting Sung-hik to joke about the little beetles that cook for him. Jiha explains that he never taught them to do it, They simply started making meals for him on their own, and he is grateful even if it feels excessive. Sung-hee pauses, puzzled, as Jiha begins unpacking what he brought. Jiha sheepishly reveals that although he told them this was only a short fishing trip, his helpers still prepared an enormous lunch for him. The story opens on a playful note, imagining a beetle-like helper proudly preparing food. Ark and his companion enjoy a picnic, relieved to finally have a varied meal instead of the same routine fare. As they eat, Ark asks why that small change matters so much. The answer is simple frustration. He has been stuck with the same soybean stew for weeks and is worn down by the repetition. Ark laughs in understanding, comparing it to being forced to live on one curry pot for days, and the mood turns warm and easy. With the bird and cat settled beside them, the quiet moment feels unusually peaceful. That peace makes Ark reflect that being with Lord Ark almost makes him believe monsters could one day vanish from the world. The thought is abruptly broken when a distant call urgently addresses the Prince of Darkness. A messenger reaches out directly to the Grand Prince of Darkness, trying to confirm he can hear her. She warns that something is going wrong in the labyrinth. Ominous flames are spreading through the corridors, and he must come at once. The sudden report wipes away Ark's calm as he realizes the situation is serious. At the heart of the crisis, a fire-wreathed monster revels in the destruction with cruel delight. The scene shifts fully to the Grand Labyrinth, now steeped in a bleak and threatening atmosphere. Those inside immediately sense that the labyrinth has changed and grown darker than usual. The summoned hunters understand why they were called in such haste, because the entire place now feels dangerously wrong. One of them notices a familiar figure approaching and realizes someone unexpected has arrived. A heavily armored leader steps forward with confidence, accompanied by allies, and makes it clear this is a reunion. He formally greets the gathered hunters, taking control of the room the moment he appears. The hunters tense up and demand to know why he is here, suspecting interference rather than help. He answers that their goals are aligned. They all want the High Lords brought down. He argues that Ark's summons should already have made the truth obvious, and that the time has come for them to join forces. Kaldor backs that proposal, warning that refusing Ark's call would only invite his punishment. A horned woman agrees that this is no time for hesitation and teasingly notes that Kaldor seems sharper than before. Their exchange reveals prior familiarity, and the reunion briefly softens into mutual amusement. Even so, attention quickly returns to the real issue as someone asks when Lord Ark will arrive. Before long, the answer comes with the approach of powerful beasts entering the chamber. Several monster companions gather first, signaling that Ark is close and not coming alone. Ark finally appears among his creatures, bringing both authority and reassurance with him. He apologizes for being late, trying to ease the tension despite the emergency. One of the others tells him there is no problem and confirms that every hunter he requested is present. Ark wastes no time and explains the crisis directly. Ignis, the High Lord of Destruction and Fire, has infiltrated the labyrinth. Ignis is shown as a monstrous being of living flame, already turning the labyrinth into his domain. His fire continues to spread violently through the corridors, threatening to consume everything in its path. Ark adds that Ignis's henchmen are also dispersing through the area, so the hunters must stop both the Lord and his forces. The armored hunter immediately pushes for action, ready to move without delay. Ark agrees on acting fast but insists they split into teams so they can respond more effectively. He assigns one group led by Sung-Heek with Hyejin, Seonyong, and Doggy. A second team is formed with Diakun, Mary, Selena, and Philly. A third group pairs Jimmy, Gyeongbak, Wayan, Idinsky, and Reddy. Kaldor volunteers to take the front line with Drakey, committing himself to the most dangerous position. The armored leader asks for 3 others to stay in the rear as support in case the situation worsens, and the request is accepted. Ark explains that he is not a frontline fighter, so he will remain behind with his strongest beasts and continue coordinating from there. Before sending them out, Ark raises his hand and releases a surge of power. Golden light spreads over the chamber as his blessing descends on the assembled hunters. The recipients immediately feel the effect, reacting with surprise and renewed confidence. Ark tells them they have been blessed by Lord Ark and urges them to trust in that strength, stay together, and fight carefully. With the plan set and morale restored, the hunters charge out to begin the operation. They head straight into corridors already engulfed in raging fire. At the center of the inferno, Ignis waits calmly, amused by the chaos he has created. He declares that he has emerged from the depths of despair, announcing himself as a being born from ruin and destruction. A fire-wreathed villain unleashes his power with a simple creed: destroy everything first, or be destroyed himself. He shapes the surrounding flames into humanoid servants, turning the inferno into an obedient force. With a command, he sends those burning underlings forward to reduce the labyrinth to ash. Confident in his method, he mocks others for overthinking and trusts brute destruction to win. That confidence breaks when he senses something suddenly interrupting his control. His advancing fire minions stop in place without explanation, leaving him baffled and irritated. Up close, the creatures tremble as if destabilized by an outside influence. A sweeping force snuffs them out, erasing the fiery servants almost instantly. He realizes some mysterious ether spread through the labyrinth has extinguished them. The corridor fills with that unseen current, confirming the area itself is resisting him. Now wary, he admits even his weakest henchmen should not have fallen so easily. Frustration turns physical as he slams the ground, trying to force an answer from the place around him. When nothing visible responds, his confusion deepens into suspicion. He calls for Ignis and demands an explanation for the interference. Ignis reports that a stronger being has cast a spell here, deflecting his ether and revealing a superior presence nearby. The fire user rejects the idea at first, insisting almost no one should outrank them. Ignis avoids arguing and instead warns him to proceed more carefully. He dismisses the caution as cowardice and vows to send the intruder straight to hell himself. Drawing in a massive breath, he prepares a direct attack instead of relying on subordinates. He releases a huge wave of fire that surges through the labyrinth toward the explorers. Far ahead, the adventuring party notices the incoming blaze racing down the passage toward them. At first they see no enemy, only an unnatural silence that makes the red-haired woman uneasy. Her unease sharpens into alarm as she catches the first sign of danger. She asks if the others heard it, realizing the threat is closing fast. The truth hits her at once. A fire blast is coming straight at them. She urgently warns the group to watch out for the incoming flames. The team breaks into a run, confused by the source but focused on escaping the blast behind them. As they flee, one of them admits they cannot keep this up forever and need shelter soon. The red-haired woman remembers a barricade created by Terradrone nearby and redirects everyone there. The white-haired man spots the glowing barrier ahead and leads the group toward it. They dive through the protective field just before the fire reaches them. Inside the barrier, they collapse in relief, exhausted but alive thanks to the narrow escape. They thank Terradrone for saving them, and the little guardian cheerfully accepts the praise. Once the immediate panic passes, the red-haired woman suggests they catch their breath before moving again. The others agree, and one proposes that Terradrone stay with them as added protection. Their brief rest ends when the blonde knight senses something flying toward the barrier. Looking out through the flames, they realize the next threat is not the fire itself but creatures emerging from it. A companion identifies the shapes with growing dread. The attackers reveal themselves as infernal wasps, fireborne insects closing in on the group. The red-haired woman immediately takes command and orders everyone to draw their weapons. The party forms up behind their phoenix ally as the giant wasps advance. The phoenix launches first, rising to intercept the swarm before it can reach the others. It hurls a blazing attack at the wasps in an attempt to wipe them out midair. But the insects evade the strike, proving faster and more dangerous than expected. One wasp flashes a sharp stinger, lining up a counterattack. The swarm dives past the phoenix and slashes into it from above. The phoenix cries out as the hit tears into its body and leaves it wounded. With their defender hurt, the party sees the wasps turning toward them and braces for impact. The blonde knight flinches, realizing the next strike may land on the group itself. One wasp begins swelling with heat as someone shouts for everyone to fall back before it can unleash whatever comes next. A violent blast erupts in the cavern as the party is forced into a chaotic fight. The red-haired mage realizes the monsters explode when approached, so she and the blonde fighter decide to keep their distance. She takes responsibility for long-range attacks while her companion agrees to support her from behind. Drawing on fire magic, she prepares a large spell to thin the swarm before it can close in. Her meteor strike crashes through the tunnel in blazing arcs, targeting the flying insects from afar. One infernal wasp survives the barrage, still clicking forward through the flames. A white-haired swordsman intercepts it midair and cuts it down before it can escape or detonate near them. He presses the attack confidently, refusing to let the creatures slip past the front line. More burning wasps are struck by the mage's fire, as the team briefly regains control of the fight. She exhales in relief, frustrated by how hard the small monsters are to pin down even after killing them. That relief vanishes when the blonde companion notices the insects they just fought are only infernal wasps. The others turn toward the threat he has spotted, suddenly aware something much worse is coming. A far larger swarm emerges from the darkness, proving they are badly outnumbered. The mage immediately understands the danger and braces for the worst. Watching from the rear, the bespectacled strategist realizes the situation is turning disastrous. Based on reports from Hyenho and Hyenhui, he concludes the monsters greatly outnumber their side. He judges that the hunters are strong enough to hold for now, but only if the battle ends quickly. If the fight drags on, their stamina will fail first, and the swarm will overwhelm them. As he struggles for an answer, a sudden flash reminds him of a power he has not been using. A divine system informs him that with his current divinity he can influence the Grand Labyrinth itself, and he realizes he has a way to change the battlefield. He chooses to spend divine power to send a tidal wave into the labyrinth, convinced it can break the siege. The system confirms the cost and unleashes the flood, while the mage notices something strange beginning behind the swarm. Understanding what is coming, she urgently orders everyone to grab onto anything solid. Though confused, the others obey her command and scramble for support. Elsewhere in the cavern, a flaming-headed enemy hears the approaching roar and realizes too late that something massive is coming. A huge wall of water suddenly tears through the tunnel and crashes into the fire-line forces. The enemy leader tries to call his henchmen to shield him, but the flood hits before he can organize them. The tidal wave sweeps his subordinates away and shatters his position completely. When the water recedes, he is left crouched in shock, barely holding himself together. His shock turns into murderous rage as he vows to burn everyone responsible alive. Unable to handle the setback alone, He calls for Ezekiel to come help him immediately. Ezekiel answers with amused contempt, treating the crisis like another mess he has to clean up. He appears alongside High Lord Oregana, and the two powerful figures assess the battered Ignis with open disdain. Ignis snarls back, caring less about the insult than about finding a way to eliminate the intruders. Oregana dismisses him as loud and crude, but decides to help because she has already thought of a useful plan. Ezekiel proposes taking control of the enemy side from within by infiltrating their group and working upward. Elsewhere, with the flames extinguished, another team prepares to push deeper into the tunnel. Their advance halts when the armored woman notices someone collapsed ahead. She spots an injured figure on the ground and alerts the others at once. The group rushes over, and she kneels beside the fallen stranger to check whether she is conscious. The wounded horned woman confirms she can respond and explains that the flames caught her. The rescuers decide she needs treatment and consider taking her to Jiha, while the bespectacled girl studies her in uneasy silence. That silence turns into suspicion when she realizes that if the woman was truly burned by those flames, she should be showing visible burns.